Chapter 1. Rebirth in a Different World. Not long after, a resounding cry echoed from within the inner chamber. A maid dashed out, breathless, and exclaimed to Dan Tai Jing, "Master, the mistress has given birth to a son. Both mother and child are healthy." Overwhelmed with excitement, Dan Tai Jing rushed into the inner chamber to see his wife and their newly born son, completely forgetting the events that had just transpired. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. The people around him were dressed in attire reminiscent of ancient times, their faces beaming with joy as they looked upon him. In that moment, Xiao Chen was left speechless, realizing with astonishment, "Oh God, I have truly traveled through time. The old man was not deceiving me after all." He attempted to speak, but only a wail escaped his lips, rendering him utterly speechless. "Oh heavens, I am now but a mere child." As he cried, a gentle voice reached his ears, "Baby, do not cry, come a mama." Xiao Chen ceased his sobbing and turned his head, his watery eyes fixed upon a pale, yet beautifully enchanting young lady lying beside him. He surmised that she must be his mother, as she tenderly stroked his little head, singing a melodious lullaby that captivated him entirely. Xiao Chen listened intently to the soothing song when suddenly, a strikingly handsome yet authoritative man burst into the room. Upon seeing his pale wife lying on the bed, a wave of concern washed over him as he asked anxiously, "Yin-Yang, are you all right? Jing, come and see our son. Isn't he adorable?" "Nangong," Yin-Yang replied softly. Hearing his wife's words, Dan Tai Jing noticed the little one on the bed and thought to himself how truly adorable the child was, like a piece of jade. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze of the infant's sparkling eyes, he found himself at a loss for where to place his hands. Curious about the man he would now call father, Xiao Chen observed him closely. This scrutiny made Dan Tai Jing feel increasingly uncomfortable. His eyes betrayed his rising tension and excitement. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Xiao Chen noticed beads of sweat forming on Dan Tai Jing's forehead. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled, and at this sound, Dan Tai Jing awoke from his reverie, realizing he had lost his composure. He never expected to experience such a day, feeling a mixture of helplessness and wonder at the reality of fatherhood. He approached the bedside and gently cradled Xiao Chen in his arms. "Truly, you are my good son. Meeting your father for the first time must bring you immense joy." As he gazed at his chubby child, affection swelled within him, and he could not resist planting a loving kiss on the baby's delicate face. Xiao Chen squirmed, struggling to escape from his father's embrace. Seeing this, Dan Tai Jing burst into hearty laughter, reveling in the joy of fatherhood. At that moment, Dan Tai Yin and Dan Tai Huan Tian entered the room. Observing his elder brother's demeanor, Yin remarked, "Your son is exceptionally charming. With a father as formidable as you and a mother as intelligent as her, he will undoubtedly grow into a remarkable individual." Dan Tai Huan Tian added, "Brother, I just observed the infant closely and found his bones to be extraordinary, his talents remarkable, and most importantly, he possesses abundant innate energy. Given time, his future is limitless." Dan Tai Jing nodded in agreement, trusting his brother's insights. Though he might not be the most powerful in their family, his discerning eye for talent was renowned, even among the elite of Tian Xen continent, and he was well versed in the art of fortune-telling. His words carried great weight. Turning to his wife, he said, "Yin, I am grateful for your sacrifices. On behalf of the Dan Tai family, I thank you. My dear husband, you needn't say such things. Although I'm a lady of the Nangong family, I have regarded myself as a member of the Dan Tai family since our marriage," she replied promptly. Hearing her words, Dan Tai Jing felt a warmth in his heart and was deeply moved. "Yin, I vow to protect both you and our son, ensuring you face no harm." Chapter 2. The Chaos Saint. "Jing, you should set the child down," his wife remarked, noticing the baby squirming in Dan Tai Jing's embrace. He held great affection for her and was always inclined to heed her wishes. He carefully placed the child beside her. She smiled sweetly at him, then lovingly caressed their son's little head. Dan Tai Jing sat beside his wife, engaging in light conversation while playfully teasing their charming child, their affection for one another evident. Xiao Chen observed this tender scene, feeling warmth envelop his once cold heart. His long-secluded spirit began to see the light again, realizing that he had truly been reborn. In his previous life, Xiao Chun possessed nothing. The orphanage was his only home, and the director was the only one who genuinely cared for him. Now, he had experienced both paternal and maternal love, understanding the profound depth of a father's love and the nurturing quality of a mother's devotion. What he once lacked was now abundantly present, leaving Xiao Chun with a profound sense of fulfillment. The feeling of being loved was exquisite, and Xiao Chun was immensely grateful to the elderly man who had granted him this second chance. After conversing for a while, his parents departed, reminding his mother to rest well and planting a kiss on Xiao Chen's tender face. Once Dan Taijing had left, Nangong Yunyun continued to play with Xiao Chun, displaying a patience characteristic of a new mother. Though Xiao Chun reveled in this feeling, he soon grew weary, feigning a yawn and allowing his eyes to droop. Noticing his son's demeanor, Nangong Yunyun ceased her playful antics. Although she herself was fatigued, the sight of her precious child seemed to invigorate her. At that moment, Xiao Chen's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, reflecting on his recent existence as a mere soul. He recalled drifting aimlessly, uncertain of how long he had been suspended in that state. Suddenly, a colossal orb of radiant, multicolored light appeared before him, evoking a sense of familiarity. An irresistible force emanated from the orb, drawing Xiao Chun into its embrace. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to him. Unconscious, Xiao Chun was unaware that the vibrant energy was being absorbed by his spirit, akin to an insatiable vessel. The orb diminished visibly, and after what felt like an eternity, it was finally depleted of its colorful energy. Had a celestial being witnessed this extraordinary event, they would have been left speechless, astonished that a mere soul could absorb such immense chaotic holy essence. Even the most powerful beings would struggle to control such potent energy, often perishing in the attempt. Yet Xiao Chun was merely a spirit. These celestial entities could never fathom how this was possible. To see a soul absorbing such an overwhelming amount of chaotic holy energy without losing its essence would astound even the most enlightened beings. Now, Xiao Chen's spirit radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering brightly before fading. This cycle repeating 81 times until he finally settled into silence. Time passed, and Xiao Chun remained motionless, surrounded by an eerie stillness. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared beside him, emanating a powerful aura that caused the surrounding space to distort and dark holes to materialize. But the elder remained oblivious, waving his hand casually, and the surrounding atmosphere returned to tranquility, the pressure emanating from him dissipating, rendering him quite ordinary. Child, awakened swiftly, the elder spoke. Xiao Chun slowly opened his eyes, a profound sense of comfort enveloping him. He noticed a kindly-faced elder beside him, which struck him as peculiar. Xiao Chun curiously inquired, "Elder, who are you, and how did you come to be here?" "You need only to know that I am called the Chaos Sage. As for my presence here, it is for your sake," the elder replied, unhurriedly. Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. In his current state, he seemed to possess nothing of note. He was certain this elder was extraordinary. Chapter 3. The Yin-Yang Chaos Art. "Child, I understand you have many questions, and I shall reveal everything to you," the elder continued. Pressing his middle finger against Xiao Chen's forehead, a deluge of information surged into Xiao Chen's mind, overwhelming him to the brink of explosion. This continued for the duration of a tea's brewing time before the elder withdrew his hand. Xiao Chun promptly collapsed. After a considerable while, as Xiao Chun regained his composure, the elder spoke again. "Child, I have imparted the Yin-Yang Chaos Art to you. Take a moment to feel it. Additionally, there are other pieces of information I have sealed. Only when you reach a certain level of power will the seals be lifted one by one, allowing you to uncover the knowledge I have left for you." "What is your name, child?" Xiao Chun replied, "I am Xiao Chun. Did I not perish? How can I cultivate the art you bestowed upon me? Do not concern yourself with that. I shall facilitate your reincarnation, granting you a body and the Yin-Yang Chaos physique. Thus, you will face no obstacles in practicing the art I have given you. This technique is truly unique. Others cannot master it, and those who attempt to forcefully cultivate it will perish. Now, prepare yourself, child, for I am about to open the portal of time and space for your rebirth," the elder declared. With a flick of his hand, a black hole materialized, unceremoniously casting the still distracted Xiao Chun into its depths. As Xiao Chun vanished into the void, the elder murmured, "Let those old fools mock me. How could a sage like me have no disciples? This matter is finally resolved. Who would have thought this little fellow could absorb such vast amounts of chaos, saint energy? His future is indeed limitless, even beyond my predictions. I am eager to see what lies ahead." With that, he vanished, and the surroundings returned to a serene state, as if nothing had transpired. News of the new addition to the Dantai family spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching every corner of the capital of the Yuanshan Empire, igniting a fervor among the populace. On the planet of Panma, there are 4 vast continents: Hongtu, Moyue, Shengwu, and Tianxin. Each continent is immensely expansive, equivalent to dozens of times the size of Earth, with a population in the billions, including not only a multitude of humans, but also rare races such as elves, dwarves, forest giants, and dragons. Though fewer in number, these races possess formidable strength. Within the Tianxin continent, there exist 3 empires: the Yuanshan Empire, the Maxin Empire, and the Shengxin Empire. Among them, the Yuanshan Empire boasts the most formidable national strength, with the Maxin and Shengxin Empires only able to contend with it through their alliance. On the planet of Panma, the Yuanshan Empire ranks among the top in terms of power. The strength of the Yuanshan Empire is largely attributed to the existence of the Dantai family, whose members are replete with exceptional talents. With several ancestral figures safeguarding the family, none dare challenge the dignity of the Dantai clan, which has stood firm for millennia. The influence of the Dantai family within the Yuanshan Empire is truly formidable. They're an absolute powerhouse, highly esteemed even by the current sovereign. Each member of the royal family understands that without the Dantai clan, the Yuanshan Empire might have long ceased to exist. Throughout its tumultuous history spanning over 10,000 years, the empire has faced relentless warfare, during which it was far from its current might. Strategically positioned between the Maxin and Shengxin empires, the Yuanshan Empire was once viewed as prey by ambitious rulers of both nations, who frequently waged war against it, leaving the empire with no means of defense. The enemy forces encroached upon over 1,000 kilometers of territory, putting the very existence of the nation at risk. In this dire moment, the Dantai family rose to the occasion. The current head of the family, a remarkably talented individual, led the clan's elite to stealthily eliminate all high-ranking generals of the enemy during the cover of night. Furthermore, amidst the chaos among enemy ranks, the well-prepared elite troops split into 2 divisions to ambush the camps of the Maxin and Shengxin empires. The enemy, devoid of leadership, floundered like ants in a boiling pot, unable to mount a defense, and ultimately retreated in disarray. This decisive battle left all 3 empires significantly weakened, with the Yuanshan Empire suffering the most. The 2 fronts of conflict placed an unbearable burden upon the populace, leading to widespread devastation and sorrow. The Dantai family aided the reigning sovereign in opening granaries to relieve the people and vigorously supported commerce. Policies favoring the populace and merchants were enacted nationwide. With the royal family and the Dantai family collaborating closely, after over a decade of recuperation, the nation gradually regained its strength, and military power saw significant enhancement. The sovereign had long entrusted military authority to the Dantai family, appointing each successive head of the family as the Grand Marshal of the Yuanshan Empire. Under the guidance of the Dantai family, the once ordinary military underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving into a formidable force whose might could not be underestimated. Chapter 4: The Powerful Family. Over the course of millennia, amidst the continuous warfare among the 3 nations, the Yuanshan Empire, with the support of the Dantai family, has undergone a profound metamorphosis. Its territory now encompasses nearly half of the Tianxin continent, with a robust national strength, a populace well-fed and clothed, and thriving commerce. Its military prowess is now unmatched. Only the combined forces of the Shengxin and Maxin empires stand a chance against it. The 2 empires no longer possess the arrogance of the past, now refraining from engaging in open conflict with the Yuanshan Empire, with only minor skirmishes occurring along the borders. The upper echelons of the 3 nations turn a blind eye to these occurrences. Even the Dantai family has grown indifferent, regarding the squabbles of the common folk as mere training exercises, a situation that is mutually beneficial. Today, the Dantai family is mightier than ever, their ancient lineage instilling a sense of terror in others. No one dares to provoke the dignity of the Dantai family, often regarded as the foremost family in the Tianxin continent. Their influence extends across the entire planet of Panma, renowned and respected by all. Their reputation is not solely due to their formidable strength, but also the legendary individuals who have emerged from their lineage, unparalleled powerhouses. Upon learning of the recent addition of a male heir to the Dantai family, the entirety of the capital erupted in excitement. Spies from various nations relaying this significant news to their respective realms or families and affiliated powers, utilizing spatial communication to disseminate the information. Soon, the planet of Panma became abuzz with activity, as various factions sought to forge connections with the Dantai family, presenting gifts and offerings, while those with established relationships had already begun their efforts. The might of the Dantai family is indeed astonishing that the confluence of the Great Map Continent, the Demon Moon Continent, the Sacred Martial Continent, and the Heavenly Heart Continent lies an endless expanse of beastly forest. Suddenly, two figures soared through the skies, emanating a formidable pressure that rendered the beasts below motionless. The weaker creatures trembled in fear, while the stronger ones struggled to resist the oppressive aura. Old Dantai, why the haste? Is it merely the arrival of a grandson? Is there truly such excitement warranted? Inquired a red-haired elder. Beside him, another elderly gentleman, his hair partially white yet vibrant, retorted, Xian Yuan, you old bachelor, what do you know? Hurry up, I wish to see my precious grandson. As he spoke, he increased his speed, vanishing into the heavens in the blink of an eye. The beastly forest soon regained its vitality, with the sounds of exuberant roars echoing through the air. Xiaochen had been in this world for 3 days, and life had been serene. Under his mother's attentive care, her complexion had brightened, and she could now walk, albeit still weak and unable to engage in much activity. Her days were filled with sleep and the blissful joy of playing with her son. Xiaochen's father appeared to be preoccupied with business, visiting intermittently to see his wife and Xiaochen before departing swiftly. Only at night did he find respite, cradling Xiaochen as he and his mother shared tender conversations, their love palpable. Each dawn, however, he would take his leave once more. Uncertain of his own health, Xiaochen, brimming with energy, was not as drowsy as other infants. He reveled in play with his mother, fully immersed in her maternal love throughout the afternoon. Eventually, overwhelmed, he feigned sleep, prompting his mother to believe he had drifted off, allowing her to step outside after a short while. In truth, Xiaochen could not sleep. His mind was abuzz with thoughts. He recalled the elderly man who imparted to him a remarkable set of cultivation techniques. He focused intently, and suddenly a torrent of information surged within his mind. The Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, crafted through countless years of dedication by the elder, was an unparalleled method that encapsulated the essence of numerous arts. Only those possessing the Yin-Yang Chaos body could practice it. Failure to do so would result in catastrophic self-destruction. Mastering this technique would grant dominion over heaven and earth, allowing one to traverse the cosmos at will. The Yin-Yang Chaos Technique comprises 10 levels, opening the meridians, shaping the body, refining the spirit, emptiness and clarity, tranquil heavens, transforming the void, human sage, earth sage, heaven sage, and primordial sage. Each level is further divided into 3 stages: upper, middle, and lower. The Yin-Yang Chaos body is categorized into 7 realms: human Yuan body, yellow Yuan body, profound Yuan body, earth Yuan body, heaven Yuan body, divine Yuan body, and saint Yuan body, each also subdivided into upper, middle, and lower stages. Captivated by this knowledge, Xiaochen continued to delve deeper into the intricacies of the technique. Yin and Yang are the principles of heaven and earth. Yin resides within, while Yang manifests outward. From the peak of cold, warmth emerges, and from the peak of warmth, cold arises. Heaven and earth, in their profound mystery, the universe in its primitive chaos. The sun and moon wax and wane, the stars align and disperse. Seasons change, autumn harvests and winter stores. The leap year completes the cycle, harmonizing the laws of nature. Clouds ascend to bring rain, Dew crystallizes into frost, gold emerges from the rivers. Jade is birthed from Kunlun. Swords are named for their might, and pearls shine in the night. Fruits are cherished, vegetables held dear. The seas are salty, while rivers are fresh. Fish dive deep, and birds soar high. In the court of inquiry, wisdom is sought, and governance is carried out with grace, nurturing all beings. Moreover, like the flourishing pine, the rivers flow ceaselessly. The abyss reflects clarity, demeanor contemplative. Words are calm, and sweetness endures. Departing enhances the song. Precision sharpens guidance. Compassion is veiled in sorrow. In haste, one does not stray. Integrity and honor govern actions. Through trials, one remains unscathed. Tranquility of nature, ease of spirit. The heart stirs, yet the mind remains weary, steadfast in truth, aspirations fulfilled, chasing desires. Leads to distraction, maintaining elegance in conduct. Chapter 5. A powerful aura. Shao Chun gradually calmed himself and commenced his practice according to the first level of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. His primordial spirit unified. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged rapidly into his body. An innate force within him drew this ethereal energy into his dantian. He persisted in this endeavor for an hour, until the ambient spiritual energy had thinned significantly, prompting him to cease his cultivation. Yet, Shao Chun did not awaken immediately. Instead, he observed the changes within his body. The verdant spiritual energy absorbed into his dantian did not settle quietly, but continuously spiraled within. He soon realized that the spiritual energy was dwindling, being incessantly absorbed by his body, gradually strengthening his fragile meridians. Although the effects were modest, Shao Chun could sense a slight enhancement in his meridians, filling him with joy. This technique is truly remarkable, he mused, invigorating him with each session. He felt no urgency, for time was his ally. With the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique at his disposal, he had little to worry about. He could only anticipate becoming increasingly formidable, lost in reverie. At that moment, the sound of footsteps outside the door interrupted his thoughts, eliciting a wry smile from him, for he knew it was time for nourishment. A prospect he found rather unappealing. Over the past few days, he had voiced his discontent multiple times. After 4 or 5 days of recuperation, his mother's health had improved significantly, though she remained somewhat frail and would require another 10 days of rest to fully recover. On this particular day, she was in high spirits, cradling her precious son as they strolled through the family garden, accompanied by 7 or 8 attentive maids who diligently cared for both the lady of the house and the young master. The garden was expansive, adorned with a myriad of flowers and plants, the names of which Shao Chun could scarcely recall. Nevertheless, they were all fragrant and resplendent, blooming in vibrant colors. Their sweet scents attracting swarms of bees and butterflies, creating a lively and enchanting scene. Having been confined indoors for an extended period, Shao Chun felt stifled and was overjoyed to finally be outside, laughter escaping his lips. Noticing her son's delight, his mother took the opportunity to enthusiastically introduce the various flora, and Shao Chun listened patiently. Suddenly, he spotted his father's arrival. Dan Tai Jing hurried back from his official duties to attend to his beloved wife and cherished son. He approached his wife, taking the infant into his arms with tenderness, and gently admonished her, "Yun Yun, you are still somewhat weak. Do not overexert yourself." His mother, touched by her husband's concern, sweetly replied, "Jing, I will take good care of myself and the baby. Have you not had a long day? Are you not tired?" "Not at all. I wish to stay and spend quality time with both of you," his father responded. His mother then inquired, "Jing, when will my parents return? The child is eagerly awaiting their naming." His father reassured her, "There is no need for concern. I have already sent word. They should be back within a couple of days." With her husband's words providing solace, his mother relaxed. And together they enjoyed the day in the garden with their child, reveling in the bliss of family togetherness. At that moment, the father's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly handed Shao Chun over to his mother, shielding them behind him. An overwhelming aura emanated from his being, creating a fierce wind that wreaked havoc in the garden. The bewildered maidservants, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, found themselves seated on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Before long, a magnificent sword appeared in the father's hand, unmistakably a rare artifact, glowing with a violet luminescence that revealed his formidable presence. In Shao Chun's eyes, his father stood tall like a mountain, providing shelter from the storm for both him and his mother. However, Dan Tai Jing could not maintain his composure, as his spiritual senses detected the rapid approach of two extraordinary powerhouses from afar. The aura emanating from the gate made it clear that they were beings he could not contend with. Surviving even 10 exchanges with one of them would be a remarkable feat, yet retreat was not an option, not only for the sake of his wife and child, but also due to the blood of the Dan Tai clan coursing through his veins. Soon, the two figures came into view, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and another aged with fiery red locks, both exuding an overwhelming presence. Though it dissipated almost as quickly as it appeared, Dan Tai Jing, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Father, you have finally returned. Oh, and even Elder Xianyuan is here." He promptly retracted his aura, causing the sword in his hand to vanish as well. Chapter 6. Dan Tai Ling Tian, the grandfather, addressed the father, stating, "Jinger, from what I can observe, your Dan Tai Jingming divine skill has reached the 7th level of mastery. I never anticipated that after 2 to 3 years, you would achieve such a breakthrough. Quite remarkable indeed." The father humbly replied that he still fell short compared to the clan's ancestors. Even the elder Xianyuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, the mother stepped forward, offering her respectful greeting. "May you be well, my lord, and you too, Elder Xianyuan." The elder nodded approvingly. However, the grandfather seemed to disregard the mother's greeting, his gaze fixated on Xiao Chun, his eyes sparkling as if he were beholding a precious treasure, making Xiao Chun feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, the grandfather materialized before the mother, taking Xiao Chun into his arms with excitement, exclaiming, "Is this my precious grandson? Oh my! How is it possible that his body houses such abundant celestial energy? The Dan Tai family has never seen such a phenomenon, even across the entire Pan-Mo planet. Nothing compares to this child. Remarkable. He possesses an exceptional physique and unparalleled talent. His future is beyond prediction." In truth, the celestial energy within Xiao Chun was not solely due to his physique, but also related to the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique he had been diligently practicing for several days, naturally accumulating a significant amount of energy. The grandfather's face glowed with excitement, akin to one who had consumed a restorative elixir. Even Elder Xuanyuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Had the child not been a grandson of the Dan Tai family, he might have already attempted to claim him as his apprentice. A good master is difficult to find, and an excellent disciple even more so. He remarked, "Dan Tai, might you allow this child to take me as his teacher?" Grandfather firmly opposed, saying, "To hell with you, Xianyuan old ghost. What do you have to offer my grandson? Can the Dan Tai family not provide for him? If you wish to take my grandson as your disciple, perhaps in your next life," he rebutted without any regard for courtesy. Xuanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, although he recognized the validity of Dan Tai's words. He still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Observing the awkward atmosphere, my mother promptly intervened, stating, "Father, Xianyuan Sr., you must be weary after your journey. I have instructed the servants to prepare a feast to welcome you both. Please, this way." My father quickly chimed in, leading the way. During the family banquet, my father inquired of grandfather, "Father, why hasn't mother returned with you? Has something happened?" My mother gazed at grandfather with concern. "Ah, do not mention it. This matter is rather troublesome. The spatial seal of the demon clan has become somewhat unstable. You know your mother possesses profound insights into spatial laws and is highly skilled in formations. She is currently collaborating with several seniors to reinforce that spatial seal, so it may be a while before she returns. It seems my grandson will miss his full moon celebration," grandfather replied slowly, a hint of regret in his tone. My father, filled with anxiety, remarked, "Alas, it appears that the continent will soon be embroiled in chaos once more." The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. At that moment, my mother attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Father, Xianyuan Sr., you two have worked hard these past days. The food and drink are now ready. Please enjoy." Grandfather praised her. "Our daughter-in-law is thoughtful. Jinger is fortunate to have married you, a blessing earned through 3 lifetimes of cultivation." My mother chuckled softly, replying, "Father, you flatter me. This is merely what a daughter-in-law ought to do." Xianyuan Sr. added, "Dan Tai, you are indeed fortunate. It makes one envious. Unlike me, a lonely soul. If you wish, the doors of the Dan Tai family will always be open to you. I say this as a friend. I would not extend such an invitation to others." Grandfather laughed heartily. Xianyuan Sr. remained silent, casting a deep glance at Xiao Chun, lost in his thoughts. Grandfather observed this exchange with amusement, secretly reveling. "Heh, Xianyuan old ghost. You still haven't taken the bait. Nangong Yunyan inquired. Father, the child still lacks a name. What do you think? Grandfather responded, your mother and I have already discussed it. We shall name him Dantai Ling Tian, signifying one who soars above heaven and earth. How does that sound? Both my parents nodded in satisfaction. The family gathered together, joyfully enjoying their meal. Xiao Chun, oh, no, he should be referred to as Dantai Ling Tian, was not left out either. Nangong Yunyun cradled Ling Tian in her arms, feeding him bird's nest soup, which he thoroughly enjoyed, a fact my mother had discovered just a few days prior. Thus, for the past few days, he has been relishing a daily serving of this delicacy. One might wonder if the Dantai family lacks funds. What a joke. Bird's nest is not only delicious, but also highly nutritious. Observing her son's delight, Nangong Yunyun felt immense joy in her heart. After dinner, the esteemed Xinyuan retired to rest, while my mother urged grandfather to do the same. Grandfather, claiming he was not weary, took Ling Tian from my mother's arms, declaring that he would now bond with his beloved grandson. Thus, he took Ling Tian away. Chapter 7. A private conference. The garden at home is expansive, adorned with a plethora of fragrant and beautiful flowers that bloom in vibrant competition, filling the air with their delightful scents and attracting a multitude of bees and butterflies, creating a lively spectacle. During this period, Xiao Chun had remained indoors, feeling quite stifled. Today, he finally ventured outside to enjoy the scenery, and a sense of joy welled up within him, prompting him to chuckle heartily. Noticing her son's exuberance, my mother became animated as well, taking the time to introduce the various types of flora. Xiao Chun listened attentively. Suddenly, Xiao Chun spotted his father arriving. After completing his official duties, Dantai Jing hurried home to care for his delicate wife and cherished son. He approached my mother, took me into his embrace, and tenderly remarked, Yin Yun, your health is still somewhat fragile. Do not overexert yourself. Hearing her husband's concern, my mother sweetly replied, Jing, I will take good care of myself and the baby. Have you not had a long day? Are you not tired? I am not weary. I shall stay and keep you company, my father responded. My mother continued, when will father and mother return? The child is still waiting for them to bestow a name. Do not worry. I have already sent word. They should be back in a couple of days, my father reassured her. With this, my mother felt at ease and joined her husband in playing with the child in the garden, and the family enjoyed a delightful time together. At that moment, however, my father's expression suddenly shifted. He quickly handed Xiao Chun to my mother and shielded us behind him. A formidable aura emanated from him, creating a powerful gust of wind that scattered the flowers in the garden. The startled maidservants, bewildered by this sudden turn of events, sat frozen on the ground, speechless. In my father's hand appeared a magnificent sword, unmistakably extraordinary, radiating a purple glow that exuded undeniable strength. To me, my father appeared monumental, like a great mountain shielding my mother and me from harm. Dantai Jing's heart raced with unease, for his instincts sensed two unparalleled powerhouses approaching swiftly from afar. The aura that emanated from the gate indicated they were not adversaries he could contend with. Surviving 10 strikes from one of them would be a remarkable feat yet. Retreat was not an option, not only for the sake of his wife and child, but also because the blood of the Dantai clan flowed through his veins. As the two figures drew near, one could discern an elder with graying hair and another with fiery red locks, both radiating overwhelming power, which soon dissipated. My father, you have finally returned. My father exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Oh, and even the esteemed Xinyuan has come. He hastily retracted his aura, and the sword in his hand vanished as well. Xiao Chinchai suddenly realized that it was his grandfather who had returned. Judging by the earlier aura, he was undoubtedly a master of unparalleled skill, simply put, formidable. Grandfather turned to his father and remarked, Jinger, from what I observe, your Dantai Jingming divine skill has reached the 7th tier. I never anticipated that after 2 or 3 years apart, you would achieve such a breakthrough. Remarkable indeed. Father humbly acknowledged the praise, stating that he still fell far short compared to the ancestors of the clan. He quickly added, while the elder Xinyuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mother stepped forward, greeting, esteemed father, I hope you are well, and greetings to Elder Xinyuan. Elder Xinyuan nodded in satisfaction. Yet, Grandfather seemed oblivious to Mother's salutation, his eyes fixated on Xiao Chun, sparkling as if he beheld a precious treasure. This scrutiny made Xiao Chun feel quite uncomfortable. Suddenly, Grandfather appeared before Mother, scooping Xiao Chun into his arms with excitement, exclaiming, Is this my precious grandson? My word. How can it be that the spiritual energy within him is so abundant? The Dantai family has never witnessed such a phenomenon, even across the entire Panma planet. No one can compare to this child. Excellent physique, exceptional aptitude. His future is boundless. In truth, the abundance of spiritual energy within Xiao Chun was not solely due to his physique, but also linked to the Yin-Yang Chaotic formula he had been diligently practicing for days, allowing a substantial accumulation of energy. Grandfather's face glowed with excitement, akin to someone who had consumed a potent tonic. Even Elder Xianyuan's eyes sparkled with envy. Had this child not been the grandson of the Dantai family, he might have already attempted to claim him as his disciple. A good master is hard to find, and a good disciple even harder. He could not help but say, "Old Dantai, might I take this child as my pupil?" Grandfather immediately countered, "Nonsense, you old ghost. What can you offer my grandson? Can the Dantai family not provide for him? If you wish to take my grandson as your disciple, perhaps in your next life, I am not inferior to you." Grandfather dismissed him without hesitation. Elder Xuanyuan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, though he recognized the truth in Dantai's words. He felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Noticing the awkwardness of the situation, Mother quickly intervened, saying, "Esteemed father, Elder Xianyuan, it has been a long day. I have instructed the servants to prepare a meal to welcome you both. Please, this way." Father readily agreed and led the way. Oh, my grandfather is indeed quite an interesting character. Chapter 8. Doubling the troops. The relentless invasions by the demon clan resulted in countless casualties across the continent, with bodies strewn everywhere, while the remainder of the populace endured immense suffering. In this dire moment, the top-tier masters of the continent issued a mobilization order. Ultimately, under the leadership of 9 high-level masters, thousands of star-level experts, and nearly 100,000 Tier 1 warriors, alongside the remaining troops, a fierce counteroffensive was launched against the demon realm. The conflict was intense, lasting over a year. In the end, humanity achieved a Pyrrhic victory, finally driving the demon clan back to their lair, leaving them severely weakened. In the end, only a mere 10,000 humans survived, with 4 moon-level experts perishing and approximately 200 star-level experts remaining. The greatest losses were among the Chen-level experts, leaving roughly 10,000 alive, while countless others had fallen. To prevent the demonic race from invading the continent once more, the remaining masters, led by 5 transcendent experts, sacrificed their life force to initiate a spatial prohibition, permanently sealing the gateway through which the demons accessed the human realm. Subsequently, all those who invoked the spatial restrictions perished. One can only imagine the valor and poignancy of this battle. After a moment of reflection, Yuan Miet turned to Dantai Jing and spoke in a somber tone. "Jing, please express your thoughts candidly. I shall support you unconditionally." Dantai, undeterred, replied, "Since your majesty has invited my opinion, I shall share it. I oversee the military forces of the nation, and our total military strength stands at 34 million, comprising 3 million aerial cavalry, 6 million light cavalry, 5 million heavy cavalry, and 20 million infantry. While this force is formidable compared to other nations, it is woefully insufficient to confront the demon race. Thus, I propose an expansion of our military." Yuan Mie, intrigued, inquired, "How much do you wish to augment our forces?" Dantai Jing resolutely responded, "We must double our military strength to reach a total of 120 million. Yuan Mie was taken aback by the figure, exclaiming, "Good heavens, such a number! The national treasury may struggle to accommodate it." Dantai Jing reassured him, "Your Majesty need not worry. The Dantai family will provide substantial financial support." Upon hearing this, Yuan Mie felt a weight lift from his shoulders, well aware of the Dantai family's formidable resources. He chuckled, "Now I can rest easy. As for provisions, we have enjoyed bountiful harvests these past years, and the nation's granaries are well stocked. However, to be prudent, we should construct additional warehouses for grain storage, ensuring we are prepared for any eventuality. Regarding weaponry, we currently possess nearly 40 million elite weapons, but we require more. I will issue a decree to expedite production in the nation's various smithies, confident that in 4 to 5 years, we will equip the entire army. I entrust the training of troops to you." Dantai Jing replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not disappoint your trust. It is likely that the entire royal lineage of the continent is now aware of this matter, greatly enhancing our odds against the demon race." Yuan Mie nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Very well, we have discussed the important matters. Jing, I have heard your son is quite adorable. I hope to meet him someday." Ha ha ha. The The following day, the sovereign of the Yuan Xian Empire issued a decree, stating, in anticipation of the demon race's impending assault, we shall double our military forces and construct a series of large warehouses for grain storage. The various forges are to accelerate the production of weaponry. From this moment forth, the entire nation must unite in preparation to combat the demon race. With the issuance of this decree, the nation erupted with fervor, for they had heard tales passed down through generations about the demon race. Out of concern for future generations, everyone sprang into action. Such circumstances were mirrored across other nations on the Pan-Mo planet, as all rallied to prepare for war, driven solely by the instinct for survival. Like a pre-war serenade, it gently resonates. Chapter 9. The Spirit Extreme Cave. Of course, Ling Tian would not neglect the cultivation of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. Practicing only during his afternoon naps and night slumbers, diligently honing his skills in the solitude of his small chamber. Should a master happen upon this scene, they would witness the surrounding spiritual energies of the world fervently converging into the infant's body, swiftly absorbed without a trace, a sight truly astonishing. After a night of practice, fatigue would evade him, replaced by an invigorated spirit. Each day, Ling Tian felt as though he had grown a fraction stronger. Days turned into months, and months into years. For years elapsed, transforming the original infant into an adorable little boy. With a charming visage often adorned with a smile, he became the delight of all. The entire Dantai residence held a deep affection for this young master. Good day, Grandpa Tan. Ling Tian greeted a kindly elder in a tender voice. His name was Tan Hu, the venerable steward of the Dantai family, holding the highest status within the household. It was said he possessed profound cultivation, having devoted his life to the Dantai family, leaving an indelible mark of loyalty, earning the respect of all within the estate. Even his parents addressed him with reverence, calling him Old Tan, underscoring his esteemed position in the Dantai household. Old Tan paused, smiling. Good morning, young master. Are you off to pay your respects to the master and mistress? Ling Tian replied, yes, after paying my respects to Grandpa and Grandma, I will visit my mother and father. Old Tan chuckled, my young master, at such a tender age, displaying such understanding is rare indeed. Off you go. In truth, Tan, who cherished this child greatly, having no descendants of his own, he had come to regard the young master as his own grandson. At such a young age, his maturity and vibrant charm were simply irresistible. After offering his respects to his parents, Ling Tian made his way to his grandparents. Upon entering the room, he found them enjoying tea. As he arrived, they set down their cups. Ling Tian promptly bowed. Grandson pays his respects to Grandpa and Grandma. Grandma, with a tender heart, urged, please, rise. As he stood, Grandpa remarked, Tianer, you are now 4 years old and have reached the age for martial training. From today onward, I shall impart the family's cherished martial arts to you. You must practice diligently and not disappoint our expectations. Ling Tian responded, grandson understands. Please, Grandpa, continue. Grandpa nodded in satisfaction, saying, our Dantai family has cultivated the Dantai mirror bright divine art for generations. This technique comprises 10 levels. Upon reaching each level, the color of the inner true essence transforms, categorized as red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, white, and the highest level, the multicolored mysterious hue. Alas, no one in the Dantai family has yet achieved the pinnacle. I remain at the mid-9th level, with no hope of breaking through. I believe you can. Ling Tian was taken aback. With so many outstanding ancestors of the Dantai family failing to reach the highest level, he couldn't help but wonder, could he truly succeed? Grandfather continued, of course, each level is accompanied by a corresponding technique, namely, the blade that shatters the void, the tenfold breakthrough of the extreme, the 100-mile striking kill, the 1,000-turn peak, the 10,000 blades of oblivion, the blade light that fractures the sky, the overwhelming tide, the annihilation of heaven and earth, the celestial cycle, and the ultimate technique of time and space, coupled with the unparalleled illusory transformation technique. Once mastered, the world will be yours to traverse. This is the Dantai Jingming secret and the illusory transformation technique. Remember it well and return it to me afterward. Grandfather carefully handed 2 books to Ling Tian. Understood, Grandfather, Ling Tian replied. Grandfather said, in a couple of days, you shall enter the sacred realm of the Dantai family, the Spirit Extreme Cave Heaven for your training. The ambient spiritual energy there is abundant, making your cultivation incredibly efficient and beneficial for you. Ling Tian was taken aback, unaware that such a place existed within the family. I see. I shall take my leave now, he said. After Ling Tian departed, grandmother remarked, Old man, Tianer is still so young. Can his body endure entering the clan's sacred realm? Do not worry, my dear, grandfather reassured her. Tianer possesses a constitution unlike any other. He will be fine. Moreover, it will accelerate his growth and empower him rapidly. Who knows what changes might befall the continent in the future? I am quite concerned. Grandmother concurred. Indeed, the demonic race is a variable, and the entire continent will be embroiled in turmoil because of it. Alas, that day approaches swiftly. Let us hope our old bones can be of assistance. Ling Tian, instead of returning to his room, went to see his parents and informed them of his impending training in the sacred realm of the clan. His parents were astonished, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. His father exclaimed, Tianer is only 4 years old. I was 10 when I entered the clan's sacred realm for training. What is he thinking? His mother, calming herself, reflected. Father must have his own reasons. He is likely planning for Tianer. His father considered this and, recognizing who he was, felt his worries dissipate. Why do you look at me so strangely? He pondered, unsure of what thoughts lingered in his father's mind. Chapter 10. The Blessed Land of the Cave Heaven. It took a full 2 hours to peruse the text, captivated by its profound content. This manual possessed formidable power with an astonishing lethality. This technique is among the pinnacle of martial arts in the Panma continent, certainly incomparable to the Yin-Yang Wonton technique I have practiced. Subsequently, Ling Tian swiftly read through the cultivation methods of the illusory transformation technique, finding it immensely useful. Indeed, an essential technique for escape and survival. Resolving in his heart, he vowed to master it. The text indicated that at its highest realm, one could achieve instantaneous movement, covering a distance of up to 10 kilometers, which is already remarkable. After 2 days, Ling Tian had committed both techniques to memory but had not yet begun practicing. On that day, Grandpa Tan came to find Ling Tian, saying, Young master, the elder requests your presence. Ling Tian replied, Understood, Grandpa Tan. Let us go. Upon entering my grandfather's room, I found my grandmother, father, and mother all present, clearly gathered for the matter concerning Ling Tian's imminent journey to the sacred grounds for cultivation. My grandfather, seated in the principal position, addressed Ling Tian. My dear, you must be aware of the situation at hand. Indeed. Today you shall commence your cultivation in our family's hallowed sanctuary. Are you prepared? Ling Tian respectfully replied, Yes, grandfather. I shall endeavor not to disappoint the expectations of you. Grandmother, father, and mother, I have already committed these 2 tomes to memory. He returned the esteemed family scriptures to his grandfather. With a satisfied nod, grandfather remarked, The hour grows late. Let us proceed. Following grandfather, we exited the room and made our way towards the family's rear mountain. Along the path, we encountered servants and guards, all offering their respectful salutations. As we drew nearer to the mountain's base, the presence of people dwindled until we encountered none at all. After a quarter of an hour, we finally arrived at the sacred grounds of our clan's rear mountain. The secrets contained within were known only to the members of the Dantai family. From a distance, the mountain appeared modest in height, perhaps only 200 or 300 meters tall. My grandfather approached and, upon a prominent round stone, turned his hand 3 times to the left and twice to the right, producing a series of audible clicks. Before Ling Tian and the others, a stone door manifested, slowly swinging open. Grandfather entered first, with the rest of us hastily following. Upon closer inspection, the cavern was not engulfed in darkness. Luminous lamps along the stone walls illuminated the narrow passageway. From the moment Ling Tian stepped inside, he sensed an abundance of spiritual energy, vastly exceeding that of the outside world, approximately 7 or 8 times its potency. After a considerable walk, grandfather led us into a spacious cavern, where the concentration of spiritual energy was staggering, nearly 100 times greater than outside. It was an ethereal paradise for all present, and Ling Tian observed that the spiritual essence in the cavern's center had even begun to liquefy. Being there for the first time, Ling Tian was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him, while his grandmother, grandfather, and parents maintained relatively composed expressions. With pride, grandfather addressed me, My dear, this is the sacred ground of the Dantai family. As you can see, here, the spiritual energy is abundant, a rare haven for martial cultivation. Our ancestors discovered this place and constructed a grand gathering array. Look above at that gathering stone. It serves as the focal point, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, resulting in the current state of affairs. Ling Tian quickly looked up and indeed saw a gathering stone the size of a basin, emanating an immense quantity of spiritual energy. Anyone who beheld such a sizable gathering stone would surely be driven to madness. These stones are exceedingly precious, and some families would consider themselves fortunate to possess one the size of a fist. This was the result of his family's ancestral blessings. From this day forth, you shall cultivate here in peace, striving to enhance your abilities swiftly. This continent is destined for turmoil and strife. I hope you will exert yourself and not bring us disappointment, grandfather solemnly instructed Ling Tian. Ling Tian, equally earnest, replied to his grandfather, "Rest assured, grandfather. I shall not let anyone down." Grandmother chuckled, "I have a wonderful grandson, little one, do your best. Let us be on our way." Mother, with genuine concern, added, "My dear son, do not hesitate to tell your mother if you need anything." Deeply moved, Ling Tian replied, "Thank you, mother." Father remained silent, merely exchanging a meaningful glance with Ling Tian, which conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Ling Tian understood that his father's affection for him was profound, as were his expectations. He nodded gently. Chapter 11. Absorbing spiritual energy before long. Ling Tian faintly heard the sound of mechanisms shifting, and the surroundings fell into silence. He recognized that it was time to commence his cultivation. Ling Tian made his way to the center of the cavern, the spot where the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was most potent. He settled into a meditative position, palms together, resting his hands above his dantian. He began to cultivate the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, and soon, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards his body with fervor, quickly engulfing him. Immersed in his practice, Ling Tian absorbed the spiritual energy from the environment. Within his body, a deep green energy sphere began to swirl within his dantian, continuously drawing in the spiritual energy. As the sphere's rotation accelerated, its absorption rate became increasingly formidable. From a distance, one could see a deep green, liquid energy sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter. As it continued to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy, time slipped away unnoticed as Ling Tian felt his body being bombarded by the influx of spiritual energy, reinforcing and expanding his meridians. As his meridians strengthened, the liquid spiritual energy flooded through them, permeating his muscles, bones, and blood, emanating a powerful aura that only intensified. Ling Tian knew that after 4 years of diligent practice, he was on the verge of a breakthrough in the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. Before long, a resounding roar erupted from within him, causing his aura to surge nearly tenfold. The surrounding spiritual energy became chaotic, and this state persisted for about half an hour before gradually subsiding. His body ceased to absorb the spiritual energy, and Ling Tian's figure re-emerged. After a considerable time, the formidable aura radiating from him receded entirely, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary child at a distance. Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his 4 years of effort had not been in vain. The breakthrough to the first level of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique was no mere stroke of luck. It was entirely attributable to his relentless dedication over the past 4 years. Although the spiritual energy in the courtyard where Ling Tian resided was not abundant, the accumulation over time had resulted in a substantial quantity, allowing the energy sphere within him to attain a deep green hue. By a fortunate twist of fate, within the astonishingly rich spiritual environment of the clan's sacred site, the Spirit Extreme Cavern, Ling Tian found the opportunity to advance, directly achieving the mid-stage of the channeling realm in the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. Ling Tian's heart swelled with excitement, though outwardly he appeared unchanged. He understood within that he had grown stronger, every fiber of his being brimming with newfound power, and it felt magnificent. Ling Tian calmed his mind and focused on observing the changes within his body. Apart from the fortification of his meridians, his skeletal and muscular structures had also strengthened. What intrigued Ling Tian even more was the emergence of a black and white orb, roughly the size of a thumb, in his dantian. While the previous green energy mass had long since vanished, the orb emanated a formidable aura, and after observing it for an extended period without discerning its purpose, he eventually relinquished his scrutiny. Retracting his focus, he took a moment to rest before resuming his practice of the Dantai Jingming divine art. Ling Tian mentally traversed his family's ancestral technique and settled into a meditative posture. Were anyone to witness a child engaged in such a pursuit, they would likely regard him with bewildered eyes, deeming him a little madman. The previously tranquil spiritual energy within the Lingji cave began to surge towards Ling Tian, akin to a black hole voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual essence. Within him, the energy followed the prescribed route of the Dantai Jingming divine art, circulating swiftly. With each complete cycle, a trace of red energy would manifest in his meridians. As he absorbed increasing amounts of the primordial energy, the operation of the Dantai Jingming divine art accelerated, the cycles perpetually repeating, and the red energy within his meridians multiplied. Eventually, this energy coalesced in his Dantian. Initially, Ling Tian harbored concerns that the Yin-Yang Chaotic formula might conflict with his family's technique, but he soon dispelled such worries upon realizing that the red energy, upon entering his Dantian, gathered beside the black and white orb, remaining mutually exclusive. With his anxieties alleviated, Ling Tian exerted his full strength to channel the Dantai Jingming divine art. The surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly absorbed by his body, continuously transforming into red energy. The accumulation of red energy in his Dantian swelled, swiftly converting into a liquid form. This process continued unabated, and after approximately half an hour, his body ceased absorbing the spiritual essence. The absorbed energy had fully transformed into a red liquid, which coalesced into a crimson crystal, emanating a subtle pressure and perpetually rotating within his Dantian. Chapter 12. Boundless Potential Before Long. The crimson light of the crystal began to dissipate, revealing glimmers of orange light emanating from within. Ultimately, the red glow faded, leaving behind an orange crystal that emitted a gentle radiance. Ling Tian sensed that the power exuded by the orange crystal was 4 times greater than that of the red crystal, and he watched in astonishment as these events unfolded before him. In this bewildering manner, Ling Tian inadvertently advanced the Dantai Jingming divine art to the second tier of mastery, leaving him utterly speechless, marveling at his extraordinary fortune. Ling Tian was acutely aware that a significant factor in this advancement was the Yin-Yang Chaotic Orb, which had autonomously released a wave of chaotic energy, propelling his family's technique to an unprecedented second tier. He could not help but marvel at the immense power of the Yin-Yang Chaotic formula. As the hour grew late, Ling Tian decided it was time to venture out. Before departing, he skillfully concealed his cultivation level utilizing the unique attributes of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. This remarkable ability had long been discovered by Ling Tian, allowing him to remain undetected even by his grandparents regarding his practice of the technique. After all, it was indeed extraordinary to have advanced to the second tier of the Dantai Mirror Bright Divine Art after merely a day's training. He even intentionally infused a hint of red energy into his meridians. Once all preparations were made, he stepped outside. Emerging from the sacred ground of his clan, the Lingji cave, he made his way to his grandparents. His grandfather, possessing keen insight, quickly noticed the changes in Ling Tian's physique. Hurrying to his side, he infused his vital energy into Ling Tian's body to examine his condition. Soon, he detected the presence of the red energy. Though scarce, it was astonishing nonetheless. His grandfather was momentarily rendered speechless, and it was not until his grandmother prompted him that he regained his composure. With palpable excitement, his grandfather proclaimed, "Good grandson, you are truly a prodigy of the Dantai family. Even when you were but a child, we sensed the abundant innate energy within you. Your physique unlike that of ordinary folk, and your exceptional talent foretold limitless potential. We never anticipated you would surprise us so soon. To cultivate for just one day and already exhibit red energy signifies that you have reached the first tier of the Dantai Mirror Bright Divine Art." Hearing these words, his grandmother was equally astonished, exclaiming, "My dear, is what you say truly the case? This is utterly incredible. As far as I know, throughout history, the fastest individual in our family took 3 days to reach the first tier." Indeed, his grandfather concurred, in my extensive experience. Tianer possesses the highest aptitude I have ever witnessed. At this moment, Dantai Yu felt a surge of excitement. His grandmother, with genuine concern, said, "Tenor, you must be weary after a long day. Please return and rest." Ling Tian replied, "Thank you for your concern, grandmother. I shall take my leave." After bowing to his grandparents, he turned to depart. Yet, he did not head straight to his room. The thought of his mother's sorrow from earlier that day stirred deep emotions within him. He understood her heartache, knowing she felt pain at leaving her young son alone to practice in the clan's sacred grounds. The burden of such hardship was something no child should bear. and tears of sadness streamed down his cheeks. Ling Tian was acutely aware of his father's relentless dedication to military and political affairs, leaving little time to accompany his mother. Over the past 4 years, he had often been the one by her side, witnessing the struggles she faced as she managed all household matters. The sight weighed heavily on his heart. "Mother, I am home," he announced as he entered her chamber, where he found her poring over account books. "Mother, you mustn't overexert yourself. These tasks can be entrusted to the servants," he urged. Seeing her son's concern filled Nangong Yunyun with warmth, instantly dispelling her fatigue from the day's labors. Joyfully, she responded, "I am not tired. After a day of practice, you must be weary, dear Exiner. Please, bring forth the 8-treasure lotus seed soup prepared for the young master," she instructed her personal maid. "Yes, my lady," the maid replied, promptly taking her leave. Before long, a maid entered with a beautifully crafted porcelain bowl and placed it before the table. The mother, addressing her beloved son, urged, "Hurry and eat, dear. This has been specially prepared for you." Ling Tian replied, "Mother, I wish to dine with you." The mother smiled and said, "Dear one, I am not hungry. You should eat." Ling Tian feigned a pout and declared, "If you do not partake, then neither will I." The mother, unable to withstand his resolve, ultimately relented, feeding him a bite before taking one for herself. The scene was imbued with warmth. The maid, witnessing the profound bond between the mother and her young master, felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Soon, the bowl of 8-treasure lotus seed soup was devoured, but Ling Tian noticed his mother's eyes slightly reddened. Though she quickly masked it, she tenderly took out a silk handkerchief to wipe Ling Tian's mouth, and he relished in the affection she bestowed upon him. Chapter 13. The Sacred Dragon Ring. After the meal, Ling Tian chose not to return to his room, but remained to engage in conversation with his mother. He was aware that his mother was a renowned talent, regaling him with fascinating tales from the continent. Her eloquence captivated Ling Tian, who sat attentively beside her, absorbed in her stories. Seeing her son so enchanted, the mother felt immense joy. Since he enjoyed these tales, she resolved to indulge his youthful desires, knowing that he would have little time in the future to listen to such narratives. After all, the pursuit of martial arts demands not only talent but also patience, relentless effort, and diligence, principles she understood well, despite lacking any martial skills herself. Thus, he lingered until it was time for dinner, reluctantly concluding their delightful conversation. Ling Tian was acutely aware of the preciousness of the time spent with his mother, as he would not have many opportunities to share such moments in the future. At the dinner table, the family of 5 enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Today, his father returned home unusually early. Typically, he would arrive late, burdened by the demands of expanding the military. The mother was both understanding and supportive of his efforts. She continuously served Ling Tian, piling his bowl high with food. Ling Tian chuckled to himself. After all, he was only 4 years old, and his stomach could hardly accommodate such an abundance. After a long day, he finally returned to his room. After freshening up, he lay comfortably on his bed, but sleep eluded him as thoughts swirled in his mind. He recalled the elderly man's gift of a ring, and he quickly extended his hand before his eyes, only to find it absent. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the ring suddenly appeared on his left middle finger, and he felt an inexplicable connection, as if it were a part of him. Ling Tian was taken aback, realizing the true value of this treasure. He examined it with keen eyes, pondering what secrets it might hold. At that moment, the ring began to glow brilliantly and emitted a powerful pull, drawing Ling Tian into its depths. The room fell into silence once more. Suddenly, Ling Tian found himself in a breathtakingly beautiful place, where he could sense everything around him. His first impression was of the sheer vastness of this realm, larger than the earth he had previously inhabited. Here, majestic mountains loomed, crystal-clear waters flowed, dense forests thrived, and boundless grasslands stretched endlessly under the sun. Notably, the spiritual essence of this realm surpassed even that of the sacred Lingji cave of the Dantai family. Apart from the absence of life, it resembled a paradise, a sanctuary for martial arts. A familiar voice resonated in Ling Tian's ears. "Child, first and foremost, I must congratulate you on successfully cultivating the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique to the initial level of the acupoint opening realm within just 4 years. A remarkable achievement indeed. Only upon entering this first realm can you access the lowest world of the Sacred Dragon Ring, the mortal realm. This place is rich in spiritual energy, precisely what you require. In fact, the Sacred Dragon Ring comprises 4 realms: the mortal realm, the immortal realm, the divine realm, and the sacred realm. Each realm differs significantly, with spatial dimensions gradually increasing. Within this realm lies a castle, where I have left behind some items of great utility for you, which I trust you will find satisfactory. Now, my residual soul energy in the mortal realm is waning, so strive diligently. After these words, the voice dissipated. Ling Tian took a moment to calm his mind and sensed the precise location of the castle before hastening towards it. After running for nearly an hour, he finally caught sight of the castle in the distance. At last, I have arrived, he thought as he continued to sprint forward. Oh, this castle is truly magnificent and grand, Ling Tian exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for its exterior, which emanated an aura of solemn majesty and undeniable opulence, embodying the stature of a ruler. Compelled by the castle's enigmatic charm, Ling Tian eagerly pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. The interior was ablaze with light, and as he traversed the central path of the castle, he noticed numerous rooms, all tightly shut. The castle was divided into 6 levels, each containing 40 to 50 chambers, totaling 200 to 300 rooms, an impressive number indeed, leaving him curious about what treasures lay within. Ling Tian casually opened the door to one of the rooms and entered, discovering it filled with books. As he flipped through several volumes, he realized they were all treatises on formations, ranging from basic to advanced levels, including top-tier and super formations. Chapter 14. A decade later, gazing at the multitude of books, Ling Tian pondered the effort the old man must have invested in gathering such materials. To his exhilaration, he discovered that nearly 100 rooms were stocked with materials for crafting weapons and concocting elixirs. Various crafting materials glimmered in an array of colors, while others appeared unremarkable and dark. Ling Tian was wise enough not to dismiss these as mere refuse. The diverse alchemical ingredients, some radiating potent medicinal properties, dazzled him with their variety. He understood that this was wealth, with boundless potential to aid him in the future. Ling Tian could not help but ponder the unexpected benefits he had encountered in the lowest realm of the Holy Dragon Ring. What delightful surprises awaited him in the more advanced realms of immortal origin, divine origin, and the lofty sacred origin. The anticipation filled him with a yearning for the pinnacle of strength, dreaming of a day when he could roam freely across the vast expanse of the world. As he completed his exploration of the castle, he realized that time had slipped away. Alas, it was time to return home, otherwise chaos would surely ensue in the search for the young master. Ling Tian mused that he could always return here, for time was on his side. With a sudden inspiration, he retraced his steps back to his room, chuckling to himself at the marvels of his journey. Glancing at the sky, he noticed that dawn was but an hour away. He hastily lay down and succumbed to slumber, for he was no Iron Man. Rest was essential. With the comings and goings of life, how fleeting time could be. Upon awakening, Ling Tian commenced his daily cultivation routine, heading to the Spirit Extreme Cave for his training. His days were meticulously structured, practicing in the holy grounds during daylight and immersing himself in the castle's tomes within the Holy Dragon Ring at night. He approached each day with diligence, racing against time. Though he felt a tinge of fatigue, the results of his efforts brought him great satisfaction. Ling Tian was flourishing at an unimaginable pace, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. The young boy had transformed into a graceful youth, standing at a height of 175 centimeters. From a distance, one could see his elegant brows reminiscent of a crescent moon, and his eyes sparkled like the dawn stars. His features were striking, with a nose that stood proud and lips as red as vermilion, revealing teeth like shards of jade. His countenance shone with the brilliance of an ancient moon, his skin radiated a delicate golden hue, and his brows were like swords, sharp and defined. Overall, he exuded an aura of elegance and charm, a dashing figure embodying the essence of a dragon among men. This was Dantai Ling Tian. Throughout these 10 years, Ling Tian devoted himself to the Spirit Extreme Cave, undisturbed by any outside influence. None were privy to his secret. His presence in the holy grounds was merely a facade, for he spent the majority of his time within the Holy Dragon Ring. The spiritual energy here was even more abundant than that of the Spirit Extreme Cave. And coupled with his relentless diligence, Ling Tian's cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. It was truly a meteoric rise. Finally, 2 years ago, his Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique ascended to the second realm of body sculpting. At that time, Ling Tian continued his practice along the established path of the technique. Shortly thereafter, a transformation occurred within him. The black and white orb in his dantian, after 8 years of cultivation, had grown from the size of a thumb to that of an egg. This orb now radiated a tremendous amount of black and white yin-yang chaotic energy, exuding a powerful pressure. As the chaotic energy surged forth from within him, Ling Tian found himself enveloped in its might. After a while, the chaotic power was once again absorbed by the body, allowing it to manifest once more. This cycle repeated itself 36 times before tranquility was restored. Ling Tian did not awaken. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, suddenly, the spiritual energy of the world within 100 miles became tumultuous, swirling around Ling Tian's body like a swarm of bees, forming a sphere with a radius of over 200 meters. This energy had transformed into a liquid state. As if that were not enough, the surrounding spiritual energy continued to surge in, causing the radius of the sphere to expand further, ultimately creating a spiritual energy orb with a radius of 300 meters. This breakthrough was at least 1,000 times more formidable than the previous one, presenting an awe-inspiring spectacle. Ling Tian's body was not idle during this time. It continuously absorbed the external spiritual energy, which was then transformed into yin-yang chaotic energy by the black and white beads within. After absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the yin-yang chaotic beads began to change, growing larger until they reached the size of a fist. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. After a while, the yin-yang chaotic beads ceased their growth and began to change irregularly, showing signs of separation. Eventually, Ling Tian's conjecture was validated as the fist-sized beads divided into two equally sized beads, each resembling an egg. Chapter 15. Journey for Experience. At this moment, the two yin-yang chaotic beads simultaneously emitted chaotic power, impacting Ling Tian's entire being. His meridians expanded threefold, rendering him immensely powerful. His bones and muscles underwent a thorough refinement, a process that lasted a considerable time before concluding. When Ling Tian awakened, he discovered that he had cultivated the Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique to the second level of body reshaping, a feat that took 8 arduous years to accomplish. Upon carefully examining his physical condition, he found that the body reshaping realm indeed possessed the ability to purify the marrow, leading to breakthroughs not only in the Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique, but also in the long-elusive Yin-Yang Chaotic body, which advanced to the first tier of the human primordial body. He felt that his physical strength had increased nearly tenfold, far surpassing that of ordinary divine weapons, making the phrase breaking weapons with bare hands no mere boast. The sensation was truly marvelous, akin to a complete rebirth. However, in the subsequent 2 years, the Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique showed no further progress. Ling Tian realized he had reached a bottleneck. Mere cultivation was insufficient, and it was time to venture out for experience. It was time to broaden his horizons. Over the past decade, Ling Tian had reaped substantial rewards. He had cultivated the Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique to the second level, and even the Yin-Yang Chaotic body had reached the upper tier of the human primordial body. Most gratifying to him was that the Dantai Jingming divine skill had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level. The internal crystal now turned black. With merely the cultivation of his familial technique, he had already attained the status of a peak expert in the Panma star, and he could confidently roam the continent in the future. The thought alone was exhilarating. After 10 years of relentless training, he had also perfected the family's illusory transformation technique, allowing him to teleport a distance of just 100 meters, still far from the legendary 10 kilometers. One cannot help but ponder that since Ling Tian's cultivation can no longer advance, in order to achieve a breakthrough, it seems he must hastily bid farewell to his family and embark on a journey of training. With this thought in mind, Ling Tian emerged from the sacred dragon ring and stepped out of the clan's holy place, the Lingji Cave. As he made his way to his grandparents' courtyard, the servants he encountered all respectfully bowed to him, to which Ling Tian responded with a warm smile and a nod. The entire household, from the highest to the lowest, held a fondness for this unassuming young master, treating him with the same affection as their own kin. Yet, despite such familiarity, the customs of this ancient family, which had been upheld for millennia, demanded that decorum be maintained. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard where his grandparents resided, Ling Tian hesitated momentarily before steeling himself to enter. As he stepped into the main hall, laughter resonated around him. To his surprise, his mother was present, engaged in a lively conversation with his grandparents. Ling Tian swiftly approached and offered his respects, saying, "Grandfather and grandmother, I come to pay my respects, and mother, I hope you are well." His mother beamed with pride upon seeing her son, who had blossomed into a handsome young man, exuding an air of elegance and charm. resembling a tall, graceful tree swaying in the breeze. My dear Tiana, you've come. You must be weary from your training. Take a few days to rest. His mother expressed with concern, still doting on her precious son. Ling Tian smiled and replied, Not at all. It is mother who shoulders the burden of this family alone. That is truly arduous. His mother found solace in his words. Unable to contain herself, his grandmother teased, Tiana, as soon as you enter. Your eyes are only for your mother. It seems we old folks are but a hindrance. Ling Tian chuckled at her words, responding, Grandmother, I am well aware that you and grandfather care for me the most and have worked tirelessly over the past decade, imparting wisdom and guidance that have allowed my martial arts to flourish at an astonishing rate. I hold this in the deepest regard. Such remarks from you leave me feeling utterly humbled. All right, I was merely jesting, his grandmother replied with a smile. The family spent some time chatting together when suddenly, grandfather inquired, Tiana, you seem to bear a heavy heart. Have you come to discuss something important today? Ling Tian reflected on the wisdom of age, acknowledging the keen perception of his grandfather. Indeed, grandfather, grandmother, and dear mother, I have something significant to share, Ling Tian said, hesitating slightly, noticing her son's reluctance. His mother encouraged, Tiana, please speak your mind. There is no need for suspense. Ling Tian continued, recently, I feel I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. I wish to venture out for training, and I hope for your understanding. As he articulated these words, the atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 16. Reluctance to part. Ling Tian remarked, My achievements here are inseparable from the guidance of my grandparents. Even his grandmother chimed in, Tiana, your current cultivation is already quite formidable on the entire continent. You could forge your path, and I can rest easy. His mother added, Child, whatever decision you make, know that I will always support you. From the depths of his mother's eyes, Ling Tian perceived a profound sense of reluctance. Yet she understood that her son had grown and must venture forth to broaden his horizons. Grandfather remarked, Since you have made this decision, we shall not oppose it. Here is the family token of the Dantai clan. It may prove beneficial to you. Take it. Ling Tian received the token with both hands. Noting that it was crafted from refined golden ore, roughly the size of a palm, adorned with two exquisitely detailed dragons on either side. And inscribed in the center were the characters for Dantai, executed with a vigor that revealed the skill of a master craftsman. Ling Tian recognized the significance of this token, which could summon the might of the Dantai family. Only two of such tokens existed within the clan, one held by his father and the other by his grandfather. The fact that his grandfather bestowed this token upon him deeply moved Ling Tian. He respectfully expressed, Thank you, grandfather. I shall use it with utmost caution. Grandfather nodded in silent acknowledgement. At that moment, grandmother approached, presenting Ling Tian with a ring. This is a spatial ring, she explained. It possesses a space approximately the size of 2 rooms, capable of containing all that you may need. Simply drop a drop of blood to claim it as your own, and you may use it at your leisure. I received it from a renowned master craftsman long ago, but since it has remained unused, I entrust it to my dear grandson. Ling Tian understood the rarity and value of a spatial ring, as they were scarce across the continent, primarily due to the need for spatial ore in their creation, which was exceedingly rare. He expressed his gratitude to grandmother without hesitation. Unable to contain her curiosity, mother inquired, Tiana, when do you plan to depart? Ling Tian replied, In 3 days. A look of melancholy washed over mother's face as she murmured, Only 3 days remain. After a brief moment, Ling Tian bid farewell to his mother. Upon exiting grandfather's courtyard, she beckoned to her, Come with me. I have something for you. Ling Tian nodded, following in silence. Before long, they arrived at mother's chamber, where she activated a hidden mechanism, revealing a secret compartment from which she retrieved an exquisitely crafted small box. As Ling Tian watched in confusion, mother opened the box to reveal a delicate golden token, which she handed to him. Take this, Tiana, she said gently. This is the token of the Nangong family. Though their martial prowess may not be formidable, their business acumen is vast, and their hidden strength should not be underestimated. I have kept it by my side without purpose. I hope it may assist you in the future. Ling Tian's eyes welled with tears as he accepted the token, and he could only choke out, Mother. After uttering those words, he found himself at a loss for anything more to say. Mother forced a smile, saying, Silly child, and embraced him tenderly. Upon returning from his mother's side, Ling Tian retreated to his room, sitting quietly in contemplation. Thoughts swirled in his mind as he realized that in just 3 days, he would be leaving the protective embrace of his family to embark on a journey into the world, uncertain of what challenges lay ahead. Despite the sorrow of parting from his loved ones, he felt an anticipation for the day that awaited him. The following day, at the break of dawn, the father sought out Ling Tian. He had heard from his mother about his son's impending journey for personal growth, and thus came to visit Ling Tian. The father spoke earnestly, "My son, I, as your father, have failed to fulfill my responsibilities, often preoccupied with official duties and neglecting family matters. You have grown up enduring hardships, shouldered solely by your mother, and I am filled with remorse. I am not a good father." Upon hearing his father's words, Ling Tian quickly replied, "Father, please do not say that. I know you love me dearly, and my mother understands your burdens. I have matured and recognize your responsibilities. I have heard of the impending invasion by the demon clan across the continent. You have been occupied with training the troops, all for the sake of our family and our well-being. I comprehend your sacrifices and take great pride in you. This is my heartfelt truth, long held within." His father's eyes glistened with emotion. "Good son." He embraced Ling Tian tightly, a silent understanding passing between them. "In the future, when your parents are no longer by your side, take good care of yourself." Ling Tian nodded vigorously. They conversed for a considerable time, but eventually, the father had to depart. Ling Tian watched his father's retreating figure, lost in thought. Chapter 17. Hatana City. In the days that followed, Ling Tian was exceedingly busy, either strolling and conversing with his grandmother in the garden or engaging in chess and martial arts sparring with his grandfather. Moreover, his mother insisted on exploring the holy capital together. Though I was born in the holy capital, I had scarcely taken the time to appreciate its wonders due to my years devoted to cultivation. Perhaps his mother sensed this. As they traversed every notable site in the holy capital, excluding the imperial city, broadening Ling Tian's horizons. 3 days passed swiftly, and soon it was time for Ling Tian to embark on his journey. After sharing a final family feast, he stepped out of the Dantai residence, accompanied by his grandparents, parents, and the venerable Elder Tan. The servants had already brought forth the magnificent steed prepared for Ling Tian, an imposing horse with a coat of silky white hair, known as the cloud-chasing steed. Capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, such a fine creature was indeed a rare find. Ling Tian bid farewell to his family. "Grandfather, grandmother, I am an unfilial son, unable to remain by your side. Please take care of your health." To his parents, he expressed, "I do not know when I shall return. I hope you can forgive my absence and cherish your well-being." His mother, unable to contain her tears, said, "Tenor, your intention is what matters. Go forth." The father swiftly embraced the mother and then turned to Ling Tian, saying, "Good son, a man's aspirations lie in distant places. Venture forth boldly." Ling Tian nodded with determination. Finally, he turned to the silver-haired Elder Tan, saying, "Grandfather Tan, please also take good care of yourself." Elder Tan nodded with a smile. With that, Ling Tian mounted his steed, clasped his fists in salute to the gathered family, and galloped away. The sky stretched high, inviting the birds to soar, to become strong. One must possess the courage of an eagle to battle the vast expanse. Ling Tian exited the city gates smoothly, the melancholy of parting dissipating, replaced by an indescribable sense of freedom and contentment. He felt as though he truly belonged to this world. In truth, Ling Tian's primary objective for this journey was the Beast Forest, a realm teeming with various magical creatures, including some formidable beasts. These magical creatures are generally categorized into 9 levels, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with the fabled saint-level beasts remaining an enigma, as none have ever been sighted, leaving their existence uncertain. The beasts are classified into different elemental systems: wind, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, thunder, darkness, and light, with each system boasting powerful beasts that reach the high tiers of level 9. Regardless of the perspective one holds, the Beast Forest is undeniably a paradise for adventurers. However, many across the continent regard it as a den of demons, where countless souls have perished, including many skilled fighters. Most individuals are deterred by its dangers, leaving only a handful of desperate souls who survive by hunting these creatures. 4. Within every beast of level 3 and above resides a magic crystal. The essence of the beast itself, imbued with pure power, invaluable for alchemy and artifact forging, and considered a fine gemstone. thus presenting a lucrative opportunity that entices numerous risk-takers to form adventuring groups, perpetually hunting within the forest. Although many have met their demise, new adventurers continuously arrive, undeterred. Ling Tian hastened his journey and, just before dusk, arrived at the grand city of Hattana, the nearest city to the holy capital. Situated a mere 500 miles from the holy capital, it rivals the grandeur of the holy city itself. Upon entering the city, Ling Tian was taken aback by the cacophony that surrounded him. After a considerable moment, he regained his composure. Having traveled alone, the sudden burst of liveliness was overwhelming. Once he collected his thoughts, he marveled at the vibrancy of Hattana and desired to experience it firsthand. Dismounting, he soon found himself amidst the throng of people. Ling Tian gazed at the towering, antiquated buildings that seemed to whisper tales of their illustrious history. This city, a major hub within the Yuan Empire, boasts a flourishing commerce and is conveniently located just 500 miles from the holy capital, with a daily influx of nearly 100,000 travelers. Any astute merchant could easily discern the business opportunities that abound. Consequently, the structures lining the roads have been acquired by merchants, all vying for a share of this veritable treasure trove, ensuring prosperity in their ventures. Merchants displayed a myriad of wares at their stalls, enticing numerous visitors, resulting in an impressive daily revenue and thriving commerce, while the air was filled with the incessant calls of vendors. Ling Tian observed the dazzling array of products, and as he absorbed the lively atmosphere, a smile unbidden graced his face, radiating an indescribable allure. This magnetic charm captured the attention of many young maidens, who speculated about his identity, captivated by his handsome demeanor and graceful presence. Chapter 18. The mysterious woman. As Ling Tian approached, he noticed a sign emblazoned with the resplendent characters Nangong Tavern. He paused momentarily, pondering if this establishment belonged to his mother's family. A young attendant approached, taking the horses and suppressing his curiosity as he entered the grand tavern. Inside, the ambience dazzled with brilliant lights, and the opulent decor was filled with elegantly dressed guests. Ling Tian summoned a waiter, saying, "Greetings. Could you kindly fetch your manager? I have some inquiries to make." The waiter, perceptive enough to discern Ling Tian's distinguished appearance, replied promptly, "Please hold on, noble sir. I shall summon him at once." After a brief interval, the waiter returned with a well-dressed middle-aged man. Observing Ling Tian with keen interest, the man dismissed the waiter and cautiously inquired, "May I ask which esteemed gentleman you are, and what brings you here? Is this tavern owned by the Nangong family?" Ling Tian asked. The manager responded, "Indeed, not only does the Nangong family operate taverns in Hattana City, but they also have establishments in every city across the Yuan Empire. There are no more than 9 taverns of this scale nationwide. May I inquire what business you have here?" Ling Tian produced a token gifted by his mother. The middle-aged man, quick-witted, recognized that this young gentleman was the grandson of the former patriarch. Regardless of the formidable power of the Dantai family, the manager dared not show any disrespect and promptly led Ling Tian to the secluded back courtyard of the tavern, leaving the bewildered waiter behind. Under the manager's guidance, Ling Tian arrived at a tranquil courtyard, surrounded by water and adorned with rare and precious flora that exuded an air of nobility. The manager respectfully addressed Ling Tian. "Young master, there are 5 courtyards in total: the east, south, west, north, and central courtyards. The finest is the central courtyard, but it has already been reserved by a powerful faction. Therefore, I must humbly ask you to reside in the west courtyard." Ling Tian nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the environment. "This place is quite pleasant. You may return to your duties." "Yes, young master," the manager replied with a respectful bow before withdrawing. Ling Tian understood that the social hierarchy on this planet was rigid and deeply ingrained, unlike his previous life, where equality reigned. Here, the distinctions between the poor and the nobility were stark, and marriages between these classes were exceedingly rare. However, Ling Tian remained unfazed by such feudal notions. For his perspective on love transcended geographical boundaries. It was sacred and unconfined. He felt a tinge of regret for not having made a single friend thus far, let alone a companion of the opposite gender. Comfortably reclining in a chair, he closed his eyes to rest, contemplating the arduous journey ahead. With the speed of the cloud chaser's steed, the journey would take nearly a month if pressed onward without pause. He realized he needed to prepare well. For the beast forest was fraught with danger. One must navigate cautiously to avoid calamity. Lost in thought, he soon found himself drifting into a light slumber. Suddenly a soft, ethereal melody from a flute reached his ears, jolting Ling Tian's mind alert. He quickly focused his energy, feeling his senses sharpen dramatically, his hearing enhancing to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to perceive sounds with remarkable clarity. The sound of the flute flowed gently, weaving in and out, ceaselessly rising and falling, at times exultant, at others melancholic, embodying a myriad of emotions. Ling Tian found himself deeply entranced, as if ensnared by an ethereal melody. After a while, he regained his senses and could not help but exclaim, "What a celestial harmony! I wonder from which esteemed figure it emanates." With a flicker of thought, he instinctively invoked the illusory shadow transformation technique, heading towards the source of the enchanting sound. Ling Tian perched upon a grand tree, its dense foliage rendering him nearly invisible. Channeling his energy into his eyes, they glimmered with a dark radiance, blending seamlessly with his surroundings, thus avoiding detection. He soon perceived a pavilion about 30 yards away, where a maiden clad in white leaned against the railing, delicately playing a jade flute, her gaze fixed upon the moonlight. Her demeanor exuded tranquility, yet a shadow of sorrow lingered in her brows, perhaps signifying some unspoken worries, Ling Tian mused. She struck Ling Tian as both mysterious and beautiful. Her features were obscured by a veil, revealing only faint outlines, igniting his curiosity. It is often said that curiosity can lead one into peril, yet in this case, it was this very curiosity that would later spark a splendid connection between Ling Tian and the enigmatic maiden before him, a hidden red thread quietly binding their fates. Chapter 19. Re-entering the sacred dragon ring, Ling Tian felt as though he had entered a wondrous realm, losing track of time until he finally came to. Upon awakening, he realized the flute's melody had ceased, leaving him puzzled about his previous state. He took a moment to reflect and soon discovered that his spiritual awareness had surged nearly tenfold in that brief interlude. Amidst his astonishment, a wave of joy washed over him. He had experienced a fleeting moment of enlightenment. As Ling Tian pondered, an instinctive shiver coursed through him, alerting him to the presence of a formidable figure approaching. Although he was confident that he would remain undetected, he nonetheless steadied his breath, suppressing any aura he might emit. A moment later, an elderly man with graying hair entered the pavilion. Ling Tian sensed the powerful cultivation emanating from him, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of the third level of mastery. He could also perceive a certain turbulence within the elder's true energy, suggesting an impending breakthrough to the realm of interstellar prowess. Such a person was truly among the elite. The elder paused behind the maiden and spoke kindly, "My dear, the night has grown chilly. It would be wise for you to return indoors. I am not yet ready to sleep, Grandfather Hong. I would prefer to remain here alone for a while longer," the maiden replied quietly. With a sigh, the elderly man remarked, "My dear young lady, I understand your concerns for the Master's health. Ever since he was grievously injured in his heart by the Frost Elder, his condition has deteriorated day by day. Only the 6 magic crystals from the 3-eyed flame lions can restore his vitality. However, these magical beasts reach the pinnacle of the 8th tier and are known for their pack behavior, with one among them being a lion king capable of attaining the initial stage of the 9th tier. Given my current cultivation level, I can only contend with 2 ordinary 3-eyed flame lions. Although it is exceedingly challenging to slay one, with the assistance of our family's elite experts, it can certainly be accomplished. My lady, it would be best not to dwell on such matters. The journey to the monster beast forest will take over 2 months. You must take care of yourself." The young lady replied, "Thank you, Grandpa Hong. I will certainly look after myself. I never anticipated such upheaval within the Dongfang family. With my father incapacitated, my elder brother must remain in the holy capital, unable to leave, while my second brother is preoccupied with family affairs outside. Only I have the leisure to embark on this quest. I must acquire the 6 magic crystals from the 3-eyed flame lions. Once my father recovers, all obstacles will be surmountable." The old man nodded in agreement, saying, if it were not for the Frost Elder's covert ambush, resulting in the Master's critical injury, he would not have faced such peril. With his high-tier star-level prowess, he is among the elite of the entire continent, and there would be no need to fear anyone. "My lady, it is getting late. You should return and rest." The young lady gently nodded, as she and the elderly man entered a grand courtyard, much larger than her own. Ling Tian thought to himself, so this is where the Dongfang family resides, in the central courtyard. She is indeed the young lady of the Dongfang family. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. With a smile, Ling Tian vanished into the night. Upon returning, Ling Tian did not retire for the night. With a thought, he entered the Holy Dragon Ring and made his way to the castle. Since discovering the secret of the Holy Dragon Ring at the age of 4, aside from cultivating, he had immersed himself in the vast collection of books housed within. After a decade, he finally completed his reading of the entire library. Many may find this hard to believe, but it is the truth. Whether due to his rebirth or the cultivation of the Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique, his memory is remarkably sharp, allowing him to read at an astonishing pace and retain everything he sees. Thus, his mind is now a reservoir of immense knowledge, a true treasure, waiting for Ling Tian to unearth it. Ling Tian's purpose for visiting the castle today was to forge himself a blade. Having thoroughly studied the castle's tomes, he possessed an extensive understanding of weapon crafting. Weapon forging can be categorized into treasured weapons, spiritual weapons, celestial weapons, divine weapons, and holy weapons. Each tier can further be divided into upper, middle, lower, and top grades. The fierce tiger treasure blade wielded by Dantai Jing is classified as a mid-tier treasured weapon, which is already quite rare. Such treasured weapons are the result of the painstaking efforts of the continent's top weapon masters. With only 30 to 40 of them existing across the land, they are coveted by powerful figures and formidable factions, and even ordinary strong cultivators feel overwhelmed in their presence. The Dantai family possesses 3 such treasured weapons. Chapter 20. A blade cutting through the void beyond the materials and techniques for crafting weapons. The significance of flames cannot be overstated. The higher the grade of flame utilized, the more formidable the weapon forged. Ling Tian, though not entirely versed in the classifications of flames wielded by these artisans, possessed within him the Yin-Yang Chaotic Spirit Fire. This extraordinary flame emerged only after his cultivation reached the second level of the body refinement realm, representing the most rudimentary form of fire within the Yin-Yang Chaotic art. The heart fires generated by the Yin-Yang Chaotic art are categorized into 7 distinct levels: spirit fire, blazing fire, profound fire, earth fire, heaven fire, karma fire, and the supreme holy fire. Upon the advent of this flame within him, Ling Tian was taken aback, for the temperature of the Yin-Yang Chaotic Spirit Fire was remarkably terrifying, instilling the sensation that everything could be melted away. Ling Tian now believed that utilizing his inner spirit fire for crafting would yield exceptional results. He entered the castle and made his way directly to the first level, where the materials for weapon crafting were stored. Here lay the most basic materials, contained within 8 separate chambers. He wandered into one chamber, captivated by the dazzling array of crafting materials, igniting a profound interest in him for the art of weapon forging. This was Ling Tian's inaugural attempt at weapon crafting, and he was determined to choose wisely. Ultimately, he selected 7 or 8 materials, including Xian Iron Stone, Underworld Ore, Cold Crystal Stone, and Xianin Pearl. Ling Tian proceeded into a crafting room, the sole chamber designated for this purpose within the castle. It was fortified with powerful restrictions and equipped with comprehensive facilities. After entering, he sat cross-legged and began to regulate his true essence, recognizing the gravity of this being his first endeavor in weapon crafting. After a while, feeling the abundant flow of energy within him, he opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance passing through. He summoned the true fire from within, a gray flame that, despite its unremarkable appearance, should not be underestimated, for its temperature was exceedingly formidable. Ling Tian first cast the Xian Iron Stone into the flames, and shortly thereafter, it was refined. He subsequently processed the Underworld Ore, Cold Crystal Stone, and other materials in succession, ultimately leaving the Xianin Pearl aside. After a full hour of refinement, all the materials transformed into liquid form. Ling Tian deftly manipulated this liquid with his consciousness, shaping it into a blade. He recited with fervor, "Boundless as the universe, the cosmos is set. The spirit of the weapon stirs, coalesce." Before his eyes, the liquid blade rapidly solidified, revealing a black blade core, increasing the heat of the chaotic spirit fire twofold. He diligently hammered out the impurities within the blade core. After refining for over 2 hours, he finally succeeded in expelling all impurities. Within the chaotic spirit fire lay a stunning black blade, and Ling Tian felt a surge of excitement. He had not expected such smooth progress in his first attempt. It was truly remarkable. Yet, this was not the end. The blade had yet to be imbued with spirit. At this stage, it remained a mere semi-finished product. Ling Tian carefully embedded the Xianin Pearl into the pre-prepared circular slot. With everything in place, he focused his mind and declared, "Boundless as the cosmos, may the sun and moon lend their light. Transformation of yin and yang, spirit of the weapon, awaken." He then bit his finger, allowing a drop of his precious blood to fly toward the shimmering blade in the air. The blood was swiftly absorbed by the blade, which then radiated an even more blinding brilliance and emitted a powerful aura of the sword. Ling Tian's heart surged with excitement, for the blade had recognized him as its master, becoming as integral to him as a part of his own body. He could distinctly sense its formidable power. It had reached the apex of treasured weapons. Hastily, he grasped the sword, and upon contact, it fell silent, its overwhelming aura dissipating entirely. Observing it closely, he noticed the blade was entirely black and glossy, emanating a chilling gleam, adorned with irregular streaks. The profound Yin pearl was perfectly embedded in the hilt, and the more he gazed upon it, the more he adored it. Addressing the sword, Ling Tian proclaimed, "You are the first weapon I have forged. I shall name you Cold Moon." As he uttered those words, the blade resonated with a melodic hum, truly a spirit-infused treasure. Curiosity piqued. Ling Tian wondered about its true might. He soared from the castle, landing on a clear patch of land, positioning the blade before his chest, and infusing it with powerful true essence. The sword emitted a dazzling black light, its aura imposing. Ling Tian bellowed, a single strike to shatter the void. Chapter 21. Journey into Adventure City. This is exhilarating. With this blade, my offensive capabilities have multiplied manifold. With this shield, the monster beast forest awaits my exploration. Elated, Ling Tian stored the Cold Moon sword within his spatial ring, stretched languidly, and remarked, "I'm utterly fatigued. Who would have thought forging would be so taxing? I need to rest for a while." With a thought, he vanished into the Holy Dragon Ring. Upon returning to his chamber, he reclined on his bed and indulged in a brief slumber of 2 hours, awakening to the dawn. As he opened his eyes, he felt invigorated, the drowsiness vanished, and his mental acuity had notably increased. It seemed that forging and alchemy could indeed sharpen one's mental faculties. This revelation further solidified Ling Tian's resolve to engage in more forging. If the opportunity arose, he would also delve into alchemy. He now required a substantial amount of basic herbs and forging materials for practice. Both alchemy and forging necessitate a gradual approach. A solid foundation is paramount, an essential truth. Ling Tian recognized that his success in forging the Cold Moon sword was largely due to luck, yet he understood that luck is unreliable. Only a robust foundation leads to true mastery. His yearning for the monster beast forest intensified, for he had learned from texts that it was not only teeming with magical beasts, but also abundant in herbs and forging materials, with legendary treasures guarded by formidable creatures, many skilled individuals having perished at their claws. Since acquiring the Cold Moon sword, Ling Tian felt increasingly emboldened to venture into the monster beast forest. Just then, a knock at the door disrupted his reverie. Opening the door, he found the innkeeper bowing hurriedly, saying, "Young master, your breakfast is ready." He gestured to the 4 attendants behind him, instructing them to serve the meal. Shortly, the table was laden with 15 exquisite dishes and a bowl of rice. Quite a feast. The innkeeper dismissed the attendants and remarked, "Young master, I am aware you depart today, so I prepared this specially, hoping it meets your satisfaction." Ling Tian smiled and replied, "Indeed, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I am content. You may go now." After the departure of Ling Tian, he found himself alone in the room, shaking his head. In truth, Ling Tian yearned for equitable interactions with others. However, those aware of his status showered him with flattery. Despite his approachable demeanor, the reverence for his identity lingered among the people. As time pressed on, Ling Tian hastily finished his breakfast, packed his belongings, and left the Nangong Tavern. Once he was gone, the tavern keeper exhaled in relief. Curious, the young attendant inquired, "Who was that gentleman?" The keeper replied coldly, "What you should not know, do not ask." The attendant shuddered at his tone. Ling Tian rode out of Hatana City, hastening his journey. Relying on his profound cultivation, he traveled relentlessly, unwilling to squander a moment, save for necessities such as food, drink, and sleep. Whenever he encountered larger cities, he would procure essential supplies without lingering excessively. As Ling Tian pressed on with fervor, days slipped by, drawing him ever closer to the beast forest. After more than 20 days, a young man clad in white approached on horseback, revealing himself to be Dantai Ling Tian. Spotting Adventure City from a distance, he slowed his pace, realizing that his relentless journey had brought him here ahead of schedule. Exhausted, both he and his steed, the Cloud Chaser, were nearing their limits. Ling Tian felt a pang of guilt towards his noble horse, both in need of a place to rest. He then retrieved a silver mask from his pocket, offering a bittersweet smile before donning it. Why did Ling Tian wear a mask? The admiration he received due to his striking appearance had become a significant inconvenience. During previous visits to the city for provisions, he found himself surrounded by infatuated young women, creating a blockade that only his family's illusionary technique could help him escape. Thus, he had purchased the mask, making it a ritual to wear it before entering any town. With the mask secured, Ling Tian proceeded toward Adventure City. Upon entering, he marveled at the sheer number of people, each carrying an array of weapons. The air was thick with the scent of bloodshed. These were evidently individuals accustomed to the perilous life of a mercenary. Among them, he sensed the presence of 7 or 8 formidable experts, each having reached the pinnacle of their realm. Surprised, Ling Tian noted that these individuals could indeed be classified as masters, rare among their peers, and they rivaled even those of lower celestial ranks and skill. Chapter 22. The Summoning of the Black and White Pearls. It appeared that the people here were quite passionate, as numerous altercations erupted from mere disagreements. As Ling Tian observed, he witnessed 7 or 8 such incidents along his path. In the midst of a fierce struggle, a crowd had gathered, their cheers rising in support of their chosen contenders. Among the 2 combatants in the arena, both bore marks of battle. A brawny man, muscles rippling, swung a devastating blow at a tall, slender middle-aged man. The force of the strike promised certain death if it connected. Yet, the middle-aged man, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly evaded the attack and lunged forward with his sword aimed at the brawny man's throat. The latter, realizing the impending threat, bellowed fiercely, "You think you can defeat me? Yin? I shall fight you to the death." The blade gleamed ominously as it sliced through the air, aimed at the middle-aged man's waist. The crowd held their breath, anticipating a disastrous conclusion for both combatants. At that moment, a sound akin to the tearing of the air pierced through, and the weapons in the fighters' hands shattered, a powerful force propelling them apart, each stumbling back 2 paces. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by the display of such formidable strength. The brawny man struggled to rise, clasping his fists in gratitude. "I thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. May I inquire your name?" "I, Li Kaiyuan, vow to repay your kindness." The middle-aged man echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, esteemed elder, your timely intervention has also saved my life. I am Yin Cheng, and I implore you to reveal your name, so that I may express my gratitude in the future." Silence enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances, suspicion lingering in the air. After a prolonged moment, the spectators gradually dispersed. Li Kaiyuan and Yin Cheng exchanged puzzled looks. The one who intervened was Ling Tian, who, recognizing the considerable skill of both fighters, deemed it a waste for them to perish and had merely unleashed 2 swift bursts of energy to rescue them. For Ling Tian, it was no more than a trivial act. He ambled towards a nearby tavern, pondering the uncertain future and the potential opportunities that lay ahead. Finding a modest inn to rest, Ling Tian, exhausted after more than 20 days of travel, hastily consumed a meal before retreating to his room for sleep. As he slumbered, he absorbed the scant spiritual energy in the atmosphere, a mere trickle, yet invaluable to him. Even the smallest morsel of energy was not to be overlooked. For a decade, he had relentlessly pursued cultivation, yielding his current peak strength not merely from innate talent, but from efforts that far exceeded those of others. Ling Tian enjoyed a deep, restorative slumber, awakening only by midday the next day, feeling as though the exhaustion of the preceding days had evaporated and his mental acuity had sharpened. Truly, the heavens are just in their ways. After dressing and washing, he partook of a light meal, donned his mask, and set out to explore the bustling city of adventure. Today, Ling Tian had no intention of venturing into the beast forest. He felt the need to unwind amidst his travels. Strolling along the bustling streets of the town, which lies in close proximity to the beast forest, he encountered a throng of people. The area was teeming with adventurers and merchants alike, and the numerous shops and stalls created a vibrant atmosphere. Many of these adventurers, having gathered various materials for refining weapons and concocting potions from the forest, sought to sell or trade their wares, as they held little personal use for them. Ling Tian watched the adventurers haggle with one another, finding it quite amusing. He meandered through the various stalls, fully aware that valuable refining and potion materials, as well as high-grade magic crystals, could only be found in established shops. Nevertheless, he found joy in perusing the stalls, inspecting each one with enthusiasm. As time passed, it became evident that the stalls offered little of value. After a lengthy search, He had yet to discover anything beneficial for himself. His initial excitement waned. As his discerning eye swept over items that might be useful to others but were utterly useless to him, merely scrap. Yet, he chose not to return just yet, treating the experience as a leisurely stroll. His gaze continued to drift across the various goods on display, gradually becoming somewhat desensitized to the offerings. Just as Ling Tian entered a state of mild stupor, he suddenly felt an inexplicable pull, a curiosity ignited within him. What could it be? With an instinctive urge, he extended his consciousness to search for its source. It did not take long for him to pinpoint that the sensation originated from a stall some 20 meters away. Quickening his pace, he approached the stall, where a middle-aged man stood. The man bore an ordinary appearance, save for a faint scar across his face and a subtle aura of bloodlust emanating from him. Ling Tian could distinctly sense that the man's strength had reached the lower tier of the celestial level, making him a formidable opponent. Calmly, Ling Tian inquired, "Sir, may I ask the price of that black and white bead?" The stall owner, intrigued by the question, turned to look. This bead was an item he had stumbled upon a year ago in a secluded canyon, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. Having previously consulted others, he learned it was merely a mediocre bead, not worth much. Feeling it was too valuable to discard, yet useless to keep, he decided to sell it. For over a year, it had gone unnoticed, so he was taken aback to find someone interested today. Before him stood a young gentleman wearing a white mask, seemingly ordinary. Yet his deep, tranquil eyes, reminiscent of still waters, occasionally sparkled with a hint of darkness. The stall owner was taken aback by the depth of Ling Tian's cultivation, marveling at the prodigious talent of such a young individual. His thoughts drifted as he pondered the unexpected encounter with a master of such caliber. Noticing the stall owner's momentary distraction, Ling Tian felt a sense of perplexity at his silence. Once more he posed his question, "What is the price of this black and white bead?" The stall owner regained his composure and quickly said, "Oh, just 1 silver coin will suffice." Ling Tian took out a gold coin and handed it to the stall owner, saying, "No need for change." He then took the peculiar orb and left, feeling that it was not the right time for exploration, intending to ponder it later upon his return. The stall owner gazed thoughtfully at the departing figure, murmuring, "This young man will surely make a name for himself in the world." Ever since Ling Tian acquired the orb, he had felt its call with increasing clarity. Now, he had little desire to linger any longer and returned to the inn. Upon reaching his room, he closed the door tightly and set up a barrier to prevent any discovery of the unusual occurrences within. Sitting in a chair, he retrieved the orb, slightly smaller than an egg, and pondered why it felt so familiar. After careful observation, he deemed it an ordinary orb, having failed to discern its significance even after prolonged scrutiny. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he contemplated the orb in his hand, recalling the 2 Yin-Yang Chaos orbs within him. Could there be a connection between this orb and the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique? With this thought, Ling Tian sprang into action, hastily channeling the true energy of Yin-Yang Chaos into the orb. To his astonishment, the orb levitated autonomously, hovering not far from him, emanating a potent Yin-Yang Chaos true essence, far more powerful than his own. Ling Tian was taken aback. What was this object? The formidable strength of the Yin-Yang Chaos true essence explained his sense of familiarity. The orb resonated with the Yin-Yang Chaos orbs within him, radiating brilliant light before suddenly soaring towards him and merging into his body. The abrupt transformation caught him off guard, prompting him to use his spiritual sense to examine his body, discovering an additional orb nestled within his dantian, undoubtedly the one he had just acquired. The 3 orbs began to rotate harmoniously within him, akin to 3 mischievous children at play. Chapter 23. The Yin-Yang Chaos Orb in the Boundless Void. An ancient figure ambled leisurely, a wine gourd in hand, humming a tune. Suddenly, he let out 3 robust sneezes, exclaiming, "Damn, that rascal is cursing me. I must be living too carefreely." Enraged, the old man began to calculate with his fingers. Soon, a smile spread across his face. "Ah, so it's that little brat. I never expected him to obtain a Yin-Yang Chaos Orb. How fortunate. I shall let you off this time." Seeing that the orb was not causing any disturbances within him, Ling Tian dismissed his concerns. He had resolved to enter the monster forest the following day and needed to recuperate properly. Time flew swiftly, and the dawn of the next day arrived in no time. Ling Tian rose with the first light, aware that his cultivation journey was about to commence in earnest. He swiftly packed his belongings, settled his bill, and stepped out alone. leaving his swift steed at the inn with an additional 30 gold coins to ensure it was well cared for. In the adventurous city, many were already immersed in their tasks. Ling Tian hastily exited the city and made his way to a secluded area, removing his mask. He employed the illusory shadow transformation technique and soared towards the direction of the beast forest with remarkable speed, so swift that it would have startled any observer. After 2 hours of travel, he finally caught sight of a green expanse ahead, prompting him to unleash a jubilant howl to express his exhilaration. Ling Tian soon reached the outskirts of the beast forest, where the trees stood impressively tall, each trunk as thick as a man's waist. Their branches lush and leaves abundant, evoking a sense of primal beauty. Yet, he noticed a narrow path not far from where he stood, seemingly left behind by previous adventurers. This reminded him of a scholar's profound words. In the beginning, there was no path. It is through the footsteps of many that a path is forged. Such wisdom resonated deeply within him. Without further contemplation, he ventured into the forest. The harmonious sounds of chirping insects and singing birds enveloped him, a true testament to nature's symphony. Ling Tian understood that he was merely on the fringes of the beast forest, where the creatures were quite ordinary, devoid of any formidable beasts. He chose not to squander time in this area and pressed deeper into the forest. After a full day's journey, he finally encountered a level 1 lesser beast, the snow rabbit, a creature considered the lowest tier among water-type beasts. While it could launch small ice projectiles with minimal lethality, it was still marginally superior to an ordinary animal. As he ventured further, he spotted more snow rabbits and other level 1 lesser beasts, including black frogs, spotted snakes, burrowing moles, red monkeys, iron-beaked eagles, and vultures, akin to an exotic zoo where he identified each creature. Exhausted from his trek, Ling Tian captured a plump snow rabbit, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds. After swiftly dispatching it and removing its fur, he retrieved some fresh water from his spatial ring to cleanse the meat. Once everything was prepared, he cleared a patch of ground, gathered some dry twigs, and began to barbecue. Feeling a tad bored, he produced a bottle of fine wine and indulged heartily. After a while, the rabbit meat transformed to a golden hue, exuding an enticing aroma. As the meat neared completion, he took out various jars and bottles from his spatial ring, seasonings he had meticulously prepared. Sprinkling the colorful spices over the meat and allowing it to roast further intensified the delightful fragrance. Unable to resist any longer, Ling Tian feasted voraciously, occasionally sipping the exquisite wine, savoring the moment in pure bliss. To an uninformed observer, it might have appeared as though Ling Tian was merely enjoying a picnic. If an adventurer had chanced upon him, they would likely have laughed at him, thinking him a fool for recklessly wandering into the beast forest, oblivious to the dangers that lurked within. Yet, Ling Tian chuckled to himself, "Let them mock my folly. I find amusement in their ignorance." Soon, he finished his meal, content and satisfied, letting out a hearty belch. With his hunger quelled, he resumed his journey, discovering numerous materials for crafting and alchemy along the way. Though their quality was average, he meticulously collected each one into his spatial ring. By the end of the day, aside from encountering those low-level beasts and gathering some materials, he had little else to show for his efforts. In the stillness of the night, Ling Tian found himself in the refining chamber within the sacred dragon ring, meticulously laying out the materials he had gathered for alchemy and weapon forging that day. He toiled diligently until the late hours, and fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him, leaving his spirit somewhat diminished. Therefore, he settled into a meditative posture to rejuvenate himself. After an hour, he opened his eyes, feeling a slight enhancement in his mental acuity. With a flicker of thought, he emerged from the sacred dragon ring, only to realize that the night had deepened. The occasional chirping of insects and the distant calls of birds filled the air, while countless stars twinkled above, accompanied by a crescent moon gracefully suspended in the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In a moment of inspiration, Ling Tian ascended to a tree, reclining against its sturdy trunk with his head resting on his arm, allowing himself to savor the beauty of the night sky. It was a magnificent sight. Since his arrival in this world, he had never truly taken the time to appreciate the nocturnal heavens. As he gazed at the shimmering stars, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, and his eyelids grew heavy, swiftly leading him into the embrace of slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he was greeted by the invigorating freshness of the air, and the surroundings had come alive with the playful antics of young magical beasts darting about beneath the trees, blissfully unaware of the harsh realities within the beast forest. Ling Tian descended from the tree, indulged in a simple meal, and resumed his journey. Days passed, and after 4 or 5 more, he finally encountered a second-tier low-level magical beast, the Cloud Leopard. Swift as the wind, it bore sharp teeth and powerful limbs. After wandering through the forest for another fortnight, Ling Tian observed an escalation in the levels of magical beasts he encountered, from second-tier mid-level to second-tier high-level, and even second-tier top-level beasts, as well as numerous third-tier low-level, mid-level, and high-level creatures, with some fourth-tier beasts present as well. These magical beasts seemed to harbor an inherent hostility towards humans. As Ling Tian traversed the forest, he had already vanquished over 100 fourth-tier beasts, with even more third-tier creatures falling to his might. Suddenly, out of the underbrush, a colossal fourth-tier high-level beast, the purple lightning python, emerged, its girth akin to that of a human and stretching over 10 feet in length. It unleashed a fist-sized orb of purple lightning from its maw. With a swift movement, Ling Tian evaded the attack, leaving a sizable crater in the ground where he had stood. How audacious! Ling Tian mused silently, contemplating his next move. The great serpent, frustrated that its signature attack had missed, lashed out with its powerful tail. In a flash, Ling Tian seized the tail, exerting force as he slammed it into the ground repeatedly, akin to wielding a whip. With over 20 strikes, the serpent still drew breath. Determined, he infused a significant amount of true essence into the beast, causing its body to stiffen and become as solid as a massive rod. "Let us see how it fares against a tree," he declared. The resounding thuds echoed through the forest as he relentlessly struck a sturdy tree, and after numerous blows, it finally splintered. Seeking a thicker trunk, he swung with ferocity, and with a crack, the purple lightning python was severed in two, lifeless before it even hit the ground. Had anyone witnessed such a method of dispatching the python, they would have been utterly astonished. Ling Tian swiftly cleaved open his head, extracting a purple magic crystal the size of an egg, which he placed into his spatial ring, already filled with hundreds of vibrant crystals that were truly a sight to behold. Ling Tian cast a lingering glance at the corpse of the thunderbolt python, reflecting upon the exhilarating encounter he had just experienced, pondering when he might have the opportunity to engage in such thrilling exploits again. Soon, he vanished into the dense thicket, leaving the area steeped in an eerie silence, as it appeared that even the fierce beasts were intimidated by this little tyrant of chaos. Having slain the thunderbolt python, Ling Tian felt quite elated, humming a cheerful tune as he journeyed onward, dispatching a few unwary magical beasts along the way, thus adding more crystals to his spatial ring. Chapter 24. The Xiantai Lion Tiger Beast. Upon approaching, Ling Tian beheld 7 figures besieging a 6th-level Earth-type magical beast, the Xiantai Lion Tiger. This species was indeed remarkable, with representatives across the elemental spectrum of wind, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, lightning, darkness, and light, albeit each with its own distinct characteristics. It was said that within each element, there existed a Lion-Tiger King, a 9th-level mid-tier magical beast, virtually unmatched, capable of dominating even the depths of the magical beast forest. To be frank, this Earth-type beast possessed considerable strength. Although merely a 6th level, it measured 2 yards in size, its entire form a deep black, incredibly resilient to ordinary blades and swords. With its robust physique crowned by an imposing head and a pair of fierce purple eyes, it exuded an aura of regality. Yet, to Ling Tian, its appearance was somewhat amusing. Its coal-black body resembled that of a soot-covered ball. Fortunately, being a magical beast, it lacked the capacity for self-doubt. Had it been human, one might have advised it to spare the world from its frightful visage. The battle raged fiercely. These combatants were formidable, with 2 having reached the pinnacle of the celestial tier, one at mid-tier and another at lower tier, accompanied by 2 high-tier earthly experts. Given such prowess, it was disheartening that they struggled to subdue a mere 6th-level beast, each adorned with wounds. Ling Tian could not help but think they might as well throw themselves against a block of tofu to meet their demise. Despite their strength, their lack of practical combat experience was evident. It was quite astonishing that they had ventured deep into the magical beast forest without succumbing to their fate. One could only commend their extraordinary luck. A girl clad in red attire remarked, "Brother Feiyun, this cannot continue. We must unleash our ultimate techniques." The young man in black, appearing to be around 24 or 25, nodded in agreement, saying, Yin, you 2 should step back. Let us 5 handle this." Tianhu, Hong Bin, Yue, and Xiahou Huan all concurred, their expressions resolute. The five of them began to concentrate their energies, their bodies radiating red, white, purple, yellow, and blue hues, their collective might intensifying. The Xiantai lion tiger sensed an overwhelming unease and heightened its vigilance. Before them, the body of the black iron lion tiger beast emanated a dark aura, coalescing increasingly, tightly enveloping its form, generating immense pressure akin to an ultimate defense, truly remarkable. Ling Tian observed with keen interest, sensing that a fierce confrontation was imminent. The five individuals finally converged their true essence, invoking the blazing sun sword technique to forge an indomitable blade. The lightning divine palm burst forth with radiant electricity. The soul-chasing sword technique followed the shadows. The thunderous fist unleashed a force capable of shattering mountains. The waning moon blade technique pursued the clouds and the moon. In an awe-inspiring display, these five formidable forces collided with the black defense of the iron lion tiger beast, resulting in a standoff. Eventually, the black shield could no longer withstand the assault and shattered. Nevertheless, this defense had dissipated half of the combined might of the five. Even so, the remaining forces coalescing were indeed formidable. The iron lion tiger beast let out a mournful cry, the aftermath of the powerful strike rendering it far less majestic than before. It was a lamentable sight, one that inspired dread. The once resilient body was now riddled with wounds, continuously bleeding. Its once bright, piercing eyes now appeared dull. Yet within them burned an infinite rage. The iron lion tiger beast, incensed, raised its head to the heavens and howled, its voice resonating with a powerful clarity. The seven individuals stood transfixed, having believed the beast to be on the verge of death, only to discover it still possessed such strength. In that moment, Si-Tu Fei Yun felt a chilling despair. He and his companions had exhausted their strength, while Yu Yin and Yu Er could offer little assistance. It seemed they were destined to perish here. Resolute, Si-Tu Fei Yun addressed the two women. My demise bears no weight, Yu Er. Take Princess Yu Yin and flee at once. Do not squander your lives here. I have failed to uphold the Emperor's trust in me to protect the princess. The other four nodded in agreement, urging the women to depart. Enough of this. As a member of the royal family, I, Huangfu Yu Yin, am not one to cower in fear of death. We have been friends since childhood, and I will not abandon you. If we are to die, let us die together, declared Huangfu Yu Yin with unwavering determination. Chang Sun Yu added, what sorrow is there in life, and what suffering in death? I will not leave you behind. Moved to tears, Si-Tu Fei Yun and the others felt profound gratitude. Such camaraderie was rare. True friends stand united even in the face of death. Sun Hongbin, filled with fervor, proclaimed, very well, we shall confront the iron lion tiger beast together. It is grievously wounded, and if it must perish, let it not find peace. With that, he slowly rose to his feet. The seven stood resolutely, facing the howling iron lion tiger beast without an ounce of fear, their spirits ignited with a fierce determination. Ling Tian, hidden nearby, witnessed this remarkable display of loyalty and was deeply moved. Such bonds of friendship and loyalty were indeed rare. He resolved to lend his support. Ling Tian stepped forward, exclaiming, how irritating. This fellow is truly a scoundrel, flaunting his loud voice without regard for whether others can endure it. It vexes my spirit to no end. It is utterly infuriating. With that, he unleashed a powerful blade of energy, swiftly cleaving towards the Xiantai lion tiger beast. The creature sensed the impending doom and attempted to flee, yet its body was rendered immobile, as Ling Tian's blade energy had already sealed off the surrounding space. Escape was only possible for one of equal or greater strength than Ling Tian. As the blade energy hurtled towards it, the beast felt a searing pain before losing consciousness. Huangfu Yu Yin and her companions, witnessing the energy sever the Xiantai lion tiger beast in twain, were left speechless. Astonishment aside, the truth lay before them, compelling them to accept it. Si-Tu Fei Yun and the others regarded the striking young man before them as if he were a mythical creature. Their minds were in a whirl. Who was this person, possessing such formidable strength, capable of vanquishing a sixth-level high-tier magical beast with a single strike? Ling Tian felt uncomfortable under their unabashed gazes and thought, is this really necessary? Approaching the lifeless form of the Xiantai lion tiger beast, he collected its magical crystal. After enduring their stares for 2 minutes, he could no longer remain silent and inquired, are you all well? Is there something amiss? You've been watching me for 2 minutes. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing that Ling Tian intended to depart, The group quickly regained their senses. After all, he was their savior, and it was only proper to express their gratitude. Situ Feiyun was the first to respond, hastily stating, "I am Situ Feiyun. We are all citizens of the Chernui Empire. Esteemed brother, you have just saved our lives. May I ask your name and homeland?" Ling Tian smiled gently and replied, "I am Ling Tian, a citizen of the Yuanshan Empire. I merely found that creature excessively loud. Now that the world is quiet, it was but a trivial effort. Please do not take offense. How could we? You have saved our lives, and I, Huangfu Yuyin, shall surely repay your kindness in the future," asserted the young girl clad in purple with utmost sincerity. Ling Tian mused to himself, so her name is Huangfu Yuyin. She is indeed as radiant as her name suggests. Situ Feiyun continued, "Brother Ling Tian, it seems fate has brought us together. Allow me to introduce you to the others." In Chapter 25, The Heart of a Young Girl, Xiahou Huan remarked, "Brother Ling Tian, your strength is truly impressive. You dispatched the Xiantai lion tiger beast with a single strike. I admire you from the depths of my heart. I can only hope to attain your level of prowess someday. That would mean my ancestors are smiling down on me." The group could not help but chuckle. Ling Tian smiled and replied, "Brother Xiahou, why must you belittle yourself? Your strength is already considerable. Furthermore, you are still quite young, with ample time ahead of you. Opportunities will surely arise." At this moment, Chang Sunyu chuckled and said, "Ling Tian is right. You are of the same age as Li Tianhu and Sun Hongbin, and your aptitude is not inferior to theirs. Yet they have already reached the high tier of the celestial realm, while you are merely at the lower tier. You have never devoted yourself to diligent cultivation. Uncle Xiahou has always urged you to train earnestly. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have attained your current level. If that were the case, you would be lesser than me. If you aspire to reach Ling Tian's level, I must say, it's quite unlikely, very unlikely indeed." Xiahou Huan felt a rush of embarrassment, her face turning crimson as she awkwardly replied, "Sister you speak the truth, but you needn't voice it so bluntly. It makes me feel quite shy." The people around them burst into laughter at Xiahou Huan's response, and I found the entire situation rather amusing. Ling Tian could not help but inquire, "I am genuinely curious. Why have you ventured into the monster beast forest?" Huangfu Yuyin lamented, "It was all because Yuer and I wanted to witness the wonders of the monster beast forest, so we implored Brother Situ and the others. Ultimately, we stealthily slipped away. Little did we know how perilous it would be. The beasts we encountered earlier were not particularly formidable and were manageable. However, today we faced the Xiantai lion tiger beast, which nearly cost us our lives. If it weren't for Ling Tian's timely arrival, we would have perished." Even the composed Zhang Yuyi, sitting nearby, chimed in, "Brother Ling Tian saved my life today. I will heed your commands in the future without hesitation." Ling Tian recognized the sincerity in such words and promptly returned the gesture, stating, "Brother Zhang, you flatter me." Situ Feiyun then remarked, "Brother Ling Tian, though you appear youthful, your strength is remarkably formidable. May I inquire about your purpose in the monster beast forest? Perhaps we might be of assistance." Ling Tian expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Brother Situ, but your help is unnecessary. I have come here not for any other reason, but to break through the bottleneck in my cultivation, hoping to achieve a breakthrough through rigorous training." Upon hearing this, the hearts of those around him raced with excitement. Xiahou Huan was the first to exclaim, "Heavens! Just kill me already. Ling Tian, are you trying to make it impossible for us to live?" Li Tianhu added, "No wonder your cultivation is so advanced, Ling Tian. It is not solely due to your extraordinary talent, but also your diligent efforts. Among our generation, it seems you stand at the pinnacle. Even the top 10 young masters of the continent would struggle to rival you." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Li Tianhu's statement. Ling Tian smiled gently, choosing not to dwell on such praise. For him, the current state of being was merely a means to imbue his rebirth with greater significance, as there were many things to protect, necessitating strength. After engaging in a delightful conversation with Situ and the others, Ling Tian found a remarkable rapport, and they forged a friendship. Ling Tian then said, "Forgive my candor, though your strengths are commendable, you lack practical combat experience. Remaining in the monster beast forest may pose a life-threatening risk. It would be prudent to return." Situ Feiyun nodded and said, "Ling Tian, in truth, even without your words, we had no intention of proceeding further. The day is drawing to a close. After resting for the night, we shall continue our journey tomorrow." Ling Tian nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, Brother Situ, you and your companions are utterly drained. It would be wise to recuperate your energy first. Upon hearing Ling Tian's reasoning, they found it sensible and ceased their objections, promptly settling down to meditate and recover. Noticing that their restoration would take considerable time, Ling Tian turned to Huang Fuyu Yin and Chang Sunyu, saying, "Ladies, please keep watch for a moment. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for their inquiries, he employed his agile movements and vanished into the dense woods. Huang Fuyu Yin gazed at the disappearing figure, momentarily lost in thought. The young man evoked a unique feeling within her. From their first encounter, she felt an affinity for Ling Tian, wishing to remain in his company for a lifetime if possible. Observing the princess's demeanor, Chang Sunyu felt a sense of relief. After all, who could resist the charm of such a handsome and extraordinary young man as Ling Tian? What am I thinking? She pondered, her cheeks flushing with a delightful hue. Ling Tian soon returned, carrying 4 level 3 superior magical beasts, flamingos, each weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. He mused that this should suffice for 8 individuals. Chang Sunyu, noticing the flamingos in his grasp, inquired, "Ling Tian, are we really going to eat them?" Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, "Of course. I've been feasting on them for days. Their meat is exquisite, truly a delicacy. Why doubt it?" Chang Sunyu smiled sweetly, "I believe you. If you say so, I trust it." Ling Tian was taken aback, finding the beautiful maiden rather intriguing, and casually remarked, "Then make sure to eat plenty. You look rather slender." At his words, Chang Sunyu's smile grew even sweeter, reminiscent of honey. Huang Fuyu Yin chimed in, "Oh, Ling Tian, does that mean only you should eat more? Do you think I am too plump?" Ling Tian felt a bit dizzy, perplexed by the logic, and awkwardly replied, "Well, I didn't mean it that way." Unable to contain herself any longer, Chang Sunyu burst into laughter, finally catching her breath after a while. She said, "All right, Yu Yin, stop teasing Ling Tian. Let us assist him with the grilling." Ling Tian offered a grateful smile to Chang Sunyu. "Please, no need for assistance." He gently declined their generous offer. Skillfully, he plucked the feathers and eviscerated the 4 flamingos, then retrieved some fresh water from his spatial ring to wash them once more. The 2 ladies gasped in astonishment upon discovering Ling Tian possessed a spatial ring, as such items were exceedingly rare and signified a person of remarkable status, either affluent or noble, an emblem of distinction. The more they observed Ling Tian, the more enigmatic he appeared, and this very mystery captivated the hearts of both maidens. In truth, Huang Fuyu Yin adorned her finger with a spatial ring, a cherished birthday gift bestowed upon her by her father on her 16th birthday. This gift serves as a testament to the emperor's profound affection for his daughter. After tidying up, she cleared a patch of ground and gathered a substantial amount of dry branches to commence a barbecue. The 2 beautiful women sat on either side, their delightful fragrances wafting through the air, causing Lin Tian's heart to flutter, and he couldn't help but lament inwardly, appearing quite fortunate in the eyes of others. Although Lin Tian had been reborn, he remained a novice in matters of love. In his previous life, he had isolated himself, and the children in the orphanage were fearful of him and avoided his company, let alone holding a girl's hand. Sitting there, he felt as though he were on pins and needles, wholly uncomfortable, yet he was wise enough not to let it show on his face. Lin Tian, Huang Fuyu Yin, and Chang Sunyu seemed to share an unspoken understanding, refraining from breaking the delicate atmosphere with words. Lin Tian occasionally added some dry twigs to the fire, quietly observing the golden-brown roasted flamingo meat, while listening to the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds, occasionally interrupted by distant roars. This ambience persisted for over an hour until the training of Situ Feiyun and Li Tianhu concluded, bringing this serene moment to a close. Lin Tian smiled and remarked, "I didn't expect Brother Situ and Brother Li to finish their training so swiftly." Situ Feiyun confidently replied, "I suppose I have turned misfortune into fortune. My cultivation has deepened considerably, and my true essence has recovered to about 80%. After resting for a night, I believe I'll be completely fine by tomorrow." I suspect Tianhu's situation is quite similar. Beside them, Li Tianhu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, my cultivation has increased somewhat. It smells delightful. Lin Tian, your culinary skills are quite impressive." Chapter 26. Ice-type magical beast, the hidden demon pig. Lin Tian, I must say you are quite the remarkable individual. It seems I shall indulge in a grand feast today, Li Tianhu exclaimed enthusiastically. Lin Tian replied, "That would be most welcome. However, please wait a moment longer, as it requires a bit more cooking." With that, He retrieved several bottles and jars from his spatial ring, sprinkling the seasonings over the meat and continuing to roast it, the enticing aroma intensifying. Upon witnessing Lin Tian's spatial ring, Situ Fiyun and Li Tianhu were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting, but they quickly regained their composure, fully aware of what it represented. Soon, the other three awoke, and upon seeing the delectable roasted meat, their faces lit up with joy. In truth, they had all been quite ravenous, gathering around the fire to partake in the feast. At that moment, Xiahou Huan turned to Huangfu Yuyan and said, "Yuyan, I believe Lin Tian is no outsider. You should bring out those 3 jars of Immortal's Delight. Let us drink to our heart's content today." Before Xiahou could finish, he noticed Situ Feiyun and the others gazing at Huangfu Yuyan with eager anticipation, leaving Lin Tian somewhat astonished at the allure of such a potent beverage. Huangfu Yuyan giggled. "In that case, I shall indulge everyone's wishes." With that, 3 sealed jars of exquisite wine materialized on the ground, and Huangfu Yuyan produced 8 bowls. Situ Feiyun began to pour the wine, and they collectively raised their first bowl in celebration. After finishing his drink, Ling Tian remarked, "Indeed, this is exquisite wine, far superior to what I usually possess. It can truly be considered a masterpiece among fine brews." Li Tianhu replied, "If it tastes so good, then let us indulge further." As they savored delectable roasted meat and the finest wine, accompanied by enchanting ladies, their spirits soared with joy. They feasted for nearly an hour before engaging in further conversation, eventually deciding to rest, for they had labored throughout the day and tomorrow promised more travel. Seated by the fire, Ling Tian contemplated his thoughts when, after a while, Chang Sun Yu approached and sat beside him, asking, "Ling Tian, why are you still awake?" Ling Tian smiled and countered, "And what about you?" Chang Sun Yun's cheeks flushed as she replied, "I have something for you. This is a pair of dragon and phoenix jade. This one is for you." As she placed the intricately carved dragon jade into Ling Tian's hand, he was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Chang Sun Yu added, "In the future, you can come find me at the Changsun family in the capital of the Qinyu Empire." With that, she shyly walked away, leaving Ling Tian lost in thought as he watched her retreating figure. The next morning, everyone rose early, hastily packing their belongings and having a quick meal before parting ways. Ling Tian clasped his fists in salute to the 7 companions, saying, "Though the mountains and rivers may change, the bond remains. We shall meet again." The others reciprocated the gesture. Xiahou Huan sighed. "It's hard to believe we've only known each other for a day, and already we must part. What a pity." Sun Hongbin added, "Ling Tian, do visit us in the capital of the Qinyu Empire when you have the chance. It will be easy to find us, for we are public figures." Ling Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Huangfu Yuyan approached Ling Tian, presenting him with a golden token. "Ling Tian, with this token, you may enter and exit the imperial palace at will. I will await your arrival." After shyly handing it over, she turned and walked away, leaving Ling Tian somewhat astonished. Could it be that Yuyan harbored feelings for him? The intricacies of emotions are indeed fascinating. The others, including Situ Feiyun, were equally astonished by Yuyan's gesture. Situ Feiyun bid farewell to Ling Tian, saying, "Until we meet again in the capital." With that, he departed alongside Li Tianhu, while Yuyan and Chang Sun Yu frequently glanced back, their eyes filled with reluctance. Ling Tian tucked the golden token away, resolving in his heart, "I shall visit your capital." He then turned to continue his cultivation. Ling Tian ventured deeper into the monster beast forest, a journey that lasted 6 days. In the first 3 days, he encountered numerous beasts engaged in combat, predominantly level 4 and 5 monsters, which numbed him to the violence. The bloodthirsty aura surrounding him intensified day by day, causing all beasts below level 5 to shy away. Only a few reckless level 5 elites, perhaps bored and undeterred by danger, foolishly approached him, only to meet a swift demise. Ling Tian's spatial ring brimmed with an abundance of magic crystals, and he felt a sense of delight as their numbers increased. Ling Tian's pursuits extend beyond mere slaughter. He has discovered an abundance of materials suitable for forging weapons and concocting elixirs, all meticulously stored within his spatial ring. As night descends, he immerses himself in the sacred dragon ring, diligently engaging in the arts of weapon crafting and alchemy, yielding evident progress. Presently, Ling Tian possesses the capability to forge inferior-grade treasures, utilizing materials of modest quality. He can also concoct several beneficial potions, such as the Recovery Pill, Strength Pill, Focus Pill, and Tranquility Pill. The forthcoming days promise a transformation, as formidable 6th and 7th tier magical beasts begin to emerge. Upon beholding these colossal creatures, Ling Tian's spirit ignites with inspiration. He muses that he has attained the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. To transcend to the next realm is no trivial endeavor. He understands that strength demands relentless effort. His physique has long surpassed that of ordinary beings, his body as resilient as the finest blades. These magical beasts, with their tough hides and sinewy flesh, are impervious to conventional weapons. Remarkably, Ling Tian can vanquish them using only his physical prowess, solidifying and enhancing his sculpting of the body, while simultaneously honing his chaos yin-yang body, an endeavor too beneficial to forego. Without hesitation, he charges towards a nearby group of 7 middle-tier ice-type magical beasts, the concealed magic pigs. These creatures bear little resemblance to earthly swine. Each measuring nearly 2 yards in length and standing about 1 yard tall, their hides remarkably tough, with protruding, razor-sharp tusks measuring roughly 50 centimeters. They exude an aura of grotesque might. Preferring to dwell in groups, their unity commands respect even from 8th-tier magical beasts. It is evident that these creatures are not to be trifled with. However, Ling Tian remains unfazed, viewing them merely as stepping stones in his quest for strength. Swiftly approaching the nearest concealed magic pig, he clenches his fist, channeling half of his strength into a single punch aimed at its tusks. To his astonishment, the creature is propelled 7 or 8 meters away, yet remains unscathed. Ling Tian realizes he could strike any part of its body, and the outcome would be drastically different. But his intent is not to slay. Rather, he seeks to refine himself through this encounter. The concealed magic pigs, sensing an intruder, converge upon him, their robust forms initially appearing less unattractive upon closer inspection. They launch their assault, but Ling Tian meets their attacks with a flurry of punches, the resounding clang of impact echoing through the forest, while the surrounding magical beasts have long since vanished. After countless strikes, Ling Tian feels his muscles awaken, brimming with renewed vigor. Truth be told, the resilience of these beasts is no mere boast. They are indeed formidable adversaries. Alas, caught off guard, Ling Tian was struck by an ice ball the size of a human brain, launched by a hidden magical pig. He felt a sudden stiffness envelop his body, though he quickly regained his composure. 3 of these magical pigs then unleashed a barrage of ice balls upon him, while the others continued their fierce assault. Ling Tian couldn't help but reflect, is this truly a pig? To think they possess such coordination. His previous impression of them as lazy, foolish creatures was utterly shattered. Although the ice balls inflicted no significant harm, they did impede his movements. As the battle escalated, Ling Tian exerted 80% of his strength, sending the magical pigs flying time and again, yet they seemed intent on outlasting him. Without increasing his force, he fought on, his frustration mounting as he engaged these pigs, determined to see who would yield first. Thus, the human-pig conflict raged on. In the end, Ling Tian noticed signs of exhaustion among the magical pigs, and a glimmer of victory appeared on the horizon. With renewed vigor, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, ultimately bringing them to their knees. However, he refrained from delivering the final blow, allowing them to recuperate before departing, as he could not bear the thought of them falling prey to other beasts. After all, they had assisted him, and he held to his principles. Having just emerged from battle, he was drenched in sweat, his attire in disarray, and an indescribable discomfort settled over him. He was in dire need of a bath. Ling Tian set out in search of a water source. Given the vastness of the beast forest and the multitude of magical creatures, it was no surprise that small lakes were abundant. He soon discovered one, emanating a formidable aura that frightened away the surrounding beasts. With a sigh of relief, he stepped into the water, indulging in the refreshing sensation of cleansing himself after the skirmish. Aware that he could not afford to linger, he completed his bath swiftly and resumed his journey, eager to uncover what awaited him ahead. The sounds of fierce battles and beastly roars echoed through the forest, causing the lesser creatures to vanish without a trace. Before him stood a youth, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, engaged in combat with a level 8 magical beast, the formidable armored lightning dragon. Despite his youthful appearance, he exuded an aura of power that was truly intimidating. Indeed, this young warrior was none other than Dantai Ling Tian. Having trained in the beast forest for over 3 months, Ling Tian had not only engaged in combat with these formidable magical beasts, but had also honed his chaotic yin-yang body. The results were striking. His physical strength had tripled from its original state, and his overall prowess had doubled. Furthermore, Ling Tian sensed that a breakthrough in his chaotic yin-yang body was imminent. Currently, he had sealed half of his power, refraining from utilizing his true essence, and was employing only 50% of his strength to push back the level 8 beast, inflicting minor injuries upon it. In the depths of the Beastmaster Forest, the armored lightning dragon seethed with rage. As a formidable sovereign of monsters, it prided itself on being an apex entity, capable of traversing its domain with impunity, barring encounters with ninth-tier beasts. However, today it had met a human who drove it back, inflicting a grievous blow to its pride and igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within its heart. With a thunderous roar, the armored lightning dragon summoned a dark vortex in the sky. The surrounding spiritual energies of the world surged towards it in a frenzy, being absorbed into its form, which crackled with powerful currents, exuding an imposing aura. Upon witnessing such a display of might, Ling Tian was taken aback. Reflecting on the undeniable prowess of this creature, a true overlord beneath the 9th tier. Realizing that he must engage earnestly, he released the seals upon his body, elevating his chaotic yin-yang body to its pinnacle. Ling Tian felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him, his own formidable aura colliding with that of the armored lightning dragon, generating a fierce wind that ravaged the surroundings. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a violet energy sphere that flickered with potent electrical currents, growing ever larger as the surrounding spiritual energies flocked to it, akin to children rushing to their mother. Ling Tian, sensing the gravity of the situation, became cautious. It was evident that the armored lightning dragon was resorting to its clan's forbidden technique, expending its lifeblood in this endeavor. Ling Tian pondered, why such desperation? He had merely sought to cultivate his chaotic yin-yang body, with no intention of slaying it. In truth, over the past 2 months, he had encountered numerous formidable beasts without feeling the need to eliminate them, as doing so would be an unnecessary drain on his resources. As time passed, the energy sphere ceased its expansion, and an eerie silence enveloped the area, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. A meter-sized violet energy sphere hovered before the armored lightning dragon, its strength palpable. Ling Tian chose not to employ his true essence, instead enveloping his entire being with chaotic true essence to gauge the resilience of his body. Despite the formidable nature of the energy sphere, he was confident that he could withstand it. It was time to test his limits. With another roar, the armored lightning dragon launched the energy sphere towards Ling Tian. He swiftly raised his hands in defense, and the powerful electrical energy collided with him, sending intense currents racing through his limbs and throughout his body, causing him considerable discomfort as they invaded his meridians. Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly, realizing he had underestimated the sheer force of the electrical energy. Unexpectedly, as the potent energy surged into his meridians, it was immediately absorbed by his chaotic true essence. Not only that, the energy sphere before him continued to diminish as it was drawn into his very being. A surge of electric energy permeated his entire being. The electrical essence not yet assimilated by the chaotic forces of yin and yang forging through Ling Tian's muscles and bones. He felt as though every fiber of his being was activated, rapidly absorbing this power with increasing speed. Ling Tian soon recognized the state of his body. Realizing he was on the verge of a breakthrough, he quickly seated himself in a meditative posture, entering a state of tranquility. The Thunder Dragon, having exhausted its lifeblood, was left with little strength to mount any form of resistance. The surrounding beasts had fled in terror, allowing Ling Tian to focus on his cultivation without interruption, a rare opportunity he had awaited for a long time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a 2-mile radius seemed to respond to him, converging around his body. Acknowledging the immense power required for his breakthrough, he activated the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, drawing the spiritual energy in a frenzy. This formidable energy, once absorbed, was refined into pure Yin-Yang chaotic force, continuously purging the impurities from his body. Ling Tian's aura intensified, radiating a might comparable to that of a peak 9th-level entity, causing the beasts within 10 miles to tremble in fear. Those below the 7th level were paralyzed with terror, prostrating themselves on the ground, while those above the 7th level quaked in place, unable to move. This phenomenon persisted for nearly 2 hours before dissipating. Ling Tian's formidable presence vanished, and after a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes, their depths calm and still like a placid pond. He sensed that his chaotic Yin-Yang body had indeed ascended, reaching the lower tier of the second-level Huan-Yuan body. Moreover, his progress in the second stage of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique had also seen significant advancement, now standing at the pinnacle of the lower tier of body refinement. A breakthrough now lay merely a step away, and Ling Tian could hardly contain his exhilaration. A raucous laughter erupted from the forest. At last, I've broken through. I thought the flowers would wither from waiting. After expressing his joy, Ling Tian's mood settled. He glanced at himself, resembling a beggar in tattered rags, riddled with holes, a sight that left him speechless. His gaze drifted to the nearby thunder dragon, and he sighed. Approaching the dragon's carcass, he cleaved open its skull to extract the magic crystal, placing it within his spatial ring. Ling Tian did not cease his endeavors there. The dragon's body was a treasure trove. He began to dissect it methodically. Dragon blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, each a valuable resource not to be squandered. He meticulously separated and stored them within his spatial ring. Today's harvest was fruitful, yet nightfall approached swiftly. I must find a place to rest, he murmured. With that, Ling Tian turned to depart, leaving behind a scene of remnants. Chapter 28. The aura of destruction. Although Ling Tian possessed formidable strength, he remained grounded in the mortal realm. Whistling a cheerful tune, he set about roasting the meat. Sigh, having spent 2 months alone in the Warcraft forest, a desolate place. If I do not take the time to adjust my mood, I am bound to succumb to madness. Soon enough, the dragon meat was grilled to perfection, a true delicacy that is immensely nourishing. The flavor was exquisite. I quickly devoured 2 hefty pieces of dragon meat, patting my now round belly, feeling utterly content. Yet, an overwhelming sense of boredom enveloped me. Despite the enchanting beauty of the night sky in the Warcraft forest, one can become weary of it with time. Leaning against a tree, I rested my hands behind my head. In this state of ennui, I retrieved the magic crystal that had slain the armored lightning dragon from my spatial ring. Gazing at this purple crystal, roughly the size of my fist, I found myself entranced. It was the highest grade crystal within my spatial ring, and I could distinctly perceive the immense power contained within it. Utilizing such high-grade crystals for crafting or alchemy would significantly enhance the quality of the resulting items, making them exceedingly rare and valuable. It is said that crafting with crystals from 9th-tier magical beasts typically yields treasure-grade artifacts, while alchemy, with such materials, produces top-tier elixirs. To this day, I have yet to encounter a 9th-tier magical beast, and merely recalling the formidable beings within this forest ignites a fervor within me. After all, at my current level of cultivation, the number of worthy opponents is dwindling. Thus, the more powerful one becomes, the lonelier one feels. It is indeed a cold place at the pinnacle. As I toyed with the magic crystal in my hands, driven by curiosity, I infused it with the true essence of the Dantai Mirror's mystical technique. As my essence surged, the armored lightning dragon's crystal emitted an increasingly blinding light, generating an overwhelming pressure, and before my eyes, the ethereal figure of the armored lightning dragon materialized, roaring majestically. The surroundings fell silent, interrupted only by the occasional distant growl of a beast. My eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, it was the apex of magical beasts. Even in death, the remnant soul contained within the crystal exuded such imposing might. After a moment of contemplation, I withdrew my essence, causing the crystal to calm. However, upon reflection, I infused it with the power of Yin-Yang Chaos, which only produced a soft purple glow, lacking in brilliance. Subsequently, I sensed something peculiar. The power within the crystal was gradually being absorbed and assimilated by the Yin-Yang Chaos energy. This realization left me momentarily stunned. How extraordinary! I had not anticipated the overwhelming prowess of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique bestowed upon me by that elder. Quickly, I settled into a meditative posture, centering my thoughts, and began the process of refinement. Initially apprehensive, I soon noticed no adverse effects and intensified the infusion of Yin-Yang Chaos energy. The formidable energy within the crystal continuously transformed into Yin-Yang Chaos energy, which was absorbed by the chaos orbs within my Dantian. This process continued for approximately 15 minutes until I finally completed the refinement. However, the original magic crystal of the armored lightning dragon had shattered in my hand, and I realized that every drop of its energy had been consumed. Unfazed, I casually discarded the remnants and promptly focused my mind on assessing my physical condition. To my delight, I discovered that the chaos energy of the two Yin-Yang Chaos orbs I had cultivated in my Dantian had significantly strengthened, equivalent to the progress of 2 months of relentless practice of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. However, the recently acquired black and white orb appeared to remain unchanged, which left me quite astonished. What on earth could this object be? Alas, I decided to set this matter aside. Soon, a wave of joy surged within me as I realized the astonishing capabilities of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. It was simply remarkable. I could not help but exclaim in admiration. As long as a substantial amount of magic crystals were absorbed, my cultivation would undoubtedly accelerate, and breaking through to the intermediate stage of the second level of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique would soon be within reach. With this thought, my heart ignited with fervor. I could no longer afford to waste time. I hurriedly retrieved all the magic crystals from my spatial ring. Although their quality was not particularly high, their sheer quantity was commendable. I began to refine them one by one. It took me a full 2 hours to complete the process, and rather than feeling fatigued, I found myself brimming with energy, devoid of any weariness. I could sense the substantial increase in the Yin-Yang Chaos essence within my body, equivalent to what I would have cultivated in half a year. While I was secretly elated, I also felt a twinge of regret. The joy stemmed from finally discovering a rapid means to enhance my power. Yet I lamented the fact that I had not slain those 7th or 8th level magical beasts to extract more magic crystals. Had I done so, the power of the Yin-Yang Chaos within me would have amplified even further. Now, with a bright future ahead, it seemed imperative to acquire a significant amount of magic crystals, especially as the magical beasts in the forest were countless, with high-level beasts in abundance. At this point, I no longer regarded those magic crystals merely as materials for refining tools or pills. They had transformed into energy stones in my eyes. Although I was somewhat impatient, I restrained myself, for cultivation is not a matter to be rushed. Since I was unable to sleep anyway, I decided to focus on alchemy instead. The Holy Dragon Ring contained a wealth of materials that I had collected over the past few months, which had quickly vanished within the magical beast forest. For the next 6 or 7 days, I wandered aimlessly through the magical beast forest, killing every magical beast of level 4 and above that I encountered. At night, I refined 200 crystals, yielding remarkable results. My Yin-Yang Chaos Technique was now on the brink of breakthrough. It was evident how many magical beasts I had to slay each day. Moreover, it was not enough to simply extract the magic crystals. I also skinned them. And for those with particularly good meat, I stored the entire beast in the Holy Dragon Ring. Due to the limited space in the spatial ring, I had to carve out a large area within the Holy Dragon Ring for storing the magical beasts. Thanks to the ample spiritual energy within, there was no concern of spoilage or decay. Thus, I need not worry about such matters. As I continued to slay more magical beasts, the bloodthirst that had previously enveloped me gradually dissipated to the point where I could no longer sense it. However, whenever I unleashed my true essence, a powerful aura of slaughter erupted from within, as if capable of tearing through the very clouds. At present, Ling Tian's spatial ring is filled with an abundance of magic crystals, numbering in the thousands, all of which possess a grade above 5. Each time he gazes upon these crystals, his spirits soar, invigorating his resolve to hunt. In the monster beast forest, one thing is in surplus: the beasts themselves. The competition is fierce, with a relentless cycle of survival of the fittest, resulting in the demise of countless creatures. However, there is no cause for concern, for they regenerate like grass under the spring breeze. Thus, Ling Tian remains undeterred by the vast number of beasts he slays. His efforts barely make a dent in their population. Furthermore, he is hardly a figure of compassion. Currently, Ling Tian traverses the dense woodland, his appearance disheveled and caked in earth, as if he had just emerged from the soil. His garments are tattered, and he bears some superficial wounds from a recent encounter with a 9th-tier lower-level beast, the heavenly spirit ape, a formidable creature of the earth element. Towering at a height of over 2 meters, it boasts an impenetrable physique, with its long, powerful arms exuding strength. Truly, it was an impressive adversary. Even without employing his true essence, Ling Tian found himself in a painful struggle against it. Fortunately, his Yin-Yang Chaos body has ascended to the 2nd tier of the Huanyuan body, enhancing his physical resilience by nearly 15 to 16 times. Had it not been for this improvement, facing such a foe without the aid of true essence would have been dire. Ultimately, the heavenly spirit ape unleashed its ultimate technique. Earth Seal as prison, a move Ling Tian had read about in the Chronicles of Extraordinary Beasts. In that moment, the ape harnessed its affinity for earth elements, summoning all surrounding earth and combining it with spatial laws. Ling Tian felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, rendering him immobile, realizing he had been ensnared by this wretched beast. As if that were not enough, the ground trembled violently as mounds of earth surged toward him, revealing the true might of Earth's seal as prison. Helpless, Ling Tian could only watch as the deluge of earth approached. Regret washed over him. Had he anticipated such a scenario, he would have diligently reviewed the spatial laws notes his grandmother had given him. Yet, he had been remiss, focusing solely on enhancing his physical prowess and deepening his cultivation. In a moment of desperation, Ling Tian closed his eyes, held his breath, and turned to internal breathing. He enveloped his heart meridian with Yin-Yang Chaos energy, employing the Dantai Mirror Enlightenment technique to withstand the external pressure. His mastery of this technique had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer, and a breakthrough seemed imminent. A curious phenomenon arose. As his cultivation of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique deepened, so too did his progress in the Dantai Mirror Enlightenment technique, leading him to ponder whether these two disciplines could complement each other. However, the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique is a supreme sacred art, while the Dantai Mirror Enlightenment technique, despite being top tier on the Demon Star, appears unrelated. The more he contemplated, the more convoluted his thoughts became. He resolved to escape the perilous situation first. Damn it, he muttered, just because the tiger does not roar, you think me a sickly cat? Ling Tian swiftly enhanced his prowess. The vast true essence within him surged forth, quickly reaching the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the Dantai Mirror, bright, divine skill. His body emanated a formidable pressure, and he finally regained a modicum of movement, albeit limited. The earthen prison that confined him had also loosened somewhat. Ling Tian knew that given a few more minutes, he could completely break free. However, his patience was evidently thin, and he could scarcely endure the weight. He activated the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, and the 2 chaos pearls in his dantian unleashed a torrent of Yin-Yang chaotic energy. The other black and white pearl remained unresponsive, causing Ling Tian to reflect inwardly that his own possessions were indeed reliable. With a resounding roar, he exerted his might, causing the earthbound prison to shift a foot away from him, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet it still held on. Break! Ling Tian bellowed, his body radiating an unparalleled aura, and finally, the earthen prison shattered. Ha ha ha, little monkey, did you truly believe a mere earthen prison could vanquish me? You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. Now, you seem to lack the strength. It is time for you to perish. Ling Tian remarked with a smile. Indeed, the celestial spirit ape before him had lost much of its former vigor, its gaze growing somewhat dazed as it sat on the ground, panting heavily. As a 9th-tier magical beast, it had long attained sentience and comprehended Ling Tian's words, realizing that its end was nigh. Yet, the dignity of a 9th-tier beast forbade it from fleeing to preserve its life. It emanated an indomitable spirit. Even Ling Tian couldn't help but admire it, saying, well, you are indeed worthy of being a 9th-tier magical beast, a splendid celestial spirit ape with true character. I appreciate that. If you submit to me as your master, I shall spare your life. Given my strength, I believe I am deserving of such a title. The celestial spirit ape's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of understanding as it slowly approached Ling Tian. Sensing no hostility, Ling Tian remained undeterred, standing firm with his aura subdued. The celestial spirit ape finally reached Ling Tian, crouched down, and lowered its noble head. Ling Tian's heart swelled with joy as he bit his finger, initiating an equal contract. A radiant pentagram shimmered into the ape's mind. Rather than signing a master-servant agreement, which would be unjust to the beast, he opted for an equal pact. Master, a voice resonated in Ling Tian's mind. He instantly understood it was the celestial spirit ape engaging in a mental exchange with him. Elated, Ling Tian declared, from this day forth, your name shall be Tong Tian. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name, Tong Tian replied. Laughter echoed through the skies above the magical beast forest. In truth, Tong Tian harbored both admiration and gratitude. He admired the youth's unfathomable strength, having endured the ultimate technique of the earthen prison with merely superficial wounds. Such trivial injuries were inconsequential at their level. He felt grateful that he had entered into an equal contract with this young man, devoid of any master-servant dynamic. In that moment, Had a master-servant contract been the only option, he would have been powerless against the overwhelming force, rendering all else insignificant. Thus, he felt an immense gratitude towards the young lad before him. Otherwise, as a ninth-level magical beast, serving as a mere servant would truly be beneath him. Ling Tian gazed upon the enormous celestial ape, a wave of uncontainable joy washing over him. Ha ha ha, he thought, I shall no longer be lonely in the magical beast forest. Suddenly, a question crossed his mind, and he furrowed his brow, hastily communicating telepathically with the celestial ape. Celestial, your size is rather immense. Could you possibly shrink a bit? Before long, a voice echoed in Ling Tian's mind. Master, of course. With that, the celestial ape began to diminish in size, shrinking until it transformed into an adorable, sprightly little monkey. Ling Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had only read in books that ninth-level magical beasts could alter their size at will. Yet, witnessing this charming golden-furred monkey, standing merely 40 centimeters tall, he was utterly taken aback. The world is indeed full of wonders, especially in the vast and boundless magical beast forest, teeming with countless extraordinary entities. Observing the transformed celestial ape, Ling Tian exclaimed, Celestial, you are remarkable. I never imagined that such a towering and formidable creature could appear so endearing. A bashful voice resonated in his mind. In truth, it is not so extraordinary. Beasts of my caliber possess some degree of inherited memory. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, their potential is unlocked, making size alterations trivial. What you see now is merely my normal form. The previous appearance was my battle state. The magical beast forest is fraught with peril. Hence I often remain in that form. Ling Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the myriad dangers that lurked within the magical beast forest. Even ninth-level magical beasts could fall, let alone those of lesser ranks. Regaining his composure, he said, All right, take a seat on my shoulder. We must be on our way. The celestial ape nimbly leapt onto Ling Tian's shoulder and settled quietly. As they journeyed, Ling Tian engaged in conversation with Celestial, seeking insights into the distribution of high-level magical beasts within the forest. While they were engrossed in their discourse, Ling Tian's instincts suddenly sounded an alarm. Danger was approaching. Surprised at first, he soon calmed down upon spotting an 8th-level Earth-type magical beast, the Yin-2 Demon Wolf King. Typically, such beasts are social creatures, prompting him to quickly activate his senses to scan the surroundings for a pack of Yin-2 wolves. However, he felt relieved when he found nothing. It was puzzling that the Yin-2 Demon Wolf King was alone. Deciding not to dwell on it, he focused on the immediate situation. As the Yin-2 Demon Wolf King drew nearer, a glint of ferocity sparked in the celestial ape's eyes, and its body began to stir restlessly. Ling Tian paid little mind to it, understanding that magical beasts are inherently combative. He conveyed to Celestial through their mental connection, Leave this beast to me. Do not unleash your aura. When the Yin-2 Demon Wolf King noticed Ling Tian, a green light flickered in its eyes, and a palpable aura of menace emanated from its body as it advanced. Clearly, the human before it was viewed as a potential meal. The wolf barely acknowledged the celestial ape on Ling Tian's shoulder, oblivious to the fact that it was, in fact, a 9th-level magical beast. Ling Tian swiftly engaged in battle with the Earth Wolf King, employing the Mirage transformation technique. Although the Earth Wolf King belonged to the category of Earth-type magical beasts and possessed commendable speed, it was no match for Ling Tian, whose prowess was in an entirely different league. The 8th-tier high-level magical beasts were not foolish. They possessed high intelligence and recognized that this human was a formidable opponent. Consequently, it ceased its guerrilla tactics and summoned all its magical power, causing numerous earth spikes to rise from the ground. This was merely the precursor. With a resounding wolf howl, the Earth Wolf King's power reached its zenith. The overwhelming aura was such that even Ling Tian dared not underestimate it, channeling his vital energy. In the 31st chapter, refining the magical crystal, Ling Tian unleashed a devastating strike, shouting fiercely. While the earth spikes were still assaulting him, he executed a long-prepared maneuver. His right hand coalesced into a blade of light, 2 zhang long, slicing through the air. The Earth Wolf King widened its eyes, staring incredulously at Ling Tian. In no time, the blade of light pierced into the body of the magical Wolf King. Ling Tian sensed the vital life force of the Earth Wolf King rapidly ebbing away, and before long, it collapsed. Ling Tian's formidable strength not only vanquished the Earth Wolf King, but also startled the celestial monkey, which had been perched upon his shoulder. He could not help but ponder. So the master had not employed his full strength during their earlier confrontation. How terrifying! Unaware of the celestial monkey's thoughts, Ling Tian approached the lifeless body and, with a decisive strike, broke open the Earth Wolf King's skull, extracting a fist-sized yellow magical crystal. It was of quite an impressive grade, sure to significantly enhance his Yin-Yang chaotic power. Ling Tian mused silently. As he indulged in his thoughts, the voice of the celestial monkey resonated in his mind. Master, may I have the magical crystal from the Earth Wolf King? Ling Tian felt a surge of confusion and inquired, Celestial, what do you require this magical crystal for? Master, our lineage of celestial monkeys possesses the ability to evolve continuously. Currently, I am at the pinnacle of the 9th tier lower level, and advancing further is exceptionally challenging. Unlike others, we can cultivate using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as refine magical crystals. By absorbing and refining a substantial quantity of earth-type magical crystals, I can advance swiftly, the celestial monkey elaborated. Ling Tian was taken aback. He had not encountered such information in his readings. A grin spread across his face as he realized he had struck gold by meeting such a spirit beast. He nodded, very well. Ling Tian handed the magical crystal from the Earth Wolf King to the celestial monkey. With a firm resolve, he thought to himself that as the master of the celestial monkey, he should not be miserly, especially since they had only recently met. Consequently, he retrieved a significant number of Earth-type magical crystals from his spatial ring, at least over 200, encompassing grades 4 to 8. Upon witnessing the abundance of high-grade crystals, the celestial monkey was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of gratitude. To have met a master so generous, providing an ample supply of Earth-type magical crystals to aid in his advancement, was truly moving. With a glimmer of moisture in his eyes, the celestial monkey remarked, Master, I shall commence the refining process now. A voice resonated within Ling Tian's mind. He gazed at the spirit monkey before him, nodding slightly with a smile as he said, Give it your all. If you succeed in advancing, I shall treat you to a grand feast. My culinary skills are quite remarkable. A flicker of confusion crossed Tong Tian's eyes as he pondered, what is a grand feast? What is culinary skill? Nevertheless, from his master's tone, it seemed that should he achieve a successful promotion, there would be some rewards. What could they possibly be? In truth, Ling Tian was also curious to witness how the Tong Tian spirit ape would advance. Despite his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered such occurrences within the realm of magical beasts. He had not seen any other magical creatures capable of refining magic crystals to enhance their own power. Given the opportunity, he certainly could not let it slip away. Upon receiving his master's approval, the Tong Tian spirit ape entered a battle stance. Towering and formidable, it sat upon the ground in a meditative posture akin to that of humans. Instead of immediately refining the magic crystal, it closed its eyes, entering a state of profound clarity. Before long, a golden radiance emanated from Tong Tian's body. Curiously, there was no overwhelming aura. Yet his body brimmed with power as he mobilized all of his energy. As time passed, the golden light surrounding Tong Tian intensified, gradually obscuring him from Ling Tian's view. All that remained was a sea of golden brilliance, transforming the surrounding environment into a golden hue. The brilliance was blinding, causing discomfort to Ling Tian's eyes, which perceived nothing but the singular color. He chose to close his eyes and observe the changes within the Tong Tian spirit ape through his spiritual sense. Suddenly, Tong Tian opened his eyes, gazing forward, with golden light flickering within them. Without hesitation, he consumed the magic crystal of the 8th tier upper grade Xian 2 Magic Wolf King. The surrounding golden light was drawn into Tong Tian's body, and the area returned to its original state. When Ling Tian opened his eyes again, he beheld the Tong Tian spirit ape, now resplendent in golden hues, not radiating outwardly as before, but rather, in a more subdued manner, the energy coalescing within. Ling Tian had an inkling that things were not as simple as they appeared. Shifting his gaze, he began to probe with his spiritual sense once more. Before long, his expression shifted from confusion to understanding. He was puzzled by the nature of this golden light, realizing it did not belong to the earth element. This question lingered in his mind as he noted the golden energy now saturating Tong Tian's body, with the most potent force residing within his abdomen, continuously refining the energies of the 8th tier magic crystal. The refined energy was incessantly absorbed by Tong Tian's body, ultimately converging within the magic crystal in his mind. Ling Tian observed as the magic crystal steadily absorbed this earth element energy, sensing its power gradually diminish. It was evident that these magic crystals contained the essence cultivated by magical beasts. The differences in rank indicated varying levels of earth element energy within. Ultimately, Ling Tian came to a realization. The Tong Tian spirit ape possessed a unique ability, particularly with this golden energy, which could refine the energies of other magical beasts' crystals of the same element to elevate its own tier. In the record of extraordinary beasts on the continent, only a brief overview is provided. The celestial spirit ape, a level 9 earth-type magical beast, is exceedingly rare, with no more than 5 specimens existing across the entire continent. This creature possesses formidable attack power and has the ability to comprehend the laws of space, with its ultimate technique, Earth and Seal, proving immensely powerful. Within the realm of level 9 beasts, it seldom encounters rivals. However, little else is mentioned, perhaps due to the celestial spirit ape's scarcity. The author may only possess superficial knowledge, which is understandable. Ling Tian could not help but feel a surge of delight in his heart. He had not anticipated his fortune in encountering such a rare treasure. The celestial spirit ape took a quarter of an hour to refine the magical crystal, during which Ling Tian sensed a significant increase in its strength. Yet, upon completing the refinement of that magical crystal, the ape did not pause. It opened its mouth, and another magical crystal was willingly consumed, initiating a new cycle of refinement. Ling Tian discerned a pattern. The higher the grade of the magical crystal, the longer the refinement process took. As time progressed, the ape consumed an increasing number of magical crystals, and its internal magical energy swelled correspondingly. The energy from these crystals had already reached the threshold that a level 9 beast could endure, yet the celestial spirit ape continued its relentless refining. Ling Tian perceptively noted that the magical crystals within the ape had formed a complete circuit. The earth-type energy had become saturated. Still, the ape persisted, gathering the excess energy until it could no longer be contained, which then surged into its body, accumulating in vast quantities. Eventually, a substantial amount of magical crystals was absorbed by the celestial spirit ape, filling its body with astonishing earth-type energy, akin to a gas canister on the verge of explosion. Watching this, Ling Tian furrowed his brow, apprehensive that the magical beast he had worked so hard to nurture might meet a catastrophic end. Chapter 31. A natural pair, but the spectacle did not cease. The momentum continued to escalate. Ling Tian stood by astonished, realizing that the celestial spirit ape was indeed providing him with one surprise after another. He had thought reaching the mid-level of Tier 9 was commendable, yet this seemed to be merely the beginning. As he employed his spiritual perception to examine the ape's condition, he discovered that a vast reservoir of energy still resided within it. When the celestial spirit ape transitioned to mid-Tier 9, the magical crystal in its mind underwent a qualitative transformation, becoming more solid and brimming with energy. The immense accumulation of earth-type energy surged toward the magical crystal like a tidal wave, continuously absorbed. Now, the crystal resembled a black hole, voraciously drawing in energy, undergoing a transformation as its power intensified. Just as Ling Tian believed the celestial spirit ape was on the verge of ascending to high Tier 9, the momentum halted, leaving him somewhat regretful. Nevertheless, the ape had already reached the pinnacle of mid-Tier 9 strength. The wonders of the vast world. Today he had witnessed a magical beast upgrading at such a rapid pace. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me the strength to reach the pinnacle of mid-Tier 9. Echoed the excited voice of the celestial spirit ape in Ling Tian's mind. Ling Tian smiled and said, "Between us, there is no need for formality. The stronger your abilities, the greater the assistance you provide me. Why not embrace this?" He continued, "Well, your cultivation may take some time, but it will last until nightfall. Today, having achieved a successful advancement, I have decided to personally prepare a meal for you, to offer a change of flavor." With that, Ling Tian erupted into hearty laughter. He then inquired, "Tong Tian, where is the nearest water source around here?" He could not help but ask Tong Tian, as he was most familiar with the area. "Master, not far from here, there is a small pond," Tong Tian replied, leading the way ahead. Indeed, after a short walk, they arrived. Observing the pond before him, Ling Tian nodded and remarked, "Not bad. We shall spend the night here. The water quality is excellent. I've tasted it, and it is sweet and refreshing. Thus, they cleared a patch of ground by the pond and collected some dry branches from the surroundings. Once everything was prepared, Ling Tian took out a 7th-level high-ranking magical beast, the Cloud Eagle, from the Sacred Dragon Ring. This wind-type magical beast had been slain by Ling Tian 3 days prior, as he had successfully hunted 7 in total, having consumed 1 already, leaving 6 behind. The Cloud Eagle was quite large, with wings spanning over 3 zhang, and its strength was commendable. Feeling somewhat hungry, Ling Tian roasted an eagle leg and was pleasantly surprised by its flavor, comparable to that of the firebird. Today, given Tong Tian's successful advancement, he wished to treat him as well. As the Cloud Eagle roasted over the roaring flames, Ling Tian realized it would take some time to cook fully. He retrieved 2 jars of exquisite wine, Immortal's Delight, from his spatial ring. Handing 1 jar to Tong Tian, he said, "Here, this is a fine wine meant for humans. You should give it a try." Tong Tian, puzzled, gazed at the jar of liquid before him. After a moment's hesitation, he took a small sip. A peculiar flavor filled his mouth, and upon swallowing, he felt warmth spreading throughout his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily with delight. Tong Tian's eyes lit up, and he began to drink heartily from the jar. Ling Tian observed this amusing scene, surprised at the wine's captivating allure even for a monkey. Once the meat was ready, Ling Tian found himself satiated after consuming only a small portion, while Tong Tian devoured the remainder. Considering the size of the Cloud Eagle, he had only consumed a leg, leaving the rest for Tong Tian. Watching the monkey, Ling Tian pondered where all that meat had gone, noting that Tong Tian's belly showed no signs of being fuller. Truly, as a creature of the heavens and earth, Tong Tian defied ordinary reasoning. After feasting, Ling Tian led Tong Tian into the Sacred Dragon Ring, a realm abundant in spiritual energy, ideal for Tong Tian's cultivation. Since Tong Tian had just broken through, his realm remained unstable, necessitating further cultivation. He guided Tong Tian to the most spiritually enriched area within the castle and said, "Tong Tian, your realm is still unstable. It would be beneficial for you to cultivate here for a while." Tong Tian, being a spiritual beast and not a fool, may not have understood why he suddenly found himself in such a place, but he recognized it as a legendary sanctum for cultivation. His presence here was solely due to his master's care for him. "Yes, master," Tong Tian replied, and with that, he settled into a meditative posture to commence his cultivation. Ling Tian observed the scene before him and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. He pondered the extraordinary nature of the Tong Tian spirit ape, which could absorb the magic crystals of other magical beasts, signifying its exceptional qualities. If it continued to advance at this rate, it would undoubtedly ascend to the legendary tier of level 10 holy beasts. In truth, Ling Tian found himself in accord with this notion. Noticing Tong Tian entering a state of cultivation, he decided to forego refining magic crystals for the day and engage in other pursuits instead. Thus, he ventured into the forging chamber to hone his skills, feeling his proficiency in alchemy and artifact crafting steadily improving. Currently, his success rate in crafting precious artifacts exceeded 80%, an impressive feat indeed, yet he knew it was merely the foundation of his abilities. Time passed swiftly, and soon the next day arrived. "Tong Tian, will you accompany me outside, or remain here to cultivate?" Ling Tian inquired. As soon as the words left his lips, he heard Tong Tian's voice in his mind. "Master, I shall accompany you." Ling Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. A monkey would always be a monkey, restless spirit notwithstanding. Nodding, the pair soon found themselves by a pond. After a light meal, they resumed their journey, having delved deep into the heart of the magical beast forest, where the lowest level beasts were no less than tier 7. Naturally, they would not let these creatures escape unscathed. Tong Tian could refine the earth element magical beast crystals to enhance its strength, while Ling Tian could absorb any magic crystal to bolster his own power. Indeed, it seemed that Ling Tian and Tong Tian were a match made in heaven. Thus, they engaged in combat whenever they encountered magical beasts, and Ling Tian's spatial ring soon contained approximately 1,200 crystals, including around 100 from earth element beasts. Ling Tian's ears perked up as he detected the sounds of battle from a kilometer away, his heart leaping with joy at the prospect of encountering fellow humans. "Tong Tian, let it go. Come with me," he commanded, and with that, he executed his movement technique, soaring ahead. Tong Tian, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, spared the 8th level mid-tier magical beast and swiftly pursued his master. The beast, having narrowly escaped death, fled with its tail tucked between its legs. They soon arrived at the scene of the conflict, where over 30 individuals formed a circle, valiantly resisting the onslaught of 10 three-eyed fire lions. The ground was already strewn with the fallen. Despite their numbers, Ling Tian discerned that their endurance was waning. Among them, he noticed an elderly man with graying hair, an elite of the star rank, whose aura, though formidable, bore signs of instability, indicating he had only recently achieved this level. He was relentlessly attacking the three-eyed fire lions. "Old Hong, you should take the young lady and leave. If this continues, we will all perish here," an anxious middle-aged servant implored. Ling Tian's interest was piqued as he glanced into the circle, spotting a young woman, perhaps 17 or 18 years old, clad in white. She resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exquisite and enchanting, with an air of elegance. Ling Tian couldn't help but marvel inwardly, pondering why the elderly man and the young lady appeared so familiar to him. As Ling Tian pondered deeply, Tong Tian had already arrived. The young girl exclaimed, "No, I cannot survive alone. I will not exchange my life for yours, and I believe Elder Hong would not agree to such a bargain either." The elder nodded gently in agreement. Chapter 32. The three-eyed fire lion having resolved his determination, Ling Tian stepped forward, followed closely by Tong Tian. They soon encountered a youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, emerging from the depths of the beast forest. It was evident to any discerning observer that this boy was extraordinary. Elder Hong, with his white hair, was taken aback upon seeing Ling Tian, for he could not gauge the depths of the boy's strength. It was likely that this youth surpassed even his own prowess, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Who exactly was this remarkable figure before him? Although he found himself in a perilous situation, Elder Hong did not indulge in fanciful thoughts that this young man could extricate them all. Instead, he kindly advised, "You should leave, my young friend. The three-eyed fire lion is immensely powerful. There is no need to risk your life." With confidence, Ling Tian replied, "Elder, nothing in life is absolute. Life is far too precious, and you are overly pessimistic. Why not place your faith in me? Perhaps I truly can succeed." The elder's gaze sharpened momentarily, then softened as he smiled, and said, "You speak wisely, young sir." Ling Tian nodded and instructed Tong Tian, "Do not act just yet. A formidable creature will arrive shortly, and it will be your responsibility." From his knowledge gleaned from the compendium of rare beasts, Ling Tian understood that the three-eyed fire lions were social creatures, and it was likely that 10 or more would appear, with their king lurking nearby. Ling Tian had just used his spiritual sense to scan the area and found no trace of the lion within 2 miles. Yet he still sensed the faint presence of a 9th-tier beast. It was time to conclude this swiftly. Thus, he employed the illusory shadow transformation technique, instantly appearing beside a three-eyed fire lion. Channeling 70% of his true essence, he unleashed a punch to its abdomen, sending the unsuspecting beast flying back over 20 meters. Visibly injured and staggering, despite its wounds, the lion remained upright, a testament to its formidable constitution, ranking among the top 10 even among fire-type beasts. Perhaps stung by Ling Tian's ambush, the three-eyed fire lion's eyes burned with hatred. Flames erupted from its body, the temperature rising to an unimaginable height, scorching the surrounding vegetation. Ling Tian recognized this as beast fire, a phenomenon exclusive to fire-type creatures, with the intensity of the flames correlating to the beast's tier. The three-eyed fire lion was indeed one of these fearsome entities. Such a lethal technique would not be employed lightly, as it required the activation of life essence, wielding unparalleled power that was terrifying in its might. It was an ultimate gambit, suggesting that this creature was prepared to perish alongside Ling Tian. Under the oppressive heat, all beings, both human and beast, ceased their attacks, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Old Master Hong felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing the beast fire emanating from the three-eyed flame lion. He understood that he could not withstand it. Observing the young boy standing boldly against the beast, seemingly unaffected by the intense heat, he pondered, "Grandfather Hong, do you think he can handle it?" The anxious young woman in white asked. After a moment of contemplation, Old Master Hong replied, "This youth possesses strength far surpassing my own. He should be able to endure." The girl, upon hearing this, froze in disbelief, for she knew her grandfather was now a skilled practitioner at the lower tier of the star level. "How can this be possible? He appears to be only a year or 2 older than me. How could his cultivation be so formidable?" She exclaimed in astonishment. "I cannot say for certain, but it is evident that he is a prodigy in martial arts, endowed with unparalleled talent, old Master Hong asserted. Despite his words, the young woman's heart remained restless. With her own qualifications, she had only reached the mid-tier of the heavenly level in her cultivation. Thus, she gazed at the boy before her with a mixture of awe and envy. On the surface, Ling Tian appeared to effortlessly combat the three-eyed flame lion. Yet he had summoned the Yin-Yang Chaos true essence to envelop his body, rendering him impervious to harm. Given his own formidable strength, the ferocity of the flames posed little threat. However, Ling Tian was reluctant to risk damaging his garments, for he had only a scant few sets left in his spatial ring. Should he continue to expend them as he had before, he would soon find himself donning leaves as clothing. With a deep, resonant roar, the three-eyed flame lion's eyes turned crimson. Its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a barrage of energy-infused fireballs. Ling Tian, undeterred, activated the peak 8th level of the Dantai Mirror Bright Divine Art, forming a black energy shield spanning 3 meters in diameter. The powerful fireballs relentlessly struck the shield, creating thunderous booms with each impact, causing the barrier to tremble and deplete its energy. Ling Tian disregarded the shield's deterioration, focusing instead on gathering his power in his right hand, preparing for a decisive strike. The three-eyed flame beast unleashed over 30 fireballs in rapid succession, ultimately shattering Ling Tian's protective barrier. The once diminished three-eyed flame lion, now invigorated by the destruction of the shield, prepared to unleash its most potent attack. However, it suddenly sensed the chilling aura of impending death approaching. In a moment of instinct, it expelled 3 even more powerful fireballs. Yet, the scene that unfolded left the onlookers in stunned silence. The 3 formidable fireballs crumbled against Ling Tian's blade aura as if they were made of paper. The most astonished of all was old Master Hong, who recognized the significance of this display. While he could also condense blade aura, the disparity between his and the youth's was glaringly evident. As the blade aura sliced through the fireballs, it maintained its velocity, piercing through the body of the three-eyed flame lion, resulting in a thunderous explosion that created a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground. The overwhelming power left all those around in stunned silence, a testament to its might. After defeating the first three-eyed fire lion, Ling Tian did not pause. Instead, he charged towards the remaining 9, still in a daze. The forest echoed with the desperate roars of beasts. A quarter of an hour later, the battle concluded, leaving behind 10 lifeless bodies. In Ling Tian's hands now lay 10 shards of the three-eyed fire lion's magic crystal. His ruthless display commanded the attention of all present, their gazes filled with awe and fear. Yet, one individual stood apart, Miss Dongfang, her eyes brimming with admiration. Who could resist the allure of such a strikingly handsome and formidable youth? The image of the poised Dongfang was indelibly etched in her heart, destined to remain forever. Just as Ling Tian prepared to speak, he sensed 2 formidable auras rapidly approaching. Tong Tian also detected these presences and swiftly positioned himself beside Ling Tian. With a soft sigh, Ling Tian murmured, "They arrive with remarkable speed." Using his spiritual awareness, Ling Tian scanned the distance, harboring some doubts himself. The compendium of extraordinary creatures indicated that the three-eyed fire lions were social beasts, typically led by a single lion king. Encountering 2 would be rather unusual. The three-eyed fire lion king, a mid-level 9th-tier beast, stood at the pinnacle of the magical hierarchy, embodying a haughty nature. It is said that 2 tigers cannot share a mountain, and indeed, he had just spotted 2 powerful three-eyed fire lion kings, accompanied by around 20 of their kin. Truly, this vast world is full of wonders. As his thoughts settled, Ling Tian felt the ground tremble beneath him, rekindling the anxiety of those around him. Among them, Elder Hong, the most powerful, sensed the 2 mighty auras and turned pale, his heart sinking as he lamented their dire fate. Chapter 33. Escorting the Buddha to the west, Ling Tian shook his head firmly, declaring, "This cannot be." For deep within, he harbored a profound respect for the elder. The elder's expression shifted as he intently asked, "Why? If you save the young lady, the Dongfang family will surely reward you handsomely. Is there anything you desire?" Ling Tian shook his head once more, responding seriously, "Elder Hong, you misunderstand. I have principles. I will act according to my own judgment, and all will be well." His words rang with conviction, finally moving Elder Hong. Deep down, he unconditionally believed in this enigmatic young man, convinced that he would fulfill his promises. Standing beside the elder, Miss Dongfang listened to their exchange and understood the situation. Turning to Elder Hong, she said, "Grandpa Hong, you have watched me grow. You know my temperament. I have made my decision, and it cannot be altered. Death holds no fear for me." The elder sighed in resignation, preparing to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by a resounding roar, piercing the air with its commanding presence. Even the servants felt an invisible pressure that stilled their minds, freezing them in place. The lion, king of all beasts, roared with unyielding authority. It is understandable to say that their cultivation is insufficient. A fierce glint flashed in Hong Lao's eyes as he opened his mouth to roar. The intensity of his roar surpassed even that of the three-eyed fire lion king, awakening the spirits of those present, albeit leaving their faces somewhat pale. Ling Tian was also taken aback, realizing that this elder before him must have cultivated a rare sonic wave technique. Although it may not possess significant lethality, it can profoundly shake one's heart and disturb one's mind. A flicker of brilliance appeared in Ling Tian's eyes. He had heard his grandfather mention this martial art before, stating that when sonic wave techniques are mastered to perfection, they possess the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. While aware of the exaggeration inherent in such claims, it was not difficult to imagine the formidable nature of this martial skill, which even his well-traveled grandfather held in high esteem. Such techniques are exceedingly rare, nearing extinction. Ling Tian felt an unusual aura emanating from the elder, shrouded in mystery, possessing the unparalleled skill of sonic waves, prompting him to regard the elder with newfound respect. Refusing to underestimate him due to his lower cultivation level, a second lion's roar echoed in his ears, merging with the first to create an overwhelming momentum that eclipsed Hong Lao's voice. The situation for Hong Lao was grim. His face flushed an abnormal red, and white vapor continuously emanated from his head, indicating that he was pushing his cultivation to its limits. Ling Tian's keen perception revealed that the elder's true essence was nearly depleted. Although he yearned to assist, he felt powerless. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Hong Lao could no longer hold on. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He swayed precariously, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Miss Dongfang swiftly appeared by the elder's side, supporting his faltering form. Her eyes slightly reddened as she spoke with a quivering voice. "Grandpa Hong, are you all right?" Hong Lao gazed at her with affection, gently responding, "Miss, I am fine. It is merely excessive depletion of my true essence, nothing to worry about." Although he reassured the young lady, she clearly did not believe him, as she too sensed the severity of the elder's internal injuries, which were far from the light-heartedness he conveyed. A hint of worry shadowed her countenance. Observing the young maiden's sorrow, Ling Tian felt an urge to do something for her. Hoping to restore her smile, Ling Tian approached, saying, "Miss Dongfang, there is no need for concern. I will examine Grandpa Hong's condition to see if I can be of assistance." He took over the elder's support, channeling true energy into his body. Frowning, he realized that Hong Lao's condition was far worse than he had anticipated. His true energy was entirely depleted, and his meridians had sustained some damage. Such injuries typically require at least half a month's recovery for an ordinary person. Gently easing Hong Lao into a seated position on the ground, Ling Tian placed his hands on the elder's back, employing a small amount of Yin-Yang Chaotic True Energy to mend the injured meridians. To his surprise, the Yin-Yang Chaotic True Energy proved remarkably effective, swiftly repairing the elder's meridians. In truth, Hong Lao found himself increasingly unable to comprehend this enigmatic youth, feeling that everything occurring with this young man was so natural, as if he had grown numb to it all. Upon witnessing the extraordinary efficacy of the Yin-Yang Chaotic Primordial Energy, Ling Tian divided his focus, employing multiple facets of restoration, swiftly mending the damage. After experiencing some improvement in his meridians, Elder Hong began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish his depleted true essence. Nevertheless, the results were not markedly significant. Observing this, Ling Tian was struck by an impulse to assist further. Thus he activated the Yin-Yang Chaotic Technique, causing the spiritual energy within a 1-mile radius to surge violently, which was rapidly absorbed by his being. The onlookers were left astounded by this spectacle, including Miss Dongfang, who was taken aback. She had never encountered anyone capable of absorbing spiritual energy in such a manner. What manner of individual was this young man before her? Even Dan Tai Ling Tian was unaware of the formidable and mysterious nature of his powers. The absorbed spiritual energy was not for his own use. Ling Tian refined it and infused it entirely into Elder Hong's body. As the pure spiritual energy flowed in, Elder Hong utilized his mental techniques to assimilate this energy, revitalizing his once exhausted meridians. Not only that, but following this confrontation, the Elder's cultivation ascended to new heights, solidifying his standing at the lower tier of the star level and significantly enhancing his mental acuity. It seemed likely that future advancement to the mid-tier star level was within reach. Elder Hong had initially believed his cultivation would remain stagnant at the lower tier of the star level. Yet, through this unforeseen twist of fate, he recognized that it was indeed a blessing bestowed by the enigmatic youth before him. Before long, the Elder had fully recovered, exuding a powerful aura, albeit quickly tempering it. With joy radiating from him, he soon suppressed his elation and bowed deeply to Ling Tian, solemnly declaring, "I, Hong, express my profound gratitude for the gift of rebirth bestowed by the young hero. Should I survive this day, if you ever have need of me, I shall devote my utmost efforts, and should I refuse, may the heavens strike me down." The onlookers were taken aback by Elder Hong's words, and Ling Tian was no exception. He quickly helped the Elder to his feet, saying, "Elder Hong, you exaggerate. I merely did my utmost with no ulterior motives. There is no need for such formality." Elder Hong resolutely replied, "My mind is made up." Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly. At that moment, he sensed a profound threat. He had completely forgotten about the three-eyed fiery lion king. As this realization struck him, two robust three-eyed fiery lions materialized before him, towering at twice the height of ordinary specimens, exuding an overwhelming presence. Undeniably powerful, they rivaled the mightiest of beasts. Ling Tian could not help but admire their grandeur, truly deserving of their title as the kings of beasts. Following the emergence of the two mighty three-eyed fiery lions, about 20 ordinary three-eyed fiery lions appeared, encircling Ling Tian and his companions, seemingly intent on capturing them all. This formidable assembly was undeniable, two 9th-level mid-tier magical beasts, accompanied by 20 peak 8th-level mid-tier beasts. What formidable strength this represented. While the situation had seemed dire for the Dongfang family, with Ling Tian present, everything was destined to change. At this moment, Ling Tian heard Tong Tian's battle cry. With that roar, Tong Tian entered a state of combat, transforming into a colossal ape towering 3 zhang high, a manifestation of immense power. He understood that the cry was a challenge issued by Tong Tian to the three-eyed fire lion king. Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Tong Tian was a war fanatic, daring to confront two 9th-level intermediate magical beasts. Although Tong Tian had attained the pinnacle of 9th-level intermediate strength, he knew victory was not assured. Ling Tian, however, was disinclined to intervene and decided to first deal with the bothersome creatures surrounding him. Chapter 34. The Awakening of Affection. At this moment, Old Hong's face was a portrait of shock, thoroughly intimidated by Tong Tian. It was no wonder anyone would feel such a tremor of emotion. Not only was Old Hong stunned, but the others were equally taken aback. The once clever and charming little monkey was, in fact, a 9th-level magical beast, radiating an aura far more formidable than either of the three-eyed fire lions. Such a stark contrast stirred tumultuous waves in Old Hong's heart. "Ah, what did you just say, little brother?" Hearing someone inquire, he finally regained his composure, his face turning crimson. Ling Tian paid little heed to this, smiling as he reiterated his previous thoughts. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight sparked in the old man's eyes, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "You speak wisely, young brother." He then turned to the young woman beside him, instructing, "Miss, gather the remaining individuals to counter the three-eyed fire lions. My young brother and I will provide assistance and eliminate them one by one. Grandfather Hong, please be cautious. I will take care of myself. You may proceed, for I know what to do," the young woman declared resolutely. Ling Tian, standing nearby, nodded in approval, recognizing her poise and skill, a testament to her upbringing in a prominent family. She then turned to him and added, "Do take care as well." A slight blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Ling Tian was taken aback, a flicker of joy igniting within him, surprised by her concern. He quickly suppressed his feelings and maintained a calm demeanor. "Thank you, I will," he replied gratefully. Old Hong, astute in his observations, surmised the young lady's burgeoning feelings, thinking to himself that she had entered the realm of affection. Indeed, the young man before him was quite remarkable and destined for greatness. Little did Old Hong know that his words would soon ring true, and not merely in a modest sense. Regaining his composure, Ling Tian executed the Mirage transformation technique, charging toward the distant three-eyed fire lion. Old Hong, not to be outdone, also employed his technique and launched a fierce assault on the beasts. The surrounding three-eyed fire lions, not lacking in intelligence, realized that these two humans were formidable adversaries beyond their capacity to confront. Consequently, they dispatched 15 of their number to encircle Ling Tian and Old Hong respectively. 10 three-eyed fire lions surrounded Ling Tian, relentlessly attacking him. The escalating ferocity of their assaults ignited Ling Tian's fury. It was time to show them a taste of retribution. In contrast, Old Hong, encircled by 5 three-eyed fire lions, found himself in a rather precarious situation, engaged in a fierce battle. Since the venerable Hong's cultivation has reached a remarkable breakthrough, his strength has surged exponentially, enabling him to contend equally with the 6 three-eyed fire lions. Presently, Hong is profoundly grateful to the young man's timely assistance. It is through this healing that he has managed to consolidate his power. Had it been in the past, he would have surely succumbed to death by now. Indeed, Miss Dongfang has demonstrated exceptional guidance, uniting the clan's elite to successfully fend off the assault of the 5 three-eyed fire lions. Ling Tian, momentarily distracted by the unfolding battle, observed that these individuals seemed to employ a certain collaborative technique, their combined might proving formidable. However, he understood that this was merely a fleeting moment. Despite their commendable cultivation levels, they remained woefully inadequate against 5 mid-level 8th-tier, three-eyed fire lions. Turning his gaze to the clash of the 3 9th-tier magical beasts, he found it to be exhilarating, marked solely by physical attacks. Each punch connected with a resounding impact that echoed throughout the forest. Given that these were 9th-tier beasts engaged in combat, such occurrences were rare even within the magical beast realm. Their overwhelming presence soared into the skies, rendering the vicinity devoid of any other magical creatures. The 9th tier undoubtedly represents a watershed moment. These beasts are the sovereigns of their kind. Ling Tian discerned that while Tong Tian had reached the pinnacle of mid-level 9th tier strength, he had yet to exhibit any signs of defeat. However, this was merely a temporary state, as facing 2 mid-level 9th tier three-eyed fire lions left him somewhat lacking in confidence. Watching Tong Tian engage fervently, Ling Tian could sense the joy radiating from him. Since his advancement, his power has surged, and now he finally relishes the thrill of battle. For magical beasts, advancement necessitates relentless combat. Only through continuous improvement can they survive in the fiercely competitive magical beast forest. This assertion is far from an exaggeration, as Ling Tian has witnessed innumerable battles among magical beasts throughout his journey. Observing the 3 battlefields around him, Ling Tian understood that a prolonged stalemate would be detrimental to their side. He invoked the Dan Tai Jing Ming divine skill, emanating a formidable pressure from his being, compelling the surrounding spiritual energy to converge swiftly around him. Like a snowball gathering momentum, it grew increasingly powerful. Now, Ling Tian's body radiated a dark luminescence, and the 10 three-eyed fire lions sensed an aura of death, causing them to become agitated. Suddenly, as if reaching a consensus, the 10 lions simultaneously roared towards the heavens, their bodies igniting with flames that intensified, wave upon wave of heat surging forth, seemingly boundless. Having previously encountered this technique, Ling Tian knew it to be formidable, especially now. Witnessing 10 three-eyed fire lions unleash such a powerful move was indeed terrifying. The first to strike were the three-eyed fire lions, while Ling Tian's Yin-Yang Chaotic True Energy formed a powerful energy shield to offer some defense. This was not due to his inability to gather energy effectively, but rather a desire to ascertain the true extent of the lion's terrifying assault. It was a case of testing the waters, albeit at personal risk. Alas, curiosity can be perilous. Nevertheless, Ling Tian is no ordinary cat. A formidable fireball did not descend upon Ling Tian, but rather soared above his head. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, his mind filled with questions, yet soon the answer revealed itself. A fireball shot towards a height 2 zhang above Ling Tian, not exploding, but merging swiftly. Goodness! He assured himself he was not hallucinating. Such an incredible phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. In no time, the fireballs fused together, their immense power unmistakable, compelling Ling Tian to abandon his initial disdain and regard the three-eyed blazing lion with newfound seriousness. He was astonished by their extraordinary ability. The surrounding onlookers sensed the transformation. their expressions filled with disbelief. Was this not a bit exaggerated? Such occurrences had never been reported before. Although Elder Hong recognized the gravity of the situation, he found himself unable to intervene, his heart racing with anxiety. He hoped for Ling Tian's safety, yet a part of him felt an inexplicable anticipation, an instinct suggesting that this young man was far from ordinary. Miss Dongfang, upon detecting the overwhelming power, turned pale. Her eyes filled with concern as she bit her silver teeth, silently praying. As for the 3 9th-level mid-tier magical beasts, their battle had merely paused for a moment. Observing the situation, the 2 three-eyed blazing lion kings displayed glimmers of joy, while the third remained unperturbed, fully aware of its master's terrifying strength. Soon, the fight resumed, each blow resonating with a thunderous impact. The powerful fireball collided with the energy shield, causing violent tremors. Ling Tian sensed that his shield could not endure for long. After a series of jolts, it finally stabilized. Seeing Ling Tian unharmed, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Dongfang's face lit up with joy, while Elder Hong steadied his heart, striving to contend with the 5 three-eyed blazing lions. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, the seemingly formidable assault was merely a test from the 10 three-eyed blazing lions. Ling Tian understood that his display of strength had posed a significant threat, and he anticipated that the forthcoming attack would be the main event. He quickly focused his energy, opting not to employ the Yin-Yang Chaos art, but instead channeling the Dan-Time Mirror's divine skill to its pinnacle, reaching the 8th layer of mastery, equivalent to the prowess of a peak interstellar expert. Of course, Ling Tian's strength was far from simple. Typically, Ling Tian would refrain from revealing his trump cards, but now an overwhelming sword intent emanated from him, powerful enough to alter the very heavens. The skies churned with dark clouds, as if heralding something momentous. This formidable aura conjured a tempest, sweeping across the battlefield. Elder Hong, witnessing the intensity radiating from the young man before him, could not help but smile wryly. He had misjudged the situation. He had not anticipated that Ling Tian's strength had ascended to such heights, mere steps away from the legendary pinnacle of humanity. At his own advanced age, battling the 3-eyed blazing lions proved to be quite taxing. Had he truly aged to the point of being comparable to a mere dog? The 10 three-eyed fire lions sensed the terrifying power emanating from the human before them. Despite their limited intelligence, they understood that the moment of life and death had arrived. In unison, they unleashed their innate beast flames, transforming into a colossal fireball. The surrounding air temperature began to rise steadily, reaching a horrifying level. Although this heat paled in comparison to the chaotic yin-yang spirit fire within Ling Tian, it was nevertheless lethal to anyone who dared to approach. Moreover, the combination of the 10 three-eyed fire lions was undeniably formidable. Yet, this was only the beginning. 10 powerful columns of flame erupted simultaneously from the mouths of the lions, converging at a height of 5 zhang above Ling Tian's head, merging continuously. Furthermore, the lions continued to expel their innate beast flames, exuding a formidable pressure from the fireball, whose temperature escalated to unprecedented heights, burning the surrounding air into blackened voids. This terrifying heat, though slightly inferior to the chaotic yin-yang spirit fire within me, left even Ling Tian feeling parched. The battle had escalated to a critical juncture, with an atmosphere of tension permeating the air. The hearts of those surrounding were knotted with anxiety. Elder Hong felt a bead of sweat trickle down his palm, fully aware that under such an assault, his demise was all but certain. Despite the overwhelming power displayed before him, uncertainty lingered, as the outcome of a clash between experts was unpredictable. Miss Dongfang was in turmoil, her emotions a tangled mess. Even she herself could not discern her feelings. It was all rather complex. Ling Tian believed that having cultivated his chaotic yin-yang body to the 2nd level, he would be fine. As he pondered, the fireball above finally coalesced successfully, clashing with the blade aura emanating from Ling Tian's body. His eyes darkened, a phenomenon that occurred only when reaching the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the Dan-Time Mirror's divine skill. Ling Tian roared, blade radiance shatters the void. Powerful blade auras erupted from his being, relentlessly assaulting the fireball above. The fireball pressed down with increasing ferocity, and Ling Tian felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Let me show you what true blade radiance shattering the void looks like. The blade aura that had burst forth began to coalesce, forming a devastating strike capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. Additionally, he continuously infused his formidable true essence into it, creating an even more magnificent momentum. Finally, the two forces collided, producing a cataclysmic roar that shook the very ground. Spectators instinctively covered their ears, though Elder Hong, a seasoned master of interstellar prowess, remained unaffected, his deep cultivation shielding him from the adverse effects. Tong Tian maintained an air of ease, unfazed by the thunderous sound, his eyes brimming with martial spirit. Truly a war fanatic. The two three-eyed fire lion kings, however, could no longer maintain their haughty demeanor. Instead, a grave expression appeared on his face, as he had not anticipated the remarkable strength of the human before him. One of the three-eyed fire lion kings was destined to be defeated when confronting the combined assault of 10 three-eyed fire lions and their innate flames. To his astonishment, this human was able to engage in a battle of equals. It was truly beyond belief. A chill crept into his heart, leading him to the conclusion that this human was not to be trifled with. Faced with the energy expenditure at hand, Ling Tian lost interest and infused an additional 2 layers of Yin-Yang Chaotic True Essence into his attack. The blade aura surged forth, and an overwhelming pressure was unmistakable. Transforming into a blade, he charged into the fireball, provoking astonishment among the onlookers, who wondered if the young man had lost his senses. Miss Dongfang nearly faltered upon witnessing the incredible scene, while Elder Hong contemplated that the situation was far from simple. Suspecting that the mysterious youth had more tricks up his sleeve, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar emerged from the fireball as it erupted, unleashing a torrent of formidable fire energy that set the surrounding trees ablaze. Ling Tian's figure finally materialized in the air, exuding an extraordinary majesty. The scene of battle was etched firmly in the memory of a young girl among the crowd. The spectators erupted in joy, celebrating their hard-won first victory. However, Ling Tian did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he gathered his true essence and unleashed another attack, the tenfold breaking extremity. 15 immensely powerful blade auras shot towards the 10 exhausted three-eyed fire lions, with an outcome that required no elaboration. Each one perished. Ling Tian's iron-fisted measures instilled fear among the magical beasts, even causing the 2 formidable three-eyed fire lion kings to tremble. One of them let out 3 fierce roars before turning to flee, prompting the remaining fire lions to retreat in panic. Ling Tian found himself momentarily stunned at the sight before him. Level 9 magical beasts behaving like cowards was an astonishing spectacle, akin to the sun rising in the west. Not only he, but the onlookers were also left agape in disbelief. Tong Tian had initially intended to pursue, but was halted by Ling Tian's admonition. Since their opponents chose not to fight, why pursue a battle that was already won? After all, they were not aimlessly seeking trouble. Ling Tian himself felt speechless regarding the outcome of the battle. Were level 9 magical beasts not supposed to be proud? The reality before him starkly contradicted his previous notions. It was clear that hearsay could not be wholly trusted. Although the conclusion was unexpected, a sense of relief washed over the crowd, especially the 30 elites from the Dongfang family, who felt as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. Indeed, had it not been for the young man before them and the level 9 magical beast by his side, the consequences would have been dire. Miss Dongfang was the first to approach him, her concern evident as she asked, "My lord, are you unhurt?" Ling Tian shook his head and replied, "Miss Dongfang, please do not worry. It is merely a depletion of true essence. A day of recuperation will suffice." A blush crept onto Miss Dongfang's face as she responded, "My lord, please do not call me Miss Dongfang. It feels so formal. I am Dongfang Jing, the youngest daughter of the current family head. I am deeply grateful for your assistance today. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Ling Tian hastily replied, "Miss, you flatter me. I am Ling Tian, a traveler who cannot stand idly by in the face of injustice. Moreover, I have been in this perilous beast forest for over 4 months now. Rarely do I encounter human presence, and today, upon hearing the sounds of battle from afar, my curiosity compelled me to investigate. To my astonishment, I found you besieged by three-eyed fire lions. The situation was dire, and thus I felt it my duty to assist you. Please, do not dwell on it." Old Master Hong approached with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, young brother, had it not been for your timely intervention today, I fear we would have met a grim fate. I bow to you in gratitude. Your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Dongfang family. You are now a benefactor to us." With that, he performed a respectful bow to Ling Tian. Ling Tian quickly helped him to his feet, saying, "Old Master Hong, there is no need for such formality. I believe anyone would have acted similarly in such circumstances. Those around them bowed in gratitude, acknowledging Ling Tian's life-saving actions. Hearing Ling Tian's words, the elder shook his head and remarked, "Young man, not everyone shares your perspective. Prior to your arrival, we encountered 3 adventuring parties. Upon witnessing 10 three-eyed fire lions attacking us, they chose not to intervene, perhaps to avoid unnecessary losses. In the beast forest, everyone is on edge. Not all possess the formidable strength you do." Chapter 36. The burden of being a genius. Old Master Hong could not help but shake his head, stating, "Jinger, one cannot make such sweeping judgments. While those adventurers may be powerful, the ones who reach this place, especially in such numbers, are often cautious. If you had observed their expressions as they retreated, you would have noticed their tension. They must have sensed the presence of a three-eyed fire lion king, prompting their hasty withdrawal. It was not a lack of willingness to help, but rather an inability to do so." He cast a glance at Ling Tian as he finished speaking. Upon hearing Old Master Hong's words, Ling Tian felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the elder's wisdom was unparalleled, far beyond the understanding of a mere youth. Despite Ling Tian's profound cultivation, his limited experience was a significant shortcoming. He contemplated that after completing his training in the beast forest, he would journey to other nations on the continent to learn about their cultures. This thought took root deep within him. Upon hearing her esteemed grandfather Hong speak thus, Dongfang Jing reflected on his wisdom and felt much of her lingering resentment dissipate. "Thank you, Grandfather Hong, for your guidance. I shall remember it well," she earnestly expressed. Old Master Hong smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of pride as he observed Dongfang Jing, who was like a granddaughter to him, exhibit such understanding. His face radiated warmth and affection. Meanwhile, Ling Tian's previously tranquil heart began to stir once more. This sensation was unprecedented. Even in the presence of Huangfu Yuyin and Chang Sunyu, he had never felt such a way. Ling Tian realized he was becoming increasingly entranced, and he sensed that Dongfang Jing harbored feelings for him as well, an instinctive awareness, a man's sixth sense. Ling Tian inquired, "Elder Hong, how did you venture deep into the beast forest, and what prompted your confrontation with the three-eyed fiery lion?" Although Ling Tian had eavesdropped on their conversation, his feigned ignorance was intentional. Elder Hong, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of helplessness, replied, "The truth is, our entry into the beast forest was compelled by circumstances. Zhi'er's father was ambushed by the frost palm of Elder Han Xian, sustaining grave injuries to his meridians and teetering on the brink of death. Only by refining 6 complete fire elixirs can we dispel the chilling energy within his meridians and restore him to health. The primary ingredient for the complete fire elixir is the magic crystal from 6 mid-level 8-star, three-eyed fiery lions. Thus, Zhi and I led our clan's elite into the beast forest to hunt down 6 of these lions for their crystals. Initially, our endeavor was successful, as we managed to slay 3 solitary three-eyed fiery lions. However, during our 4th hunt, while targeting another lone lion, unforeseen circumstances arose. Although we succeeded in killing it, the dying lion unleashed its innate true fire, signaling its kin. Consequently, we were surrounded by 10 three-eyed fiery lions, resulting in the tragic loss of nearly 20 elite members of our clan. It is indeed lamentable. Ling Tian could empathize with the elder's distress, but pressed on. "Elder Hong, do you possess the formula for the complete fire elixir? May I have a look?" Elder Hong, taken aback by Ling Tian's request, hesitated but ultimately responded, "Yes. I carry a copy with me." He then retrieved a piece of paper from his robe and handed it to Ling Tian. Upon receiving the formula, Ling Tian examined the list of ingredients. Reflecting on his recent practice, his alchemical skills had ascended to a remarkable level. The complete fire elixir was a pinnacle potion. Its preparation intricate, demanding the utmost precision regarding the temperature of the alchemist's inner true fire. Considering that his Yin-Yang Chaotic Spirit fire had long surpassed these requirements, he felt confident in his ability to succeed. With a smile, Ling Tian declared, "Elder Hong, Miss Ji, if you trust me, I shall undertake the refinement of the complete fire elixir." Dongfang Ji gasped, "You can concoct elixirs? That's impossible. Mastering the art of alchemy requires at least 3 arduous years of dedication, and the complete fire elixir is a sophisticated pinnacle potion. The difficulty of its refinement cannot be overstated. Are you certain you can produce it?" Ling Tian nodded with a smile. "I believe I can manage it." Upon hearing Ling Tian's response, Elder Hong and Dongfang Ji exchanged glances filled with disbelief, astonishment, joy, and a hint of expectation. Yet, astonishment prevailed. For the youth before them was truly extraordinary. His profound cultivation, formidable magical beasts, and now, a mastery of alchemy that defied logic. What feats could he not accomplish? To them, Ling Tian seemed an enigma, shrouded in mystery. Dongfang Ji gazed at Ling Tian, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, as if she were drawn deeper into a world of the arcane. Ling Tian added, "Should I fail in my endeavor, I believe you would incur no loss." Old Master Hong regained his composure and hurriedly said, "Young brother Ling Tian, please forgive us. We did not mean it that way, merely expressing our astonishment." Ling Tian felt a sense of helplessness, the kind that accompanies a genius. Dongfang Jing added, "Indeed, I truly believe you can succeed." Hearing her simple yet heartfelt response filled Ling Tian's heart with an abundance of energy. He remarked, "We must find a suitable place for alchemy. This location is inappropriate." Old Master Hong nodded in agreement, saying, "You speak wisely. Let us set off at once." However, Ling Tian was about to shake his head, saying, "No, we still have matters to attend to." Even Dongfang Jing, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What else is there to do? Did not the three-eyed fiery lion escape?" Old Master Hong was also perplexed, unable to comprehend if there was indeed something left undone. Ling Tian, noticing the confusion in their expressions, explained, "The three-eyed fiery lion possesses immense value. Its blood is extraordinarily beneficial for alchemy." Old Master Hong suddenly understood, saying, "Ah, so that is the case. I overlooked the inherent worth of magical beasts." He then instructed his men to extract the blood and skin the beasts. The scene was somewhat gruesome, causing Dongfang Jing to frown, evidently displeased with the atmosphere. Ling Tian suggested, "Miss Jing, allow me to accompany you for a stroll nearby." Though Dongfang Jing was somewhat swayed by his suggestion, she remained silent, while Old Master Hong encouraged her, "Jinger, it would be best for you to walk around. This scene is not suitable for you." After some persuasion from Old Master Hong, Dongfang Jing finally nodded in agreement. Ling Tian felt a quiet joy within and led the way, with Dongfang Jing closely following behind. Observing their departing figures, the old man could not help but smile, thinking, "These two foolish children, unaware of their own feelings? Alas, I am old. I hope I have not misjudged them." Once they had distanced themselves from the scene, Ling Tian paused, and Dongfang Jing, lost in thought, inadvertently bumped into him, jolting her back to reality. Her cheeks flushed crimson, creating an awkward moment. She said, "My apologies. Young sir, I was not paying attention." Ling Tian shook his head, replying, "It is nothing. Miss Dongfang, I have noticed you seem troubled during our walk. Might you share your thoughts with me, so I may ease your burden?" Chapter 37. The Fiery Alchemy. Ling Tian spoke earnestly, "Miss Dongfang, do not think so poorly of yourself. Your courage to venture into the beast forest for the three-eyed fiery lion's magical crystal is already beyond what most would dare. I hold great admiration for your bravery." A blush appeared on Dongfang Jing's face, delighted by the compliment from the handsome youth before her. Shyly, she responded, "You flatter me. Young sir, in truth, it is you who venture alone amidst the perils of the beast forest for your cultivation. I have a limited understanding and have never encountered anyone like you." Ling Tian smiled and replied, "Not having encountered someone does not imply their absence. The continent is vast and teeming with talent. One should never underestimate the world and its people." Miss Dongfang, upon hearing Ling Tian's words, curled her lips in disbelief. Ling Tian shook his head and replied, "Very well. If you choose not to believe, I shall pen a letter that may prove beneficial to your Dongfang family." With that, he retrieved pen and paper from his spatial ring and swiftly composed the letter. Miss Dongfang, astonished at his possession of a spatial ring, exclaimed, "A spatial ring?" Ling Tian nodded, then carefully sealed the letter in an envelope and handed it to Dongfang Jing, saying, "Once you return, should circumstances turn dire, personally deliver this letter to the patriarch of the Nangong family." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Jing's complexion paled, clearly taken aback. "You have connections with the Nangong family? If they indeed offer their assistance, it seems this crisis might be weathered safely. I am grateful to you, sir." Coming from a distinguished family, her composure quickly returned, though the depth of her thoughts remained a mystery. After securing the letter, Dongfang Jing looked at Ling Tian and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Ling Tian smiled wryly. "It is not yet the right moment to disclose that. When we meet again, I shall reveal everything." Noticing Dongfang Jing's inclination to inquire further, he quickly added, I believe Old Hong has already resolved matters there, so let us return. Trust me, when we meet next, I will provide clarity. With this promise, Dongfang Jing set aside her lingering questions. The two walked back together in silence, the atmosphere laden with awkwardness. Ling Tian inwardly sighed, yet there was little he could do. Upon their return, Old Hong greeted them with a smile. You have finally returned. Otherwise, I would have sent someone to find you. Let us depart. Ling Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should first find a suitable place to concoct some elixirs. Old Hong nodded and addressed the group. Everyone, prepare to depart. The beast forest was vast, teeming with both trees and magical beasts, and it boasted numerous mountains, some of which were imbued with rich spiritual energy, a coveted territory for formidable magical creatures. Before long, they arrived beside a small mountain, where the spiritual energy was scarce and no magical beasts resided. More importantly, they discovered a natural cave, a perfect sanctuary for alchemical work, quiet and secure. Ling Tian remarked, "This will do nicely. We shall brew our elixirs in this cave." Old Hong nodded in agreement. "Young brother, your discerning eye is commendable. This location is indeed splendid." With Old Hong's approval, the others had no objections. Ling Tian entered the cave, followed closely by Old Hong and Dongfang Jing. Turning to Old Hong, he said, "During the alchemical process, it is essential to avoid disturbances. I would appreciate your protection. Rest assured, young brother, with me here, all will be well," Old Hong assured him. With Old Hong's consent, Ling Tian felt at ease. He settled onto the ground, retrieved his cauldron, and laid out an array of precious herbs, preparing 12 portions of each. He then invoked the cauldron, placing it a short distance before him, and summoned the Yin-Yang chaotic spirit fire from within, commencing the process of heating the cauldron. When the chaotic spirit fire of Yin and Yang emerged, the surrounding air began to heat up. The expressions of Elder Hong and Dongfang Jing were filled with awe. The temperature of the flames had indeed reached an extraordinary level, surpassing even the combined heat of the 10 three-eyed fire lions. What a marvel! As they gazed at the young man before them, Elder Hong and Dongfang Jing exchanged glances, utterly astonished. How on earth had he achieved this? As they continued to observe Dan Tai Ling Tian's alchemical skills, their hearts grew numb, realizing that there was seemingly nothing beyond the capabilities of this remarkable youth. The all-encompassing fire elixir could be deemed a pinnacle of advanced alchemy, and even the most skilled alchemists would not produce such a potion with such swiftness. Yet, Dan Tai Ling Tian was not only rapid, but also maintained an impressively high success rate. 2 hours passed, and Dan Tai Ling Tian successfully concocted 12 all-encompassing fire elixirs, their crystalline forms glimmering before their eyes, compelling belief in their authenticity. Ling Tian then produced a vial, beckoning with his hand, causing the 12 potions to gracefully enter the container. He stored the alchemical cauldron and approached Elder Hong, stating, "I have fulfilled my mission. The elixirs are successfully refined." Elder Hong, with palpable excitement, received the potions, exclaiming, "You are truly a savior to the Dongfang family." His gaze lingered on Ling Tian with an inscrutable expression. Refining the all-encompassing fire elixir appeared deceptively easy, yet in reality, it demanded immense mental fortitude and consumed considerable internal fire energy. After all, it was a pinnacle potion. No such creation could be accomplished without incurring some cost. Initially, he felt fine, but now a wave of fatigue washed over him mentally. Ling Tian apologetically remarked, "Elder Hong, Miss Dongfang, the alchemical process was taxing. I think I shall rest for a while." Elder Hong, suddenly enlightened, responded, "Young brother Ling Tian, please take your rest. I shall oversee matters here to ensure all remains well." Dongfang Jing added, "Yes, Ling Tian, do rest. Today you have fought and refined potions. Do not wear yourself down. We shall handle the remaining tasks." A delicate blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Ling Tian smiled and nodded appreciatively, warmed by their concern. He replied, "Then I shall not decline any further." After bowing in respect, he found a secluded spot within the cave, sitting in meditation to recuperate, rather than merely resting. It was more akin to cultivation, since entering the sacred realm of the Dan Tai family at the tender age of 4. The distinction between cultivating and sleeping had vanished for him. Ling Tian understood that time was of the essence. The impending invasion of the demon race loomed like a mountain upon his heart, compelling him to drive himself to grow stronger to protect his loved ones from harm. He no longer wished to return to his former self. Ling Tian recognized that he now possessed everything: a stark contrast to his previous existence devoid of any possessions. His current state of happiness was magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold compared to his past. Consequently, he feared losing everything he had now, unwilling to witness it all dissolve into nothingness once more. Although the Dantai family is currently formidable, with my grandparents being unparalleled masters at the moon level and the enigmatic grandfather Tan adding to their strength, the question remains whether such a powerful lineage can withstand the impending invasion of the demon race. Only through acquiring even greater power can one hope to survive. Thus, Ling Tian continuously strives to enhance his abilities, retreating into the depths of the beast forest for training. He can feel that he is on the brink of a breakthrough, and his heart brims with anticipation. Following this advancement, his strength will soar to unprecedented heights in the days to come. When Oriental Jing observes Ling Tian resting, yet still dedicating time to cultivation, she cannot help but express her frustration, exclaiming, "What a peculiar individual! Does he not fear exhausting his body?" Chapter 38. A lasting impression. Oriental Jing's cheeks flush as she overhears their conversation, yet her spirits lift as she asks, "Is that true, Grandfather Hong?" "Ha ha ha, Jinger, do you think I am jesting?" Grandfather Hong replies with a grin. "Jinger, I can see you harbor some feelings for this young man, having been raised by the man she considers a grandfather." Grandfather Hong's candid observation causes Oriental Jing's face to redden profoundly as she stammers, "Grandfather Hong, what do you mean? He is so remarkable. How could I possibly be worthy of him?" Realizing she has let slip her thoughts, she hurriedly covers her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide, struggling to articulate a response. "Ah, little girl, I have watched you grow. How could I not discern your sentiments?" Grandfather Hong declares with a hearty laugh. Oriental Jing, feeling exasperated, retorts, "Grandfather Hong, you are teasing me again. I shall no longer pay you any mind." Grandfather Hong gazes at her calmly, saying, "Miss, I understand your feelings. To be honest, I also hold this young man in high regard. However, he will not be solely yours in the future. Can you bear the thought of sharing him with others? His journey is long, and he will not always be by your side. Can you withstand such loneliness?" Upon hearing Grandfather Hong's words, Oriental Jing finds herself momentarily stunned, realizing these are considerations she had not previously entertained. Yet, are these concerns truly paramount? To love him is to embrace all that he embodies. Observing the myriad emotions flitting across Oriental Jing's face, Grandfather Hong understands she is grappling with a difficult decision. Regardless of her choice, he will offer unwavering support, for in his eyes, she is akin to his own cherished granddaughter. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Oriental Jing's expression settles into tranquility. A glint of understanding flashes in Grandfather Hong's eyes. It seems Jinger has made her resolution. In a calm, yet resolute tone, Oriental Jing declares, "Grandfather Hong, I wish to be with Ling Tian. No matter the obstacles we face, I shall not waver." Her unwavering conviction even moves Grandfather Hong, who has watched her grow and knows her character is one of gentle strength. Once she has set her mind on something, she will not yield. "Oh, the folly of love in the realm of martial arts." Old Master Hong nodded kindly and said, "My dear young lady, since you have made your decision, I can only support you in silence. The rest is for you to bear. However, should there be anything I can assist with, I shall gladly do so." Tears welled in Dongfang Jing's eyes as she sobbed, "Grandfather Hong." Approaching her, Old Master Hong embraced Dongfang Jing and remarked, "My dear, I have watched you grow up before my very eyes. With no children of my own, I regard you as my granddaughter. You do not hold this against me, do you?" Dongfang Jing quickly replied, "How could I? Grandfather Hong, you are someone I hold in great respect. I could not wish for a better grandfather." Old Master Hong felt a swell of emotion within him. Once Dongfang Jing had calmed her spirits, he gently pushed her away and said, "All right, my dear. Look at you now, you resemble a little kitten." Seeing that Dongfang Jing had emerged from her earlier distress, Old Master Hong sighed with relief and suggested, "Let us step outside. There is much to be done." As they exited the cave, they found the remaining elites of the Dongfang family digging graves to bury their fallen comrades. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. A trace of sadness flickered in both Old Master Hong and Dongfang Jing's eyes, for these were the family's finest, who had perished for the sake of the magic crystal of the three-eyed blaze lion. They were indeed valiant souls, worthy sons of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Jing could not help but say, "Thank goodness he was here this time." Old Master Hong nodded, thinking to himself, "Indeed, it is nothing short of a miracle that we have survived." How refreshing, Ling Tian exclaimed as he awoke from his cultivation, stretching lazily. Old Master Hong, sitting nearby, chuckled. Young brother, you have slept for quite a while. I imagine you must be hungry by now. Come, have something to eat. Ling Tian turned at the sound of his voice and saw Old Master Hong and Dongfang Jing sitting by the fire, roasting meat. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he smiled sheepishly. It was true that with his current cultivation level, going 3 days without food or water posed no issue, yet the moment he engaged in battle, his energy would deplete rapidly, leaving him ravenous. He approached the fire, where Dongfang Jing offered him a piece of golden brown roasted meat, its savory aroma enticing. Ling Tian's appetite surged, and he set aside his decorum, devouring the meat with gusto. Dongfang Jing couldn't help but smile at his voraciousness, while Old Master Hong found it amusing. Before long, Ling Tian had finished the piece and, with a hint of regret, inquired, "Is there more?" Dongfang Jing smiled and replied, "There is plenty, just take your time. Here, drink some water so you don't choke." She handed him a water pouch, and he nodded gratefully. "Young brother, it seems you are quite famished today. Here, have this roasted leg. Hurry and eat." Old Master Hong offered a roasted leg to Ling Tian, who responded, "Please forgive my manners, Old Master." Old Master Hong laughed heartily. "Young brother, there is no need for such formality. There is no distinction between elegant and unrefined eating. That is merely the concern of the petty-minded. To eat heartily is to be true to oneself." Ling Tian smiled sheepishly. "You are right, Old Master. I have been rather uncouth." Beside them, Dongfang Jing could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Grandfather Hong, you should let him finish eating first. Ling Tian is still hungry." Old Hong laughed heartily and said, "Look at that. So quickly you are taking his side. All right, young brother, do eat quickly. I'll step outside for a moment." With that, he rose and walked out, leaving Ling Tian and Dongfang Jing together in an atmosphere that suddenly felt quite awkward. Dongfang Jing dared not meet Ling Tian's gaze and instead focused all her attention on the flickering flames before her, as if they held an infinite landscape of wonder. Ling Tian, too, lacked the courage to look at her, merely consuming the skewered meat in his hands. After an indeterminate time had passed, he finally finished eating and let out a gentle sigh. A sidelong glance at Dongfang Jing revealed that the silly girl was still transfixed by the flames. He could not help but say, "Stop staring at the fire. It's not good for your eyes. Do you wish to go blind?" "Oh, what did you just say?" Dongfang Jing finally lifted her head, her face a picture of confusion. Ling Tian felt as if a flock of crows had flown over his head. What was she thinking? He repeated his earlier words. Dongfang Jing's cheeks flushed. It turned out he had been paying attention to her all along. Although Ling Tian noticed her blush, he could not fathom her thoughts. He only found her shy demeanor endearing. Observing her, he refrained from speaking further, several times contemplating breaking the silence. But seeing Dongfang Jing lost in her thoughts, he decided to keep his musings to himself. "Where has Tong Tian gone?" Ling Tian mused, not overly concerned, for its abilities allowed it to escape even from a pinnacle-level 9th-grade magical beast. The nature of monkeys is to be restless. Expecting it to remain in one place is an unreasonable demand. Ling Tian called it back with his spiritual energy, worried it might cause some trouble. After about a quarter of an hour, he heard the familiar sounds of monkey calls and could not help but smile. It seemed Tong Tian had returned. Unbeknownst to him, his smile caught Dongfang Jing's eye, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, and she quickly averted her gaze, feeling embarrassed for having never encountered a handsome man before. Before long, a shadow flitted at the cave entrance, unmistakably Tong Tian. It leaped into Ling Tian's embrace, and Ling Tian said, "I didn't call you back. You should know to return on your own." What is this?" He noticed that Tong Tian was holding 2 large magical crystals, and from the energy emanating from them, they were undoubtedly the cores of 9th-grade magical beasts. Chapter 39. Until we meet again. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done. I didn't expect you to stumble upon such a fortune. But remember to leave any future 9th-grade magical beasts for me. Only they can help me advance my cultivation now." "Yes, master. I saw you resting, so I didn't dare to interrupt," Tong Tian replied earnestly. Ling Tian reassured him. "It's all right. After all, I came to the magical beast forest to cultivate." Just then, Old Hong returned and took a seat, saying, "Young brother, I have decided to return early tomorrow morning. The head of the family's health is currently not optimistic. It is better to return early to avoid any trouble. May I inquire if you would like to leave the Warcraft forest with us?" Sitting nearby, Dongfang Jing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Ling Tian. Ling Tian shook his head and replied, I believe you understand that my purpose here is to cultivate and hopefully break through my bottlenecks soon. I appreciate your kindness. Elder Hong. Not at all. I had anticipated this outcome. However, you must visit my Dongfang family in the future. You are now a great benefactor to us. And the family head will certainly reward you handsomely, said Dongfang Jing, her expression tinged with disappointment upon realizing that the young man would not be accompanying her. Despite being a novice in matters of the heart, Ling Tian could sense her feelings and smiled, saying, I will definitely visit the Dongfang family when I have the time. I hope you won't turn me away then. Elder Hong chuckled, the young man is jesting. Dongfang Jing insisted, you must come. Ling Tian nodded, a promise of sorts. At that moment, Elder Hong finally noticed the magic crystal in Tongtian's hand, his face filled with astonishment. Could this be the core of a level 9 magical beast? Ling Tian confirmed, indeed, this is Tongtian's harvest from today. It's truly astonishing. I never expected your magical pet to possess such strength. Managing to slay 2 level 9 magical beasts without sustaining significant injuries, Elder Hong remarked, clearly taken aback. Tongtian proudly raised his head, pointing at himself. His antics eliciting laughter from all, including Elder Hong, while Dongfang Jing doubled over in mirth. After much conversation, considering their journey ahead, Elder Hong and Dongfang Jing retired early for rest. Ling Tian also succumbed to slumber, for he had indeed been quite exhausted during this period. In the deep of night, the crackling of the fire resonated, the flames seemingly whispering secrets. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and soon the next day dawned. After a brief tidying up, they could set out. When Dantai Ling Tian awoke, he found the cave devoid of any presence. Both Dongfang Jing and Elder Hong had long since departed. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he pondered that it seemed they were about to part ways. Meeting was fate, and parting sowed the seeds for their next reunion. Ling Tian stepped outside the cave, and upon spotting him from afar, Dongfang Jing hurried over, exclaiming, Ling Tian, you're awake. Nodding, Ling Tian replied calmly, yes. The weather is quite pleasant today. When do you plan to set off? Dongfang Jing smiled. We can depart in about half an hour. Ling Tian contemplated for a moment. Retrieved all the magic crystals from the three-eyed fire lion he had hunted the day before from his spatial ring, placed them in a leather pouch, and handed it to Dongfang Jing, saying, Miss Jing, please accept this. Dongfang Jing appeared flustered, declining, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She knew that the pouch contained nearly a dozen magic crystals, one of which was a level 9 crystal, while the others were all level 8, certainly not a small sum. Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Offering a gift to a girl for the first time only to be rejected was indeed quite embarrassing. He smiled and said, Miss Dongfang, your words do not hold true. I regard you all as friends, and between friends, the value of gifts is of no importance. Besides, in my eyes, these magic crystals are hardly significant. There is an abundance of them now, so please do not hesitate. Accept them. Dongfang Jing was somewhat swayed by his words. And Ling Tian continued, these magic crystals from the three-eyed fire lions may prove useful in the future. After this, Dongfang Jing finally accepted the crystals. Just as she was about to speak, Ling Tian quickly interrupted, saying, There's no need for thanks. Otherwise, I shall feel quite uncomfortable. Dongfang Jing's cheeks flushed, her eyes darting playfully as she replied, Who said anything about thanking you? I merely wanted to advise you to be cautious in the beast forest, lest you become a snack for the beasts. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. It was truly amusing. As Ling Tian's laughter faded, Elder Hong approached and inquired, What are you two discussing that brings such joy? Dongfang Jing replied, Oh, it's nothing, just a casual chat. By the way, Grandpa Hong, these magic crystals are a gift from Ling Tian. Elder Hong peered into the bag, noticing the crystals glowing a vibrant red, and his expression shifted dramatically. He looked up at Dantai Ling Tian, hesitating as he asked, Young man, what is the meaning of this? Ling Tian responded with a light-hearted smile, Elder Hong. This is merely a small token of my appreciation. Please do not refuse. These crystals from the three-eyed fire lions hold little value for me, but they may prove beneficial for you in the future. Elder Hong gazed into Ling Tian's eyes and saw sincerity reflected back. Finally resolved, he said, Ling Tian, your kindness towards our Dongfang family is truly remarkable. Before Elder Hong could finish, Ling Tian interjected, Please do not dwell on it too much. Consider it a momentary help in times of need. Elder Hong couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself that many speak of lending a hand in times of trouble, yet few actually do. The Dongfang family had once been a renowned clan, but due to the illness of the family head, they had fallen from grace. After conversing for a while longer, Elder Hong glanced at the sky and remarked, "Ling Tian, it's getting late. It is time to part ways." Ling Tian promptly responded, "Elder Hong, Miss Jing, until we meet again, please travel safely." Dongfang Jing looked at Ling Tian, her gaze filled with reluctance, affection, and an indescribable sentiment. How Ling Tian felt similarly. When love endures, does it truly matter if one is separated by time? Ling Tian understood the weight of his responsibilities and realized that the timing was not yet right. He believed that fate would eventually bring them together. Elder Hong, a man of considerable experience, easily perceived the mutual feelings between the two and chose not to rush Dongfang Jing. The moments of reunion are always fleeting. Their emotions were palpable, for they both had experienced such sentiments before. Ultimately, unable to withstand her gaze, Ling Tian averted his eyes and softly said, "Miss Jing, it is indeed getting late. We should set off soon." Dongfang Jing withdrew her gaze and replied, "Take care of yourself. Be cautious, just as you are." Subsequently, Dongfang Jing departed without glancing back. Ling Tian could sense her mood. In the distance, Old Hong bid farewell, and Ling Tian waved his hand in response. As he watched the procession fade from view, observing that slender silhouette recede further and further, an inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart. To know each other, to gaze upon each other, yet to find it difficult to unite, such is the heart-wrenching path of life. What Ling Tian did not know was that tears cascaded down Dongfang Jing's cheeks the moment she turned away. She realized she had genuinely fallen for that enigmatic youth named Ling Tian, a boy who had stealthily invaded her heart like a riddle. His figure incessantly appeared in her mind, and a smile returned to her face. "Ling Tian, I shall wait for you always." Chapter 40. The mutation. Old Hong held high hopes for the young man. The future remained uncertain, and only time could prove his worth. Perhaps the heavens were touched by this sentiment, as dark clouds began to gather above, signaling impending rain. Silence enveloped the group, each individual lost in thought as they hurried along, eager to return home. Time passed, though its measure was unclear, until Dongfang Jing wiped her tears and resolutely pressed onward. Deep within, she affirmed, "I, Dongfang Jing, am not a person of weakness." With external threats to her clan still present, this was no time for romantic distractions. She hoped for the safety of her kin. Old Hong observed all of this, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the young lady was a paragon of strength, embodying the spirit of a true heroine. Such individuals are rare in this world. Meanwhile, in the monster beast forest, a solitary figure accompanied by a monkey traversed the terrain. Ling Tian, with Tong Tian perched upon his shoulder. Sensing his master's subdued mood, Tong Tian, usually lively, had grown quieter, though he still nibbled on a large apple. Ling Tian surveyed the skies, pondering the unpredictable weather of the monster beast forest, hoping she would remain unwell. "Ling Tian, what troubles you? Have you forgotten the purpose of your journey to the monster beast forest? Look at your current state. How can you cultivate?" A voice within interrupted his negative thoughts. Ling Tian was a person capable of letting go and moving forward. Should anyone behold Ling Tian's eyes at that moment, they would notice a flicker of dark light within them, not solely black, but with a glimmer of white interspersed. Ling Tian felt a mix of shock and joy. He had awaited this breakthrough in his cultivation for a long time. Sensing the change within his master, Tong Tian inquired, "Master, what is happening?" "Tong Tian, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. We need to find a suitable location," Ling Tian replied, swiftly moving forward. A shadow flitted through the monster beast forest. Swift as a specter, Ling Tian sought a tranquil cave for his cultivation and finally spotted one 2 miles away. He could barely contain the burgeoning energy within him and quickened his pace toward the cave. Upon entering, he found it quite satisfactory, although not vast. The cave was dry and free of any unpleasant odors. Ling Tian gently nodded and addressed Tong Tian, saying, "Tong Tian, please protect me." Tong Tian replied, "Rest assured, master. It is my duty." With a sigh of relief, Ling Tian settled into a cross-legged position, activating the cultivation path of the Dantai Mirror Bright Divine Art, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A powerful surge of black true energy emanated from within Ling Tian's body, briefly illuminated by flashes of white light, which soon vanished. Ling Tian's heart brimmed with anticipation, pondering the formidable power of the ninth layer of the mirror-bright divine art. He swiftly dismissed his wandering thoughts, recognizing that this was not the time for distractions, and plunged his mind into the realm of emptiness. Through the guidance of spirit, intention directed the void, transforming the intangible into the tangible, and in turn, the tangible guided the flow of energy. A tremendous amount of true essence surged within him, continuously converging towards the black energy core in his dantian. However, this energy core resembled an insatiable black hole, relentlessly absorbing all the energy directed towards it. Ling Tian could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment as he realized the vast amount of energy required for each advancement. It was indeed disheartening. Clearly, the true essence within his body could not sustain this for long, compelling him to resort to a more aggressive approach in seizing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. With determination, he summoned his full strength, creating an energy black hole with a radius of 10 feet around him. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to stir restlessly, coalescing into the cave, where it amassed in considerable density, nearing a liquid state. Ling Tian's body continuously absorbed this energy, transforming it into true essence, yet it remained insufficient. Resolute, he decided to escalate his efforts. Ling Tian unleashed the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, channeling it to its full capacity. The result was extraordinary, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. The spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius erupted into chaos, converging frantically towards the cave where Ling Tian practiced, more accurately, towards his very being. Ling Tian promptly directed the immense influx of spiritual energy into the energy core. Not only that, but this energy was now in a liquid state, temporarily establishing a single-chain cycle. A thought struck him. He resolved to infuse the black energy core with the Yin-Yang Chaos true essence. This notion was not new. In his youth, with the aid of the Yin-Yang Chaos true essence, he had elevated his originally red energy core by an entire tier. Now, Ling Tian contemplated the potential unforeseen outcomes of this endeavor. He quieted his mind, observing that certain areas on the surface of the black energy core had begun to turn gray, and he believed it would soon transform into white. The surface of the energy core shimmered with streaks of white energy, indicating that, for the moment, everything was proceeding smoothly. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, who had been vigilantly guarding Ling Tian's side, wore a look of astonishment. His new master was indeed extraordinary. The commotion of this advancement was nothing short of breathtaking. Gazing at the immense liquid spiritual energy, he felt waves of envy, yearning to claim it for himself. However, Tong Tian understood that it was not the right time. Despite possessing the ability to refine earth-type magic crystals, his capabilities were still limited. Moreover, he had recently achieved a breakthrough and needed ample time to consolidate and adapt. Had he been able to absorb energy without restriction, he would have long attained invincibility and would not be serving as another's magical pet. After a considerable period, the energy core within Ling Tian began to gradually turn white. Fortunately, with the infusion of chaotic yin-yang true essence, the transformation speed was somewhat enhanced. Otherwise, he might have had to wait an eternity. A significant amount of liquid elemental spirit energy was absorbed by the energy core as if it were plain water. If someone were to witness this scene, they would surely be envious. Training in such an environment would yield remarkable results, alleviating much arduous effort. Time elapsed, and the black energy core transformed into white. Yet, this was not the conclusion, as the elemental spirit energy continued to be absorbed. From the white crystal, a trace of black true energy was refined, indicating that he was nearing the final stage. Powerful energy emanated continuously from the white energy core, and it was gradually intensifying. The chaotic yin-yang true essence had not ceased its infusion into the energy core. The two chaotic yin-yang pills within him were tirelessly channeling energy into it. The unknown orb showed no apparent changes. Just when Ling Tian thought it was useless, the trinket purchased from the street market seemed to possess a spirit of its own. Sensing the disdain directed at it, the black and white orb finally stirred, emitting a brilliant light and unleashing a potent and pure chaotic yin-yang force towards the energy core. This was not the end. The white energy core continued to absorb immense energy. After a while, it eventually came to a halt, appearing ordinary once more, unchanged in size. Just as it had always been. Ling Tian could not help but marvel, What a treasure it was. He realized his fortune was indeed remarkable. Through his mental perception, he sensed that the energy core condensed from the Dantai mirror bright divine art harbored even more formidable energy, undoubtedly the chaotic Yin-Yang true essence. Now, the ninth level of the mirror bright divine art appeared distinctly different. It could be regarded as a mutation. Ling Tian felt that he was no longer comparable to a novice moon-level master. Chapter 41. The moon-level realm. Although Ling Tian was elated, he was not so naive as to become arrogant. It was unprecedented for someone so young to practice the ninth level of the mirror bright divine art. However, in a confrontation with other moon-level masters, he would undoubtedly lose, for they wielded the power of laws, which was overwhelmingly potent. Therefore, Ling Tian needed to persist in his cultivation, aspiring to become the legendary sun-level master. Moreover, he sought to become even stronger, to forge a legend of his own. At last, Ling Tian opened his eyes, a flash of white brilliance sparkling within them. Feeling invigorated, he could not contain himself and struck the sky with both hands. An energy pillar manifested above, a breathtaking sight from afar. Under this spectacle, the beast forest fell silent for 100 miles around. Some of the lesser beings were so petrified that they dared not stir, while the high-ranking magical beasts wore expressions of sheer terror. After a while, the radiant beam of light finally dissipated. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, the energy column recently unleashed had caused a tumult in the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, leading to tremors in the surrounding space for miles, which had already been noticed by several moon-level experts across the continent. Within the main hall of the Dantai family, Ling Tian's grandparents were filled with astonishment. The elder head of the family, Dantai Yu, remarked, "One cannot help but wonder who has achieved a breakthrough. The emergence of another moon-level expert is akin to timely assistance for our continent in these times. It seems we have gained an advantage against the impending invasion of the demon race. But who could this fortunate individual be?" The surge of energy emanated from the northwest. "Perhaps it is someone from the Red Earth continent." Wang Jun added, "Indeed, the Hongtu continent is vast and rich in resources, and it is not unreasonable for such a figure to emerge. This certainly brings joy to our hearts. Let us not speculate aimlessly. In due time, the truth will be revealed." Little did they know, the fortunate individual was none other than their own beloved grandson. When the truth eventually surfaced, it would be intriguing to see what heights Ling Tian would have reached. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley of the Hongtu Empire, there existed a paradisiacal realm where two elderly men were engaged in a game of chess. If Ling Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize one of the red-haired elders as Yin-Yang Chaos, who had sought to take him as a disciple in his youth. Opposite him was the extraordinary figure known as Di Shinto Tua, donned in a flowing white robe, his long white hair cascading freely, exuding an ethereal charm. Yin-Yang inquired, "Di Shinto, what are your thoughts on the recent disturbance in the heavens and earth?" Holding a chess piece, Di Shinto Tua replied, "It appears someone has ascended to the moon-level realm. For our continent, this truly is a fortuitous event. I wonder who possesses such fortune." Yin-Yang continued, "From the energy fluctuations observed, I suspect the source is not far from the Hongtu Empire." With a smile, Di Shinto Tua responded, "Indeed, based on the spatial tremors, we can surmise that the individual is likely situated near the beast forest. They may have unwittingly broken through while cultivating there. However, whether this person hails from our Hongtu continent remains uncertain. I believe it prudent to send my disciple to investigate." "Jinlong, come here," Di Shinto Tua called softly. Yet his voice resonated throughout the valley, proving that the moon-level realm is indeed not a title to be taken lightly. Before he could finish speaking, a swordsman swiftly approached, soon standing before the two elders. After respectfully bowing, he addressed Yin-Yang, saying, "Senior Yin-Yang, what instructions does my master have?" This young man, not exceeding 30 years of age, possessed formidable prowess, having reached the pinnacle of the Chun level. He could make a name for himself across the continent. Yet he dared not act presumptuously in the presence of the two venerable elders, who held a godlike status in his eyes. The earthly sage remarked, "Sword Dragon, on our grand continent, there exists a master who has ascended to the moon-level realm. I would like you to invite him. I trust you know how to proceed." Startled, Sword Dragon had not anticipated that another had reached the moon level. He replied respectfully, "Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint you." The earthly sage, satisfied, said, "I have faith in your abilities. You may go now." "Yes, Master, I take my leave." Sword Dragon turned and departed without hesitation. evoking admiration from the nearby Xianyuan Changkong, who exclaimed, "I must say, earthly sage, you truly excel at mentoring disciples. Your pupil's cultivation is remarkable, having already reached the pinnacle of the dragon level. It won't be long before he ascends to the star level. I imagine that progressing to the moon level will not pose much difficulty for him." The earthly sage replied, "It is not so simple. Whether Sword Dragon can break through to the moon level will depend on his fortune. Not to mention your own disciple, who is quite extraordinary. He is 15 this year, and has also reached the dragon level, albeit only recently. Such innate talent is truly commendable." After speaking, Xianyuan Changkong sighed deeply. The earthly sage, taken aback, asked, "Brother Changkong, why such melancholy? Is it regarding your disciple? With your great talent, whoever you choose as a pupil will surely thrive." Xianyuan Changkong chuckled wryly. "Earthly sage, you overestimate my humble self. The person I am interested in is not of noble descent, and the notion of their ancestral graves smoking with pride is quite humorous." The earthly sage was intrigued and inquired, "Then whom do you speak of, that possesses such an extraordinary background?" Xianyuan replied, "It is that scion of the Dantai family. His aptitude is truly remarkable. I can only wonder what realm he has now attained. I suspect it undoubtedly surpasses the star level." The earthly sage, also smiling bitterly, remarked, "It seems you have not yet given up hope. The Dantai family has a formidable reputation, as you well know. I must admit, I had not paid much attention to that child from the Xianyuan family, but his talent is indeed striking. He is not yet 15, and I finally understand the meaning of the youth are formidable. The Dantai family is indeed legendary. With this young man, their glory shall surely continue to flourish." Xianyuan Changkong sighed in resignation. "Ever since I beheld that young scion of the Dantai family, my interest in others has waned. But let us not dwell on this. We shall see what fate has in store." The earthly sage, recognizing the predicament, knew that the divisions on the continent were severe, and otherwise, it might have been worth a try. Additionally, Xianyuan was known for his stubbornness. Alas, he was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the red-haired elder before him, knowing well that he would often face defeat in a contest against him. However, the Dantai family is even more terrifying. Xianyuan, too, is rather obstinate when it comes to accepting disciples. No matter how much he tries to persuade, he remains unmoved. It appears that the young scion of the Dantai family is indeed the chosen one, and I have to concede to him. As for the other moon-level experts, they have also caught wind of the situation, mobilizing their subordinates to investigate. Whether they will succeed in their inquiries remains uncertain. The only one remaining inactive is the Dantai family. Chapter 42. The Laws of Space. Ling Tian gazed at Tong Tian not far away and chuckled. "Thank you for your hard work, Tong Tian." "It is nothing, Master. It is my duty," he replied. Ling Tian observed the liquefied spiritual energy surrounding him and furrowed his brow. Such a considerable amount of spiritual essence, if allowed to dissipate on its own, would be an utter waste. Alas, how unfortunate for this spiritual energy. Tong Tian, you have only recently ascended. It is indeed unwise for you to absorb it for cultivation at this stage. Let us proceed this way then. Hee, I am truly brilliant. In an instant, my figure vanished, only to reappear moments later. I utilized the Holy Dragon Ring to absorb the surrounding liquefied spiritual energy. And as I witnessed the vast quantity being drawn in, a faint smile graced Dantai Ling Tian's face. The Holy Dragon Ring is indeed extraordinarily useful. I had merely set a restriction within the ring to confine the absorbed spiritual energy in a small space, forming a concentrated and formidable energy sphere. After approximately 10 minutes, the absorption was complete, and it would be impossible for Ling Tian to conceal his delight. This was a remarkably substantial supplement. All right, Tong Tian, let us depart. It is unwise to linger here. Given the commotion we just caused, it is likely that others will come to investigate. Subsequently, Ling Tian vanished with Tong Tian outside the cave, and everything returned to tranquility, save for a straight, massive hole above the cave, revealing the blue sky and white clouds. In a remote area of the monster beast forest, the surroundings were relatively desolate, with few traces of magical beasts due to the scarcity of spiritual energy. Hence, even the weakest magical beasts would not choose to reside here. Nevertheless, some small creatures, such as blue foxes, snow ferrets, and green snakes, managed to survive, making this a veritable paradise for them. When Dantai Ling Tian and Tong Tian arrived in this place, he was quite astonished to discover such an area deep within the monster beast forest, Indeed, the forces of nature are wondrous. To his surprise, he found a cave here. Ling Tian stood before the cave, lost in contemplation. Although he had entered the moon-level realm with the aid of the Yin-Yang Chaos Pill, which had solidified his foundation, he still lacked a proper understanding of the laws. Therefore, what he needed most at this moment was a period of quiet reflection to delve into the essence of these principles. With the journals provided by his grandparents, he believed he would surely gain insight. Let it be so, he said to Tong Tian. I shall now enter a period of quietude to comprehend the power of the laws. I understand that you cannot remain idle, so feel free to wander in the monster beast forest, but remember, do not exceed a radius of 1,000 kilometers from here. Once I finish my cultivation, I will come to find you. Hee. By the way, if you encounter a 9th-level magical beast, do not provoke it lightly. Although you currently stand at the pinnacle of the mid-tier 9th level, you have not spent much time in this realm. Whether you can triumph over some seasoned magical beasts of the same level remains uncertain, let alone those who have comprehended the laws. Upon arriving at the magical beast forest, do not indulge in play. Instead, focus on your cultivation to solidify your current state. Very well, you may go now, as I too must engage in my training. Understood. Master, Tong Tian shall strive diligently. With that, Tong Tian turned and departed. The spirited spirit ape, naturally energetic, would likely restrain itself under Ling Tian's guidance. Ling Tian watched as Tong Tian vanished before he turned back to the cave. He subsequently set up a small barrier at the entrance to prevent unnecessary disturbances. After completing these tasks, he finally exhaled in relief, ready to cultivate in peace. Meanwhile, in the previous cave, two figures emerged, a man and a woman. The man was an elderly gentleman with graying hair, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, embodying the essence of a stunning maiden. The young lady spoke, Old Hong. Do you think the recent phenomenon was caused by him? To any perceptive listener, her inquiry sounded less like a question and more like a confirmation. Indeed, Jinger, I believe it was he. Although the spiritual energy in this place has dissipated, there are still clues to follow. Moreover, the hole above us was evidently created by a formidable force, suggesting that the young man has made significant progress in his cultivation. Well then, not only is he unscathed, but he has also advanced considerably. We should take our leave. Dongfeng Jing nodded in agreement, departing with a hint of regret. Elder Hong followed, his heart filled with confusion. Could it be that the young man had reached that realm? How could that be? He was still so young, even if he had begun cultivating in the womb. It seemed impossible. Yet, he suspected that even if he hadn't reached that stage, he must be very close. It appeared he had underestimated him. Gradually, the two figures faded from sight. Subsequently, I retrieved 2 scrolls from my spatial ring, which were indeed remarkable. The insights into the laws contained within were invaluable treasures for any practitioner. Should this knowledge leak, it would undoubtedly incite unnecessary conflict. Before me lay the principles of 2 laws, one concerning space and the other pertaining to gravity. When grandfather presented the gravity scroll to Ling Tian, he too was astonished. Not believing that his grandfather had comprehended such a powerful law, Ling Tian contemplated which of the 2 scrolls to practice first. After some deliberation, he decided to delve into the space law. He opened the scroll and began to read intently, becoming increasingly captivated, akin to a pauper who has unexpectedly stumbled upon treasure, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Space, in its essence, does not rely on matter. It exists through the manifestation of consciousness and does not vanish with the disappearance of matter or consciousness. Thus, space is neither material nor conscious, embodying both independence and non-materiality. Space represents the existence and form of motion, which manifests in 2 distinct forms, action and existence. Behavior is a relative manifestation of movement, while existence represents a form of relative stillness. Concrete entities can only exist within a defined space. A drop of water, a grain of sand, an atom, and a beam of light all reside in specific spatial confines, each possessing its own spatial dimensions. The essence of cosmic matter is, in itself, space. Contemplating these profound words, Ling Tian, drawing upon the knowledge from his previous life, expressed his agreement, astonished that his beloved grandmother possessed such profound insights into the concept of space. Indeed, it was remarkable. He continued to read on. The universe encompasses the heavens and the earth, which in turn nurture all things. Hence, it is referred to as the origin of all. The meaning of the universe extends upward to the heavens above, downward to the springs below, and outward beyond the seas, unifying heaven and earth into a singular entity. It disperses to the void, vast yet without boundaries, small yet not confined within. After an entire half-hour, he finally completed the reading of this handwritten note. Anyone who might have observed Ling Tian at that moment would have noticed the sparkle of enlightenment in his eyes, as if he had grasped something significant. Ling Tian's heart was filled with excitement. The knowledge from his past life had proven invaluable. He felt a profound sense of gratitude for not having squandered his time in the orphanage, where he devoured a multitude of books. Little did he anticipate that such efforts would yield unexpected benefits in this life. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the tumult within his heart. Realizing that it was still too early to celebrate, he then seated himself in a meditative posture, palms facing the sky, entering a state of clarity. Images from the handwritten note flashed repeatedly in his mind, as if on an endless loop. With each repetition, Ling Tian gleaned new insights, and as time passed, his understanding deepened, intertwining with memories from his previous existence. He had begun to comprehend the principles of spatial law, confident that he would ultimately grasp its essence. Gradually, his realizations unfolded, and time slipped by unnoticed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Dan-Tai Ling Tian remained motionless, as if carved from stone. Indicating that attaining the spatial law was no simple feat. However, something felt different. Ling Tian stirred. More accurately, the space surrounding him began to shift. Initially, there were subtle tremors, which gradually intensified, soon reverberating throughout the entire cavern. Yet, to his dismay, the amplitude continued to expand, quickly affecting a radius of 100 feet. Spiraling out of control, everything within this 100-foot space was rapidly obliterated, reduced to dust that filled the entire area. Chapter 43. The frog at the bottom of the well. As the echoes of his thoughts faded, a disheveled figure of Dan-Tai Ling Tian appeared 300 meters above the ground. Ling Tian shook his head with a wry smile, pondering how he always found himself in such disarray. Nevertheless, he chuckled, realizing the magnitude of his recent discovery. Although he had not fully comprehended the spatial law, he was tantalizingly close. It was merely a matter of time, and he believed the breakthrough would not be far off. Looking down, he was astonished to find that the cave in which he had been cultivating had vanished, replaced by a vast pit spanning 100 feet in diameter. Ling Tian couldn't help but ponder. It would be wise to leave this place for now. He wondered how Tong Tian was faring, though he longed to reunite with Tong Tian and continue his cultivation in the beast forest. The unpleasant odor emanating from his own body momentarily quelled his desire to seek him out. He began searching for a water source, preparing to indulge in a refreshing bath. Otherwise, he would remain uncomfortably restless. Truth be told, Ling Tian had a penchant for cleanliness. After a month of cultivation, he felt compelled to cleanse himself. Above the beast forest, a sharp sound sliced through the air, moving at an incredible speed. Undoubtedly, it was Dan-Tai Ling Tian. Upon reaching the moon-level realm, he had acquired the ability to fly, no longer needing to travel as he once did. The speed at which he soared was vastly superior to that of his previous methods, propelling him swiftly towards Tong Tian's direction. Ling Tian soon discovered that a fierce battle was underway there. Curiosity piqued, he increased his velocity as he approached the site of the intense conflict. The surrounding space trembled from the ferocity of the combat, with the sounds of battle echoing even 2 miles away. It was evident that the clash was extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, no beasts could be seen within a 5-mile radius. Suspended in the air beyond that distance were over a dozen level 9 magical beasts. It is worth noting that unlike humans, who must attain the moon-level realm or possess extraordinary flying techniques to briefly hover in the air, magical beasts only need to reach the level 9 realm to achieve the freedom of flight. In the vast expanse of the beast forest, countless level 9 magical beasts roamed. Within this 1,000-mile radius alone, there were more than a dozen. The thought of this sent chills down one's spine. It was no wonder that others regarded this place as hellish. In the distance, a celestial white tiger observed the battle and remarked to a nearby golden-eyed fire cloud eagle. "Golden-eye, these two individuals possess remarkable strength. I wonder from whence they hail." The fire cloud eagle nodded thoughtfully and replied, "White tiger, I fear that these two have yet to reveal their full potential." The nearby level 9 magical beasts were taken aback by Golden-eye's assertion. Could it be that such a fierce battle had not yet reached its full intensity? How was that possible? Yet, none of the beasts doubted Golden-eye's words, for he was the strongest among them, having reached the pinnacle of the mid-level 9 realm. with GoldenEye's talent. Ascending to the high-level 9 realm seemed merely a matter of time, lending him considerable prestige among his peers. Once a magical beast reaches the level 9 realm, life and death struggles among them become rare. Despite the vastness of the beast forest, level 9 magical beasts are scarce, although minor skirmishes occur frequently. As long as they refrain from bringing each other to the brink of death, coexistence remains possible. This unwritten regulation, akin to the tacit rules within the beast forest, ensures that the bellicose level 9 beasts do not wreak havoc easily, unless there exists profound enmity between them. Otherwise, exceptions are rarely made. In truth, even these level 9 beasts are often perplexed by the rationale behind this unwritten code. Only the Golden Eye possesses a modicum of understanding. Beyond the 9th level lies the 10th level, a realm shrouded in mystery. Within the beast forest resides a sovereign among the beasts. Yet this monarch has eluded sight for many years. As to its formidable strength, no one knows. Its fate remains uncertain. The unwritten rules of the beast forest stem from a singular decree uttered by this sovereign. Level 9 beasts should strive to avoid unnecessary casualties. Observing the fierce battle in the distance, the Golden Eye's gaze sparkled with golden light. Beside him, the white tiger remarked, "Golden Eye, judging by their combat, they are likely far more powerful than I." The Golden Eye replied solemnly, "Indeed, I believe that the celestial ape has reached the pinnacle of the mid-9th level. Its opponent, that elf, possesses considerable strength as well." The surrounding level 9 beasts gasped, startled by the might of the celestial ape and the elf. Typically, the level 9 beasts here dominate their territories. However, encountering two beings of greater power today left them with bitter smiles. Acutely aware of their prior hubris and the fundamental importance of strength, the stronger one's power, the more assertive one can be. Thus, the gathering of level 9 beasts hovered in the air, each with varying sentiments as they observed the distant clash, noting that neither side had yet unleashed their full potential. As the celestial ape continued fighting, it felt invigorated. It had been a long time since it experienced such exhilaration. To encounter such a formidable elf today was unexpected. It was imperative to engage in a thrilling battle. Consequently, its enthusiasm for the fight only grew. The elf battling the celestial ape was a male, not particularly tall, perhaps around 175 centimeters, yet strikingly handsome, adorned with a pair of wings. Elves, the favored children of the forest, are fictional beings harmoniously intertwined with nature. Unlike humans, they are devoid of sorrow, living leisurely together, with many elves cherishing trees and delighting in nurturing saplings as a pastime. Some elves possess wings, and the more powerful among them can even wield the forces of nature. In comparison to humans of that era, elves are shorter, though humans of that time were considerably taller than those of today. Elven skin is delicate and fair, with hair in soft hues and eyes exhibiting colors such as blue, gold, green, white, red, and purple. Their faces often resemble an oval shape. They typically dwell among trees, preferring nocturnal activities, and coexist amicably with animals. Among their kind, they hold women in high esteem, though males are comparatively scarce. They cherish the beauty of nature, engaging in dances and playful antics. Their humor sparkles with the brilliance of wisdom, much like their songs and poetry. The characteristics of the elven race can be summarized as follows: longevity, possessing a vitality that spans thousands of years. Skilled in the arts, noble, elegant, intelligent, and beautiful, with a certain degree of fastidiousness, she is almost one with nature. Proficient in the use of magic, martial skills, and archery, her favored weapons are the bow and the longsword. Residing in a forest, she belongs to a relatively loose kingdom where its inhabitants treat each other as equals and friends. Elves are typically chaotic good, harboring animosity towards malevolent races while coexisting harmoniously with benevolent ones. Currently, the Wind Elf is engaged in battle with Tontion, wielding the power of the wind, enhanced by the magic and martial prowess passed down through her lineage, making her strength exceedingly formidable. With her longsword incessantly thrusting at Tontion, she only manages to graze his skin, inflicting minimal damage. This only serves to infuriate Tontion, who finds it utterly intolerable to appear so undignified before an elf. He bellows, "I shall unleash my full power. If you wish to avoid death, flee now, lest you soil yourself in terror." Upon hearing Tontion's words, the elf pauses, her heart heavy with frustration. She never anticipated encountering such an anomaly today, nor that her blade would merely scratch him. It appears she must now employ her true skills. Observing the audacious monkey before her, she steadies her mind and harnesses her control over the wind, generating powerful gusts that swirl around her, intensifying with each moment, a testament to her unparalleled mastery of wind manipulation. Chapter 44. An invitation difficult to decline. As the elf and the monkey prepared to settle their contest of strength, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, speeding toward them. When the figure came to a halt, it revealed a young man. To Tong Tian's astonishment, it was the very elf he had been battling. He had fortuitously encountered this nearly extinct race. How fortunate! The young man, Lin Tian, mused, noting the elf's striking appearance, which rivaled his own. However, let there be no misunderstanding. Lin Tian harbored no such inclinations. Tong Tian, cease your hostilities, Lin Tian called out. My magical pet did not mean to offend. I offer my sincerest apologies. The elf, stunned to see a human hovering above her, was filled with awe. Had he truly reached such a level? It was said that only those who attained that realm could fly, a true prodigy. The nearby 9th-level magical beasts were equally astonished into silence. They were not fools. They understood the significance of the young man before them, a stark contrast in capabilities. Lin Tian surveyed the more than 10 9th-level magical beasts in the distance. Yet, he found himself more intrigued by the elf, as there were few among the beasts that caught his eye. Swiftly, he approached Tong Tian and inquired, "What prompted your conflict with the elf?" Tong Tian, smiling sheepishly, replied, "Master, I noticed her impressive skills and thought it would be fun to spar with her. I had no idea her strength was so great. The more we fought, the more exhilarated I became, forgetting to hold back." Lin Tian, hearing Tong Tian's words, shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Although Tong Tian possessed intelligence, the warrior blood coursing through him could not be easily quelled. Lin Tian shook his head with a wry smile and said, "My friend, I sincerely apologize." The elf across from him replied amicably, "It's quite all right. I am well aware of the nature of the sky-piercing spirit monkey. How could I possibly hold it accountable?" It seemed the rumors were indeed true. The elven race was genuinely amicable and would not initiate conflict. Ling Tian felt a fondness for the elf before him and said, "Esteemed brother of the elven clan, I am called Dantai Ling Tian. May I inquire your name?" "Do not be so formal, young brother Ling Tian. I am Inyalis. This matter is not the fault of anyone. Let us consider it a friendly spar," Inyalis replied with ease. Ling Tian felt no aversion to being called young brother, even though this elf appeared to be of similar stature to himself. However, elves were a long-lived race, and though they might seem youthful, they could very well have existed for centuries. Observing the handsome elf before him, who, aside from his pointed ears and striking appearance, bore a remarkable resemblance to humans, Ling Tian spoke, "Inyalis, your name is rather lengthy. May I call you Riss instead?" Inyalis responded amicably, "Feel free to call me however it suits you." "Splendid. Riss, I am truly delighted to meet you today. Let us find a place to enjoy some wine and converse," Ling Tian suggested. Riss agreed, "Indeed. It would be impolite to refuse such hospitality. This is not a suitable place for merriment, but I know of a lovely spot nearby where we can indulge in fine spirits. Follow me." With that, he unfurled his wings and took to the sky. At first, Ling Tian had thought Riss's delicate wings were merely for show, but to his surprise, they unfolded magnificently, harmonizing perfectly with his form. Ling Tian marveled at the transformation. "Quickly, catch up," Ling Tian urged, speeding after Riss. Tong Tian kept pace, soon flying alongside Riss, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air. Behind them, the 9th-level magical beasts were in a frenzy. The sky-white tiger spoke gravely. "What do you think of that young man, Yin-Yang?" With a glimmer in his eye, Yin-Yang replied, "Impressive, exceedingly so. Even combined, we would scarcely be enough to serve as a mere snack for him." The other beasts gasped in astonishment, and one water spirit python interjected, "Could it be that he has reached such a level? Surely, he does not employ the means of a special envoy?" Yin-Yang affirmed, "According to the ancestral records, that young man has truly attained the pinnacle among humans, reaching the moon-level realm. It is astonishing that humans possess such exceptional talents. Let this matter rest. It is beyond our control." With that, he took flight, leaving the other magical beasts to exchange glances before dispersing. The surrounding area returned to tranquility. Ling Tian understood that Riss's speed was unparalleled. He believed their abilities were likely on par, considering Riss was a wind elf, skilled in the mastery of wind energy. It is only natural that Lu Tian's speed is remarkable. even with the use of the Mirage transformation technique. He did not possess absolute confidence in his ability to surpass the competition. Soon, they arrived at the destination mentioned by Lise, and everyone descended from the sky. Upon landing, Lu Tian carefully surveyed the surroundings and found the scenery quite delightful. The environment was serene, the air fresh, and before him lay a small pond. Lu Tian nodded and remarked, "You truly have a knack for finding splendid locations. Today, let us indulge in a hearty drink." With that, he retrieved 3 large jars of the nearly depleted Immortal S Delight from his spatial ring, handing one to Lise and saying, "Here, give it a taste and let me know how it is." Lise glanced at Lu Tian's spatial ring and smiled. "All right, I shall see what this exquisite wine is like." Upon tasting, he exclaimed, "Ah, the flavor is indeed delightful, rich and refreshing with a lingering aftertaste. This is truly a fine vintage. I have never experienced anything like it before." With that, he took generous swigs. Observing Lisa's hearty drinking, Lu Tian felt a surge of enthusiasm and partook in the wine himself. His gaze shifted to Tong Tian, who was already embracing a jar and drinking eagerly. Lu Tian couldn't help but smile, surprised by the monkey's impatience. It was no wonder, given that he had been cooped up for quite some time. As Lu Tian and Lise drank and conversed, Lise posed a question. "Lu Tian, I have been curious about your relationship with the Dantai family." At this inquiry, Lu Tian's smile momentarily faltered before he relaxed and replied, "Lise, why do you ask? There are many people on the continent with the surname Dantai. Not every individual with that surname belongs to the Dantai family." Lise chuckled. "But what about your profound and enigmatic cultivation? Even though we elves are somewhat isolated, we are not completely oblivious. I refuse to believe that anyone other than the Dantai family could have nurtured someone of your extraordinary caliber. If I'm not mistaken, you must have reached the moon-level realm by now." Looking into Lisa's eyes, Lu Tian perceived a tranquil depth akin to the ocean. He finally nodded and, somewhat dejectedly, confessed, "I never expected the first person to discern my identity would be you. Indeed, I am of the Dantai family, and my cultivation has only recently broken through. I must commend your keen insight." Lise smiled and replied, "Lu Tian, you flatter me. You have just resolved a mystery that has lingered in my mind. Not long ago, despite being far away, I sensed disturbances in the far reaches of space through my control of wind energy. At that moment, I surmised that someone must have surpassed their own limitations, reaching an unfathomable level." Chapter 45, Brazen and Unashamed. Now it was Lisa's turn to be taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment, leaving Lu Tian feeling an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Lise exhaled deeply, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ling Tian, I must commend you, not only for your prowess, but also for your intellect. Indeed, I have mastered another form of energy, magic. I am now a mage, a rare talent within my clan, said to appear once in a millennium. As for your confusion, it stems from the fact that I have fused the outer layer of my magical power with an element of wind energy. It is no wonder you are perplexed." Ling Tian gasped in astonishment. "I had no idea, Lise, that you possess the rare ability to wield both magic and martial prowess. Your future is certainly boundless." Tong Tian, listening nearby, felt his head spin but understood that the elf before him was undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse, far beyond his own capabilities. Lise shook his head, responding, "Not at all. I am still far behind you. By the way, Ling Tian, you are here to cultivate in the Beast Forest, correct? Would you be interested in visiting my Wind Elf clan?" Lisa's invitation stirred excitement within Ling Tian, yet he hesitated, saying, "Is that really appropriate? After all, I am an outsider." "Not at all. Our elven clan is known for its hospitality. Besides, you are a descendant of the Dantai family. The Elf King will have no objections, and the elders will certainly welcome you with open arms. You needn't worry." Ling Tian, puzzled, inquired, "What connection do the Dantai family and your Wind Elf clan share?" Lise replied, "Your ancestor once saved our entire Wind Elf clan, which is why the Dantai family will forever be our cherished friends. Now, let us finish our drinks and be on our way." At last, Ling Tian understood, nodding in realization. It seemed that this opportunity was a blessing bestowed by his elders. "Wind Elf clan, await my arrival." He raised his cup, drinking heartily. Ling Tian and Lise quickly finished their drinks, exchanging joyous laughter. Ling Tian exclaimed, "Today's drinking has been the most delightful experience of my life. And to share it with an elf makes it all the more marvelous." Lise chuckled in response, "You may not know, but this has also been the most enjoyable drinking experience for me. While I have shared many joyful moments with other elven siblings, none have rivaled the exuberance of today. Well, now that we are satiated, we should set off. There remains quite a distance to reach the elven clan, but with our pace, we should arrive by noon tomorrow. At that time, I shall treat you to the exquisite wines of the elven kin. Just wait and see. Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Very well, I shall see if the elven wines truly live up to their reputation. He then called out to Tong Tian. Tong Tian, rise. No more sleeping. We are heading to the elven clan. Hurry. Awakened by Ling Tian's call, Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing they were off to the elven clan. Ling Tian felt a stirring within as he wondered what mischief this little fellow might be plotting, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely, this rascal wouldn't he cause any trouble, would he? Ling Tian quickly dismissed the thought, smiling at Lise. All right, let us depart. Lise nodded, unfurling her wings and soaring into the azure sky, exuding an air of buoyancy. As Ling Tian prepared to follow her ascent, Tong Tian transformed into a small golden monkey and perched upon his shoulder. Ling Tian, observing the mischievous countenance of the little creature, could not help but smile wryly. Realizing that while humans are often lazy, this particular monkey exhibited a similar lethargy, albeit with a unique charm. Taking flight, he soon caught up with Lise. Upon noticing Tong Tian resting on Ling Tian's shoulder, Lise chuckled and remarked, Brother Dantai, it seems Tong Tian has developed quite an attachment to you. Eliciting envy from onlookers, ha ha ha. Ling Tian responded with a grin. Ah, forgive me for the amusement, dear Lise. You only see part of the picture. I have been blessed with good fortune since birth. Not only do humans find joy in my presence, but even animals, as exemplified by Tong Tian here. Tong Tian, nearly tumbling off Ling Tian's shoulder upon hearing such remarks, managed to cling on tightly, all the while internally berating his master for his shamelessness. After all, it was through force that he had been subdued and bound by a covenant. Otherwise, he would be freely roaming elsewhere. Yet, deep down, Tong Tian acknowledged the kindness his master bestowed upon him, gradually cultivating a sense of attachment. Noticing a shift in Tong Tian's demeanor, Ling Tian inquired, Tong Tian, what troubles you? Tong Tian quickly replied, Master, I am perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Lise shook her head, recognizing that Ling Tian's words were nothing more than fanciful exaggerations. The dynamic between them implied a story worth uncovering, yet it seemed irrelevant at that moment. The harmony between man and beast was palpable, their bond remarkably profound. And the intuition of the elf was sharp. As they glided through the skies, Ling Tian, feeling somewhat idle, began to regale Lise with tales of the wonders and curiosities of the continent. Though his experiences were somewhat limited, he had read extensively, staying informed without venturing far from home. Coupled with his eloquence, his narratives captivated Lise, even igniting a fervent desire in Tong Tian to explore the human realm. Lise shook her head ruefully, stating, though the outside world is vibrant and diverse, our elven kin are bound by laws that prohibit us from entering the human domain. Violating the elven codex would invoke serious consequences, which is why our interactions with humans are rare, let alone forming friendships. Yet your Dantai family seems to be an exception. Ling Tian, who was nearby, also sensed the regret within Rize's heart and pondered silently. Perhaps it was due to the past transgressions of humanity against the elves that the Elven Codex contained prohibitions against humans. Ling Tian felt a sense of helplessness. The elven race, though appearing formidable, was tragically sparse in numbers. Coupled with their inherently gentle, cheerful, and innocent nature, they struggled to thrive in the human world. Furthermore, elves were accustomed to the embrace of the forest, their natural habitat, and as a result, they had gradually faded from the annals of history, with humans rarely catching a glimpse of them, save for the occasional sighting in the beast forest. Most people could only encounter depictions of elves through historical texts, aware only that they were a beautiful and benevolent race now on the brink of extinction, evoking a sense of sorrow among many. Sensing the escalating gravity of the atmosphere, Ling Tian sought to divert the conversation, inquiring, I have heard that elves are a stunning and graceful race. Surely, the elven folk must be exceptionally beautiful. Upon hearing Ling Tian's question, Rize emerged from his reverie, responding with a smile. Indeed, there is no place more exquisite than that of the elves. Once you arrive, you will comprehend what a paradise truly is. What a realm of immortals looks like. It is futile to say more now. Let there be a hint of mystery for you to ponder. Chapter 46. The Tree of Life Rees nodded, smiling as he remarked, "In truth, even without your prompt, I would have shared this with you. Do not be impatient. We have ample time for me to elaborate." Ling Tian felt a twinge of frustration, having been caught off guard by Rees's retort. Observing Ling Tian's momentary setback, Rees secretly reveled in his triumph, though he maintained a composed facade, stating, "Within our elven community, there exists a female elven queen, alongside 10 esteemed elders, followed by 30 illustrious elven envoys, and then the elven messengers, culminating in various ordinary elves. These are further divided into 3 factions, the magical elves, the martial elves, and the archery elves, among whom are many skilled practitioners." Rees began to enlighten Ling Tian about the intricacies of elven society, and as questions arose from Ling Tian, Rees patiently addressed each one. Their discourse continued until dusk descended. After concluding his narrative, Rees exhaled softly, noticing that Ling Tian also appeared relieved. With a teasing glint in his eyes, he remarked, "Ling Tian, I wished for you to gain a thorough understanding of elven affairs, and though it took some time, I trust you were able to endure it." Ling Tian awkwardly chuckled, replying, "Brother Rees, your detailed account has captivated me completely." Rees laughed, "Indeed. Yet, I have yet to recount the history of the elven race. If you are interested, I shall continue." Ling Tian quickly interjected, "Brother Rees, it is already quite late. Let us first satisfy our hunger." Ling Tian truly admired Rees's storytelling, but he felt he could not endure further discourse. Had he noticed the glimmer of amusement in Rees's eyes, he would have realized he had been playfully outmaneuvered. Rees nodded in agreement. "Very well. Your words have indeed made me feel a bit hungry. Let us descend." Upon reaching the ground, having endured a long day, everyone partook in a sumptuous dinner before resting. Ling Tian and Tong Tian savored the delicious meat, and Ling Tian, ever the gracious host, extended an invitation to Lizzie to partake in the feast. However, Lizzie adamantly refused, claiming that elves subsist solely on fruits. With that, he produced several fruits from an unknown source and began to eat. Witnessing this, Ling Tian furrowed his brow. It was no wonder the text described elves as generally frail beings. Lizzie's physique was indeed rare among the elven race, leading Ling Tian to ponder how elves could be so delicate, subsisting merely on fruits that lacked substantial nutrition. At just under 15 years of age, he stood nearly 1.8 meters tall. Observing Lizzie relishing his meager fare, Ling Tian felt a wave of pity for him. Thus, Ling Tian retrieved some unknown fruits he had gathered during his leisure time from his spatial ring. Their taste was quite pleasant. He placed the fresh fruits before Lizzie, saying, "Here, eat up. You look so thin, you ought to indulge a little." Lizzie was taken aback by the abundance of fruits before him, utterly astonished. Seeing Lizzie's surprised expression, Ling Tian could hardly contain his joy, thinking to himself, "Who asked you to play tricks on me earlier? Did you think I was oblivious? You deserve this." Had Lizzie known the thoughts swirling in the mind of this seemingly refined youth, he would surely have been mortified. This was revenge in its purest form, stark and unadorned. The following day arrived swiftly, and Ling Tian and Lizzie resumed their journey. As noon approached, Lizzie pointed toward a colossal tree in the distance and declared, "We are nearly there. That great tree is the tree of life of my people." Ling Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. They had finally arrived. However, upon closer inspection, he marveled at the sheer size of the tree, which was truly astonishing. As he gazed at the tree of life, he found himself entranced, nearly losing touch with reality. "Ling Tian," Lizzie's voice broke through his reverie. "Let's descend." Regaining his composure, Ling Tian asked, "What did you say?" "We still have some distance to cover before reaching the tree of life." Lizzie replied, "It's not as simple as it appears. This forest has been meticulously arranged by the experts of my clan, and it is rife with dangers for outsiders." Ling Tian's heart raced at this revelation. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary forest concealed such perils. It was astonishing that the elven race, brimming with talent, had established such intricate defenses throughout this vast woodland. With focused intent, Ling Tian scrutinized the surroundings, growing increasingly alarmed. The perimeter of the forest was fortified with an array of formidable formations, and the interior promised even greater wonders. As his consciousness swept through the area, he realized the gravity of the situation. Though Ling Tian appeared calm on the surface, turmoil brewed within him. Observing Ling Tian lost in contemplation, Lizzie inquired, "Ling Tian, are you all right?" Ling Tian quickly reassured him, "I'm fine. I was just lost in thought." Lizzie let out a sigh of relief. As long as you're well. Let us proceed. Nodding in agreement, Ling Tian, accompanied by Tong Tian, descended to the edge of the forest. Lizzie smiled, saying, Ling Tian, you're about to be utterly astonished. Take a deep breath and adjust your mindset, so you won't be overwhelmed. Ling Tian, somewhat annoyed by Lizzie's playful tone, retorted, do I look like someone with a fragile constitution? Lizzie, feigning seriousness, glanced at him and said, well, on the surface, perhaps you do, huh? Upon encountering Ling Tian, signs of agitation began to surface. Riss also sensed that the jest had ventured too far and quickly interjected, all right, we must proceed now. But there lies a formidable magical formation ahead. Please wait a moment. With a gesture, Riss summoned forth an energy, specifically magical power, though it was not exceedingly potent. One could hear Riss uttering a phrase imbued with special significance, after which the magical energy surged forward. The space ahead quivered, rippling like water, and a passageway materialized. Riss declared, we can enter now. Ling Tian remarked, Riss, your magic is truly remarkable. Riss replied modestly, it's nothing extraordinary. I owe it to the formation experts within my clan who provided me with the method to breach the formation. Otherwise, attempting to force my way in would have been perilous, a harrowing endeavor indeed. Now, let us proceed. Ling Tian remained silent as he led Tong Tian into the passage. Upon entering, Ling Tian's first sensation was the palpable transformation of the spiritual energy in the air. The abundant spiritual essence within the formation was the reason the trees here stood tall, exuding a vibrant vitality. Riss approached Ling Tian and remarked, the richness of spiritual energy here is remarkable. The life tree plays an indispensable role. Ling Tian, perplexed, questioned, life tree? What is its significance? Riss chuckled, The life tree could also be termed the energy tree. It continuously absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy for its own sustenance. However, it does not simply absorb as much as it desires. The amount it draws is limited. Aside from satisfying its own needs, the surplus spiritual energy disperses into the vicinity, allowing the surrounding trees to flourish as well. Ling Tian inquired, did you not say that the life tree absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy and beyond its own needs? The rest dissipates into the environment? Yet, the spiritual energy within the formation is evidently far superior to that outside. I surmise this is related to the formation itself. Such an expansive, interconnected formation is indeed remarkable. Riss gazed at Ling Tian for a prolonged moment before responding, I did not expect you to have knowledge of formations. Ling Tian, indeed, it is directly linked to the surrounding magical array. When our Wind Elf clan relocated here, it was specifically due to the presence of a life tree. Thus, our king decreed that our clan settle in this location. The king sought to concentrate the spiritual energy emitted by the life tree, which would greatly benefit our entire clan. The rise of the Wind Elf clan can be attributed to this very tree. After relentless efforts, we eventually devised a method to gather the spiritual energy produced by the life tree. Our clan then gathered materials to construct this colossal interconnected formation, which took a decade to complete. Following its establishment, it underwent several enhancements and has become immensely powerful, serving as a formidable barrier for our clan. The rich spiritual energy within the formation is the result of a millennium of accumulation. And this is but a fraction. The closer one approaches the life tree, the more potent the spiritual energy becomes. Chapter 47. The Elf King Lise remarked, all right, Ling Tian, let us converse as we walk. There are numerous formations here. Set in place as a precaution. Stay close to me to avoid any potential troubles. After hearing this, Ling Tian gradually became aware of the myriad formations surrounding them. Nodding in understanding, understood, lead the way swiftly. As Lise guided him, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. After a considerable time, they finally exited the circle of formations, which left Ling Tian in awe, encountering a plethora of illusions, entrapments, and lethal arrays. Fortunately, the vast knowledge of formations he had acquired from the Holy Dragon Ring enabled him to perceive the intricacies within. This journey allowed Ling Tian to grasp some of the elven formation knowledge. The adage that mastery of one technique leads to understanding of all was indeed true. Upon emerging from the formation circle, Ling Tian was momentarily stunned to behold a true paradise, a celestial realm. Having once thought the idyllic world described in Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring was merely a fabrication, he now found himself in an actual sanctuary, right before his eyes. His spirit felt as if it might dissolve in this enchanting place, where a sea of blossoms flourished, a vibrant array of flowers competing for attention, while colorful butterflies danced about, creating a scene of utter tranquility. The gentle breeze carried the fragrance of the flowers, refreshing the spirit. Ling Tian also noticed the imposing silhouette of a great tree in the distance, undoubtedly the tree of life. With his remarkable vision, he could faintly discern the fluttering elves around it, and he spotted some dwellings nestled among its branches. Captivated, he gazed intently, while Lise remained silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the wild monkey, Tong Tian, frolicked happily amidst the floral expanse. At that moment, a melodious whistle echoed from afar. Upon hearing it, Lise produced a finely crafted whistle from within his robes and began to blow into it. Once he finished, Ling Tian inquired, "What was that?" Lise replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's merely the patrolling elves of our clan. Look, they are approaching." He gestured towards a group of over 10 figures to their left. Ling Tian observed as a procession of 16 elves, 10 female and 6 male, approached them. Judging by their demeanor, they were formidable warriors. Shortly, the elves stood before them, and a young, beautiful female elf emerged from the group, saying, "Ah, it is the esteemed Lise returning. Thank you for your efforts." A human? It has been many years since one has reached this place. "Greetings, I am Anastrina. May I inquire your name, honored guest?" Ling Tian replied calmly. "I am Dantai Ling Tian." Anastrina nodded. "Dantai Ling Tian, what a splendid name. Dantai? Do you have any connection to the Dantai family?" Ling Tian smiled. "Yes, I hail from the Dantai lineage." Anastrina gazed at him for a long moment before stating, "Indeed, you are truly a descendant of the Dantai family. Your prowess is remarkable. I never expected another prodigy to emerge from the Dantai clan." "Oh, I apologize if my words were presumptuous. I meant no offense." Ling Tian found her reaction amusing and replied, "It's quite all right. You are not the first to say such things. I have grown accustomed to it." Anna Christina's cheeks flushed as she deftly shifted the topic, asking, "Great Elder, will you take this person to meet the Elven King?" Reese replied, "Indeed. That is certainly the plan. You may continue your patrol." Anna Christina responded, "Very well. We shall converse again another time. Let us depart." With that, she led the other elves away, while Ling Tian watched them vanish from sight. Ah, the elven race truly lives up to its reputation, filled with strikingly beautiful individuals. As Ling Tian was lost in thought, Reese said, "Ling Tian, let us be on our way. I shall escort you to meet His Majesty, the Elven King." Ling Tian snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Oh, the Elven King. I wonder what she looks like. Surely she can't be too fearsome?" Reese chuckled softly. "What are you imagining? Let us hurry. You will discover for yourself soon enough." "Ah, there he goes again, being all mysterious." "Never mind, Tong Tian, stop your antics. We must go." Thus, we finally soared towards the Tree of Life. As we drew closer, the trees grew taller, and along the way, charming little houses appeared, exquisite and delicate, unmistakably the homes of elves. Curiosity piqued, I gazed left and right, marveling at the diverse array of these quaint abodes. Ling Tian inquired, "Reese, are these where you dwell?" Reese affirmed, "Certainly. We elves are the favored children of the forest. Building our homes in the trees allows us to be closer to nature. Moreover, we wind elves construct our abodes according to our individual tastes, which has resulted in the delightful variety you see now." The proximity to the Tree of Life correlated with an increase in the number of inhabitants. Ling Tian found himself increasingly uncomfortable. As more and more elves noticed the presence of a human among them, their astonishment palpable. The last time a human visited was many years ago. Driven by curiosity, a multitude of elves followed closely behind, their numbers swelling, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Unable to bear it any longer, Ling Tian finally spoke up, "Reese, could you perhaps ask them to refrain from following us? It feels rather conspicuous. I feel like an oddity." Reese laughed gently, "To us wind elves, you are indeed quite unique, so please excuse us. It was not always this way. Historical records indicate that many years ago, the wind elves maintained close relations with humans. Ultimately, due to certain circumstances, our vitality was severely diminished, and we had no choice but to migrate here, finding solace and rebuilding our community to its current scale." Ling Tian sighed, nodding in resignation, feeling akin to a monkey in a zoo. The alternative gazes and hushed whispers surrounding him, though quiet, were unmistakable to Ling Tian's keen ears. "Look, that is a human. They are indeed different from us. Of course, his ears are not as lovely as ours. If only he had pointed ears, he would surely be stunning. No, I believe having a pair of our delicate wings would be the ideal choice. That way, he would feel closer to us. Wherever I go, he is indeed quite well as he is now. I did not expect that this individual could possess a visage that rivals our own. We, the elven race, are universally acknowledged as the most beautiful among all. It is a rarity. Upon hearing such varied discussions, Ling Tian felt beads of perspiration trickle down his forehead. With pointed ears and wings, he thought himself quite unattractive. If that were the case, how could he ever navigate the human world? Riss, let us fly a little faster, Ling Tian urged. Riss turned to Ling Tian, noticing his sweaty brow and feigned ignorance, saying, let us take our time. The scenery here is quite splendid. Allow me to introduce it to you. Ling Tian scowled and replied, Riss, are you jesting with me? I do not wish to be regarded as a mere spectacle by the elves. Hurry up. Tong Tian, observing his master, pondered, what is wrong with being a monkey? Look at me. I am quite at ease, eating when I please, sleeping when I desire. He could not fathom why his master was upset. However, Tong Tian wisely kept his thoughts to himself, aware that voicing them might lead to dire consequences. As the saying goes, some things are best left unsaid. Seeing Ling Tian's displeasure, Riss deemed it prudent to temper his remarks, fearing Ling Tian's potential outburst. He smiled and said, I meant well. Observing your darkening expression, I shall hasten our speed. We shall arrive shortly, very soon. With that, Riss quickened his pace, and Ling Tian followed closely behind. After a gust of wind, two figures appeared at the roots of the Tree of Life, one of whom was perched upon a charming monkey. This is the Tree of Life. It is truly astonishing in size. Do not tell me the Elven King resides atop it, Ling Tian mused as he nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a male elf materialized before them, standing nearly as tall as Riss and appearing to be in his 30s, strikingly handsome. Ling Tian's brows furrowed. He sensed a spatial movement, indicating a master. By human standards, this individual must have reached the moon level. The elven race indeed harbors hidden talents. The elf spoke. Riss, you have returned. Is this the human you mentioned? We do not casually engage with humans, except for our friends. Riss promptly replied, Elder, you may not be aware, but this young man is from the Dantai family. The elf appeared taken aback and then remarked, a friend of the Dantai clan. That explains it. Young friend, I see you are quite young, yet have attained such a remarkable level. I fear I may not be able to surpass you. Riss was astonished upon hearing this, fully aware of the elder's formidable prowess. He was one of the 2 moon-level masters within the Wind Elf clan, having reached that level 3 centuries ago, second only to the Elven King. He was surprised to learn of Dantai Ling Tian's exceptional strength. Ling Tian quickly responded, Not at all. I have only recently advanced to the moon level. I am still far from matching your prowess. The elder's eyes sparkled with insight as he remarked, So it was you who caused the recent spatial fluctuations. I surmise that your current prowess is beyond that of an ordinary expert. Ling Tian was taken aback, gazing at the elder in astonishment, rendered speechless for a moment. Noticing Ling Tian's expression, the elder continued, Do not overestimate my abilities. My perception merely surpasses that of other elves by a slight margin. I sensed within you not only your inherent cultivation, but also a formidable power that remains unknown to me. Ling Tian's countenance improved slightly upon realizing that this ancient elf was unaware of the Yin-Yang Chaotic true essence. Indeed, his perceptive abilities were remarkable. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian replied, The elder's perception is truly extraordinary. I am in awe. Curiosity piqued within the elder regarding the mysterious energy residing within this youth. He pondered the nature of the Dantai family and their peculiarities. His instincts suggested that Ling Tian was an exceptional specimen among the extraordinary beings of the Dantai lineage, hinting at an unpredictable future. In truth, the elder had somewhat underestimated the energy within Ling Tian. The elder declared, Very well, Ling Tian, I shall take you to meet the Elven King. Lizzie, you shall accompany us as well. Let us depart. With that, he soared toward the pinnacle of the Tree of Life, leaving behind the assembled elves, who erupted into fervent discussions moments later. Wow, the Grand Elder is personally introducing him. The sun must have risen from the west. Indeed, that youth from the Dantai family has reached the lunar realm, and even the Grand Elder admits he cannot surpass him. What a monster. Truly, what kind of individuals does the Dantai family produce? They are all excessively powerful. Fortunately, the Dantai family has been a source of talent, saving our elven race in the past. Otherwise, who knows what plight we would face now. Yes, the Dantai family has shown great kindness to our people. We must repay their generosity and not forget. It seems our lineage has a history with the Dantai family. Who would have thought? Now, that youth is to meet our king. How enviable. It has been ages since we last saw the king. What is there to envy? All right, everyone disperse. Return to your duties. We elves cannot afford to waste time, stated a venerable-looking elder, prompting Zhongling to depart as well. Soon enough, they reached the tree's summit. The tree of life boasting a trunk over 2,000 meters tall, a testament to its grandeur. Nearby stood a palace, though not vast, it exuded elegance. Ling Tian surmised this must be the abode of the Elven King. The elder brought them to the palace entrance and respectfully announced, "Your Majesty, the guests have arrived." A melodious voice emanated from within the palace. "Oh, come in." The prospect of meeting the Elven King made Ling Tian's heart race with anticipation. The elder encouraged, "Ling Tian, let us proceed." Ling Tian nodded, resolutely following the Grand Elder, unperturbed by his bare feet in the presence of those clad in shoes. He silently trailed behind, with Lizzie accompanying him, appearing rather reserved. The only one exuding ease was Tong Tian, who curiously surveyed his surroundings. Upon their arrival at the palace, Ling Tian found it did not possess the grandeur he had anticipated, instead revealing a simplicity and natural beauty. Before him stood a stunning elven princess, radiating an air of nobility. Undeniably beautiful, she evoked in Ling Tian a heartfelt admiration. Indeed, she was a paragon of grace, surpassing any beauty he had previously encountered. Compared to the likes of Chang Sun Yu, Huang Fu Yuyan, and Dongfang Jing, she was truly a sight to behold, leaving him momentarily awestruck upon meeting the Elven Queen. Realizing he had lost his composure, Ling Tian quickly gathered himself, channeling his energy to attain tranquility. The Grand Elder's presence alongside the Elven Queen, as well as the assembly of other elders, underscored the significance of the occasion. Observing the formidable cultivations of the elders, Ling Tian was taken aback. Most possessed peak star-level power, while even the least among them held mid-level star prowess. The sheer strength of this assembly was indeed astonishing. He understood that the Elven clan's might extended far beyond what he perceived, evidenced by Lizzie's capabilities and the prowess of the Grand Elven Envoy. With respect, Ling Tian addressed the Elven Queen. "I am Dantai Ling Tian, honored to meet your highness." His admiration for her was profound, despite her youthful appearance of merely 20-something. She had undoubtedly lived for millennia, earning his respect not only for her remarkable cultivation, but also as a venerable elder. The Elven Queen responded with a warm demeanor. "Ah, so you are the one Lizzie brought here. It seems that, since Lizzie has invited you into our clan, you must belong to the Dantai family." Ling Tian nodded. "I was originally cultivating in the Beast Forest when I fortuitously encountered Brother Lizzie. Upon learning of my lineage, he invited me to the Elven clan." The Elven Queen smiled. "Your Dantai family has bestowed kindness upon our wind elves. Lizzie's invitation is indeed fitting. Lizzie, I commend you. I hereby grant you special permission to enter the Hall of Life for a year of cultivation." Overwhelmed with joy at the Elven Queen's decree, Lizzie quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your graciousness, Your Majesty." Hearing of the Hall of Life for the first time, Ling Tian furrowed his brow. He wondered what kind of place it could be, likely a sacred ground for cultivation. Lizzie's expression hinted at its extraordinary nature, perhaps tied to the life tree. Noticing Ling Tian's furrowed brow, the Elven Queen chuckled. "Do not ponder too much. Soon, Lizzie will guide you to explore this place, where you may also cultivate for a time." Ling Tian felt a stirring in his heart, surprised by the generosity of the Elven King. Not one to be foolish, he understood the significance of the life palace to the Elven race. However, observing the surrounding elders' silence, which indicated their agreement with the king's arrangement, he pondered that perhaps they were merely benefiting from the legacy of their ancestors. Then, the Elven King conjured a surge of magic, and Ling Tian sensed a shift behind him. Turning around, he beheld a wooden chair materializing. "Please, take a seat. I have inquiries to make," the king said. Chapter 49. The Life Palace. The Elven King continued. "Ling Tian, our wind elves have lived in seclusion here, seldom engaging with humanity. I wish to understand the current state of the continent. Are there any significant events unfolding?" Upon hearing the king's question, Ling Tian's expression tightened, and he replied solemnly. "The situation on the continent can be summarized in one word: chaos. Soon, the demon race will invade the land. The gravity of Ling Tian's words caused the Elven King to blanch, and the other 10 elders present wore expressions of shock. The king, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible." The cataclysmic battle a millennium ago, led by numerous moon-level experts, sealed the portal of the demon race at the cost of many lives. Logically, the demons should not be able to emerge. Ling Tian responded gravely, "In the past, that was indeed the case. However, 14 years ago, a breach appeared in the seal of the demon portal, which has been steadily expanding. Despite efforts to mend it, the fissure continues to grow. Fortunately, my grandmother and several other elders managed to reinforce the seal, but this is merely a temporary solution, capable of lasting only 17 to 18 years. Our tranquil existence will not endure much longer." Hearing Ling Tian's response, the Elven King's expression darkened further, and the others shared his apprehension. The Grand Elder spoke sternly. "It seems we have little time left. We must devise a plan, or our wind elves face the threat of extinction." The elders nodded in agreement. The Elven King soon regained his composure and inquired, "What are the humans currently undertaking? Is there any strategy available?" Ling Tian replied, "Indeed there is. 14 years ago, news spread across the entire continent, prompting a unified response. Nations began to bolster their strength. Take our Yuanshan Empire, for instance. Our military has tripled in size. And under my father's training, we have become a formidable force. The other empires are similarly enhancing their capabilities." Upon hearing Ling Tian's remarks, the Elven King smiled ruefully. "I hadn't realized the entire continent had been preparing for 14 years while we lived in comfort. I now deeply regret our isolation from the world. With time running short, we must swiftly enhance our overall strength. I wonder if we can achieve that in time." The elders' expressions brightened slightly at the king's words, and the Grand Elder stated, "Your Majesty, will you activate the other life palaces?" The Elven King replied solemnly, "There is no other choice. If it were not for the dire circumstances threatening our survival, what else would we hesitate over?" The elders stood ready to follow his command. The elders rose in unison, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty, please give your orders." The Elven King declared in a resonant voice, "The situation is urgent. Issue a mobilization order for the entire clan. We must fortify our strength and activate all the life halls, allowing members of our kin to enter for cultivation in shifts, changing every 10 days. Hurry. Additionally, reserve 50 life halls for our elite. Now, everyone, go swiftly." Upon hearing the king's directives, the elders hurriedly departed, for in this moment of peril, none dared to linger. Only I and Reese remained, and even Reese, usually composed, now displayed an unmistakable urgency in his eyes. Ling Tian observed the Elven King quietly, noting the aura of authority that surrounded him, as he calmly analyzed the situation and issued commands, prompting the entire Elven clan into action. Evoking a sense of admiration within Ling Tian, he voiced his curiosity. What exactly are the life halls that can enhance one's cultivation in such a short time? The Elven King pondered briefly before responding. The existence of the life halls is intrinsically linked to the Tree of Life. Behold this magnificent Tree of Life. Its trunk is hollow, filled with abundant liquefied spiritual essence, making it a rare sanctuary for cultivation. Together with the elders, I established numerous life halls, each capable of accommodating up to 10 practitioners. In essence, the entire Tree of Life is a grand life hall, merely divided into individual spaces by me and the elders. Currently, there are 500 small life halls within the tree. Had it not been for this crisis, I would have never considered utilizing the other life halls in my lifetime. Upon hearing this, Reese was left in astonishment, realizing the profound secrets of the life halls. It seemed that there was still hope for the clan's future. While the demon race was formidable, self-preservation might still be achievable. This was Reese's thought. Whether it would come to pass remained to be seen. Ling Tian's emotions surged, astonished at the existence of over 500 life halls, akin to accelerators for cultivation. Leaving him speechless, he inquired further, "Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, how many members are there in the entire Wind Elf clan?" The Elven King replied, "A little over 20,000. Hearing this, Ling Tian began to calculate in his mind. Indeed, the overall strength of the Elven clan would surely double. The Wind Elf clan was already formidable, and should they advance further, the results could be quite terrifying. The Elven King gazed at Ling Tian and said, "Ling Tian, we are fortunate to have you. Your revelation regarding the demon race has spared us from impending doom. Otherwise, we would have faced annihilation. On behalf of the entire Wind Elf clan, I extend my gratitude to you. Ling Tian promptly replied, Your Majesty, you are too kind. It is my duty. The Elven King smiled. In any case, great kindness need not be spoken of. You have endured much. Let Reese escort you to rest. Reese. Ensure he is well taken care of. Do not be negligent. Reese quickly acknowledged this, realizing that Ling Tian was now a benefactor of the Elven clan. After bidding farewell to the Elven King, they exited the Grand Hall. Leaving the Elven King alone, he murmured, This lad's future is uncertain. He even has the celestial spirit ape as his beast companion. After that, Lis and Ling Tian emerged, descending from the Tree of Life. Lis remarked, Ling Tian, my abode is just a short distance away. Allow me to escort you. Ling Tian nodded in silence. The two chose to walk rather than fly, occasionally encountering elves who greeted them warmly. Ling Tian could discern the sincerity in their greetings, which profoundly touched him, as he had not anticipated the purity of the elf spirits. It created an atmosphere devoid of any sense of distance between individuals. Throughout the journey, neither Lis nor Ling Tian engaged in conversation, even when exchanging pleasantries with other elves. Their minds seemed somewhat elsewhere. Before long, they arrived at Lis's home, a dwelling nestled high in a grand tree. We have arrived. My home is up there, Lis announced. Spreading his wings, he soared toward the tree, with Ling Tian and the celestial spirit closely following. Upon entering the cozy abode, Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised by the tasteful arrangement. Though sparsely decorated, a bed, a chair, a table, and some everyday items, the simplicity was charming. Soft sunlight poured in, complemented by several flower pots on the windowsill, nurturing unknown flora. Butterflies flitted about, infusing the space with vitality. Ling Tian smiled, exclaiming, I didn't realize you had such exquisite taste. This room's simplicity is to my liking. Lis replied, As long as you appreciate it, that's all that matters. Please rest. I have matters to attend to. Ling Tian, fully aware of what those matters entailed, nodded and said, Very well, go ahead. Lis cast a glance at Ling Tian, said nothing further, and turned to leave. Ling Tian stood at the doorway, lost in contemplation. The elven race truly was a wondrous lineage, powerful yet elegant and pure. Throughout the annals of history, the elves undoubtedly left an indelible mark. They are the beloved of the forests and friends of humanity. Though the present circumstances may not reflect this, it is understandable, given the pressures of the times. When Ling Tian witnessed the goodwill of the wind elves towards him, he resolved in his heart to assist them. Regardless of whether the demon tribe would invade the wind elves, as long as the Dantai family stood strong, he would protect them, ensuring their survival. For Ling Tian believed that the elves themselves were a treasure bestowed upon humanity by the natural world. A remarkable luminescence shone in Ling Tian's eyes, only to fade moments later, his gaze becoming deep and tranquil, akin to an unfathomable whirlpool. He understood that, unbeknownst to him, he had taken on an additional burden. Chapter 50. Impatience reclining on his bed, Ling Tian began to devise a plan for assembling a formidable force. As he sank into deep thought, the celestial spirit, seizing the moment of inattention, darted outside. Time passed slowly, and Ling Tian, lost in contemplation, eventually succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, he discovered that night had fallen. He had slept soundly. In the span of half a year of cultivation, this was the most restful slumber he had experienced. Perhaps it was the influence of the elven kin that allowed his guard to lower, resulting in such tranquility. As Ling Tian awoke, Lizzie remarked, Ah, you're awake. Here are some fruits. These are no ordinary ones. Influenced by the Tree of Life, even previously mundane fruits have undergone mutations, brimming with spiritual essence, capable of replenishing one's energy. Of course, it may not mean much to you, but you might as well indulge. Ling Tian, noticing Lizzie's return, chuckled. It seems I slept a bit longer today. Lizzie replied, Yes, I suspect you didn't rest well in the beast forest. It's rare to have ample time today. After you finish the fruits, you can continue your slumber. Ling Tian remained silent, secretly harboring the same thought. He rose and sampled the unknown fruits. Indeed, their flavor was exquisite. Sweet and juicy, with a rich texture. The abundance of spiritual energy made them truly exceptional. Savoring the delightful treat, he indulged heartily. Phew, I've finally finished. Seeing Ling Tian's demeanor, Lizzie chuckled. If you enjoy them, take some with you when you leave. The elven race has an endless supply of spirit fruits. Embarrassed, Ling Tian replied, I didn't expect the fruits here to be so delightful. You must let me gather more for my family to enjoy. Lizzie casually responded. Take as many as you wish. With the tree of life present, the spiritual energy in this realm is plentiful, and the fruit trees bear fruit at an extraordinary rate. New fruits can be harvested in just a month. Ling Tian was taken aback by Lizzie's words, exclaiming, so fast? The tree of life is truly remarkable. Even on Earth, no technology could allow trees to bear fruit in just a month. A twinge of envy stirred within Ling Tian for the elven race. He too longed for a tree of life. Secretly, he mused that it was a fanciful dream, for such trees were not as common as radishes. There were scarcely a few on the entire continent. Dreaming of possessing a tree of life was futile. Noticing Ling Tian had finished, Lizzie said, you should rest now. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Hall of Life, where you can cultivate for a while. Ling Tian nodded, already contemplating the Hall of Life in his mind. After their brief introduction, he surmised that the Hall of Life must bear similarities to the sacred realm of the Dantai family. After Lizzie departed, Ling Tian reclined on his bed, preparing to rest, when he suddenly sat up, wondering where that little monkey, Tong Tian, had gone. Never mind, it should be safe in the elven realm. Let it play, he thought. Little did he know that his careless indulgence had led Tong Tian into grave trouble. Calmly lying back down, he cleared his mind, soon drifting into a deep slumber. When he awoke the next day, he felt his vitality restored to its peak, and his mental acuity seemed to have increased slightly, surprising him. He soon realized that moderation in cultivation was essential. The balance of intensity and relaxation was the true path to mastery. As he introspected on his physical condition, he heard Lizzie's voice, I didn't expect you to rise quite so early. Ling Tian smiled and remarked, it is getting late. The sun has already risen quite high. Lise returned his smile, saying, all right, I shall take you to the Hall of Life now. Ling Tian replied, yes, please lead the way. Lise guided him towards the Tree of Life, explaining as they flew, the Hall of Life is situated within the Tree of Life. The only entrance is at the very top. Before long, they arrived at the summit of the Tree of Life, and under Lisa's direction, they proceeded towards the very heart of the tree. There, not far away, stood the elder, who upon seeing Lise and Ling Tian, stated, Lise, the king has granted permission for you to bring Ling Tian to the innermost chamber of the Hall of Life for his cultivation. You may also train there for a while. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lisa's expression transformed, and he stammered, is it truly the innermost chamber? The elder nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, it is the innermost chamber. Hurry along now. With that, he vanished, revealing a dark portal. Lise, with a serious nod, led Ling Tian to the entrance of the portal, then spread his wings and soared inside, with Ling Tian closely following. Contrary to expectations, the interior was not dark. Rather, it radiated a vibrant green, a manifestation of the abundant spiritual essence of the world. Ling Tian inquired of Lise, what is the innermost chamber of the Hall of Life like? Lise responded, it is the most spiritually enriched area within the entire hall. It is said that only the king and the elder can cultivate there. Thanks to you, I now have the opportunity to train there as well, and I must express my gratitude. Ling Tian chuckled, do not mention it. I consider you a brother. Upon hearing this, Lise paused mid-flight for a moment before continuing downward. Not looking back as he declared, you are also my closest brother, Lise. Ling Tian watched Lise's retreating figure, feeling a profound joy in his heart. Knowing that elves hold their promises dear, he believed in Lise's words. Soon, they arrived at the innermost chamber of the Hall of Life. As Ling Tian stepped inside, he was taken aback by the overwhelming liquid spiritual essence that surrounded him. Wow, he thought. The spiritual energy here is astonishing, easily more than double that of the Spirit Extreme Cave. Lise stood there, equally astonished. The sight of liquid spiritual essence enveloping them was nothing short of breathtaking. Regaining his composure, Ling Tian reflected that he had witnessed similar scenes before. He thought that if he were to meditate here for a while, his cultivation would surely advance significantly. Lise, still in a state of awe, eventually snapped back to reality and urged, Ling Tian, cultivating here will yield remarkable results. Let's not waste any time. We should begin our training. The fervor in Lisa's eyes was palpable, and Ling Tian understood his enthusiasm, akin to a destitute person discovering a treasure trove, so eager and impatient. Ling Tian nodded in agreement, saying nothing further, and stepped into the Hall of Life, with Lise following closely behind. Ling Tian utilized his spiritual awareness to inspect the surroundings, finding no other elves present. After greeting him, Reese immediately commenced his cultivation, and Ling Tian understood that this opportunity was of immense significance for Reese. His current level of cultivation was inseparable from his innate talent, yet it was his relentless diligence that had truly forged his accomplishments. Observing Reese's earnest dedication to his training, Ling Tian felt a sense of clarity. Previously, Reese's pursuit of martial prowess stemmed from obsession, but now it was driven by a sense of responsibility. As the Grand Elf Envoy, Reese possessed formidable strength, rivaling even some elders, and bore the weighty duty of safeguarding the elven race. Since learning of the demonic clan's threats, a heavy burden had settled upon Reese's heart, motivating him to train vigorously in hopes of enhancing his abilities. Witnessing Reese's industriousness served as a source of inspiration for Ling Tian. He settled into a meditative posture, embarking on his own cultivation. As he absorbed the rich spiritual energy of the surroundings, it effortlessly transformed into strands of Yin-Yang Chaotic True Essence. Ling Tian paid little heed to this process, allowing his dantian to absorb the ambient spiritual energy while immersing his mind entirely in the comprehension of the laws of gravity. In truth, he had long perused the gravity law manuscript, but lacked the time to fully digest its contents. This rare opportunity for cultivation, coupled with the environment, promised unexpected insights. Chapter 51. Comprehending the laws. The law of gravity is indeed a formidable principle, enabling practitioners to exert control over gravitational forces according to their will. Regardless of one's cultivation level, movements become sluggish under its influence. Now, Ling Tian quieted his mind, gradually absorbing the essence of the gravity law. Days slipped by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. He remained seated like a statue, aside from the normal absorption of spiritual energy, showing no other signs of change. In contrast, Reese was fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming it into his own true essence. After several days of diligent absorption, the quantity of spiritual energy he had gathered was quite substantial. Another 10 days elapsed, and Ling Tian's condition remained unchanged. However, Reese emerged from his cultivation, acutely aware that the true essence within him had significantly increased, reaching a critical peak. He realized that further absorption of spiritual energy would yield no results. Understanding that he had hit a bottleneck, Reese sighed, recognizing that any breakthrough would elevate his strength to a new level. Yet, achieving such a breakthrough was no simple task. It required personal enlightenment or a serendipitous flash of inspiration. Thus, with a heavy heart, Reese exited his cultivation state. Noticing Ling Tian still immersed in his practice, he chose not to disturb him and quietly departed. When Reese arrived at the summit of the Tree of Life, the elder was there, surprised to see him emerge, but quickly comprehending the situation. After all, as a master at the moon level, the elder was well aware of Reese's current circumstances. The Grand Elder approached Lizzie, nodding repeatedly and saying, "Indeed, Lizzie, you truly embody the genius of our clan. I believe that when you break through your current limitations, your strength will undoubtedly soar. You are well aware of the state of our clan. The stronger you become, the better for us." Lizzie respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Grand Elder. I shall strive diligently." The Grand Elder, pleased with Lizzie's character, nodded in agreement and remarked, "Yes, I have faith in you." "Is Ling Tian still cultivating?" Lizzie responded, "Indeed, after I completed my own training, I observed Ling Tian still immersed in his practice. I noticed that his dantian was steadily absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and his mind was entering a profound state of cultivation, perhaps grasping some insights." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression grew serious as he said, "Understood. You may leave. There are many matters to attend to within the clan." After Lizzie respectfully took his leave, the Grand Elder remained still, gazing at the entrance of the Hall of Life. Lost in thought, that young man has already reached the moon stage. He may be comprehending his own laws, which is indeed exciting. I wonder if he will succeed. As the Grand Elder pondered, subtle changes began to manifest around Ling Tian, albeit at a gradual pace. Ling Tian meticulously analyzed the contents of the notes left by his grandfather, melding them with the knowledge from 2 lifetimes, gradually forming his own understanding over the passage of time. Although this seemed effortless, the execution proved challenging, taking a full 20 days to achieve. Now, Ling Tian was integrating his insights into practical application, making the current transformations entirely expected. Had Lizzie not departed, he would have witnessed the essence of heaven and earth being absorbed around Ling Tian at a slow yet steady rate. Do not misunderstand. In reality, Ling Tian's rate of absorption remained unchanged. However, an extraordinary force was now drawing the essence of heaven and earth towards him. Indeed, it was the power of gravity. Ling Tian felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the efforts of these past 20 days were not in vain. Aware that this alone was insufficient, he once again focused his mind, delving into the comprehension of the law of gravity. 9 days passed, and Ling Tian could confidently claim to have made initial progress in this law, with noticeable effects. His gravitational influence now extended nearly 100 meters, exerting a force approximately 5 times that of the external environment. One should not underestimate this quintuple gravity. Soon, he discovered that the shorter the control distance of the gravitational law, the more adeptly he could wield it. Furthermore, as the coverage area of the law diminished, the gravitational force intensified. When he managed to control the gravitational force within a 2-meter radius around himself, the gravity soared to an astonishing 15 times that of the external world. This was no trivial matter. Imagine wielding a 10-pound weapon that suddenly felt like a terrifying 150 pounds. One must be at a loss, for even the most cunning minds can falter. Although the time has been brief, it has proven sufficient. When masters engage in combat, every move is perilous. Should one lose focus, it is surely one's own demise. Upon recognizing this phenomenon, Ling Tian dedicated an entire day to mastering control techniques. By the end of the day, the results were remarkably good. He had gained the ability to manipulate the parameters of gravitational laws at will. Perhaps many harbor a misconception regarding gravitational laws, believing that the force acting upon objects is solely directed downward. In truth, the force can act in any direction, left, right, or upward, depending solely on the will of the practitioner. Although Ling Tian had only begun to grasp the principles of gravitational law and had yet to comprehend the laws of space, he understood the importance of moderation. Forcing oneself to understand too quickly could lead to dire consequences. Minor injuries to one's meridians or severe depletion of vital energy, and in the worst cases, permanent disability or death. Gradually, he withdrew from his meditative state, opened his eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed fortunate to have comprehended the gravitational law. In truth, Ling Tian had only recently begun to understand the laws of space, and it would be unreasonable to expect him to grasp other laws so swiftly. Had outsiders learned of his progress, they would surely be astounded. Ling Tian was a unique exception, a figure of almost otherworldly prowess, defying conventional understanding. It did not take long for Ling Tian to realize he was alone in the Hall of Life. Li Si had apparently departed after concluding his training. Rising to his feet, he stretched his back, and his joints popped pleasantly, providing a sense of comfort. During his training, his Yin-Yang Chaotic true essence had grown considerably stronger, and he felt an abundance of vitality coursing through him, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. This session had exceeded all expectations, and there was no longer a need to linger. Ling Tian's silhouette soon appeared atop the Tree of Life, fortuitously encountering the Grand Elder and, notably, the Elven King. The Elven King smiled and remarked, "Ling Tian, have you truly comprehended the power of the laws during this training session?" The Elven King's inquiry caused Ling Tian's expression to stiffen momentarily. The Elven King, being a seasoned individual, could easily discern the implications of Ling Tian's demeanor. Quickly, he clarified, "Do not misunderstand. When you grasp the laws, spatial fluctuations occur. Given our proximity, both the Grand Elder and I sensed the anomaly. Our investigation traced its origin to the Hall of Life, where you were meditating." The Grand Elder added, "Indeed, we were both astonished by the phenomena. It is remarkable that you have begun to comprehend the energy of the laws so soon after entering the moon-level realm. Truly, one cannot underestimate the young." Feeling a bit embarrassed by their words, Ling Tian smiled awkwardly and replied, "Yes, this time I have been fortunate in grasping the power of the laws. I must express my gratitude. Without the Hall of Life, I cannot say whether I would have achieved this understanding." The Elven King graciously responded, "It is of no consequence. After all, we are not strangers. I am genuinely curious. What law have you comprehended?" Chapter 52. The Law of Gravity. The Elven King and the Grand Elder quickly regained their composure, for they were seasoned experts of the moon level. Having grasped the essence of the laws, the Grand Elder gazed at Ling Tian for a considerable time and remarked, "Ling Tian, you truly are remarkable. There is no elf in our entire race who can rival you. Hee, I dare say, even within the human realm, your current prowess is exceptional. Ling Tian promptly replied. As a junior, I am still youthful and inexperienced, with numerous shortcomings. In the path of martial arts, what does it matter about the distinctions of realms? Moreover, this continent is home to countless extraordinary individuals with many hidden talents. My current strength, is far from adequate. Upon hearing Ling Tian's response, the Elven King nodded in satisfaction and inquired, I understand that you will not linger long with our Elven tribe. What are your plans upon departure? In truth, Ling Tian had always held great admiration for the Elven King, not only for her wisdom, but also for her profound cultivation. In terms of cultivation alone, Ling Tian felt he was still somewhat inferior. Furthermore, she harbored an extraordinary power within her, confirming that the Elven King was indeed no ordinary being. Ling Tian smiled and said, in fact, I plan to depart today. The Elven King expressed surprise. So soon? Why not stay a few more days? You have just emerged from your seclusion and surely need some time to rest. The Grand Elder interjected, Ling Tian, it is rare for you to visit our Elven tribe. Do stay a few more days. One must practice with moderation, lest your body cannot endure. Ling Tian sincerely replied, I appreciate your kindness. But I have a purpose for my journey. Cultivation is but a part of it. I need to organize my own strength so that I may have greater leverage when the demonic forces invade. At this, the expressions on the faces of the Elven King and the Grand Elder became quite animated. They were not entirely familiar with the strength of the Dantai family. Yet they recalled that the Dantai family had been terrifyingly powerful in the past. It was precisely due to their assistance that the Wind Elves had managed to survive. Otherwise, to put it bluntly, they would have long since become mere dust in history. The fact that the young scion of the Dantai family sought to enhance his own strength while also establishing his own influence was truly beyond words. Just as the Elven King was about to speak, a sound reached their ears. Though faint, it was unmistakable among such seasoned experts. It resembled the noise of porcelain shattering. The expressions of the Elven King and the Grand Elder darkened, for the source of the sound was none other than the Elven King's palace. The Elven King was the first to rush towards the palace, with Ling Tian and the Grand Elder following closely behind. Upon entering the palace, the Elven King was taken aback, and the Grand Elder and Ling Tian, who arrived shortly thereafter, were equally stunned. The culprit was none other than Tong Tian, who had been neglected for a month. The little one lay with his eyes tightly shut, his body shimmering with golden light, more dazzling than gold itself. The Elven King, upon seeing the shattered vial on the ground, exclaimed with a changed expression, Heavens, the water of life. He has consumed the water of life. And an entire vial at that. What shall we do now? The tone of the Elven King's voice had drastically altered. Upon hearing that Tong Tian had consumed the invaluable essence of life, the Elder's countenance turned a shade of green. Internally cursing, he lamented the audacity of that wretched monkey for daring to drink the sacred water of life. Ling Tian, observing the unsettling expressions on the faces of the Elven King and the Elder, sensed that calamity had struck. Although he was unaware of the true nature of the essence of life, the gravity of the situation was evident from their demeanor, indicating that it was indeed a treasure of immense significance. Understanding that Tong Tian had landed himself in trouble and feeling a heavy weight of responsibility, he hesitantly inquired, I realize that Tong Tian has caused a predicament, but could you enlighten me on what transpired? The Elven King, upon hearing Ling Tian's question, took a deep breath and exhaled the turbulent energy within him. Despite this, his expression remained grave. He replied solemnly, as the name suggests, the essence of life is found solely in the presence of the life tree. It is the quintessence of the tree itself. In a year, only 3 to 4 drops are produced, and over the years, we have accumulated 5 vials. However, 2 vials were used previously, and with 1 now consumed by Tong Tian. Only 2 vials remain in our possession. Oh my, merely 3 to 4 drops a year. How exceedingly precious. Ling Tian's heart swelled with guilt as he pondered how to rectify the calamity caused by Tong Tian. Meanwhile, the radiance surrounding Tong Tian grew increasingly brilliant, and Ling Tian sensed a terrifying energy coalescing within him, continuously absorbed by the young primate. Ling Tian noticed the beads of sweat streaming down Tong Tian's face, accompanied by anguished groans. Concerned for Tong Tian's well-being, he urgently asked, Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? With a rueful smile, the Elven King explained, the essence of life is, in essence, the concentrated energy of the life tree, imbued with an overwhelming power that even Tong Tian's extraordinary physique struggles to contain. His situation is perilous. He cannot control this formidable force, and it relentlessly fills his veins. If this continues, the outcome is certain. He will perish in an explosive demise. Listening to the Elven King's words, Ling Tian's expression darkened, recognizing the gravity of the situation was not mere hyperbole. Sensing the energy within Tong Tian becoming increasingly uncontrollable, he pressed urgently, "Is there no way to remedy this? Please, share any possible solutions." Noticing the urgency and concern in Ling Tian's eyes, the Elven King finally relented, saying, "Even if I tell you, there may be little you can do to assist. The only recourse lies in my ability to utilize the energy of spatial laws to confine this energy within a designated space. However, the success of this endeavor is uncertain, and I must admit, the potency of the essence of life is formidable." Upon seeing the Elven King's apologetic gaze, Ling Tian, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "So you mean to say that the spatial laws conceal this energy?" Both the Elven King and the Elder were taken aback, unsure of the source of Ling Tian's excitement. Nevertheless, the Elven King nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing the unequivocal answer, Ling Tian chuckled lightly and remarked, "I forgot to mention, I also comprehend the laws of space." His words rendered the Elf King and the Grand Elder momentarily speechless. The Grand Elder, nodding incessantly, exclaimed, "How is this possible? You have only recently entered the moon-level realm. Understanding the energies of the laws cannot be achieved overnight. You are, quite simply, a monster." The Grand Elder's composure shattered, leading him to speak nonsensically. Alas, the root cause of this upheaval was undoubtedly Ling Tian. To be honest, this revelation was nothing short of astonishing. A 15-year-old youth attaining the moon level and audaciously grasping the powers of two laws. Anyone who heard this would surely be driven to madness. The cultivation speed displayed was inhuman. The prodigies of the continent seemed utterly insignificant in comparison to Ling Tian. The Elf King and the Grand Elder gazed at Ling Tian in astonishment, rendered speechless, their minds undoubtedly tumultuous. However, Ling Tian could not afford to wait any longer. So he addressed the Elf King, "Your Excellency, we must act swiftly. The situation is dire. Shall we commence?" Noticing the Elf King lost in thought, he grew increasingly anxious. What did you just say, Ling Tian?" Chapter 53. My Master, I apologize. Ling Tian quickly focused his mind, recognizing that this was not the moment for distraction. Sitting facing the Elf King, he placed one hand on Tong Tian's body, allowing the energy of the spatial law to flow through his arm and permeate Tong Tian's being, with the Elf King doing likewise. As their energies converged, both understood that the grasp of the spatial laws held by each was equally formidable. Initially, their energies clashed, but with concentrated effort, they ultimately merged, encircling the tumultuous energies within Tong Tian. Ling Tian and the Elf King continuously infused the energy of the spatial laws into Tong Tian's body, revealing a white energy enveloping the green energy within him, which was steadily intensifying. With the life-giving water's energy severed from contact with Tong Tian's body, he ceased his moaning, and his complexion began to improve. Ling Tian was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The success of their collaboration held the key to Tong Tian's salvation. Gradually, Tong Tian regained consciousness. Sensing his physical state and witnessing his master, who wore a serious expression as he tended to him, he whimpered, "Master, I am sorry." Seeing Tong Tian awake, Ling Tian dared not relax and instructed, "Tong Tian, do not exert yourself. Just relax completely and leave everything to us. You will be fine." Tong Tian's eyes were red, yet determination shone within them. He trusted that his master would not deceive him. This was a critical moment that allowed no room for error. Ling Tian and the Elf King persistently channeled the energy of the spatial laws, causing Tong Tian's body to emanate a brilliant white light. The fusion of their energies was far more complex than a mere addition of 1 and 1. The energy of the converged laws is 5 times greater than before. A formidable force envelopes the chaotic energy of the life-giving water. As Ling Tian senses that the moment has arrived, he glances at the Elf King, who acknowledges the critical juncture of the sealing process with a subtle nod. Ling Tian's hand seals shift in rapid succession, mirroring the Elf King's movements. Gradually, the spatial law energy that encapsulates the tumultuous energy begins to contract, as the energy of the life-giving water is increasingly subdued by the spatial law energy. The expressions on Ling Tian and the Elf King's faces grow increasingly grave, devoid of any joy. Ling Tian expends an immense amount of mental energy to control the fluctuations of the law energy, beads of sweat cascading to the ground. The Elf King, too, is in a precarious state. His pallor indicates the toll of his mental exertion, and seeing him in such a condition deepens Ling Tian's feelings of guilt. At present, the energy of the life-giving water appears compliant, yet this tranquility precedes a storm. Under the suppression of the spatial law energy, this formidable force becomes more compact and concentrated as its volume diminishes. Should a backlash occur, the consequences would be dire. Just as the energy of the life-giving water reduces to the size of a fist, it erupts violently, akin to a powerful punch, relentlessly battering against the spatial law energy. This sudden turn of events catches Ling Tian and the Elf King off guard. Just as they were on the verge of sealing the energy, it retaliates. As if aware of the imminent danger, it continues to assault the white law energy. The backlash results in significant damage to Ling Tian's meridians and affects his internal organs, compelling him to stifle a surge of blood, which he suppresses with great effort. Should he allow that blood to spill, his vital energy would leak, creating vulnerabilities in the spatial law, putting his life in jeopardy. Just a mindless surge of energy, one might think. Yet, Ling Tian is determined to subdue it. He channels all his spatial law energy into Tong Tian, while the Elf King also infuses a powerful surge of spatial energy. Before such overwhelming force, no matter how fiercely the life-giving water energy strikes back, it proves futile. Yet, this energy seems inexhaustible, relentlessly pummeling the seal. Countless attempts pass without respite, and this phenomenon persists for an entire hour before signs of fatigue begin to surface. Ling Tian observes the Elf King's ashen complexion, devoid of any color. Realizing that the Elf King is utterly drained, he acknowledges his own condition is equally dire, if not worse. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang Chaos true essence autonomously restores Ling Tian's damaged meridians. Understanding that this moment is crucial, as delay could spell disaster, he speaks. Your Excellency, the resistance of the life-giving water energy is waning. Let us seize this opportunity to seal it with a final, decisive effort. A glimmer of determination flashed in the Elven King's eyes as he nodded and said, Indeed, I share the same intent. The moment is fleeting, let us commence at once. He then added, this is a spirit restoration pill, remarkably effective in swiftly replenishing lost mental energy. Coupled with this chi spirit pill, you shall soon attain your optimal state. Consume them without delay. After handing the Elven King the elixirs, Ling Tian hastily ingested both pills himself. In truth, he had only just learned to concoct these two varieties and, due to time constraints, had produced only a few. He resolved to practice diligently when time permitted. Observing the two spirit-infused pills soaring towards him, the Elven King remained silent and opened his mouth to consume them. Within 5 seconds, his true essence and mental acuity were not only restored but also enhanced. Now gazing at Ling Tian, the Elven King felt a sense of numbness. Pondering how such miraculous pills could restore one to their peak so swiftly, truly remarkable. Initially skeptical of the two aura-laden pills, he realized his misjudgment upon consuming them. In truth, what seemed impossible was merely a natural occurrence for this young man. Setting aside his thoughts, he focused on the urgent task of saving Tong Tian. As he witnessed the Elven King's eyes shimmering with renewed vigor and a formidable aura emanating from him, Ling Tian could not help but feel elated. Your Majesty, let us begin, he urged. The Elven King nodded in agreement, remaining silent as he swiftly altered his hand seals, channeling the energy of spatial laws into Tong Tian's body. Observing the Elven King's actions, Ling Tian too concentrated his mind, intensifying the infusion of spatial law energy. This process continued for approximately 15 minutes, during which the potent energy of the laws thoroughly suppressed the vitality of the life water. Ling Tian and the Elven King exchanged a glance, sensing that the moment had arrived. In unison, they shouted seal. Subsequently, a powerful pressure erupted from within their beings. Ling Tian summoned the abundant true essence within him, continually directing it into the spatial seal encasing Tong Tian. In truth, the sealing process was nearly complete. They were merely adding the final touches to reinforce its strength. This state persisted for a considerable duration before finally subsiding. Exhaling a long breath, Ling Tian could not help but reflect on the exhaustion he felt, as if he had aged a decade from this singular exertion. Yet, all was worthwhile, for Tong Tian had been saved at last. The Elven King also relaxed, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Ling Tian, feeling a twinge of guilt, spoke, "Your Majesty, I must apologize on behalf of Tong Tian. He has caused great turmoil, not only by consuming the life water of the Wind Elves, but also by necessitating your intervention. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." The Elven King, somewhat fatigued, replied, "Let things unfold as they may. Perhaps the life water was destined for Tong Tian. There is no need for attachment. As for his treatment, there is no need for thanks. Tong Tian, as an extraordinary beast among magical creatures, would have warranted my utmost effort to save him regardless of your involvement." Upon hearing the Elven King's response, Ling Tian was taken aback, pondering the nature of the matter but refraining from inquiring further. As it was evident that the Elven King wished to keep it from him, Ling Tian suppressed his curiosity, reasoning that certain truths would eventually reveal themselves in due course, rendering immediate questioning unnecessary. Chapter 54. A grim countenance. The Elven King nodded and remarked, "In truth, it is fortunate that we had Ling Tian's assistance this time. I doubt my own mastery of spatial energy alone could have effectively sealed the turbulent life essence within Tong Tian. However, the spatial energy that Ling Tian has comprehended is certainly on par with my own. It is this that has enabled the successful completion of the seal, a miraculous achievement indeed. Who would have anticipated that Ling Tian had delved into the laws of space?" The Grand Elder stood speechless for an extended moment, gazing at Ling Tian with profound admiration. He had not expected such extraordinary insight from this youth, whose aptitude was unparalleled. Ling Tian, noticing the respect in the Grand Elder's eyes, could only smile wryly. While his pace of cultivation was indeed rapid and his understanding of the laws profound, he had no shortcuts. Everything unfolded quite naturally. With diligent practice, his progress was akin to an unstoppable surge. Should the Grand Elder be privy to Ling Tian's current thoughts, he might very well be driven to despair. Today's accomplishments were the culmination of 15 years of relentless dedication. As Ling Tian advanced further in martial arts, his heart grew increasingly tranquil, savoring the bittersweet essence of his journey. Before long, Tong Tian finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing Ling Tian, he sheepishly uttered, "Master, I apologize." Ling Tian replied with a light chuckle, "Such occurrences must not happen again. Do not act recklessly. I wish to understand why you consumed the life essence." Tong Tian responded with a foolish grin, "I didn't realize that delightful liquid was life essence. But what exactly is life essence?" The crowd was left astounded by Tong Tian's inquiry, bewildered by his lack of knowledge, yet still indulging in it. Ling Tian, at a loss for words, pressed on, "How did you come to the Elven King's palace? And how did you find the life essence? Speak honestly." With a sense of grievance, Tong Tian gazed at his master and explained, "Master, you were in seclusion for an entire month. During that time, I roamed the entire Wind Elf clan. Today, having nowhere else to go, I came here for a stroll and happened upon the palace, where I found the Elven King absent. I thought to explore the palace and stumbled across a dazzling golden box. I picked one up, shook it, and heard a sound within. Upon opening it, I discovered it was filled with abundant spiritual energy. Knowing it was a treasure, I was elated and, without overthinking it, drank it all. The result was an overwhelming surge of energy that left me in pain, and then I lost consciousness. You are all aware of what transpired next." After hearing Tong Tian's account, Ling Tian's expression darkened considerably, while the Elven King and the Grand Elder's faces grew even more somber. Ling Tian stared at Tong Tian for a long moment, torn between scolding him and restraining his hand from striking out. Ling Tian felt a profound discomfort enveloping him. The Elven King and the Grand Elder, being seasoned figures, refrained from erupting in anger, exchanging glances filled with unspoken sentiments. Tong Tian, aware of his misstep, stood there like a chastened child. Eventually, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, Ling Tian spoke, "Your Majesty, the Elven King, and esteemed Grand Elder. The predicament we find ourselves in is primarily my fault for not adequately restraining Tong Tian, resulting in the loss of a vial of life water for your noble kin. I truly feel remorseful, and should the Elven race face any hardships in the future, I shall not hesitate to lend my assistance in any way possible." At this moment, the expressions of both the Elven King and the Grand Elder shifted, realizing the weight of Ling Tian's words. Unreservedly, they acknowledged that his promise had bestowed upon the Elven race another trump card, one capable of altering the fate of their entire lineage. The Grand Elder stammered, Is that truly the case? When our clan faces annihilation, will you indeed offer your unwavering support? Ling Tian smiled gently and replied, a gentleman's word is his bond. Am I perceived as one who does not honor his promises in your eyes? The Grand Elder quickly clarified, please do not misunderstand. I was merely overwhelmed with emotion. Inwardly, he thought to himself, what a jest. With Ling Tian's aid, the elven race will undoubtedly surmount this crisis. The Grand Elder recognized that although he stood at the same lunar level as Ling Tian, he was far from being his match. Who could predict the heights of Ling Tian's prowess in 2 or 3 years' time? Coupled with the ascent of the formidable Dantai clan, the Grand Elder found himself secretly reveling in the prospects. Hearing Ling Tian's assurance, the Elven King felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having lived nearly 2 millennia, he possessed the wisdom to discern that Ling Tian was a man of his word. Unexpectedly, what seemed a misfortune had turned into a blessing. The Elven King realized that the loss of a vial of life water in exchange for Ling Tian's apology was a fair trade. In truth, for the Elven race, Tong Tian was not only blameless, but had also rendered a service. With this realization, the Elven King finally smiled and said, Ling Tian, thank you. He then bowed deeply, a gesture echoed by the Grand Elder. Receiving such profound respect, Ling Tian understood the weight of their gesture. He sighed inwardly, knowing that even without Tong Tian's involvement, he would have ardently protected the Elven race. The Elven King inquired, Ling Tian, what are your plans? I know that the Elven race is not your permanent abode. Ling Tian nodded and replied, in truth, I wish to depart today. Depart today? That is simply unfeasible. You have endured considerable exhaustion. I am aware of your formidable alchemical skills, yet such external aids can only go so far. I sincerely hope you can remain for a few days to recuperate. The Elven King urged. The Grand Elder added, indeed, you have not had the opportunity to truly explore our realm. It would be a pity. Please stay a few more days. It will benefit your health. Precisely, Master. The Elven realm is breathtakingly beautiful. I have feasted my eyes for an entire month. Do stay a few more days. The fruits here are truly delectable. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Ling Tian felt a surge of frustration. This monkey only knows how to eat. However, the taste of the spiritual fruit here is indeed delightful. The Grand Elder chuckled, saying, delicious. Be sure to take some with you when you leave. The Elven clan's spiritual fruits are abundant. Ling Tian replied, then I shall trouble you for a few more days. I wish to rest now. The Elven King nodded and said, go ahead. Once you have regained your strength, I will have Lise accompany you on your explorations. Ling Tian nodded, picked up Tong Tian, and vanished from the top of the Tree of Life. This was the ability of teleportation within the laws of space, and combined with the illusory transformation technique. Ling Tian was nearing the pinnacle of mastery. His teleportation range was nearly 15 kilometers, meaning he could instantly traverse that distance, a truly formidable ability. The Elven King and the Grand Elder watched as Ling Tian abruptly departed. The Grand Elder asked in surprise, Your Majesty, was that the ability of teleportation? The Elven King nodded, his expression complex, and replied, indeed, he has completely mastered this terrifying skill. It will not be difficult for Dantai to comprehend the laws of space in the future. Enough of this. The Grand Elder, having expended much energy healing Tong Tian, said, I shall enter seclusion for a period. You will oversee all matters of the clan. The Grand Elder, astonished, remarked, Your Majesty, even if you are fatigued, is it necessary to enter seclusion? The Elven King smiled. Just now, I gained new insights into another aspect of the laws. Thus I wish to meditate in solitude for a while. The Grand Elder, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you saying that the ability of truth-telling should not exist within our Wind Elven clan? I never expected you, Your Majesty, to possess a dual affinity for both wood and wind elements, far surpassing that of other elves. After this retreat, your strength will surely increase yet again. Perhaps Ling Tian may not even be your match. The Elven King shook his head, saying, It is not as simple as you think. Enough of this. I leave everything in your capable hands. With that, he too vanished. Chapter 55. Who fears whom? Returning to Lisa's chamber, Ling Tian exhaled softly, placing Tong Tian before him, and solemnly stated, Tong Tian, you have erred this time. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian lowered his head, clearly acknowledging his mistake. You have been overly willful. While your playful nature is inherent, you must discern which places are permissible and which are not, what can be touched and what cannot. My assertion of your mistake stems from your irresponsibility. Although the life essence within you has been sealed by the Elven King and me, it remains a latent bomb. Do you understand? Tong Tian raised his head and earnestly replied, Master, I was wrong. I will change. Seeing Tong Tian's demeanor, Ling Tian's tone softened as he said, From now on, you must diligently cultivate and strengthen yourself. Only then can you refine the terrifying energy within you in the future. I wish to convey that when you manage to refine this potent energy, your cultivation will be infinitely close to that of a legendary 10th level magical beast. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, a powerful glimmer ignited in Tong Tian's eyes. Achieving the formidable 10th level was imperative. He aspired to ascend to the ranks of the king of magical beasts. Sensing Tong Tian's unwavering determination, Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Confident that Tong Tian would eventually attain the realm of the 10th level magical beast. Yet, Ling Tian's ambitions extended far beyond that. His journey was long and arduous. The elderly figure had transformed his life, and the unparalleled techniques he had acquired demanded that he forge ahead. Regaining his composure, Ling Tian turned to Tong Tian and said, Very well, let this be a lesson. You must be exhausted, so take some time to rest. Tong Tian remained silent, seeking a spot to meditate. Ling Tian shook his head, refraining from further comment, for he too adopted a seated posture on the bed, quietly entering into meditation. Before long, a day had passed, and Ling Tian finally opened his eyes. He noticed that Lise had returned, engaged in animated conversation with Tong Tian. Upon seeing Ling Tian awaken, Lise exclaimed, You truly are a training fanatic. I know you are about to depart, so allow me to guide you through the elven realm. This earthly paradise is not to be missed. You would surely regret it otherwise. Ling Tian smiled and replied, All right, since you recognize this as a celestial haven, I shall follow your lead, dear Lise. Seeing Ling Tian's acquiescence, Lise chuckled, You are wise to comply. Otherwise, I would have continued to persuade you indefinitely. He. Who fears whom? At Lise's words, Ling Tian's expression fell. What manner of being was this? No, he was not merely a person. He was an elf, an incorrigible elf. Truly, in a vast forest, one encounters all manner of birds. For an entire day, Lise guided Ling Tian through the elven realm, and Ling Tian reveled in the experience. The allure of the elven tribe was undeniable. Its beauty was graceful, natural, breathtaking, and the enchanting people left Ling Tian with a profound sense of longing. He mused internally, What a splendid place for retirement. The past 2 days had yielded considerable rewards. The elven fruit was beyond compare, and he collected as much as he could, showing no restraint. Herbs and materials for crafting were plentiful as well, and even Lise observed with a twinge of discomfort, muttering to himself, What sort of person is this? He is nothing short of a bandit. Yet, there was no recourse, for the elder's orders were absolute. He could not fathom why the elder seemed intent on appeasing Ling Tian. Strange occurrences are common, yet today seemed particularly rife with them. After 2 days, a smile adorned Ling Tian's face, for who would not be pleased with such unearned bounty? Alas, how swiftly time passed, and the day of departure had arrived. The following day, upon learning of Ling Tian's imminent departure from the elven tribe, the elder, recognizing Ling Tian's resolute intent, ceased his attempts to dissuade him. Thus, he accompanied Lise to see him off. Ling Tian furrowed his brow in surprise, as protocol dictated that the elven king should be present on such an occasion. However, it was only the elder today, causing him to harbor a flicker of doubt. The elder, observing Ling Tian's expression, discerned his unspoken thoughts and spoke. The elven king has been in seclusion for 3 days. Thus, it is only Lise and I who have come to bid you farewell. Please do not take offense. Ling Tian hurriedly remarked, How could that be? I am merely curious, with no ulterior motives. Indeed, Ling Tian's heart was filled with intrigue. Although the elven king's true essence had been greatly consumed, it should have recovered by now. His seclusion suggested that there were other matters at hand. Noticing that the Grand Elder said no more, Ling Tian refrained from probing further. Before long, the group arrived at the outer circle of the elven clan's formation. Ling Tian addressed the Grand Elder and Riss, saying, As we part today, I wonder when we shall meet again. The Grand Elder sighed in response, Indeed. Yet you will always be a friend of the elven clan, and we welcome you back at any time. I hope you will return in the future. Ling Tian smiled. I shall certainly visit when time permits. I must savor the exquisite wines and spirit fruits of the elven clan once more. This elicited laughter from both the Grand Elder and Riss. Riss remarked, Ling Tian, I must commend you. Your gains over these past few days have been considerable. As for the spirit fruits, they are one thing, but you have taken a full third of our fine wines. Truly, you are someone who thinks of both the banquet and the kitchen. At Riss's jest, Ling Tian chuckled awkwardly. What could he say? The elven wines were unparalleled, and the treasured immortal's drunkenness paled in comparison. Ever since he had tasted them, he had lost interest in the latter. Not only Ling Tian, but Tong Tian had practically grown up immersed in wine, with a discerning palate. He always carried a wineskin filled with the elven clan's finest brew, indulging himself with a sip now and then, living a life of carefree bliss. Ling Tian declared, "Well, it is getting late. Until we meet again." Upon hearing his farewell, the Grand Elder responded, "Indeed, until we meet again." Riss's eyes glistened with emotion as he said, "Ling Tian, take care, we shall see each other again." Ling Tian nodded, casting a glance at Riss before soaring into the sky, silently thinking, "Good brother, until we meet again." As Ling Tian's figure faded from view, the Grand Elder regained his composure and said to Riss, "Riss, you are the most gifted and talented elf our clan has seen in a millennium. With the imminent invasion of the demon clan, time is of the essence. You must strive to enhance your strength, all for the future of the elven clan." Riss, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, I will not disappoint your expectations." The Grand Elder produced 2 scrolls from his robes and said, "These embody my understanding of the laws of wind and light. Take them, they are of little use to me here. I hope they prove beneficial to you." He handed the precious scrolls to Riss. At this moment, Riss was momentarily speechless, staring at the scrolls in his hands, which stirred a significant tempest within him. After a while, he stammered, "Are these truly for me? They are far too precious. Does the king know?" The Grand Elder chuckled, "The king has already given his consent. Initially, I planned to present them to you at a later time, but circumstances have changed, so I offer them to you now, hoping they will aid you." Riss resolutely declared, "Please rest assured, both the king and the Grand Elder, I will strive to comprehend the energy of these laws." The Grand Elder nodded, acknowledging that Riss was now exceedingly close to reaching the pinnacle of star-level prowess. Moreover, with Riss having mastered both magical and martial arts, even the elders of the clan, who had already attained the peak of star level, could not claim victory over him. The Grand Elder remarked, "Very well, let us return." Riss said nothing and followed closely behind the Grand Elder, vanishing into the depths of the forest. In the skies above the beast forest, a figure soared, Ling Tian, lost in contemplation. His mind was troubled with the question of how to establish his own power. Though his strength was considered top tier, he understood that individual might alone could only translate to mere bravery on the battlefield. Thus, the most pressing concern for Ling Tian was how to build his own influence. Chapter 56. Dreams. Ling Tian gazed upon the vast expanse of the beast forest, the resonant roars of beasts echoing in his ears, a testament to the presence of formidable magical creatures capable of vocalizing amidst such perilous surroundings. The significance of advanced magical beasts could not be underestimated, and he pondered just how many such creatures inhabited this wild domain. With thoughts as profound as the infinite sky, he found his mind racing, a startling plan gradually taking shape. Exhaling deeply, Ling Tian finally had an epiphany. He envisioned the creation of a powerful legion of magical beasts, with the beast forest serving as a natural treasure trove. Should anyone learn of Ling Tian's ambition, they might very well deem him insane. Undeniably, his aspirations were audacious. Yet Ling Tian was convinced of their feasibility. If no one had ventured down this path before, then perhaps it was time to blaze a trail. Turning to Tong Tian, he expressed, "My dear Tong Tian, I intend to establish a power of my own. I have a proposition for you." Ling Tian chuckled, but Tong Tian, observing the grin on his master's face, felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. "I plan to forge a formidable army of magical beasts, and I would like you to command them. What do you think of this idea?" Ling Tian inquired. Upon hearing these words, Tong Tian trembled violently, his simian visage turning crimson, rendered speechless for a considerable time. Seeing Tong Tian's reaction, Ling Tian reassured him, "Do not be overly agitated. We are merely at the inception of this endeavor. However, it will surely come to fruition. Let me ponder this further. Henceforth, we shall leave no magical beast of 8th rank or above unscathed. How does that sound? Your silence shall be taken as consent." Tong Tian felt as if he might suffocate from the weight of his master's words, contemplating whether Ling Tian might indeed be a madman. The prospect of establishing a legion of magical beasts, leaving no 8th-rank creature unaccounted for, was overwhelming. Having grown up in the vast expanse of the beast forest, he felt a sense of uncertainty regarding its true size. Clearly, it was immense. Gathering a multitude of magical beasts to form an army would require an extraordinary amount of time and effort. The thought alone was dizzying. After a long pause, Tong Tian finally managed to speak. "Master, are you truly intent on pursuing this course of action?" Ling Tian, somewhat irked, replied, "Of course. Do you think I jest? Contemplate the grandeur that awaits us once we establish the legion of magical beasts, where you shall command thousands of formidable creatures in a breathtaking spectacle." As Ling Tian articulated this vision, Tong Tian's heart surged with excitement. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. The more he pondered, the more vividly he envisioned the scene of countless beasts roaring in unison, a sight both exhilarating and awe-inspiring, their roars ascending to the heavens. With a deep breath, Tong Tian gazed at his master and resolutely proclaimed, "Master, your idea is truly magnificent. What steps shall we take next?" Seeing Tong Tian concur with his thoughts, Ling Tian continued, "When we encounter magical beasts of level 8 or higher, we shall subdue them and forge a contract. That would suffice, wouldn't it? Moreover, we should identify a location to establish our base. This way, all the contracted beasts can gather there, and after a period of training, their strength will be evident." Tong Tian's mind was nearly overwhelmed, yet he understood that following his master's direction was paramount. "Master, what shall we do now?" After a moment's hesitation, Ling Tian replied, "Let us first seek out a base. Although the Holy Dragon Ring could serve this purpose, I harbor a desire to keep it concealed. Additionally, managing the feeding and care of numerous beasts presents a significant challenge. Their appetites are quite considerable. We cannot simply confine them, as that would be counterproductive." This thought solidified his decision to abandon that notion. Ling Tian then suggested, "Tong Tian, what do you think about establishing our base at the heart of the magical beast forest?" Tong Tian agreed. "As you wish, master." Nodding in affirmation, Ling Tian said, "Let us proceed to the center of the magical beast forest and find a suitable location." With that, he and Tong Tian vanished from sight. Indeed, Ling Tian employed his teleportation abilities, leveraging his potent true essence to continuously teleport towards the heart of the magical beast forest. The forest was vast beyond measure. Even with his current strength and the use of teleportation, he found himself traveling for 3 consecutive days without reaching his destination. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, halting abruptly to reveal Ling Tian's figure. His complexion was notably pale, a clear indication that the arduous journey had drained much of his true essence. After all, he was still human. Despite his elevated cultivation, rest was a necessity. Observing Ling Tian's weary visage, Tong Tian urged, "Master, your relentless journey, coupled with the strain of teleportation, is exhausting your true essence. You must take a day to rest, otherwise your body may collapse." Ling Tian turned to Tong Tian, touched by his concern, and replied with a wry smile, "I am confident that my cultivation rivals that of seasoned experts. Yet I did not anticipate the immense true essence required for teleportation. Even with my continuous absorption of magical crystal energy, it still fails to keep pace with my expenditure. However, this depletion has not been without its rewards. I can now control the range of my teleportation with ease. When I face opponents of similar strength, they will be caught entirely off guard." As Ling Tian's face radiated joy, Tong Tian also felt elated, knowing that his master had made new progress. With a smile, he suggested, "Master, let us rest for a day before continuing our journey." Acknowledging Tong Tian's kind intentions and recognizing his own physical limits, Ling Tian nodded gently, affectionately stroking Tong Tian's head, and replied, "Very well, let us descend." Ling Tian waved his hand, clearing a space of 2 zhang in diameter. Tong Tian promptly leaped down from his shoulder and dashed swiftly into the depths of the forest. Observing Tong Tian's vanishing figure, Ling Tian merely smiled faintly. Understanding that these past few days had been arduous for Tong Tian, a naturally restless beast that had been deprived of proper exploration. Therefore, he did not impede his freedom. Seated cross-legged, Ling Tian commenced his cultivation of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, drawing in the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth from the air. Furthermore, he harnessed the technique's ability to absorb energy, retrieving a substantial quantity of magic crystals from his spatial ring to replenish his true essence. With such a dual approach to recovery, the results were undoubtedly significant. After 2 full hours of cultivation, his true essence had fully restored. Upon opening his eyes, Ling Tian caught sight of Tong Tian happily munching on a large pile of wild fruits. Seeing that Ling Tian had completed his cultivation, Tong Tian exclaimed joyfully, "Master, you have recovered." Ling Tian nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I am fully restored. A further night of rest will render me fit for our journey." He then instructed Tong Tian, "Go procure some game. Let us enhance our meal today." Upon hearing the prospect of roasted meat, Tong Tian leaped for joy. For the past few days, they had subsisted solely on fruits during their travels. Although the wild fruits in the monster beast forest were delightful, the monotony had begun to wear on him. Moreover, Ling Tian's culinary skills were exceptional, leaving Tong Tian eagerly anticipating the feast. Upon hearing his master's request, Tong Tian promptly abandoned the wild fruits in his claws and sprinted excitedly into the woods. Ling Tian couldn't help but chuckle at Tong Tian's comical antics, amused by his enthusiasm for food. In no time, Tong Tian had hunted several 5th and 6th level magical beasts, which he had previously tasted and found delectable. It seemed Tong Tian had a fondness for these creatures, his eyes eagerly gazing at his master, the meaning behind his gaze unmistakable. Ling Tian found it amusing and, unable to resist, began the preparations for roasting. Before long, the meat was sizzling over the fire. Chapter 57. The golden holy dragon. Ling Tian's appetite was not as voracious as Tong Tian's, making any comparison between them rather futile. After finishing the roasted meat, Ling Tian retrieved a bottle of fine wine and began to ponder. Since entering the monster beast forest for training, he had broken through numerous bottlenecks, not only enhancing his ancestral martial arts, but also advancing the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique beyond its previous limits. Now, Ling Tian had even grasped the essence of the laws. In the nearly 2 years he had dedicated to his cultivation, such accomplishments were unparalleled in history, though he would not claim to be without peers. Ling Tian's thoughts wandered further and further afield. A new day dawned, and Ling Tian rose from the ground, stretching his body as he felt the abundant true essence coursing through his meridians. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a long, resounding howl towards the heavens. Given his current level of cultivation, the sound was deafening, almost akin to shattering stone or severing metal. This would undoubtedly stir the beast forest. As various magical beasts began to roar in response, those capable of flight soaring into the sky, while the terrestrial creatures fled to the distance. The very nature of survival in the beast forest demanded a heightened sense of alertness, and any manifestation of such a powerful howl signified the presence of an overwhelmingly formidable being. Surprised by the frenzied reactions of the surrounding magical beasts, Ling Tian pondered the unexpected potency of his howl, questioning whether the Shaolin's lion's roar could ever rival such strength. Amused by this newfound power, he amplified his howl, the resonance deepening and becoming even more majestic, causing branches and leaves to rain down and the ground to tremble beneath him. Tong Tian, bewildered, gazed at his master. Perplexed by the commotion, he felt a sense of irritation, having been roused from slumber by the cacophony. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, his antics left his magical pet feeling as if he had lost his mind, while Ling Tian himself relished the sensation of his true essence flowing with increased vigor, a compulsion to express himself overwhelming him. Just as he reveled in this exhilarating feeling, a deep and sonorous dragon roar echoed from afar. Upon hearing the roar, Ling Tian experienced a mix of joy and foreboding. He reached out with his spiritual perception and discovered a golden saint dragon swiftly approaching. Realizing that his howl had attracted this majestic creature, he ceased his vocalizations, shaking his head with a rueful smile. It seemed another fierce battle awaited him. Turning his gaze to Tong Tian, he found his companion rolling on the ground in fits of laughter, which only intensified Ling Tian's urge to retch. With a mischievous grin, he chuckled, prompting an immediate sense of dread in Tong Tian, who quickly stifled his laughter, though it was a struggle. Tong Tian, Ling Tian addressed, "I see your strength has been growing rapidly of late. You shall lead the charge shortly. I will cheer you on." Tong Tian's expression fell, and he responded with a wry smile. "Master, I beg you to spare me. I have come to realize my folly. That is a 9th level golden saint dragon, a true tyrant among dragons. I fear it may even be concealing its full power, possibly having reached the pinnacle of the 9th high tier. I am merely at the peak of the 9th mid tier. I am simply not its match." Seeing Tong Tian on the verge of tears, Ling Tian felt a surge of satisfaction. Furthermore, Tong Tian's concerns were well-founded. The Golden Saint Dragon was indeed a dominant force, nearly invincible. The gap between a 9th mid-tier and a 9th high-tier beast was vast, with each ascension resulting in a dramatic increase in strength. Ling Tian nodded and said, "Very well. I shall confront it myself." With that, his figure vanished, only to reappear high in the sky. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Ling Tian's eyes as he beheld a magnificent golden dragon soaring towards him, emanating an overwhelming aura of dragon might. Clearly, this adversary was formidable, and he would need to summon his true abilities. Before long, the golden dragon approached, and Ling Tian regarded it with admiration. Indeed, it was worthy of its title, the Golden Holy Dragon, exuding an impressive presence. If anyone were to witness this moment, encountering a dragon for the first time, especially one that stood as a paragon among dragons, they would likely be struck not only by its immense power, but also by its resplendent appearance. It would be hard to believe that Ling Tian had lost his wits. The 9th-tier pinnacle Golden Holy Dragon was a force to be reckoned with. Dragons of such caliber had already grasped the energies of the laws, and their strength could rival that of moon-level masters, if not surpass them. The dragon race was the mightiest of all beings on the continent, comprising various types: the Golden Holy Dragon, the Rainbow Dragon, the Dark Magic Dragon, the Holy Moon White Dragon, the Purple Dragon, the Red Dragon, the Green Dragon, the Jade Dragon, and the Blue Dragon. Even the weakest among them, the Blue Dragon, was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary expert. The formidable dragonic magic and defenses rendered half of humanity's techniques ineffective against the dragon race. While the powerful dragons could intimidate most humans, they would not deter true champions. These warriors persistently attacked solitary dragons. Yet they fell into two categories. One sought to enhance their reputation under the guise of dragon slaying, while the other comprised mighty humans who subdued dragons through force, binding them with contracts to become their magical companions, thereby augmenting their own strength. These individuals were known as dragon riders. Tales of dragon-slaying heroes and dragon riders abound across the continents, embodying the strength revered by ordinary folk. Only a select few are aware of the genuine paragons of power, such as those who have attained the moon-level realm, elusive as shadows, rarely seen in public. Then there were the legendary sun-level masters, whose existence had never graced the history of the continent. As Ling Tian pondered the Golden Holy Dragon, the dragon displayed signs of impatience and spoke. "Human, were you the one shouting just now?" The sheer volume of its voice startled Ling Tian, resonating like thunder in such proximity. Ling Tian gazed at the 20-zhonglong Golden Holy Dragon, feeling rather insignificant, akin to a mere flea in comparison. With a wry smile, he replied, "I must say, little gold, do lower your voice, it rattles my ears." As he spoke, he rubbed his ears, casting a reproachful glance at the Golden Holy Dragon, as if to say, "You truly ought to behave better." Upon hearing the audacious words of Ling Tian, the Golden Sacred Dragon roared in fury and declared, "Insignificant human! How dare you underestimate the formidable dragon lineage? I have decided to consume you today. You shall serve as my delicacy. Furthermore, let me clarify that my name is not Little Gold. Do not dare to misname me. I am Nicholas. Remember this name, for it is the name of the being from whom you shall meet your demise." Upon hearing Nicholas's retort, Tong Tian, not far from Ling Tian, could hardly contain his glee at witnessing his master's humiliation. How delightful it was to behold. A dark line appeared on Ling Tian's forehead as he mused. What an arrogant dragon. He truly believes himself to be invincible. Ling Tian unleashed the formidable aura of the moon-level realm, warping the very space around him. Strong, indeed. But the term strong fails to encapsulate the essence of his power. Nicholas, the Golden Sacred Dragon, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering a moon-level master deep within the beast forest, especially one who appeared to be no older than 20. To have reached such an elevated realm was nothing short of extraordinary. Shocked as he was, the dignity of the dragon clan could not be tarnished, and thus he too released a potent aura. The two moon-level warriors unleashed their immense powers, their energies clashing with thunderous roars, distorting the surrounding space. Ultimately, at the intersection of their auras, a black hole emerged, growing from small to large until it reached approximately 10 feet in diameter. With a resounding explosion, the black hole's space shattered, sending both parties recoiling 20 feet apart. indicating that the confrontation of energies resulted in a stalemate. Chapter 58. The Might of the Energy Blade. Now, Nicholas bore a solemn expression and spoke. Human, you are indeed formidable. I retract my previous statement. Our dragon clan has always respected the strong. Let us engage in a true duel. Ling Tian, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, Your Excellency, the Golden Sacred Dragon. You are undeniably a worthy adversary. It is an honor to duel with you. Shall we commence? Ling Tian raised his right hand high, gathering energy with fervor while continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence to amplify the power of his ultimate technique. Observing the immense energy coalescing in Ling Tian's right hand, Nicholas furrowed his brow, recognizing that this human's technique would be no easy feat to counter. Consequently, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon flames. The temperature staggering, imbued with a terrifying energy. It could be said, without exaggeration, that even the slightest contact would reduce anything to ashes, truly domineering. A glimmer ignited in Ling Tian's eyes as he swung the 5-foot-long energy blade, shouting, Blade that shatters the void. The energy blade surged toward Nicholas with an overwhelming force. But Nicholas was undeterred, propelling his powerful dragon flames toward the energy blade and calling out, True Dragon Flame Shield. Two formidable energies collided with ferocity, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent the surrounding forest swaying perilously. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate, continuously consuming one another. Observing this, Nicholas uttered a series of complex and esoteric incantations in the dragon tongue, invoking the arcane secrets of his kin. In an instant, the fire elements within a 5-mile radius surged towards him in a tumultuous frenzy. Nicholas bore the overwhelming, somewhat terrifying fire energy with his own body, transmuting it into strength. Soon, flames erupted from his form, and as he opened his mouth wide, a pillar of fire surged into the fire shield, causing it not only to endure, but to grow increasingly formidable, while the once potent blade of air dissipated into insignificance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Tian swiftly condensed his energy into 10 layers of extreme force. Two intersecting, powerful blade energies cleaved toward the fire shield. This was merely the beginning. Ling Tian then harnessed the Yin-Yang Chaos arts to unleash the true essence of chaos, roaring, 100-mile strike to kill. Witnessing Ling Tian unleash two devastating moves, Nicholas understood that his fire shield was on the brink of collapse. However, he found himself in a precarious position, unable to retreat. Thus, he summoned his life's true fire, injecting new energy into the fire shield. Though this energy was potent, it was still insufficient to withstand the might of Ling Tian's formidable techniques. Ultimately, the energy sustaining the fire shield dissipated. The energy expended by Ling Tian's two ultimate moves was also immense, yet it remained extraordinarily powerful. Seeing his fire shield crumble, Nicholas's complexion paled slightly. But there was no time to rest. The assault of 10 layers of extreme force, 100-mile strike to kill, was upon him. In a flash, a fierce glint ignited in Nicholas's eyes as his massive tail swept horizontally, forcefully dispersing the two energies. However, the impact was not without consequence. The powerful explosion from the dispersal inflicted considerable injury upon his tail. The Golden Saint Dragon's defenses were renowned among the dragon kin. Yet Nicholas had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of this human's techniques, which had wounded him so severely. Scales were blasted off his tail, and dragon blood flowed freely. Suddenly, a golden light flickered across Nicholas's form, and the bleeding from his wounds ceased at once. Ling Tian observed the spectacle with keen interest. His curiosity about the dragon race deepening, he resolved to visit Dragon Island if ever given the chance. Meanwhile, the Golden Saint Dragon, Nicholas, surveyed his injured tail without anger. Instead, addressing Ling Tian with respect, You are truly formidable. You have managed to injure me. Even among my kind, those who can inflict such harm are exceedingly rare. By the way, I still do not know your identity. Though the dragons of this world differed from those of his previous realm, and bore little resemblance to the dragon totem of China, it was undeniable that dragons existed in this world, in various forms. The Golden Saint Dragon before Ling Tian was indeed one of the mightiest among them. Ling Tian held great respect for the formidable opponent before him. Upon hearing the question posed, he smiled and replied, Your Excellency Nicholas, my name is Dantai Ling Tian. It is undeniable that you are indeed powerful. However, I must assert that I am stronger. Nicholas felt a surge of irritation at Ling Tian's audacious declaration, pondering to himself, this young man is exceedingly arrogant. Just because the holy dragon does not display its might, he assumes I am but a feeble cat. Moreover, his surname is Dantai. Could he possibly belong to that peculiar family? Surely, it cannot be so coincidental. Regardless, I shall address this matter after our battle. Unbeknownst to him, the golden holy dragon's intuition was astute, yet it quickly dismissed such thoughts. Clearly, the golden holy dragon was aware of the Dantai family. For a dragon race that seldom interacted with humans, one might wonder what connection they had with the Dantai lineage. Nicholas, disinterested in further conversation, uttered a series of cryptic dragon incantations, his body radiating waves of golden light, observing the golden holy dragon preparing to unleash its ultimate technique. Ling Tian instinctively focused his energy and centered his mind. Despite having recently ascended to the moon-level realm, his confidence surged as he recognized that his current strength was not inferior, and perhaps even superior, to that of his adversaries. Armed with the Dantai Mirror Divine Art and the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, Ling Tian felt a surge of potent true essence coursing through him, igniting a sense of ambition within. Come forth, golden holy dragon, he thought. At that moment, Nicholas was enveloped in a brilliant golden metallic energy, continuously absorbing external metallic energy for his own use. The dragon race's physical prowess was exemplified in this ability, as their bodies functioned as vessels for energy collection. A robust physique enabled the absorption of greater and purer energy. The golden holy dragon's strength was not merely formidable, it was extraordinarily fierce, welcoming any influx of metallic energy. Witnessing this spectacle, Ling Tian felt a twinge of envy. He understood that although his Yin-Yang Chaos body had reached the lower tier of the yellow origin stage, it still paled in comparison to the golden holy dragon's physique. It became clear to him that he needed to devote himself to further improvement. Although he had achieved the pinnacle of human cultivation, he recognized that he still had areas requiring enhancement. Many might view this as greed. For Ling Tian, it was a goal to strive for, attaining mastery in every aspect of his being, aiming even higher. The drive to progress was palpable, and the golden holy dragon stood before him as a veritable springboard for advancement. At last, Nicholas's ultimate move was complete. He now appeared regal and imposing, his entire being seemingly forged from gold. The amassed metallic energy surrounding him was so formidable that it would instill fear in any observer, evoking a response from all who dared gaze upon him. Yet, Ling Tian remained an anomaly amidst this display, calm as still waters, having subdued his earlier excitement. He understood that securing victory entailed more than mere physical prowess. It required mental fortitude and the strength of spirit. Maintaining a tranquil disposition was paramount. Nicholas then spoke. Dantai Ling Tian, my ultimate technique is not to be underestimated. Exercise caution, lest you find yourself in peril. Ling Tian was filled with indignation. This wretched dragon was truly infuriating. Yet, maintaining his composure, he calmly remarked, Little Jean, do hasten and unleash your moves. Your incessant prattle is quite tiresome. Could it be a remnant of your constipation from earlier today? Ling Tian was no pushover himself. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, listening from the side, nearly plummeted from the sky, enduring a mix of joy and suffering. Chapter 59. The power of Yin and Yang Chaos. As the formidable attack approached, Ling Tian swiftly focused his mind and bellowed. 1,000 turns of the peak. With both palms thrust forward, a torrent of potent true essence surged forth, forming a 2-meter-wide energy barrier not far in front of him. This barrier, nearly 2 meters thick, absorbed the immense true essence continuously. When the golden heart-piercing spike collided with the energy barrier, Ling Tian instantly felt an overwhelming force. Surprisingly, the energy barrier formed by the 1,000 turns of the peak felt somewhat inadequate against this Dragon Clan's secret technique, which proved to be far more powerful than he had anticipated. He quickly intensified the energy infusion into the barrier, ultimately managing to fend off the golden heart-piercing spike. With a smile, Ling Tian addressed Nicholas. Little Jean, your ultimate move is nothing extraordinary. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Nicholas retorted disdainfully. Ling Tian, do not celebrate prematurely. Do you truly believe my ultimate technique can be so easily countered? Behold my golden heart-piercing spike's shattered heart assault. Nicholas concentrated all the gathered metallic energy into the golden heart-piercing spike. To Ling Tian's astonishment, the technique transformed, manifesting hundreds, even thousands, of smaller golden heart-piercing spikes that surged toward him from all directions. In a split second, Ling Tian mobilized his remaining true essence and summoned the power of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, unleashing a thunderous roar, 10,000 blades of annihilation. Countless blade energies erupted from his body, relentlessly striking against the golden heart-piercing spikes. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous sounds, a truly spectacular scene. Beside him, Tong Tian could no longer maintain his earlier calm demeanor. Although aware of his master's prowess, the 9th-level Pinnacle Golden Saint Dragon was no trivial opponent. Until now, neither side had yet invoked the energies of the laws, but the fierce battle was undoubtedly breathtaking. Tong Tian grew increasingly tense, clutching his monkey paw and secretly cheering for his master. As the battle unfolded, the blade energies emanating from Ling Tian continued to clash with the heart-piercing spikes, resulting in tremendous explosions, only to dissipate into nothingness. This phenomenon persisted until only hundreds of Ling Tian's blade energies remained in the air. Unyielding, he brought his hands together and shouted, "Gather!" The blade energies swiftly coalesced, transforming into a singular, powerful blade of energy that cleaved toward Nicholas. Upon witnessing the incoming blade, Nicholas sensed its formidable energy, far surpassing the earlier strike that had shattered the void. Indeed, the situation has escalated beyond expectations. Nicholas, unwilling to be complacent, activated his ultimate defensive golden armor. He concentrated his energy, and an ethereal suit of armor materialized in the air, enveloping the golden holy dragon. The blade aura subsequently struck this protective armor. Above them, energy was being relentlessly consumed. Nicholas displayed a hint of impatience as he swiftly gathered energy. A resounding dragon roar erupted, and the golden holy dragon unleashed a formidable surge of energy, dispersing the blade aura. However, the imposing presence of the golden holy dragon soon waned. Ling Tian, observing keenly, recognized that Nicholas's energy had been severely depleted due to the continuous barrage of ultimate moves. Despite the golden holy dragon's robust physique, it was compelled to pause and recuperate. Ling Tian too was experiencing significant energy loss. Yet, with the support of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, he harbored no fear of defeat. Ling Tian smiled and remarked, "Truly, the golden holy dragon is formidable. How about it? Are you still able to continue, or is it time to concede?" Nicholas replied solemnly, "Do not be too proud, Ling Tian. I still possess moves yet to be revealed." Ling Tian casually responded, "Oh, then do unveil them quickly. I am eager to see what you have in store." Nicholas stated, "Let us see if you can withstand this next move first." With that, he began to concentrate and gather his true energy once more. Among the formidable opponents Ling Tian had encountered, apart from his grandparents, the Wind Elf King and the Grand Elder, the Golden Holy Dragon before him was undoubtedly the most powerful. Nicholas was evidently preparing a secret technique of the Dragon Clan, one that promised unparalleled strength. Looking at Ling Tian with pride, Nicholas proclaimed, "Ling Tian, though you have grown immensely powerful and would undoubtedly be considered a peerless warrior in the human realm, you shall fall to my strongest ultimate move, which may pose a threat to your life. I advise you to concede while you still can." Hearing Nicholas's well-meaning advice, Ling Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This dragon's nature was not malevolent. He smiled and said, "Little Gold, you still underestimate me. Words are futile now. Let us reveal our true strengths." Nicholas felt a pang of anxiety. It appeared that this human still had more to offer. He pondered who this individual was, and how his strength could be so formidable. Despite being an established powerhouse in the Moon Realm, Nicholas's energy was profoundly dense. While this young man seemed to have only recently entered the Moon Realm, undoubtedly less than a year ago, how could he possibly have the energy left to unleash an ultimate move? It was truly perplexing. At that moment, Nicholas was evidently concentrating all the energy he could muster. Ling Tian's spiritual awareness detected the surrounding spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius being fervently gathered and absorbed by Nicholas. It was clear that this move was of unparalleled significance, far exceeding the power of his previous techniques. A wave of excitement surged within Ling Tian, not out of anxiety, but joy at facing such a powerful dragon warrior. At this point, he realized that his blood was boiling with exhilaration. Ling Tian, wary and cautious, promptly concentrated all the energy within his body, even mobilizing the power of the Yin-Yang Chaos inner core. He felt the formidable essence of Yin-Yang Chaos surging through his meridians, warping the surrounding space with an overwhelming force, leading to the sudden appearance of a black hole. This display astonished Nicholas, the golden sacred dragon, who stood nearby, prompting him to ponder the extraordinary might of Ling Tian's ultimate technique. The sheer magnitude of the gathered energy was indeed astonishing. This individual was nothing short of a prodigy. He could hardly believe that Ling Tian still possessed such reserves of strength. A sense of defeat crept into Nicholas's heart, realizing that his aspirations to defeat Ling Tian were nothing but a fanciful delusion. Nevertheless, Nicholas was not one to retreat. The pride of the dragon race was sacrosanct, and the notion of retreat was absent from his lexicon. As Nicholas amassed a tremendous amount of energy, his presence surged several-fold, resulting in the formation of a black hole in the surrounding space. Their auras clashed violently, creating thunderous echoes that reverberated through the atmosphere. Tong Tian, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, was left in awe. The pinnacle of ninth-level power was indeed terrifying. He perceived that his master was undoubtedly more formidable than the golden sacred dragon. Connected to his master in some profound way, Tong Tian sensed that his master's trump card had yet to be revealed. After a considerable interval, Nicholas had gathered his energy and noticed that Ling Tian was already prepared. A bitter smile crept upon his face. He understood that he had lost. Had Ling Tian launched an attack immediately after gathering his energy, Nicholas would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Though he felt gratitude towards Ling Tian, the arrow was already knocked and must be loosed. The dragon race's secret technique, dragon domination, surged forth as Nicholas concentrated his energy, forming a golden energy sphere 6 meters in diameter. The immense pressure shattered the trees beneath him, and arcs of electricity flickered across the surface of the energy sphere. Chapter 60. Adding a dash of excitement, a colossal explosion resonated through the air, echoing across a 10-mile radius. Within this expanse, the magical beasts had long since fled, leaving little commotion in their wake. Only the distant high-level magical creatures could sense the unfolding events. They dared not approach the vicinity, for the strength displayed by both combatants was simply too formidable. Such a battle was beyond their comprehension, and to witness it even once in a lifetime would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. The explosion generated a powerful shockwave that propelled both the dragon and the human far away, yet neither was a mere ordinary being. They quickly stabilized their forms. Nicholas, somewhat lacking in confidence, remarked, "Ling Tian, your ultimate move is truly impressive. It has utterly dismantled my strongest secret technique. I must express my admiration." Ling Tian smiled and replied, "Nicholas, you are among the most powerful individuals I have encountered, a rare master of the moon-level realm who dares to challenge me. Do not underestimate yourself. Your strongest technique is indeed extraordinarily formidable. It was only through my utmost effort that I was able to overcome it." Nicholas couldn't help but smile wryly. He was no fool. He understood that Ling Tian's prowess was undoubtedly beyond mere appearances. To his dismay, the great golden saint dragon had truly encountered an extraordinarily formidable human warrior at such a young age. Had he known this beforehand, his curiosity would not have weighed so heavily upon him. Alas, it must be said that Nicholas's luck was somewhat unfortunate, yet was it truly so? Years later, when Nicholas reflected upon this day, he would declare it the moment that altered the course of his destiny. A pivotal event in the legendary life of the future Saint Dragon King, Lord Nicholas. Nicholas then remarked, "Today, I concede defeat to you in both momentum and ultimate techniques. Let us instead engage in a contest of principles." I replied, "Nicholas, you once mentioned that merely determining a victor through competition was rather dull. How about we add a wager to spice things up? What do you think?" Nicholas appeared intrigued and responded, "That sounds quite interesting. Please, elaborate." Seeing Nicholas acquiesce to my proposal, I quickly stated, "Should I lose, I shall grant you 3 wishes. Conversely, if fortune favors me, you must become my magical pet and enter into an equal treaty." This proposition may seem advantageous to Ling Tian, yet appearances can be deceiving. Consider the wishes, which may vary greatly. Who knows what Nicholas might desire? However, one could be certain that his wishes would not be trivial. On the other hand, becoming another's magical pet would entail a loss of certain freedoms. Yet the equal treaty would establish a bond of parity with the master, akin to a friendship, albeit requiring absolute loyalty and forbidding betrayal. Nicholas weighed his gains and losses internally and ultimately nodded in agreement. Ling Tian smiled. Knowing that the terms he had offered were indeed favorable to Nicholas, confident that he would not let an opportunity slip by, Nicholas focused his mind. A glimmer of determination in his eyes, and declared, "Gravity principle." In that instant, Ling Tian felt his body grow 3 to 4 times heavier. As Nicholas unleashed the force of the gravity principle, Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. Observing Ling Tian's calm demeanor rather than panic in response to his gravitational might caused a sense of foreboding to creep into Nicholas's heart. Ling Tian then shouted, "Gravity principle." Nicholas was taken aback by the sudden increase in his own weight, feeling as if he had been burdened by at least 5 times more weight. He was astonished to discover that Ling Tian had also comprehended the energy of the gravity principle. Despite his astonishment, Nicholas remained composed, secretly amplifying the energy to 5, 6, 7, and ultimately 8 times its original weight. Ling Tian sensed his own increasing heaviness, aware that Nicholas was augmenting the principle's energy. Not one to yield, he too discreetly intensified the gravity principle's energy. Thus, the contest of principles officially commenced. Ultimately, Nicholas's gravity principle escalated the weight 10-fold, while Ling Tian, due to his proximity, managed to amplify it 11-fold, placing him slightly ahead of Nicholas. With the outcome clear, both parties withdrew their gravitational energies. Nicholas dejectedly remarked, "All right, young one. There's no need for further competition, I concede." Surprised by Nicholas's surrender, Ling Tian responded, "I know that your prowess extends beyond what you've demonstrated. Why yield now?" With a smile, Nicholas replied, "I am aware that even with my ultimate technique, defeat is inevitable. I trust you have your own hidden trump cards as well." Ling Tian couldn't help but smile. Conversing with an astute dragon like Nicholas was indeed effortless. True to his word, Nicholas, a dragon of his word, immediately began reciting the incantation of the contract, swiftly establishing an equal pact with Ling Tian. From that moment forth, the Golden Saint Dragon, Nicholas, became Ling Tian's magical companion, and it was impossible for him not to feel exhilarated. Ling Tian inquired, "Nicholas, did you not harbor any doubts regarding the wager? Did you truly believe I would be incapable of fulfilling your wish?" Nicholas chuckled, "Of course I had doubts, yet I trust my judgment. I suspect you are of the Dantai family from the Yuanshan Empire, am I correct?" Intrigued, Ling Tian asked, "What leads you to be so certain of my lineage?" Nicholas explained, "Upon careful consideration, I identified 3 points. First, your surname. Second, your age. And third, your cultivation level. I surmised that only the extraordinary Dantai family could produce someone of your caliber." At this, Ling Tian's face flushed with rare warmth as he replied, "I had no idea my family was so formidable. It appears I have underestimated my own heritage." With a smile, Ling Tian shared with Nicholas, "Your deduction is remarkably accurate. I am indeed Dantai Ling Tian, the son of the current head of the Dantai family. My purpose in the Beast Forest is to undergo trials and further enhance my strength." A look of realization crossed Nicholas's face, and Ling Tian found it amusing. Just as he was about to speak further, Tong Tian approached and said, "Master, you truly impress me. Even the mighty Golden Saint Dragon has submitted to you. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river." At Tong Tian's words, a shiver ran down Ling Tian's spine, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. It seemed Tong Tian had picked up the art of flattery, and so adeptly at that, prompting Ling Tian to marvel at the self-taught prowess of the spirit monkey. Tong Tian was eager to continue, showering Ling Tian with compliments that poured forth for 2 full minutes without repetition. Unable to endure any longer, Ling Tian called for a halt. Even with his formidable mental fortitude, he found it overwhelming, which spoke volumes about the strength of Tong Tian's newfound skill. In stark contrast to Ling Tian's discomfort, Nicholas listened with rapt attention, his large dragon eyes wide open, filled with admiration. Only upon Ling Tian's command to stop did Tong Tian reluctantly cease, gazing at his master with an innocent expression, as if Ling Tian had committed some unforgivable transgression. Ling Tian diverted his gaze back to Nicholas and said, "Little Gold, I had important matters to attend to, but seeing as you are injured, I have decided to rest for a day and continue our journey tomorrow." Chapter 61. The malevolent smile. Nicholas grew increasingly exhilarated as he listened, eventually grasping that his master intended for him to command this formidable beast coalition. Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "Master, your vision is truly magnificent. To conceive of this powerful beast legion. Rest assured, under my leadership, This formidable army will undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the demon race. Observing the fiery excitement in Nicholas's eyes, Ling Tian subtly sensed a revelation, the dragonkin's fervent and combative spirit. Rather than feeling apprehensive, Ling Tian secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself that the demon race would soon face dire consequences. Tong Tian turned to Ling Tian and remarked, "Master, you have expended a tremendous amount of vital energy today. It would be wise to rest and recuperate." Ling Tian nodded in agreement and advised Nicholas, "You should also take the time to recuperate, especially considering your injured tail. We cannot afford any setbacks tomorrow." Nicholas nodded in silence, his massive form descending to the ground as he swiftly entered a meditative state, absorbing the celestial energy from the surroundings to replenish his expended vital energy. The air around him, still imbued with residual energy, seemed to respond to an unseen call, frantically drawn into Nicholas's being. Ling Tian observed keenly, realizing that this time, Nicholas would not only recover his strength swiftly, but also enhance his cultivation. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Tong Tian's eyes, indicating his understanding that Nicholas's power was set to grow even stronger. Though outwardly calm, he felt a pang of envy within. He silently vowed to absorb the energy from the water of life as soon as possible. Doing so would undoubtedly bolster his own strength immensely. A powerful battle intent surged within Tong Tian's being, catching Ling Tian by surprise. Upon reflection, he understood that it was inevitable for Tong Tian to feel a sense of rivalry witnessing Nicholas's prowess. Ling Tian addressed Tong Tian, saying, "I shall begin to cultivate and restore my vital energy. Please provide us with protection." Though somewhat redundant, given that no beasts roamed within a 10-mile radius. Tong Tian nodded in affirmation. Ling Tian then settled into a cross-legged position, activating the Yin-Yang Chaos art, continuously absorbing the celestial energy within the 10-mile radius. Alongside the energy from the magic crystals, it must be noted that this recent battle had drained Ling Tian significantly. After relentless and fervent energy absorption, he finally restored over 90% of his original strength within 3 hours. His vital energy surged through his meridians, imbuing him with an inexhaustible vitality, and his essence became remarkably pure. Such a pace was truly extraordinary, bordering on the monstrous. Ling Tian gradually concluded his cultivation, refraining from opening his eyes immediately. Instead, he took a moment to reflect on the insights gleaned from the recent confrontation. Just as he had during his duel with Nicholas regarding the laws of gravity, he felt a fresh understanding blossoming within him, ripe for contemplation. After another hour, Ling Tian finally opened his eyes, their brilliance flashing with evident satisfaction, revealing that he had reaped significant rewards from this experience. A smile involuntarily spread across Ling Tian's face, for this time, his gains were indeed considerable. A mere insight had amplified the gravitational force within a radius of 20 feet to an astonishing 18 times, a significant enhancement compared to before. Upon seeing Ling Tian awaken, Tong Tian approached with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on your further advancement in strength." Ling Tian responded with a grin, "You have a keen eye." Noticing that Nicholas had yet to awaken, he understood that Nicholas had endured greater exhaustion and had sustained injuries, but he would regain his strength by the following day, which put his mind at ease. Thus, he and Tong Tian indulged in the elven fruits and exquisite brews, engaging in lively conversation. Mistakes are an inevitable aspect of humanity, and Ling Tian's estimations, in the case of an ordinary individual, would invariably be accurate. However, Nicholas stood as an exception due to his unique energy magic, which would prove crucial in the decisive moments of battle. A quarter of an hour later, Nicholas ceased his healing, and the surrounding spiritual energy gradually dissipated. His figure emerged, eyes glimmering with vitality, indicating a significant growth in strength. Moreover, the scars on his tail had vanished, replaced by fresh dragon scales. The golden saint dragon now appeared as if he had not engaged in combat at all, radiant and imposing, yet there was an added air of dominance about him. Seeing Nicholas awaken left Ling Tian profoundly astonished, and he inquired, "Nicholas, how did you recover so swiftly? That is quite unexpected." In truth, Nicholas himself was equally astonished, realizing that his rapid recovery was attributed to his draconic healing magic, which was exponentially faster than typical healing methods. After some time, Nicholas collected his thoughts and remarked, "I employed the recovery magic of my kind to achieve such remarkable speed. Yet, Master, How did you recover so quickly? Oh, it turns out to be magic. Ling Tian acknowledged with a nod. My swift recovery is partly due to my training in another technique, and additionally, I possess the ability to absorb energy from crystals of any attribute. As Nicholas had now become Ling Tian's magical companion, there was no reason for concealment. Nicholas stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his dragon eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Ling Tian couldn't help but worry that his eyes might fall out, and after a considerable pause, Nicholas exhaled deeply, muttering in a daze, "No wonder, what a monster. Will dragons even survive this?" Ling Tian found Nicholas's reaction amusing, a wicked smile forming on his lips as he added, "In fact, it's not just me who possesses such abilities. Even Tong Tian can absorb magical crystals, albeit limited to those from Earth-type beasts." Poor Nicholas's mind seemed to short-circuit from the overwhelming revelations. One could only pity the Golden Saint Dragon as he contemplated how to navigate the day ahead. Observing Nicholas's state, Tong Tian couldn't help but express sympathy, saying, "Master, you are rather cruel. Look at him. He has nearly turned into an imbecile." Ling Tian laughed heartily. How could that be? After all, it's the Golden Saint Dragon, with formidable strength. Upon hearing his master's words, Tong Tian fell into silence. The next morning, after a night of recuperation, Ling Tian felt his true essence had returned to its peak. Not only that, but his cultivation had also advanced significantly, prompting a smile. It seemed that he had gained quite a bit from yesterday's battle. Looking around, he noticed that Tong Tian was already awake, joyfully consuming an unknown wild fruit. Ling Tian pondered how Tong Tian could eat incessantly yet remain as petite and adorable as ever. Unable to comprehend this mystery, he shifted his gaze to Nicholas. To his amusement, although Nicholas had regained peak strength, his current demeanor was still rather disheveled. Clearly, this honest and naive dragon had not slept well, and the previous day's ordeal had taken quite a toll on him. Ling Tian rose and approached Nicholas, asking, "What is the matter? Did you not sleep well last night?" Nicholas quickly replied, "Not at all. I rested quite well, and my strength has returned to its peak." Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. "Do you think I would believe that? After all, you are a Golden Saint Dragon, a ruler among dragons. How could your endurance be so poor?" Chapter 62. Refining the Water of Life. Noticing that Nicholas had begun to ponder deeply, Ling Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the vastness of thoughts in this giant's mind. After a lengthy pause, Nicholas finally snapped back to reality. Ling Tian announced, "Let us set forth. We have already squandered much time. From now on, it will be your responsibility, Nicholas." Nicholas responded, "No problem at all. Even with 10 or 20 more companions, it wouldn't hinder my speed." Hearing Nicholas's agreement, Ling Tian eagerly leaped onto his broad back, feeling an indescribable sense of grandeur. After all, he was a dragon knight now. With the strength of the Golden Saint Dragon, Ling Tian believed he would rank among the best of dragon knights. Tong Tian also hopped up and dashed around on Nicholas's back, clearly thrilled at riding a dragon for the first time. Ling Tian proclaimed enthusiastically, "Let us depart for the center of the beast forest, the unstable demon mountain." After much contemplation, utilizing the historical records Ling Tian had gathered about the beast forest, he had finally decided to establish the base of the Beast Legion here. Upon hearing their destination was the unstable demon mountain, Nicholas remarked, "Master, there is a terrifying force atop the unstable demon mountain. It is said their leader has reached the pinnacle of level 9. In light of Nicholas's concerns, Ling Tian reassured him, "What is there to fear? That leader's strength should be on par with yours, and do not forget, I am with you. Now let us hurry." Convinced by Ling Tian's words, Nicholas let out a mighty roar, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. For 15 or 16 consecutive days of relentless travel, Ling Tian diligently practiced on Nicholas's back. During this period, he also entered a meditative state, utilizing the Holy Dragon Ring to refine weapons and concoct elixirs, as well as to study formations and prohibitions. Despite the brevity of merely half a month, his progress was markedly evident. One day, Ling Tian finally opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings and noting the changes. The vegetation had flourished even more, and the roars of magical beasts echoed around him. A quick assessment revealed that the number of high-level magical beasts had surged tenfold, and the spiritual energy in the heart of the beast forest was abundant. Ling Tian inquired, "Nicholas, how far are we from the unmoving demon mountain?" To which Nicholas replied, "Not much further. We should arrive in about half a day's journey." "Master, You have finally concluded your training. What technique have you been practicing? Your aura has vanished for these past days, making you seem almost lifeless. It's quite strange. I asked Tong Tian, but he wouldn't disclose anything to me. Ling Tian smiled faintly and said, Nicholas, this pertains to a treasure I possess. When the time is right, I shall reveal it to you. I hope you won't be too startled. Nicholas felt a sense of discontent but chose to remain silent, as a vague premonition suggested he might indeed be taken aback in the future. His master had become increasingly inscrutable, although Nicholas stood right before him. A veil of mist enveloped him, obscuring his true nature. Noticing Tong Tian unusually engaged in cultivation, Ling Tian understood that Tong Tian sought to assimilate the energy of the life essence within him, diligently striving to enhance his own prowess in anticipation of the impending invasion of the demon race, fraught with uncertainties. Tong Tian's motivations were clear to Ling Tian. He aimed to bolster his strength to assist him in the future. Time, relentless as ever, passed swiftly, and soon half a day had elapsed. At last, Ling Tian's gaze fell upon the distant, unmoving demon mountain, indicating they were nearing their destination. He roused Tong Tian, aware that this journey would lead to a formidable confrontation. Yet, would Dan Tai Ling Tian be intimidated? Since his rebirth, he had resolved to carve out his own destiny, ensuring that the world would remember the name Dan Tai Ling Tian and the unparalleled glory of the Dan Tai family. To protect his loved ones, he would fight incessantly, his fists clenched tightly as he gazed at the approaching unmoving demon mountain, his spirit surging with determination. Sensing his master's battle intent, Nicholas responded with a resounding dragon roar, infused with powerful true essence. The sound reverberated for 20 miles, causing all magical beasts within that radius to perceive the aura of an unparalleled warrior. Any beast above level 8 could sense that such a roar could only emanate from one who had attained the pinnacle of level 9. No beast, lacking in perception, dared to emit its roar, for the creatures of the abyss held a profound respect and reverence in the presence of such an unparalleled powerhouse. Atop the Unzao Mountain, over 40 formidable beasts of level 9 or above congregated, among whom the one at the center had evidently reached the pinnacle of high-level 9th tier strength. Known as the sovereign of the Unzao Mountain, the 9 Suns blazing firebird, Huofeng. To Huofeng's left stood a high-level 9th tier beast, the Xianbing Blackwater Demon Leopard, Hei's, who remarked, Brother, a Dragon Clan warrior has arrived, seemingly of your caliber, challenging us with a battle cry. Since our trio has convened at Unzao Mountain, we have encountered countless challenges, yet in the past 2 centuries, not a single top-tier beast has dared to confront us. This time, however, one has come forth willingly. It is indeed intriguing. Meanwhile, to Huofeng's right, the high-level 9th tier beast, the Ziqing Thunderwolf, Xianlei, spoke with a grave expression. Third brother, you are being rather simplistic. Clearly, this visitor does not come with benevolent intentions. This Dragon Clan member is also an extraordinary powerhouse, likely on par with our elder brother. I suspect the circumstances are more complex than they appear. It would be wise to prepare for any unforeseen developments. Huofeng responded, Second brother makes a valid point. Let us first discern the visitor's intent before making our decision. The surrounding 9th tier beasts nodded in agreement, evidently endorsing their leader's resolution. Noticing the absence of dissent, Huofeng gathered his true essence and called out, Friend of the Dragon Clan, having traveled from afar, you are welcome to ascend to the peak. His voice resonated through the air, cutting through even the roar of the Golden Saint Dragon, reaching Ling Tian and the others with crystal clarity. Nicholas's eyes sparkled with understanding. He recognized that the leader of Unzao Mountain was undoubtedly his equal. Ling Tian, equally astonished by the leader's formidable prowess, sensed the powerful consciousness that revealed the assembly of over 49th tier beasts at the summit, with their leader at the pinnacle, accompanied by 2 other high-level 9th tier beasts, while the remainder comprised mid- and low-level 9th tier creatures. The strength of Unzao Mountain was indeed not to be underestimated. Ling Tian stated, Nicholas, let us ascend. I am curious to witness the nature of this supreme beast, capable of gathering such formidable strength, truly a gem among beasts. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Nicholas gently flapped his wings and soared towards the peak, while Ling Tian, filled with anticipation, retracted his aura, appearing as an ordinary person beside him. Tong Tian leapt onto Ling Tian's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement, intermittently flashing with golden light. Chapter 63. The Beast Coalition observing Tong Tian's transformation, the three leaders of Unzao Mountain could not help but recall the Tong Tian spirit ape. A bitter smile creeping upon their faces, for they knew that within the beast forest resided a sovereign beast, having attained the 10th tier, the Tong Tian spirit ape. This matter is shrouded in secrecy, with few beasts aware of it. The three leaders of the Unyielding Mountain are privy to this information due to some ancestral notes left behind, which provide a brief introduction to the legendary emperor. Upon realizing that they were facing a celestial ape, He Eyes and Xianlei instinctively tempered their imposing presence. Ling Tian observed this phenomenon. Although puzzled, he did not dwell on it. Noticing the powerful aura coalescing before him, and seeing that Nicholas and Tong Tian were struggling against it, he decided to unleash his full potential by employing the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, absorbing the formidable pressure emanating from the 40 or so 9th-level beasts completely. The sight left all the beasts in shock, rendering their minds momentarily blank. The astonishment in He Eyes and Xuanlei's eyes was palpable as they exchanged glances with their elder brother. Although Huofeng maintained a calm demeanor, the astonishment behind his eyes was unmistakable. The three brothers simultaneously pondered the true identity of the human before them. Both Tong Tian and Nicholas were equally taken aback, their gazes filled with curiosity toward their master, which mirrored Ling Tian's own incredulity. Seeing their shared gaze upon him, Ling Tian could not help but smile wryly, wishing to keep this matter from the surrounding beasts. Thus, he communicated telepathically, saying, "Don't look at me like that. I, too, am baffled that my technique can absorb such a presence. Suddenly absorbing over 40 auras has significantly enhanced my strength. It feels akin to a miraculous elixir, truly delightful." Tong Tian and Nicholas, witnessing Ling Tian's smile, found it increasingly sinister. Tong Tian, ever lively, quickly responded through mental communication, "Master, you are simply too extraordinary. Please don't tell me you can absorb any energy now. I'm timid, don't frighten me." Seeing Tong Tian feign fear brought a smile to Ling Tian's face. He replied telepathically, "I haven't tested it, but I believe it should be feasible. If I can continuously absorb various energies like this, I reckon I will soon reach the legendary day-level mirror." Tong Tian and Nicholas felt an urge to roll their eyes at Ling Tian's daydreaming, yet upon reflection, they realized it was not entirely implausible. The more Ling Tian contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. At that moment, Nicholas's voice echoed in his mind, "My dear master, when you reach that realm, do not forget your loyal magical companion. I am not greedy. I only wish to be elevated to a 10th-level beast." Ling Tian felt an inexplicable urge to strangle the audacious golden dragon. A glance at Tong Tian revealed that his eyes conveyed a similar sentiment. Ling Tian sighed, "Rest assured, as long as there is meat for me, there will be bones for you to gnaw on. As long as you stick with me, the future is bright. However, we must first attend to the pressing matters at hand." Ling Tian raised his gaze to the flame peak and noticed that the latter had nearly regained his composure. Satisfied, he nodded, acknowledging the exceptional nature of a leader. He spoke, "In this place, your strength is unrivaled. I take it you are the commander here?" With a smile, the enigmatic figure replied, "You are mistaken. While my prowess here is indeed formidable, I am not the sole leader. I am the Grand Commander, Flame Peak. This is the second commander, He Eyes, and the third commander, Xianlei." Upon hearing Flame Peak's words, Ling Tian nodded in understanding. "I see. I have come with the intention of transforming the unyielding Demon Mountain into my military stronghold, as I plan to establish a powerful coalition of magical beasts." The surrounding 9th-level magical beasts erupted in astonishment at Ling Tian's declaration. The second commander, He Eyes, was the first to lose his composure, indignantly retorting, "What gives you, a mere human, the right to claim our unyielding Demon Mountain? Do you have any idea of the sacrifices my brothers and I have made for it?" Ling Tian chuckled softly and responded, "Perhaps you have misunderstood my intent. I do not wish to seize the unyielding Demon Mountain. I merely seek to borrow it." Flame Peak and Xianlei exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Ling Tian's words. Ling Tian continued with a smile. "You magical beasts have had little contact with humans and remain unaware of the turmoil engulfing the continent. I must inform you that the entire realm is in disarray. The sealed passageways of the demon race are on the verge of breaking free within a few years. Every nation on the continent is currently engaged in military expansion and preparations for the impending invasion of the demon race." Ling Tian's words rendered the 9th-level magical beasts visibly alarmed. having attained their level. They possessed considerable intelligence and had gleaned from limited sources the formidable nature of the demon race. The cataclysmic war from millennia ago had left an indelible mark on their lineage, with many magical beasts recalling ancestral tales of the conflict. Thus, they contemplated their fate amidst the impending invasion. Flame Peak suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and said, "Thank you for imparting such invaluable information. However, how can we trust your words?" Ling Tian recognized the difficulty of convincing them with mere assertions and declared, "I swear by the name of the Dantai family that my statements are unequivocally true." Xianlei, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Could the Dantai family be the lineage of the human hero from the cataclysmic war a millennium ago?" Ling Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, they are my ancestors. I am Dantai Ling Tian, and my father is the current head of the family. If you harbor doubts, here is the ancestral token of the Dantai family. Please examine it." With that, he retrieved the ancestral token from his spatial ring and presented it to Flame Peak. After scrutinizing the token several times, Flame Peak returned it to Ling Tian, stating, "This token bears an exact resemblance to the designs passed down from my ancestors. I am convinced of your identity now. Could you elaborate on your detailed plans regarding this magical beast coalition?" Haiz and Xianlei exchanged a glance with their elder brother, remaining silent. Aware that he had already made a decision in his heart, Ling Tian, upon hearing Huafeng's words, felt a stir of surprise within him. Astonished that Huafeng's ancestors had preserved the design of the Dantai family's token. What kind of figures were they, those ancestors from 10,000 years ago? Ling Tian took a moment to calm his emotions and organize his thoughts, then spoke. "In the future, as the demon clan advances across the continent, I believe your beast forest will undoubtedly suffer severe losses. You must understand the magnitude of the devastation your ancestors experienced back then. I must tell you, this invasion of the demon clan will be far more formidable and terrifying than the last. To survive and minimize the losses within the beast forest, we must gather and train the magical beasts. This way, the overall strength of the magical beast army will increase threefold or fourfold. The Wuzhou Demon Mountain is the very heart of the beast forest. I envision constructing a military base there, using it as a center to continuously tame powerful magical beasts and gather them at Wuzhou Demon Mountain. Only then can we swiftly assemble the magical beast army." Chapter 64. Not a contract. Ling Tian smiled and said, "Of course not. I will establish an equal contract with them. They need only to pledge their loyalty to me and follow my commands. While their freedom may be somewhat restricted, I shall provide them with adequate rewards." Huafeng's eyes brightened, intrigued, and inquired, "What rewards?" The surrounding magical beasts listened with curiosity. Ling Tian replied with a smile, "Weapons and elixirs." He spoke with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, the nearby magical beasts stirred restlessly. Haiz exclaimed in astonishment, "You are also proficient in crafting weapons and concocting elixirs?" "Surely not. You must be a powerful warrior. Even if your talent in these crafts is exceptional, you appear to be no more than 20 years old. There can't possibly be enough time for you to achieve such mastery. I find it hard to believe." At Haiz's words, the surrounding magical beasts nodded in agreement, except for Huafeng and Xianlei, who remained silent, merely observing Ling Tian with clear intent. Ling Tian smiled and said, "Since I have proposed these conditions, I will certainly fulfill them. Please watch." With that, he produced over 50 exquisite weapons from his spatial ring. A powerful aura of blades and swords emanated from these artifacts, saturating the surrounding space. The 9th-level magical beasts were taken aback and hurriedly activated their protective energy. Otherwise, they risked being harmed by the fierce energy emanating from the weapons. The initial shock turned into delight among the magical beasts, who thought to themselves that possessing even one of these weapons would exponentially enhance their strength. And greed flickered across their faces. Ling Tian spoke again. "These swords and knives are merely low to mid-tier artifacts. If you agree to my terms, I promise to craft personalized high-tier artifacts for you, which will be 4 to 5 times more powerful than what you see before you." The surrounding magical beasts felt a tremor of astonishment. This young man from the Dantai family possessed such formidable weapon crafting skills, a revelation that greatly exceeded their expectations. From the nearly 50 exquisite artifacts upon the ground, it is evident that Ling Tian's prowess in artifact refinement is undoubtedly at a masterful level. Just moments ago, upon hearing the young scion of the Dantai family proclaim that there exist weapons far superior, by 4 or 5 times, to those on the ground, A tempest of thoughts surged within the hearts of the surrounding magical beasts, prompting reflections on just how much their own powers might be enhanced. Such formidable treasures possess an irresistible allure for these beasts, igniting a fervor in Huafeng's eyes. Ling Tian, greatly pleased with the effect these treasures had elicited, declared, "Since you are all quite satisfied with the weapons, allow me to introduce you to the wonders of medicinal elixirs." He retrieved 2 small vials from his spatial ring, stating, "Within one vial is a spirit restoration pill, and in the other, a vitality restoration pill. The spirit restoration pill is remarkably effective for those who have expended vast amounts of mental energy. With just 3 breaths, one can be revitalized. The vitality restoration pill, on the other hand, restores one's depleting true essence within the same span." As Ling Tian handed the vials to Huafeng, the latter eagerly poured out 1 spirit restoration pill and 1 vitality restoration pill. The 2 pills radiated potent spiritual energy, and the nearby magical beasts felt an immediate resonance with the wondrous concoctions. Merely inhaling their aroma sent a jolt of vitality coursing through them. Huafeng exchanged glances with He Zhe and Xianlei, their eyes reflecting not only profound astonishment, but also a shared determination. Taking a deep breath, Huafeng returned the pills to their vials and handed them back to Ling Tian, stating, "You have indeed substantiated your claims with tangible proof. However, I remain curious about the true extent of your strength. How did you manage to tame the formidable golden holy dragon of the Dragon Clan and the celestial primordial ape? Your abilities seem to suggest you have only recently ascended to the moon-level realm. Even the mightiest cannot surpass the peak of a 9th-tier golden holy dragon." Hearing Huafeng's words, Ling Tian's heart lightened. It was clear that to truly command such powerful magical companions, one must wield even greater strength to instill awe. Nicholas, silently observing from behind Ling Tian, noted Huafeng's evident skepticism towards Ling Tian's capabilities, which echoed in the puzzled expressions of the surrounding magical beasts, bringing a smirk to his face. Meanwhile, Tong Tian, who understood his master's formidable prowess, could not suppress a wicked smile. Contemplating the troubles that lay ahead for these magical beasts, Ling Tian, smiling, replied, "Since Commander Huafeng harbors such doubts, I shall not hold back. I trust you shall not blame me afterwards." With this declaration, Ling Tian activated his hidden ace, the spatial laws, and unleashed them with full force. Bolstered by the true essence of the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique, the scope and intensity of the spatial laws he manifested were unparalleled, enveloping all present magical beasts within a 200-meter radius. The laws of space rank among the foremost of all powers, for within the realm of spatial law, the autonomy of both individuals and magical beasts is stripped away. To escape such a law, one must possess strength 2 to 3 times that of its wielder. Otherwise, one must also be a comprehender of spatial law, combating its force with its own. Beyond this, few alternatives exist. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Huafeng attempted to respond, only to find himself rendered immobile. Summoning all his vital energy, he realized that no effort could reclaim dominion over his own body. In that moment, the terrifying capability of the spatial law flooded his mind, astonished that such a formidable power resided within this young scion of the Dantai clan. How had this youth come to grasp such a fearsome aspect of law? Huafeng's astonishment reached its zenith. Not only he, but all the magical beasts present shared this profound experience, which transcended mere shock and delved into a deep-seated fear. The only individuals unaffected by the spatial law were Nicholas and Tong Tian, as Ling Tian had employed certain subtle tactics. Tong Tian, aware of his master's comprehension of spatial law, felt little surprise. However, Nicholas fell once more into a stupor. With his experience, he understood that the ultimate power over life and death was the spatial law. He could not help but reflect on his own clan's prodigy, the current Dragon King, who too had mastered the spatial law. Having faced the Dragon King multiple times, he ultimately succumbed to the might of this law. Nicholas could hardly fathom witnessing it once more in the presence of his newly acknowledged master. His heart was not only filled with astonishment, but also with a complex array of emotions. Yet, those who gazed into Nicholas's eyes would discern a hint of sorrow, revealing the traces of a painful past, a dragon with a story. Ling Tian, observing the astonishment etched upon the faces around him, recognized that he had achieved the desired effect and consequently withdrew the power of the law. As he retracted the force, the surrounding magical beasts collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for the time being. Only the 3 leaders remained standing, though their expressions were ghastly. Ling Tian addressed Huafeng, inquiring if his display of strength met with satisfaction. Huafeng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He had summoned Ling Tian to reveal his prowess. Yet he had never anticipated that this youth had comprehended the energy of spatial law. The experience he had just endured would be etched in his memory forever. Marking the first time he felt his own weakness and helplessness, realizing the limitations of his perspective. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied in a hoarse voice, "You have undoubtedly demonstrated your formidable strength. In my lifetime, I have never submitted to anyone, and you shall be the first." Chapter 65. Spatial, or upon witnessing the esteemed Fire Peak leading the signing of an equitable contract, the remaining magical beasts collectively began to chant the agreement. In an instant, over 49th grade magical beasts successfully entered into this pact, effectively granting me a legion of loyal companions. A warmth ignited within Ling Tian's gaze, for this was merely the initial step towards establishing a formidable army of magical beasts. Very well, from now on, we are all allies. The formation of our magical beast legion commences officially at the unyielding Demon Mountain. Spare no magical beast of level 5 and above, Fire Peak. Begin with the forces under your command. Subsequently, I placed my hand upon Fire Peak's head and declared, I shall impart some military training knowledge to you. Take your time to comprehend it, and in conjunction with your own experiences, I believe you will find it profoundly beneficial. Employing a secret technique, I transferred a wealth of insights into Fire Peak's mind. After a considerable duration, I withdrew my hand, noticing Fire Peak had opened his eyes. I smiled and proclaimed, Fire Peak, I hereby appoint you as the Vice Commander of the Magical Beast Legion. As for the Commander, I have already identified a suitable candidate. Nicholas, yes. I am indeed referring to you. You shall serve as the Supreme Commander of this Legion. Nicholas appeared somewhat taken aback, stammering, Master, are you jesting? Is it truly me? Ling Tian chuckled, Nonsense. Do you think I would speak lightly? You and Fire Peak shall engage frequently, fostering understanding that will prove advantageous for future endeavors. Hearing this, Nicholas offered no further protest, evidently acquiescing to the appointment. With the successful completion of this first step, Ling Tian felt an overwhelming joy. In the ensuing days, he busied himself with alchemy and artifact forging. Faced with a scarcity of materials, he communicated this to Fire Peak, who without hesitation dispatched his subordinates to scour the mountains for various resources. After several weeks, the results were remarkable. Not only had he crafted tailored armor for all the 9th grade magical beasts of unyielding Demon Mountain, each piece being of mid-tier precious quality, but he had also produced formidable heavy weaponry, such as oversized wolf fawn clubs and great swords. The resources for these weapons were sourced from the Sacred Dragon Ring, resulting in high-tier precious artifacts. Observing the precious armor and weaponry adorning their forms, all the 9th grade magical beasts were utterly exhilarated. Furthermore, Ling Tian had concocted a substantial quantity of elixirs, providing each 9th grade magical beast with a vial of Qi recovery pill and a vial of spirit restoration pill. Fire Peak, He Eyes, and Xianlei exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Precious artifacts were undoubtedly among the most formidable weapons on this continent, and they could hardly fathom how their master had equipped every 9th grade magical beast with such exceptional gear. Though they were beasts and lacked a full understanding of the worth of a precious artifact across the continent, they were acutely aware that such items were scarce. The ease with which their master produced these artifacts was akin to quenching thirst. Moreover, his prowess extended to alchemy, where he demonstrated both speed and quality in producing high-grade pills. Within the vicinity, only a few magical beasts were fortunate enough to witness Ling Tian's alchemical and smithing prowess, namely, Tong Tian, Nicholas, and the 3 leaders of the Buzhou Demon Mountain. Aside from Tong Tian, who remained unfazed, the other magical beasts were rendered speechless and somewhat numb by the extraordinary events unfolding before them. The Dragon Clan is renowned for their aptitude in treasure collection, and Nicholas was no exception. Among his extensive collection, he possessed merely 3 or 4 precious artifacts, fully aware of the arduous nature of their creation. Observing Ling Tian, an anomaly capable of achieving what others deemed impossible, filled Nicholas with an overwhelming admiration for his master, further solidifying his conviction that there was nothing unattainable for Ling Tian. This resolute determination marked Nicholas's commitment today, promising boundless accomplishments in his future. The subordinates of Huafeng scoured an area spanning 2,000 kilometers, yielding a wealth of valuable materials. Buzhou Demon Mountain, situated at the heart of the magical beast forest, brims with abundant spiritual energy, nurtured over countless years. With no magical beasts possessing the knowledge of alchemy or smithing, these precious materials, regarded as treasures by humans, were dismissed as inconsequential by the beasts. However, certain peculiar beasts, drawn to shiny objects, would collect a few. Yet, the central region of this magical beast forest resembled a natural treasure trove. Ling Tian was elated. Astonished by the efficiency of these magical beasts, within just a few days, they had amassed a vast quantity of materials for both alchemy and smithing. As Ling Tian meticulously examined these materials, he stumbled upon a spatial ore. Holding the fist-sized gem in his hand, he exclaimed in astonishment, "What a delightful surprise! I never anticipated discovering such a precious spatial ore. With this, I can forge a spatial ring." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Xianlei interjected, "Master, if you require spatial ore, I have some." Ling Tian was taken aback. "You collect ores? I had no idea you had such a hobby." Xianlei chuckled. "Having spent considerable time in the magical beast forest, I found it rather dull, so I sought something to occupy my time. Master, the spatial ore is in my cave. Please, follow me." Nodding, Ling Tian urged, "Let us hurry." Seemingly attuned to Ling Tian's eagerness, Xianlei soared down the mountain. His residence lay halfway up Buzhou Demon Mountain, and soon the group arrived at his dwelling. The cave entrance was expansive, revealing a fork within. Xianlei explained, "To the left is my sleeping area. To the right is my collection. Master, please follow me this way." Ling Tian nodded, and, along with Tong Tian and the others, trailed behind Xianlei. They soon entered a spacious cavern brimming with an array of precious ores, all top-tier materials for smithing. After searching through his collection for some time, Xianlei finally unearthed a spatial ore the size of a basketball, presenting it to Ling Tian. The sight of such a sizable spatial ore left Ling Tian utterly astonished, causing his heart to race with excitement. After a considerable period, Ling Tian let out a deep sigh and remarked, "I never anticipated that you would possess such an immense spatial ore. I have not encountered any records of such colossal spatial minerals in my readings. Xianlei, you truly have remarkable fortune. Who would have thought that such a treasure would come into your possession?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Xianlei replied, "If you can make use of it, Master, please do take it. As you can see, the ores I have collected are all precious materials for weapon forging. If you find them useful, you are welcome to take them all." Upon hearing Xianlei's words, Ling Tian chuckled, "If I take everything, won't you feel a pang of regret? After all, these are your cherished collections accumulated over many years." Xianlei responded, "I gathered these ores merely to pass the time. Now, with the armor and weapons you are forging for me, my strength has multiplied several times. These ores are merely ornamental to me, of little consequence. Since they are beneficial to you, of course, they are yours." Ling Tian nodded and said, "In the future, the number of armors and weapons required for the Beast Legion will be countless. These ores will indeed serve a purpose for me, so I shall take them. However, once I have crafted spatial rings, I will ensure that each of you receives one." Huafeng and the others, being ancient top-tier beasts with lifespans exceeding a millennium, were well aware of the rarity of spatial rings, even more so than precious artifacts. Upon hearing Ling Tian's promise, they promptly bowed in gratitude to their master. Ling Tian said, "Enough of this formality, we are all comrades here. I am now going to forge the spatial rings, so you may attend to your own matters." With that, his figure vanished. Chapter 66. The spatial ring. In truth, Ling Tian had not employed teleportation, but had instead entered the Holy Dragon Ring, arriving in the forging room, where he prepared to craft the spatial rings. This decision was made with careful consideration. Ling Tian sat cross-legged, silently adjusting his state to its optimal condition. The incessant forging and alchemy over the past few days had greatly drained his mental and spiritual energies. After 2 full hours of meditation, he felt his condition peak and opened his eyes. From the spatial ring, he retrieved a fist-sized spatial ore along with other materials necessary for crafting the spatial rings. Ling Tian did not rush into the forging process. Rather, he took a moment to meticulously review the steps and details of crafting the spatial rings in his mind. The procedure was exceedingly intricate, and a single misstep could ruin the entire effort. This was why spatial rings were rarer than precious artifacts across the continent. After an hour of thorough review and feeling confident in his understanding, he ignited the spiritual fire using the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique and began to refine the materials. The purification of these materials was a crucial step. With his increased cultivation, the temperature of his spiritual fire had also risen significantly, allowing him to swiftly refine one of the materials into a liquid state. Observing the liquid material suspended in the air, Ling Tian did not pause and continued to refine each component one by one. An hour passed, and finally, he had refined all the materials. The liquid in the air had transformed into a vibrant green hue. He meticulously carved a portion of the spatial ore, simultaneously extracting a strand of spiritual fire to refine it. The texture of the spatial ore was remarkably robust, and after 2 hours of meticulous refining with the spiritual fire, it eventually transformed into a white liquid. With utmost caution, he began to blend these two liquids, continuously expending mental energy to expedite their fusion. This process was executed with deliberate slowness, ensuring that he made no errors. After another hour, the two distinct liquids finally merged, with the white essence now interwoven within the green liquid. Further purification ensued over the course of 3 additional hours, a necessary step to enhance the internal capacity of the spatial ring. Employing the spiritual fire to its fullest potential yielded conspicuous results, as the volume of the liquid diminished by 1/3. Satisfied with the outcome, he proceeded to shape the liquid into his desired form. His fingers deftly manipulated intricate hand seals while he recited esoteric incantations. At the culmination of his efforts, he bellowed, "Congeal." The liquid in the air radiated an incandescent green light, interspersed with glimmers of white, rapidly coalescing into a solid entity. Thus, a beautifully crafted spatial ring was born. It took a considerable time for the luminescence to fade, and upon its disappearance, he felt a surge of delight as he summoned the spatial ring into his hand, eagerly probing its interior. To his astonishment, the space within was over 10-fold that of the ring his grandmother had gifted him. Gazing at the spatial ring, he marveled at his unexpected success in crafting a spatial ring on his very first attempt, and was further astounded by the sheer magnitude of its internal space. Clearly, his Yin-Yang chaotic spiritual fire possessed extraordinary efficacy. With renewed determination, he resolved to forge several more spatial rings. Engrossed in his work, he lost track of time and only ceased his crafting 10 days later. Despite continuous utilization, the spiritual fire had neither waned nor diminished. Rather, it had intensified. Stretching his joints, he acknowledged his fatigue, both mentally and physically. Extracting a mind-rejuvenating pill from the spatial ring, he soon felt a refreshing surge of vitality, restoring him to his former state. Surveying the 20 spatial rings before him, a smile crept across his face. Over the past few days, he had tirelessly succeeded in crafting 20 spatial rings, with only 5 failures amidst the myriad of successes. His success rate astonishingly exceeded 80%. Even the continent's most adept artifact masters achieved only around 50% success, often requiring 2 to 3 days for a single successful creation. Unbeknownst to him, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of artifact crafting across the entire continent. After securing the spatial rings, he exited the crafting chamber, casting a glance at the densely clustered rooms before vanishing into the Saint Dragon Ring. Atop the unfathomable demon mountain, Tongtian languidly dozed, while Nicholas engaged in discussions with Huofeng, Hei's, and Xianlei, evidently deliberating matters concerning the beast forest. Nicholas continuously offered his insights, met with nods of agreement from Huofeng and the others. Indeed, the knowledge that Nicholas possesses now has been imparted to him by Ling Tian through secret methods. However, when Nicholas approached Ling Tian, expressing his concerns about his lack of understanding beyond cultivation and his fears of inadequacy in commanding the Beast Legion, Ling Tian simply chuckled and replied, "No one is born with knowledge. Success is achieved through relentless learning. What you currently lack is the knowledge of warfare, which I shall impart to you, along with other valuable insights. I am confident you will not disappoint me." With that, he pressed his finger to Nicholas's forehead, and an overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into Nicholas's mind. This process lasted nearly half an hour. During the subsequent 10 days, Nicholas did not rest. Apart from discussing matters of the Beast Legion with Huofeng and others, he continuously assimilated and digested the knowledge bestowed by Ling Tian. By the end of this period, he had made significant progress, having absorbed 1/3 of the knowledge. In another 20 days or so, Nicholas would master it entirely. Similarly, Huofeng had also integrated Ling Tian's teachings, having absorbed nearly 80% of the knowledge. Throughout these days of collaboration, Nicholas and Huofeng had forged a strong bond of friendship, growing increasingly in sync with one another. Just then, a figure appeared atop the mountain, revealing Ling Tian, who had been absent for 10 days. Tong Tian immediately sensed his master's presence, opened his eyes, and quickly leaped up, running towards Ling Tian. In no time, he settled comfortably on Ling Tian's shoulder. Looking at Tong Tian, Ling Tian smiled and said, "Why so lively upon seeing me? Who was just dozing off?" Feeling aggrieved, Tong Tian responded, "Master, I've circled the area around the unending demon mountain for 3 days, attempting to find Nicholas and Huofeng to play, but they were all too busy. Thus, I began my cultivation, hoping to refine the energy of the life water within me. However, after several days, the results were not very evident, so I resorted to napping to pass the time." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian chose not to comment further, pondering the issue in his heart, realizing that it needed to be addressed. At that moment, Nicholas approached and greeted Ling Tian, while Xianlei eagerly inquired, "Master, have you successfully crafted the spatial rings?" Upon hearing Xianlei's question, Tong Tian and the others looked at him with eager anticipation. Ling Tian smiled and replied, "Indeed, I have succeeded. This time, I successfully forged 20 spatial rings." He then distributed 1 ring each to Huofeng, Xianlei, and Hei's. When it came to Nicholas, he received 7 rings. Noticing the astonishment in Nicholas's eyes, Ling Tian chuckled, "There's no need for such surprise. One of these rings is yours. The other 6 are to be used for collecting materials for forging and alchemy. I still need to create a large number of treasures and elixirs, and their future utility I shall not elaborate on. You should comprehend it." Chapter 67. The beasts bid you farewell. Ling Tian asked Huofeng, "What is the extent of the influence of the unending demon mountain? Does it fully belong to your domain?" Upon hearing the question, Huofeng remarked, "The Yunzhao demon mountain spans a circumference of 2,000 miles, and it is solely our territory. Moreover, we are the only force here, commanding the beasts within to heed our summons." Ling Tian nodded, saying, "I see. This simplifies many matters. From now on, intensify your training. In 3 months, we shall commence the expansion of our power. I will begin to reclaim beasts of level 8 and above from the beast forest, gathering them at Yunzhao Demon Mountain. Nicholas, Huofeng, you must devise contingency plans. I entrust these matters to you." Hearing Ling Tian's words, Nicholas and the others nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with profound astonishment at their master's audacious initiative. They understood that individuals capable of such feats in this continent were exceedingly rare, and even those with the strength often lacked the resolve. Ling Tian continued, "I have decided to depart from Yunzhao Mountain tomorrow. The future strength of the Beast Legion rests in your hands." Upon hearing that Ling Tian would leave the next day, Nicholas said, "Master, why the haste? Why not stay an extra couple of days?" Ling Tian smiled, responding, "The time of the demon invasion draws ever closer. Departing a day earlier equates to an additional measure of strength. Besides, I have already lingered at Yunzhao Mountain longer than I intended." Recognizing Ling Tian's firm resolve, Huofeng and the others refrained from further protest. That evening, Huofeng summoned all the level 9 beasts to bid farewell to Ling Tian. When Ling Tian saw everyone gathered, he took out exquisite wine from the Wind Elf clan, allowing the beasts to revel in merriment. Furthermore, he showcased his grilling skills for creatures accustomed to raw meat. This roasted feast was undoubtedly the most delectable meal they had ever savored. Huofeng and the others indulged, their mouths dripping with delight. Time swiftly passed, and after satisfying their appetites, the level 9 beasts bid their farewells, their gazes towards Ling Tian akin to that of children regarding their beloved parents, filled with genuine affection. Ling Tian observed, somewhat speechless, these creatures were overly sentimental, easily swayed by mere sweet gestures. Stretching and yawning, he felt exhausted after a night of continuous grilling. For each of these colossal beings was an insatiable eater. Despite consuming copious amounts of wine, they departed without a care. The summit of Yunzhao Mountain was now littered with empty wine jars, the scene both magnificent and terrifying. One unfamiliar with the situation might mistake it for a descent into hell. The next day, all the level 9 beasts gathered to bid farewell to Ling Tian. After briefly conveying a few matters to Nicholas and Huofeng, he felt reassured. Ling Tian departed from Yunzhao Mountain amidst the reluctant farewells of the beasts. As he watched Ling Tian leave, Nicholas could not help but emit a resounding howl, his reluctance unmistakable. The surrounding beasts, as if sharing a telepathic connection, joined in with their own roars, each infused with sentiments of longing and farewell. Upon hearing the cacophony of sounds, Ling Tian's heart was profoundly moved. His eyes momentarily clouded with emotion. However, he managed to suppress these feelings, regarding these delightful creatures with fondness. A month later, a lithe figure darted through the beast forest, suddenly halting in its tracks. I never expected to encounter a 9th-level advanced beast here. It seems today fortune has smiled upon Tong Tian, he mused. Throughout the month, Ling Tian tirelessly traversed the beast forest, capturing a multitude of magical pets. Among them, nearly 60 to 70 were 9th-level beasts, with the 8th-level beasts numbering in the thousands. After forging contracts with these formidable creatures, he dispatched them to the unfathomable Demon Mountain. The beasts above level 8 would undoubtedly become the elite backbone of his magical beast legion. Now, a sense of exhilaration filled Ling Tian as he stumbled upon a 9th-level advanced beast today. At this tier, these creatures could assume human form, their strength rivaling that of the elite among humans. Such exceptional beings were exceedingly rare within the beast forest. He had only encountered one previously. Ling Tian hastened towards the location of this powerful beast. Before long, he stood before a majestic creature, a top-tier water elemental beast known as the snow ferret. Though formidable, this beast possessed a gentle nature, preferring to sustain itself on fruit rather than engage in aggression. It was indeed an anomaly among magical beasts. This remark does not imply that the snow ferret was easily intimidated. On the contrary, when provoked, it could become a relentless adversary. The snow ferret had evidently sensed Ling Tian's approach, raising its head curiously to regard the human before it. Intuition told her that this human was extraordinary. It has been many years since I last encountered a human. What brings you here? She inquired, her voice soft and melodious. Ling Tian, taken aback by her unexpected politeness, sensed no hostility from the snow ferret. Her gentle demeanor evoked an indescribable feeling within him. Greetings. To be candid, my primary purpose in coming here is to recruit you as a magical pet. Please do not misunderstand. It is merely a matter of signing an equitable contract. He replied with a smile. The snow ferret responded gently. Human, I sense that your heart is not ill-intentioned. Surely you have your reasons. Would you share them with me? Ling Tian, intrigued by such courtesy from a magical beast, eagerly obliged, of course. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dantai Ling Tian, hailing from the Dantai family of the Yuan Xian Empire. The snow ferret's composure stirred for the first time as she remarked, I am called by Lian. I had not anticipated you to be from the Dantai family. My ancestors have mentioned yours in some ancient records, dating back a millennium. Ling Tian pondered the extraordinary legacy of his forebears, who not only left a remarkable tale among humans, but also etched a significant mark within the realm of magical beasts. This fleeting thought passed through his mind, as the demonic forces are poised to invade the entire continent in the near future. We face the prospect of an indelible blow and devastation from the formidable coalition of the demon race. The beast forest shall not be spared in this impending chaos. Thus, I have conceived an audacious plan to gather the beasts of the beast forest and forge a powerful legion, destined to resist the demonic onslaught. I have already established a base for these beasts on the unyielding Demon Mountain, and due to the urgency of the situation, I am relentlessly reclaiming the powerful beasts and entering into equitable contracts with them, urging them to converge upon the unyielding Demon Mountain. With the burgeoning strength of the mountain, I aim to expand our power, thereby fortifying the might of the Beast Legion. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Bai Lian expressed astonishment, saying, I see now. Taming those high-level beasts is no simple feat. High-level beasts are absolute overlords in their territories, able to act as they please. Transforming these proud creatures into your magical companions is a formidable challenge. I perceive that your strength may not be inferior to mine, yet even so, it may not suffice to fulfill your ambitions. Ling Tian, smiling at Bai Lian's remarks, replied, Everyone possesses their own hidden strengths, myself included. I shall only reveal that I have comprehended the power of the laws of space. With my abilities, the issues you mentioned should be surmountable. Chapter 68. Uncommon Beasts. Ling Tian, feeling elated, remarked, You truly agree? To be honest, I have read about the snowy ferret in books, but I never anticipated you to be so accommodating. Previously, the beasts I have tamed were those I subdued by force before entering into contracts with them. Bai Lian chuckled. Is it not permissible for us beasts to possess one or two anomalies among us? Ling Tian replied with a smile. You are the only anomaly I have encountered among beasts. The more time I spend with you, the more fascinating you become. Bai Lian countered. That may not be the case. The heavenly ape upon your shoulder is indeed an anomaly among beasts. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, the heavenly ape began to show signs of discontent, baring its teeth. Ling Tian, intrigued, asked, "Why do you say that? What secrets does the heavenly ape hold? Could it be related to its ability to absorb the magical crystal energy of Earth-type beasts?" Bai Lian remarked, "It seems you have already uncovered some truths. Yet this is far from the entirety. I, too, am not fully informed about the specifics. However, you will come to understand in due time." Reflecting on Bai Lian's words, I found myself in deep contemplation. I had not realized that the heavenly ape was so extraordinary. What secrets lie in its background? In any case, it is a fortunate turn of events that I encountered the heavenly ape shortly after my arrival in the beast forest and managed to tame it as my magical companion. Noticing Ling Tian regaining his composure, Bai Lian began to chant the equitable contract. Upon its successful completion, 2 streams of white contractual energy flowed into the foreheads of both Bai Lian and myself. Since Bai Lian has already become my magical pet, and her strength speaks for itself. What is even more significant is that she is the first formidable magical beast that Ling Tian has encountered. Thus, I bestowed upon her a spatial ring and a weapon of superior quality. Due to the absence of suitable armor, I promised to provide her with it upon our next meeting. Bai Lian, being a worldly magical beast, was momentarily speechless upon receiving the spatial ring and the exquisite weapon from Ling Tian. She had never laid eyes on such treasures before. She had only heard tales of them from the older generation. With a heart brimming with excitement, Bai Lian exclaimed, "Master, are these truly for me? They are so precious." Ling Tian, observing her expression, smiled and said, "Just accept them. I crafted these myself. It's a mere trifle, and they will prove beneficial to you in the future." Feeling the sincerity in Ling Tian's gaze warmed Bai Lian's heart, and she refrained from saying more, accepting the gifts. Ling Tian continued with a smile, "All right, I must take my leave now. Make your way to the Buzhou Demon Mountain. Once you arrive, everything will fall into place for you. Farewell, my good-natured Snow Martin." With that, he departed with Tong Tian. Bai Lian gazed at the spot where Ling Tian had vanished, sensing that her master was indeed extraordinary. What thoughts occupied his mind? Ultimately, she composed herself, realizing she was ill-prepared, and set her course towards the sky, heading directly to the Buzhou Demon Mountain. 2 months passed, and a peculiar assembly emerged in the beast forest, where over 10 dwarves were accompanied by a lone human, who appeared quite youthful, with a monkey perched on his shoulder. This human was Nilos, whom Ling Tian had fortuitously rescued from a magical beast days prior. Through their in-depth conversation, Ling Tian learned that Nilos was the son of Neurolog, the current chieftain of the Dwarven clan. Nilos had embarked on this expedition to gather precious ores, but unexpectedly encountered a high-level magical beast on their return journey, leading to a fierce confrontation. Despite the dwarves' formidable strength, they sustained injuries from the 8th-level advanced magical beast, the Xuanhua Python, and found themselves in peril. Ling Tian arrived just in time to subdue the Xuanhua Python and directed it to the Buzhou Demon Mountain. The surrounding dwarves were filled with admiration upon witnessing Ling Tian's prowess in capturing the creature effortlessly, and they flocked around him with questions and curiosity. It was Ling Tian's first encounter with dwarves, and he was equally intrigued, engaging in lively discussions with them. Before long, he forged a camaraderie with these straightforward and hardy dwarves. Ultimately, Nilos extended an invitation for Ling Tian to visit the Dwarven clan, which he accepted, driven not only by his curiosity, but also because the dwarves were skilled craftsmen of weapons and armor. The primary objective of this visit was to persuade the Dwarven clan to forge weapons and armor for the magical beast legion. After all, Ling Tian was but a solitary individual with limited energy. He could not possibly dedicate all his time to constructing the vast amount of armor and weaponry required by the magical beast coalition. Unexpectedly, by chance, he had rescued these dwarves, realizing that fortune had been his constant companion, as what he needed always seemed to manifest at the right moment. Ling Tian smiled and addressed the nearby Nilos, inquiring about their journey, having traveled for several days. "When shall we arrive at your kin?" Nilos replied loudly, "We are nearly there. Once we exit this forest, our tribe will come into view." Ling Tian nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. Nilos was correct. After another hour of walking, they finally emerged from the woods. Ling Tian's eyes brightened at the sight before him. a vast clearing adorned with numerous humble dwellings. By estimation, it seemed nearly 20,000 dwarves resided here. Dwarves of all sizes busied themselves with various tasks. Some were forging metal, while others attended to their own affairs. Meanwhile, the dwarf children practiced their martial skills, wielding dual axes with fervor. Though their techniques appeared unrefined, they possessed an astonishing potential for offense. Witnessing this scene, Ling Tian felt a profound sense of shock. Indeed, the dwarf race was comprised entirely of warriors, but their prowess was not innate. It was the result of relentless practice. Not only the children, but even the adult dwarves, who stood no taller than 5 feet, carried 2 hefty axes behind them. Ling Tian harbored no doubt regarding their ability to wield such formidable weapons, for their bodies were a testament to explosive musculature, which even made Ling Tian envious. Nilos nudged Ling Tian, saying, "What are you pondering? This is our home. Come, I shall introduce you to my father." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Tian followed Nilos toward the dwarf tribe. Their presence evidently stirred a commotion among the dwarves. Clusters of them gathered, pointing and murmuring about Ling Tian. Their words a mystery to him. As he walked amongst them, he felt conspicuously out of place. Towering above the dwarves and experiencing the sensation of a crane amidst a flock of chickens. The surrounding chatter became increasingly unbearable. The boisterous dwarves, true to their nature, spoke with exuberance, their powerful voices resonating painfully in Ling Tian's ears. Suppressing a wry smile, he chose to silence his auditory senses, finding some relief in the process. Although he was there seeking assistance from the dwarves, he could not afford to act inappropriately, so he silently endured the situation. The dwarf children, intrigued by the unusual presence of Ling Tian, playfully made faces at him, and he scarcely noticed how he had arrived before the dwarf chief. Nilos, observing Ling Tian's somewhat strained expression, expressed his apologies. "I am Nilos, chief of the dwarves. I apologize on behalf of my kin for their rudeness. Please do not take offense." Ling Tian chuckled inwardly. Since the chief had already apologized, he had little to say in response. He replied, "There is no need for such formalities, chief. Dwarves are known for their hardy nature. I merely require some time to acclimate." Nilos nodded in agreement. "Indeed, on behalf of the entire dwarf clan, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. Your brave intervention saved several of our kin who were mining outside. You shall forever be a friend to the dwarves. We hold friendship in high regard. Please, come inside and sit. Allow me to present to you our dwarven brew." Chapter 69, Guardian. Nirog remarked, "You perceive my brusque demeanor, yet I have yet to inquire your name." Ling Tian smiled and replied, "I am Dantai Ling Tian." "Oh, Ling Tian, do savor our dwarven crafted libation," Nirog boisterously invited. Gazing into the cup before him, filled with a yellowish liquid, Ling Tian pondered in bewilderment. Having never heard of dwarves indulging in the art of brewing, with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he took a sip of the yellow brew. While it was not entirely unpleasant, its taste was undoubtedly harsh and pungent. Suppressing the discomfort within, he remarked, "Indeed, the dwarven wine possesses a unique flavor. In keeping with the adage that one should reciprocate hospitality, I happen to possess exquisite elven wine, which I would be delighted for all to sample." From his spatial ring, Ling Tian produced over a dozen jars of fine wine, distributing one to each person. The dwarves, in sheer disbelief, opened the jars and took a sip, rendered speechless with excitement. Nirog exhaled a long breath of wine vapors and said to Ling Tian, "Do not stand on ceremony. It has been ages since we have savored elven wine. Although we could exchange weapons for ample fine wine, we dwarves have an innate love for drink. We often find ourselves embarrassing ourselves by asking the elves for more, hence we resort to brewing our own to satisfy our cravings." Ling Tian, upon hearing Nirog's words, felt a mix of affection and pity for these dwarves. After a hearty feast, the demeanor of the dwarves towards Ling Tian transformed into one of warm camaraderie, as if they were reunited with an old friend. Neros, his face aglow, exclaimed, "Ling Tian, if there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to ask." This was the opportunity Ling Tian had awaited. He spoke up, "Esteemed leader of the dwarves, may I inquire how much you know about the demon race?" Upon hearing this, Nirog's expression shifted, and the surrounding dwarven elders appeared somewhat perturbed. Though they were uncertain of Ling Tian's motives for such questions, Nirog responded, "They are undoubtedly fiends. Our ancestors participated in the cataclysmic battle a millennium ago. From the records left by our forebears, I am aware of the terror of the demon race. Why do you inquire about this? The elders shared a look of confusion. Ling Tian then stated, before long, the demon race will invade the entire continent. Nirog's visage darkened, and the elders were visibly shaken by this revelation. Nirog asked, Ling Tian, is what you say true? Ling Tian nodded affirmatively, absolutely. His words cast a heavy silence upon the dwarves within the humble abode. Observing their reactions, Ling Tian continued, in truth, I have come for this very matter. Seeking the assistance of the dwarven kin. Nirog regained his composure and asked, do you possess a viable solution? Ling Tian smiled and replied, indeed. I have assembled a formidable beast army within the monster forest. The expressions on Nilog and the elders surrounding him were remarkable. Nilog inquired, have you truly established a formidable legion of magical beasts? Do you intend to involve these creatures in the forthcoming battles? Ling Tian replied, I am aware of your skepticism regarding my words. Chief Nilog, you may send someone to investigate the unreachable demon mountain to ascertain the truth of my claims. The legion of magical beasts I have assembled will undoubtedly inflict a significant blow upon the demon race in the future. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Nilog's eyes as he responded, Ling Tian, I believe your words. After all, deceiving us dwarves serves no purpose for you. I wish to know what kind of assistance you require from us dwarves, and what promises can you offer in return. Ling Tian's demeanor grew serious as he stated, as long as this continent is not annihilated by the demon race, I can assure you that the children and elders of the dwarven clan will be safe. The surrounding elders felt a sense of relief, knowing that Ling Tian's assurances guaranteed the future survival of their people. Nilog gazed at Ling Tian and said, thank you for your sincerity. Now, let us discuss what you wish us to undertake. As long as it is feasible, our entire clan will rally to accomplish it. Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, I trust that you, having lived in the magical beast forest, are well acquainted with the magical beasts residing there. I require you to forge a substantial quantity of armor. Any beast ranked above level 5 will necessitate armor. As for the armor for level 9 beasts, I shall handle that myself. The surrounding dwarves were astonished, and one elder stammered, there are countless magical beasts in this forest, and even the level 5 beasts are innumerable. Another elder added, indeed, the quantity is staggering. Setting aside manpower, the ore required for forging armor presents a significant challenge. While our dwarven kin are surrounded by iron mines, it still requires labor to extract, does it not? Even if our entire clan were to mobilize, we would struggle to meet your demands. Upon hearing the elders' concerns, Ling Tian confidently replied, do not fret about these matters. I have already considered them. I am unsure of the exact number of armors to be forged, but the more, the better. You only need to focus on crafting the armor, as I will arrange for the magical beasts to transport and gather the necessary ores for you. Nilog's expression brightened as he remarked, in that case, I believe our speed will increase several-fold. By the way, Ling Tian, why do you not allow us to forge armor for the level 9 beasts? Our dwarven craftsmanship in weaponry and armor is unparalleled. Ling Tian smiled and replied, I happen to possess the skills to forge armor myself, and the number of level 9 magical beasts is not substantial, so I can manage it alone. Nilog knew well the rarity of 9th level magical beasts. Thus he acquiesced to Ling Tian's assertion. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Tian's prowess in forging was nothing short of extraordinary, a fact that would later leave the dwarves utterly astounded, akin to the ferocity of a Category 12 typhoon. However, that was a tale for another time, one that Ling Tian was blissfully unaware of. He continued, the time for the demon clan to break the seal draws ever closer. Time is of the essence, and I hope the clan leader can expedite the crafting of armor for our kin. I shall now make my way to the Buzhou Demon Mountain. Having reached an agreement with the dwarves, Ling Tian felt it was time to take his leave, bidding farewell to Nilog. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Nilog did not attempt to retain him. Ling Tian, utilizing his teleportation skill, hastened toward Buzhou Demon Mountain, arriving after a day and a night of travel. He materialized at the mountain's summit, just as Nicholas and Holfing were engaged in discussion. The sudden appearance of Ling Tian alerted the 70 to 89th level magical beasts nearby, who immediately adopted a formidable stance. Upon recognizing their master, they quickly retracted their aura and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Master. Their voices resonated with sincerity. Ling Tian nodded, noting that Balian was also present. Nicholas and Holfing gazed at their master with surprise, and Nicholas inquired, Master, did you not go to subdue advanced magical beasts? How is it that you have returned so swiftly? Ling Tian replied with a smile. Fortune smiled upon me. I encountered the dwarves and reached a consensus with their chief. The dwarf clan will wholeheartedly assist us in forging armor. Once we assemble this exquisite armor for our magical beast legion, our overall strength will multiply significantly. Chapter 70. Astonishment. Upon hearing his master's words, Nicholas expressed with utmost respect. It is indeed an honor that the advanced magical beasts you have subdued have greatly enhanced the power of Buzhou Demon Mountain. The influence of our domain continues to expand, with numerous advanced magical beasts voluntarily surrendering, and we have suffered no losses. Pleased with Nicholas's report, Ling Tian nodded in approval, stating, "The dwarves have consented to forge armor for us. To expedite this process, I wish to send a considerable number of magical beasts to assist. Prepare accordingly. This is the location of the dwarf settlement." After handing Nicholas the map, he added, "Once you have mobilized the magical beasts, have He-Eyes and Xinlei lead them to the dwarves, and ensure they move swiftly." Nicholas assured, "Rest assured, Master, it will be ready within an hour." Ling Tian affirmed, "Very well. I hope everyone will contribute diligently for the magical beast legion." "Master, please be assured, we shall exert our utmost efforts," replied all the 9th-level magical beasts in unison. Ling Tian said, "In that case, I am at ease. Huofeng, accompany me to the dwarves." "Yes, Master." With that, Ling Tian departed from Buzhou Demon Mountain alongside Huofeng, teleporting continuously until they finally reached the dwarven clan after a day and a night of travel. The arrival of Huofeng instigated a wave of panic among the dwarven race. The dwarves, not lacking in intelligence, could discern from the aura exuding from Huofeng that the creature before them was none other than the formidable Jiuyang Chihua bird, a pinnacle-level 9th-tier magical beast. This apprehension swiftly attracted Nilaj and the assembly of elders. Upon seeing Ling Tian, Nilaj inquired, "Ling Tian, you have returned. Who is this behind you?" Ling Tian replied with a smile, "This is Huofeng, the vice-commander of the Beast Legion. I have brought him here to provide a detailed account of the armor requirements for the Beast Legion, along with other pertinent matters. Moreover, in a few days, a multitude of magical beasts will arrive to assist you with mining operations. I hope you can make arrangements for them." Nilaj and the surrounding dwarves were taken aback by Ling Tian's words. Nilaj, with caution, responded, "Rest assured, I know what must be done. Everything for the future of the dwarven race. We, the dwarves, shall lend our utmost support." Ling Tian smiled and said, "This is not solely about the future of the dwarven race. It encompasses the future of us all, the future of the magical beast forest, and indeed the future of the entire continent." Ling Tian and Nilaj exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Ling Tian then entrusted the remaining matters to Huofeng, stating, "If the chief has any concerns in the future, he can speak to Huofeng, who will assist you wholeheartedly." Nilaj nodded in agreement. "Of course, I shall not be remiss." Hearing this, Ling Tian chuckled. "The matters here have reached a conclusion, and I must take my leave." Huofeng interjected, "Master, will you not take a moment to rest? You have been reclaiming high-level magical beasts without proper respite." Nilaj added, "Yes, Ling Tian, do stay with us for a day to rest." Ling Tian declined their kind offer, saying, "This too is a form of cultivation. I have grown accustomed to it. Please do not insist." With that, he departed with Tong Tian via teleportation. Watching Ling Tian vanish, Nilaj and Huofeng exchanged wry smiles. A year later, a figure walked through the magical beast forest, our protagonist, Dantai Ling Tian. Although a year may seem fleeting, the changes during this time were considerable. Ling Tian had grown taller, now standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, his handsome visage perpetually adorned with a charming smile. Through the trials of the past few years, Ling Tian had finally matured. With a grin, he remarked, "Tong Tian, how many times must I tell you to eat your fruit more elegantly? Look, you've splattered juice all over my face." Tong Tian replied, "Master, I was born this way. It has become a habit. You know, a monkey's nature is hard to change. Just turn a blind eye, and you'll get used to it over time." Ling Tian felt an urge to reprimand Tong Tian, but, considering their shared experiences over the years, he chose to overlook it. Throughout the past year, Ling Tian had traversed the magical beast forest repeatedly, reclaiming innumerable magical pets, all of whom were directed to the Buzhou Demon Mountain. This past year has been far more than merely reclaiming the magical beasts. It has also been heartening to witness Ling Tian's remarkable progress. Although he has yet to ascend to the realm of divine refinement, with the Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. He can perceive that the true essence of Yin-Yang Chaos within him has multiplied several times over. His Yin-Yang Chaos body has now reached the intermediate level of the Huang Yuan body, rendering Ling Tian's physical strength extraordinarily formidable, surpassing even that of the Golden Saint Dragon Nicholas. He has not neglected the cultivation of the ancestral Dan Tai Mirror Bright divine art. While he has made no significant strides towards the fabled pinnacle, he has nonetheless grasped the thread of insight. Ling Tian is convinced that since his ancestors were able to create such a powerful technique, there must have been individuals who reached its ultimate zenith. Mastery of the highest tier of the Dan Tai Jingming divine art would elevate his strength to the legendary realm of the sun. However, why is there no historical record of such achievements? This perplexing question seems to have no answer. The temperature of the Yin-Yang Chaos spiritual fire within him has risen considerably. Yet Ling Tian feels that breaking through to the next level of blazing fire is not as effortless as he had envisioned. As the temperature of the spiritual fire increases, the time he spends on alchemy and artifact forging diminishes, and the quality of his creations has significantly improved. During this period, he unexpectedly discovered some spatial ores, allowing him to forge numerous spatial rings. Throughout this year, Ling Tian has had little time for rest, tirelessly traversing the vast woods by day in search of high-level magical beasts, and by night, diligently practicing alchemy and artifact forging within the confines of the Saint Dragon Ring. After countless nights of relentless effort, his success rate has now reached a commendable 100%. Such impressive accomplishments evoke envy in others. These results are not solely attributed to his innate talent, but are also inseparable from the sweat he has shed. Tong Tian has also undergone significant transformation, now possessing the strength of a 9th-level high-tier warrior. The formidable power of the life water within Ling Tian has been partially refined by Tong Tian. Though it is but a fraction, it is undoubtedly a positive omen, a testament to the efficacy of the ascending spirit pill Ling Tian has concocted. Observing that Tong Tian's strength remains stagnant, compounded by the influence of the potent energy of life water within him, it becomes increasingly difficult for Tong Tian to advance further. Ling Tian has been tirelessly seeking solutions, and ultimately, the creation of the ascending spirit pill has resolved this dilemma. The ability of Tong Tian to absorb the energy of the life water is entirely due to his own merit. Ling Tian remarked, "Tong Tian, I believe our adventure in the magical beast forest is coming to an end." Tong Tian, perplexed, inquired, "Master, why is that? Isn't it wonderful here?" Ling Tian gazed at Tong Tian in exasperation, replying, "Wonderful? We've been here for almost 3 years, surrounded by magical beasts every day, and in 2 months. I will celebrate my 17th birthday. I think it is time for me to return." Tong Tian nodded, affirming, "All right, wherever you go, I shall follow." Ling Tian smiled and said, "Of course. You are my loyal little companion. Honestly, thank you." Tong Tian smiled and said, "Master, truthfully, this is a sentiment I should express. You have illuminated many aspects for me and provided the affection I so greatly lacked. I recall my childhood, wandering alone in the Warcraft forest. At that time, I was not particularly formidable, and I had to tread carefully." Ling Tian was profoundly moved by Tong Tian's words and replied, "Enough of such thoughts. Before we return home, let us first head to the Buzhou Demon Mountain." Upon seeing Tong Tian's agreement, Ling Tian soared toward the Buzhou Demon Mountain with all his might. Chapter 71. The Master's unparalleled power. After 10 days of relentless travel, they finally approached the Buzhou Demon Mountain. Ling Tian's formidable divine sense had already detected that the Warcraft forest ahead was teeming with numerous high-level magical beasts, their numbers incalculable. Witnessing such a magnificent sight, Ling Tian's heart momentarily ceased its rhythmic beating. The mere aura emanating from these beasts could drive even the most powerful expert to madness. Regaining his composure, Ling Tian remarked, "So this is the Buzhou Demon Mountain. I did not anticipate it had reached such an astonishing magnitude. It seems that Nicholas and Huofeng have truly invested great effort and have not forgotten the knowledge I imparted." Tong Tian was equally astonished and said, "Master, this is the first time I have seen so many magical beasts gathered in one place. It is truly exhilarating." Ling Tian suggested, "Let us hurry to the Buzhou Demon Mountain and simply inquire with Nicholas." They teleported swiftly toward the mountain, and upon reaching the summit, they found only Huofeng and a dozen other 9th-grade magical beasts present. "Master, it is indeed you," Huofeng exclaimed in disbelief. "Wow, it truly is the master. Am I dreaming? Of course, it is the master. Huofeng, overwhelmed with excitement, approached Ling Tian and said, Master, you have returned. Ling Tian smiled and replied, Very well, Huofeng. Do not be so formal. You have truly worked hard this past year. Huofeng shook his head and said, It has not been arduous. How could it compare to you? Master, were it not for your unparalleled power, consistently reclaiming one formidable magical beast after another, our magical beast legion would not have developed to this extent. Hearing Huofeng's words, the surrounding 9th grade magical beasts nodded in agreement, endorsing Huofeng's perspective. Observing the 9th grade magical beasts around him, Ling Tian realized that these were indeed the magical pets he had tamed. He inquired with a smile, Where has Nicholas gone? Huofeng responded, The commander has taken some 9th grade magical beasts to survey the entire legion. As for the other 9th grade magical beasts, they have been assigned various military positions, currently managing their respective areas, thus facilitating better governance. Ling Tian nodded in approval. Now the legion resembles an actual army. What is the current scale of our magical beast legion, and what is the situation? Huofeng replied, The entire legion now comprises approximately 12 million magical beasts, all of which are of level 5 or higher. It is divided into 12 divisions, each containing 10 million magical beasts. Each division has both a general and a deputy, with ranks below them including major generals, colonels, and lieutenant colonels. Upon hearing Huofeng's words, it became clear that they had applied the knowledge imparted to them in the construction of the Beast Legion. Ling Tian inquired further, What is the status of the armor crafted by the dwarves? Huofeng responded, Due to the overwhelming number of beasts. Despite the dwarves working overtime and assisted by numerous magical creatures, we have only managed to equip 1/3 of the Beast Legion thus far. Ling Tian nodded, remarking, It appears the dwarves have indeed exerted themselves. I had not anticipated such a multitude of beasts. It seems that time is of the essence. Ling Tian engaged in conversation with Huofeng and the other 9th-tier magical beasts until dusk approached, when the summit of the Buzhou Mountain began to bustle with activity as 9th-tier beasts returned, most of which were magical pets tamed by Ling Tian. Observing the surrounding beasts, Ling Tian felt a long-lost sense of ease and joy, and he retrieved various exquisite armors and weapons from his spatial ring to present to these 9th-tier beasts. Upon witnessing these formidable treasures, the creatures' eyes gleamed with excitement, and they hurriedly donned the armaments, appearing quite majestic. Given the limited space at the summit, those beasts who received the treasures first had to vacate, allowing others to collect the rewards bestowed by their master. Later that evening, Nicholas returned with Bai Lian and the others, and upon seeing Ling Tian, Nicholas was overwhelmed with emotion. Ling Tian, upon encountering the golden holy dragon, felt a surge of unspoken sentiments. Nicholas exclaimed, Master, you have finally returned. His large, tear-filled dragon eyes reflected his joy. Ling Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, a year has passed. The Beast Legion you constructed is commendable, and I am quite satisfied. Hearing their master's approval stirred excitement among the surrounding beasts. Noticing the throng of 9th-tier magical creatures, Ling Tian asked, Nicholas, how many 9th-tier beasts are there now at Buzhou Mountain? Nicholas replied, There are approximately 2,600, including 25 high-tier, 9th-level beasts. The sheer number was astounding. 25 extraordinary beasts of such caliber represented an immense power. Currently, only 10 humans have attained this level, which explains why few skilled individuals return from the magical forest, as the presence of high-level magical beasts is fraught with peril. The harsh environment likely influences the abundance of such formidable creatures. Ling Tian stated, Well then, everyone else should return. Keep the high-tier 9th-level beasts here. Upon hearing Ling Tian's command, the surrounding beasts voiced no objections and promptly departed, leaving behind only the 25 strongest beasts at the summit. Among them were 4 high-tier 9th-level beasts that had not yet formed a contract with him. Even the remaining beasts were formidable beyond description. Ling Tian inquired, What is the situation with these 4 beasts? Nicholas explained, Master, these beasts were acquired during our expansion of influence and are elite magical creatures. Ling Tian nodded, fully aware that despite his formidable strength, human limitations meant it was only natural to overlook a few high-tier magical beasts. Addressing the 4 9th-level high-tier magical beasts, he remarked, So this is how it is. Since you have joined the Magical Beast Legion, I presume you are aware of your responsibilities. I shan't elaborate further. I never intended for you to become my pets. Now that you have allied with the magical beast legion, we are, after all, comrades. I noticed earlier that you did not claim the enchanted armor and weapons from me. Please do not feel burdened by this. These artifacts are suited for you. Accept them." Upon witnessing the artifacts bestowed upon them, the hearts of the 4 9th-level high-tier magical beasts stirred with profound waves of emotion due to Ling Tian's generosity. They regarded this human before them not with disdain, but with deep respect and admiration. Having spent considerable time with Nikolaus and the others, they had gleaned insights into the strength and significance of this enigmatic individual. They were acutely aware that the magical beast legion was founded by the young man named Ling Tian, who now stood as its true leader. One of the 9th-level magical beasts, the cloud-piercing eagle, spoke up. "Rest assured, we shall contribute our utmost to the magical beast legion and fight valiantly against the demon race." The other 3 beasts nodded in agreement, expressing their solidarity. Seeing this display of loyalty, Ling Tian felt elated and said, "Then take these artifacts with peace of mind. They will significantly enhance your capabilities and prove invaluable to you in the future." After exchanging glances, the cloud-piercing eagle and its companions accepted the enchanted armor and weapons, expressing their gratitude to Ling Tian. Ling Tian then produced a spatial ring and handed it to Nikolaus, stating, "Within this ring lies a plethora of enchanted artifacts. Please distribute them to the other 9th-level magical beasts tomorrow." Nikolaus understood his master's intent. While most of the 9th-level magical beasts atop the Unzao mountain were indeed his pets, there remained around 100 beasts acquired during the expansion of their influence. These beasts possessed considerable strength, bolstering the might of the magical beast legion significantly. Chapter 72. A treasure trove. Ling Tian accepted the ring, smiling as he remarked, "It's rare for you to remember this matter. Let me see. My goodness. How can there be so many?" 6 spatial rings completely filled. The sight of countless materials left Ling Tian breathless. He was well aware of the capacity of the spatial rings he had crafted. The materials before him were evidently for forging enchanted artifacts and advanced elixirs. To have filled 6 rings with such high-quality resources was truly astounding. Even though Ling Tian had witnessed much in his time, the visual impact was nonetheless staggering. Returning his focus from the spatial ring, Ling Tian chuckled. "Nikolaus, it appears you have gleaned quite a bounty from this magical beast forest." Nikolaus replied with a smile. "All of these were collected by my subordinates. I was surprised by their efficiency. When I beheld the immense volume of materials for forging and alchemy, I too was taken aback." Nicholas and Ling Tian engaged in conversation deep into the night, covering the events of the past year, which provided Ling Tian with a comprehensive understanding of the situation concerning the entire Beast Legion. The following day, Ling Tian summoned Nicholas, Huofeng, and others for an inspection. During the review, several issues were unearthed, and Ling Tian promptly conveyed the solutions to Nicholas. Known for his impatience, Nicholas resolved most of these hidden problems within a few days. Ling Tian remained at the unyielding Demon Mountain for 20 days, a period filled with relentless activity. After all, managing over 100 million beasts is no trivial matter. While water was readily available from the abundant sources surrounding the mountain, the challenge lay in their sustenance. The sheer number of mouths to feed each day posed a significant dilemma. Previously, Nicholas had dispatched large numbers of beasts into the beast forest to hunt lower-level beasts for sustenance, and fortunately, the forest teemed with countless magical creatures, allowing them to survive. Ling Tian suggested to Nicholas and Huofeng that the beast forest be divided into 4 sections. The first would be the eastern part, where 6 regiments of the Beast Legion would be sent to hunt lower-level beasts to feed the others. This would be rotated every 3 months, with the stipulation that hunting in each section would last for no more than 1 month, ensuring that the population of beasts was not entirely depleted. He believed that after 3 months of rest and recuperation, a new generation of beasts would thrive, effectively enabling the entire forest to sustain the Beast Legion. Upon hearing Ling Tian's proposal, the surrounding 9th-level beasts expressed their approval. Nicholas was particularly elated, as he never anticipated that this long-standing issue would finally be resolved by his master. He instructed Huofeng to arrange the matter immediately, and Huofeng departed to fulfill his command. Ling Tian observed this with satisfaction, appreciating the efficiency with which Nicholas and his team executed plans beneficial to the Beast Legion. As the 20 days drew to a close, Ling Tian realized it was time for him to depart. He summoned all the 9th-level high-tier beasts, and once they had gathered, he addressed them. The purpose of today's gathering is to inform you that the future management of the Beast Legion will rest heavily upon your shoulders. Wolfeng responded. Rest assured, Master, this is our responsibility. Why do you say such things? Are you planning to leave again? Ling Tian nodded. Indeed. I left home at the age of 14, and now 3 years have passed. With only a month remaining until my 17th birthday, I believe it is time for me to return home. Nicholas added, Master, since you have made up your mind, I wish to accompany you. Wolfeng chimed in, Yes, Master. I too wish to see the outside world with you. With someone taking the lead, the other beasts began to stir with excitement. Ling Tian smiled at Nicholas and the others, saying, The Beast Legion has only recently been established, and there are still many tasks to undertake. If you come with me, who will manage these responsibilities? This time, I have decided to bring along Hei's, Xianlei, and Balian. There will be future opportunities for the rest. Upon hearing my words, Nicholas and the others appeared as dejected as frost-bitten eggplants, while Hei's and his companions displayed expressions of delight. Ling Tian further remarked, This journey to the human realm is vastly different from here. If you venture out in your current forms, it will incite panic among humans, leading to inevitable trouble. It would be wise for you to transform into human shapes. Hei's, Xianlei, and Bai Lian, upon hearing Ling Tian's counsel, readily complied without hesitation, morphing into human forms. Hei's and Xianlei transformed into formidable men standing nearly 2 meters tall, while Bai Lian took the form of a youthful woman, approximately 175 centimeters in height, around 24 or 25 years of age. Her charming and delicate visage, adorned in a flowing white dress, rendered her even more captivating. Her beauty was certainly on par with any enchanting woman Ling Tian had ever encountered. Observing Bai Lian's transformation, Ling Tian was initially taken aback, but then smiled and said, Bai Lian, you truly look splendid in your human form. I foresee that many will vie for your attention. Do be cautious. In response to Ling Tian's jest, Bai Lian chuckled and replied, It's quite all right. As long as Brother Hei's and Brother Xianlei stand in front of me, I doubt anyone would dare to approach. Ling Tian scrutinized Hei's and Xianlei's appearances. Their imposing figures and the fierce glint in their eyes unmistakably conveyed that they were not to be trifled with. He nodded in agreement, remarking, Indeed, you do present a rather intimidating sight. Nicholas and Huafeng, upon overhearing Ling Tian and Bai Lian's exchange, could not suppress their laughter. Hei's and Xianlei glanced around at their companions, with a hint of embarrassment crossing their faces. Finally, Ling Tian declared, All right, it is getting late. The Beast Legion is now in your capable hands. Hei's, Xianlei, Bai Lian, let us depart. With that, he soared towards the direction of the Yuanxin Empire. Hei's and Xianlei, eager to leave, promptly took to the skies. Bai Lian bid farewell to the surrounding magical beasts before ascending to the heights to catch up with Ling Tian. At this moment, Ling Tian's heart raced with anticipation. Upon emerging from the magical beast forest, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. However, he quelled that impulse, mindful of his demeanor. He addressed everyone. Let us hasten our journey. We shall reach Adventure City before nightfall. Hei's exclaimed joyfully, This is splendid. It is my first time exiting the magical beast forest, and I am determined to explore the human world thoroughly. Xianlei added, Indeed, after living in the magical beast forest for over 1,000 years, I have grown weary of it. Although Bai Lian remained silent, her eyes revealed a keen interest in the human realm. Ling Tian smiled and said, Once evening falls, I shall take you on a tour. But for now, let us quicken our pace. Hei's and the others readily agreed, following Ling Tian as they soared towards Adventure City. As dusk descended upon Adventure City, an unusual group made their entrance. At the forefront stood a masked figure, accompanied by a yellow monkey perched upon his shoulder. Following closely were 2 imposing men and a strikingly beautiful woman, whose beauty drew the attention of onlookers, clearly demonstrating the formidable allure of a captivating woman. In the city, predominantly inhabited by adventurers, many of whom were unattached, such beauty was an irresistible sight. Ling Tian chuckled, remarking to Bai Lian, It seems I was quite right. Your appearance has certainly caused quite a stir. Bai Lian responded with a smile, Master, why then do you wear a mask? Have you encountered similar situations? Her perceptiveness was remarkable, and though Ling Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, he maintained his bravado, replying, It's merely because your master is exceptionally handsome, loved by all. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I chose to don a mask for an air of mystery. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, He Eyes and the others erupted into laughter, with He Eyes adding, "Indeed, among all the humans here, none surpasses our master in looks." Ling Tian, slightly exasperated, looked at them and sighed. "All right, let us find a place to stay." Bai Lian, amused by Ling Tian's predicament, smiled in response. Just as they were about to seek accommodation, 3 individuals approached. The arrival of these 3 caused a noticeable drop in the surrounding temperature. Observing the 2 men and 3 women, Ling Tian discerned that they practiced ice-based techniques and possessed formidable strength, likely at the pinnacle of the 3rd level. The leading man, appearing to be in his late 20s, was strikingly handsome. Although he wore a smile, his eyes betrayed a chilling coldness, hinting at a ruthless nature. He approached and said, "Greetings, my friend. I am Bing Pe, and these are my junior brothers and sisters, Bing Hun and Bing Xian. It appears you are newcomers to the city. Currently, the inns in Adventure City are nearly full, making it quite challenging to secure rooms. I happen to have reserved an entire inn, and there are a few upper rooms available. Would you do me the honor?" Bing Po's gaze subtly shifted towards Bai Lian, indicating a hidden motive. Ling Tian replied, "Thank you, but I have my own means to secure accommodations." At this, a flicker of malice flashed in Bing Po's eyes. Accustomed to being favored by the leader of the Xianbing sect and surrounded by sycophantic juniors, he was unaccustomed to rejection. The prideful Bing Po found it hard to accept this slight, but managed to say, "Young sir, the security in Adventure City is rather chaotic at present. I advise you to exercise caution." In response to Bing Po's words, both He Eyes and Xian Lei radiated a potent aura of hostility, while Tong Tian glared with fierce intensity. They undoubtedly perceived the ominous undertones in Bing Po's words. With a mere command from their master, they would rend the human before them to shreds. As the atmosphere around them grew tense, a multitude of onlookers, predominantly adventurers, began to gather. The glint in Bing Po's eyes reflected his awareness. He was no fool, and the formidable presence exuding from the 2 burly men indicated they were seasoned experts. It appeared he had encountered worthy adversaries. Ling Tian showed no inclination to engage, instead smiling as he addressed Bing Po. "Brother Bing Po, we have only just met, and upon declining your invitation, you wish to resort to violence? I advise against such impulsiveness, for it would not be I who suffers the consequences." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Bing Po's indignation intensified. He yearned to strike down the masked man before him. Just as he was about to act, Bing Xian interjected, "Brother, perhaps it is best to let this go. We are bound by our master's orders and should avoid unnecessary complications." Acknowledging his junior sister's counsel as sound, Bing Po discerned that this was not the opportune moment for conflict. He retracted his power and stated, "Let us part ways here. May we meet again under better circumstances." With a glance at Bai Lian, he departed with his companions. Bing Xian regarded Ling Tian and his group with a hint of concern. She was well aware of her brother's temperament. He was not one to forgive easily, and aside from their master and the elders, no one had the authority to rein him in. Ling Tian observed the retreating figures of Bing Po and his entourage, remarking, "Bing Po is not of noble character. I wager his thoughts are consumed with how to orchestrate our demise." Bai Lian chuckled. "Indeed, while Bing Po may not be the most virtuous individual, his sister possesses a commendable disposition." Ling Tian nodded in agreement. "Yes, I wonder which sect they belong to. The disparity in their disciples' temperaments is quite striking. Regardless, let us seek out lodgings." As some of the nearby adventurers, disheartened by the lack of conflict, began to disperse, a throng still remained. Their gaze fixated not on Ling Tian, but rather on Bai Lian. "We should depart post-haste," Ling Tian suggested. Bai Lian acquiesced, for despite his formidable prowess, the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd left him feeling uneasy. Once they had vacated the contentious locale, Ling Tian inquired of a passerby whether there was a Nangong tavern within Adventurer City. The response was affirmative. The bustling area was rife with adventurers, including many affluent patrons. Given the Nangong family's long-standing involvement in commerce, it was no surprise that wealth flowed abundantly. After receiving directions, Ling Tian led He Eyes and the others onward until they soon beheld a grand tavern, its sign emblazoned with the imposing name Nangong Tavern. Approaching the entrance, a young attendant emerged, regarding the guests with a welcoming demeanor. "Esteemed guest, are you seeking accommodation or merely a meal?" With a smile, Ling Tian replied, "Accommodation, please." "Regrettably, our establishment is fully booked," the attendant responded apologetically. "We have no available rooms remaining." Ling Tian smiled and said, "Then let your master come to meet me." The young attendant was somewhat taken aback. However, upon observing the masked guest adorned in opulent attire, it was evident that this young gentleman held an extraordinary status. He promptly replied, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I shall summon the manager at once." Before long, the manager arrived before Ling Tian, guided by the young attendant. The manager appeared to be around 40, sporting a prominent mustache, and he exuded an air of shrewdness. As Ling Tian appraised him, the manager was also scrutinizing Ling Tian and his companions. Ling Tian inquired, "You must be the manager." "Indeed, I am the manager here. I heard from my subordinates that a guest was seeking me. May I ask the nature of your visit?" Ling Tian produced a token bestowed by his mother from his spatial ring and said, "Our party is quite fatigued. I wonder if there are any guest rooms available." Upon seeing the token, the manager was visibly astonished and quickly responded, "Ah, it is indeed an honor for us to host such a distinguished guest. We have a courtyard reserved in the back. Allow me to escort you there." The manager hurriedly led the way, speaking cautiously, eager to avoid any perceived slight against this esteemed individual. The hall was bustling with patrons, and upon seeing the manager escorting Ling Tian and his party, those with discerning eyes could tell that these individuals were of no ordinary standing. Upon reaching the courtyard, Ling Tian remarked, "The ambience here is quite pleasant. Please have someone prepare a meal for us. After dining, we would like to explore Adventure City." The manager nodded vigorously, saying, "Esteemed guest, please take a moment to rest inside. The meal will be ready shortly." Heisey remarked, "Our master truly possesses a knack for finding excellent places. This is indeed splendid." Balian chuckled and asked, "Master, why does the manager show such deference to you? Is this establishment perhaps one owned by your family?" Ling Tian replied with a smile, "This restaurant belongs to my mother's family. Thus, I am, in a sense, half a master here." The dinner was lavish, and while enjoying the meal, Heisey commented, "I initially thought the grilled meat prepared by our master was exquisite, yet this is even more delectable." Ling Tian responded, "My grilling skills are merely amateur. But to be honest, the chef here is truly exceptional." Balian, do indulge. While those spirit fruits are delightful, they cannot substitute for a proper meal. Balian, who had been consuming spirit fruits of the elven variety, had not yet tasted any of the delectable dishes on the table. Xian Lei chimed in, "Balian, although your snow weasel kin thrive on fruits, you have been feasting on them for over a millennium. Do you not tire of them?" "Oh, do not touch that pig knuckle. I ordered it." Tong Tian scoffed, "What do you mean you ordered it? What proof do you have? Moreover, that pig knuckle is far too greasy. You would surely suffer from an upset stomach. Look, there is a stewed duck. That would suit you perfectly." Hearing Tong Tian's words, Ling Tian could not help but burst into laughter. Xian Lei retorted, "Nonsense. My physique is robust. Those greasy dishes are far more enjoyable. Do you take me for a fool?" Chapter 74. The young master's power. Xian Lei, visibly annoyed, exclaimed, "How dare you compete with me for food? Just look at the abundant meat you have in your grasp. How could you possibly consume it all? I believe it would be best if I indulged in this stewed duck." With that, he made a move to seize the dish with his claws. Ling Tian observed the three magical beasts devouring their meal and could not help but remark, "Dear Heis and Xian Lei, now that you have taken on human forms, could you perhaps exhibit a bit more decorum while eating? Your mannerisms are rather unappetizing and detract from the dining experience. Are you not aware of this? There are chopsticks on the table. I demonstrated their use to you earlier." Heis replied, "Master, these delicacies are simply too delectable. Using chopsticks feels rather cumbersome." It seemed that transforming their dining etiquette was no simple task. Ling Tian urged, "Hurry and eat. We must head out shortly." The meal extended for quite some time, lasting a full hour, with the waiter continuously bringing forth more dishes as Heis and the others possessed an astonishing appetite. Eventually, they exited the Nangong Tavern, where the proprietor bowed respectfully and cautioned, "Young master, the nights in Adventure City can be rather tumultuous. Please exercise caution." Ling Tian acknowledged, understood, and departed with by Lien and the others. The proprietor, realizing his concerns were perhaps unwarranted, thought to himself that the young master hailed from a distinguished family, and his strength was beyond question, not to mention the formidable companions that accompanied him. An elder appeared beside the proprietor and inquired, "My lord, who exactly is this young master that commands such deference from you?" The proprietor replied, "He is the beloved grandson of the head of the Nangong family. The head has conferred great kindness upon our family, allowing me to manage this establishment." Half of the tavern's profits go to our family, which has kept us from total ruin. In my lifetime, I find it nearly impossible to repay even a fraction of his generosity. Thus, my actions are entirely warranted." Upon hearing this, the elder's face registered shock as he exclaimed, "So it is he. My lord, should I follow him discreetly?" The proprietor responded, "I believe it unnecessary. Given the young master's prowess, he is safe in Adventure City. Should he detect your presence, it may disturb his peace of mind." The elder fell silent at the lord's words. Ling Tian and his companions quickly blended into the throng of people, surrounded by a cacophony of market vendors calling out their wares. Ling Tian's spirits lifted. There had been few opportunities in the past 17 years to leisurely stroll through a night market. As they wandered, Xianlei pitifully implored, "Master, may we indulge in some of the meat skewers here?" Ling Tian, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, smiled and replied, "Of course." Xianlei promptly called to the vendor, "Good sir, please prepare 40 skewers for us to sample." The vendor, a man in his 30s, looked at Xianlei and the others with a smile and said, "Certainly. Please take a seat. I will grill them for you right away. Just a moment, please." The group settled down, sipping tea, while Ling Tian's gaze wandered around until it suddenly caught sight of something. With a smile, he said, "Please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, he strolled off into the distance. Heisey and the others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what their master was up to. Before long, Ling Tian returned, his hands laden with several skewers of candied hawthorn. He presented them to Bai Lian, saying, "These delightful treats consist of a tart fruit coated in a layer of sweet sugar. Their tangy sweetness is quite delectable. Do give them a try." Just moments ago, Ling Tian had spotted a vendor selling these treats, and, knowing that Bai Lian did not eat meat, he had procured a few skewers for her enjoyment. Bai Lian gazed curiously at the vibrant red candied hawthorn, hesitantly tasting one. "Indeed, the flavor is delightful," she exclaimed, and soon she was happily devouring them. Shortly after, skewers of roasted meat arrived at their table, and Heisey and the others feasted heartily, their praises ringing out as they requested the proprietor to grill another 40 skewers. The vendor's face beamed with joy. Fortune smiled upon him today, having encountered such generous patrons. As Heisey reveled in his meal, a young girl's voice broke through the merriment. "Sir, would you like to buy flowers for this lovely sister beside you?" Ling Tian turned to see an adorable girl of around 11 or 12, holding a basket of fresh flowers, her eyes fixed upon him. Judging by her appearance, it was evident that her life had not been easy. Her clothes bore faded colors, and her petite frame seemed fragile. A smile broke across Ling Tian's face as he spoke. "Little sister, your flowers are indeed beautiful. I shall purchase them all." Bai Lian, charmed by the girl, added, "I adore these flowers. Here, have some candied hawthorn." The little girl smiled brightly, replying, "Thank you, sister." Ling Tian then retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and offered it to the girl, who quickly shook her head. "This is too much. 10 copper coins will suffice." Ling Tian insisted, "Dear sister, though I am unaware of the reasons that compel you to sell flowers so late, I sense you have your own hardships. Please accept this gold coin. It may prove helpful." Bai Lian echoed, "Indeed, little sister, you should accept it." The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Ling Tian and Bai Lian, murmuring, "Thank you." Ling Tian pressed the gold coin into her hand, stating, "This is yours, and we shall take the flowers." He handed the bouquet to Bai Lian and added, "It is late. You should return home soon." The little girl nodded gratefully, saying, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, miss." With that, she turned and departed, clutching her basket. Bai Lian looked at Ling Tian and remarked, "You are truly a kind-hearted person." Just as Ling Tian was about to respond, a sudden rush of air sliced through the atmosphere, causing his expression to shift. Heisey quickly conjured an energy shield, enveloping the entire shop within its protective barrier. The powerful projectiles clashed against the shield, and the patrons within began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their faces paling in fear. Ling Tian's heart sank. It was clear that these intruders had come with malicious intent directed at them. At that moment, a girl's piercing scream echoed in the air, and it was heart-wrenching to witness the flower-selling young girl collapsing, struck by an arrow. Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as he rushed toward her. The arrow had pierced through the girl's back, and he swiftly gathered his energy to seal the wound, his face pale with horror, knowing that the flower girl, who had just moments ago been before him, was on the brink of death. His heart was ablaze with fury. Bai Lian also sensed the dire situation and hurried over. Upon seeing the arrow lodged in the girl's chest, her heart sank, realizing that the young girl was unlikely to survive. The girl, clearly recognizing Ling Tian and Bai Lian, painfully uttered, "Sister, Meng Ro feels so much pain." Bai Lian quickly channeled a significant amount of true energy into Meng Ro's body to alleviate her suffering, gently asking, "Little sister, do you feel better now?" Meng Ro nodded faintly. Ling Tian spoke softly, "Leave one alive. The rest, kill them." The recently arrived He Zhe and his companions were taken aback, realizing that their usually calm master was genuinely enraged this time. They swiftly vanished from the scene. Tong Tian approached Ling Tian's side, sensing the tempestuous fury within his master, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Tong Tian's eyes brightened as he said, "Master, your alchemical skills are unparalleled. Is there no elixir that can save her?" Ling Tian replied, "I am not a deity. Although elixirs possess miraculous effects, they do not extend to the realm of resurrection. Only the legendary golden elixir has such powers, but my current alchemical skills are far from sufficient." Bai Lian gazed at Meng Ro's pale cheeks, pleadingly looking at Ling Tian. "Master, is there truly no other way? I beg you to save her." Chapter 75. The Life Root Mixed Yuan Pill. Ling Tian closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before stating, "It requires the combined efforts of 10 experts at the 9th level of energy refinement, consuming vast amounts of true energy, along with a Life Root Mixed Yuan Pill. This should be able to heal Meng Ro." Upon hearing Ling Tian's plan, Bai Lian initially felt a glimmer of hope, but soon her expression shifted to concern. "But we currently lack the manpower," she said. Ling Tian reassured her, "There is no need to worry. I can seal Meng Ro first and take her home. I believe my grandparents can assist us. If we still lack personnel, we can summon Nicholas and the others." Tong Tian inquired, "Master, you have never concocted a Life Root Mixed Yuan Pill before. How confident are you?" Ling Tian hesitated before responding. "The success rate is only about 30%. Bai Lian immediately insisted, "If there is even a slim chance, we must try." Ling Tian glanced at Meng Ro and asked, "Little sister, do you have any final wishes? If not, I will seal you. Your condition is quite dire." Meng Ro struggled to speak. "Young master, my mother is very ill. I hope before she could finish." Ling Tian nodded, "I understand your concerns. Do not worry about your mother." After inquiring about Meng Ro's residence, Ling Tian utilized a substantial amount of energy governed by the laws of space to establish a seal, subsequently storing it within the Holy Dragon Ring. Once he had completed all tasks, Ling Tian finally exhaled in relief, pondering how easily one could take a life, yet how arduous it was to save one. He was soon joined by He-Eyes and Xian Lei, the latter bearing a masked individual over his shoulder. He-Eyes reported, "Master, there is one survivor. The others have been eliminated." Ling Tian nodded. "Very well, this is not the place for discussion. Let us return." The innkeeper, clearly taken aback by their swift return, hurriedly approached them, exclaiming, "Young master, why have you returned so soon?" His eyes quickly fell upon the cloaked figure slung across Xian Lei's shoulder, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Ling Tian shook his head. "I am fine. Please have someone fetch a sick woman." After providing the address, the innkeeper promptly sent someone to attend to the matter. Upon arriving at his lodgings, Ling Tian remarked, "I had intended to show you around tonight, but it seems fate has other plans. We shall set out tomorrow morning." With the incident behind them, He-Eyes and the others had nothing more to say. Xian Lei unceremoniously dropped the unconscious masked man to the ground, indignantly asking, "Master, how shall we deal with him?" Ling Tian's gaze flickered with a hint of murderous intent as he observed the unconscious figure. Just then, he sensed a concealed presence and called out, "Who goes there? Step forward." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, He-Eyes and the others were struck with alarm, realizing that they had overlooked someone nearby. A voice from outside responded, "The Blood Dragon Society's steward seeks an audience with the young master." The steward himself was equally astonished, not expecting the young master to possess such acute spiritual awareness, for he had restrained his aura to the utmost, even closing his pores. Yet, he had still been detected. Ling Tian, recognizing the visitor as a member of the Blood Dragon Society, said, "Come in." Moments later, a man clad in tight-fitting attire appeared in the room. Upon seeing Ling Tian seated, he swiftly knelt on one knee and declared, "I pay my respects to the young master." Ling Tian nodded and stated, "You are aware of the events that transpired this evening." "Indeed, young master. What are your commands?" Ling Tian produced the ancestral token of the Dantai family and declared, "The Blood Dragon Society is to investigate the mastermind behind this incident with all their might. There shall be no mercy. If the assassins were sent by anyone who engaged in a verbal confrontation with me today, they are to be executed without exception, save for a girl named Bing Xian." Upon seeing the ancestral token of the Dantai family, the steward bowed his head respectfully and assured, "Rest assured, young master, the Blood Dragon Society has never known defeat." Ling Tian nodded and added, "Take that individual away as well." Once the young master had issued his orders, the steward and his companions vanished from the room. The swiftness of their departure left He Eyes and the others astounded, as they realized that had the previous individual intended to launch a surprise attack, they would surely have been harmed. Curious, Tong Tian inquired, "Master, what exactly is this Blood Dragon Society?" Ling Tian remarked, "In fact, the Blood Dragon Society is one of the clandestine forces belonging to our family. To be precise, it operates as an assassination organization, with its assassins classified into 4 tiers: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. The strength of an iron-tier assassin ranges from the low to mid levels of the heavenly rank, while a bronze-tier assassin's prowess lies between the high levels of the heavenly rank and the low levels of the Qin rank. Silver-tier experts exhibit strength from the mid to high levels of the Qin rank, and gold-tier assassins possess capabilities at the low levels of the stellar rank. The stewards should maintain a mid-level strength within the stellar rank, and the society is also governed by elders and a president, all of whom are no less than high-level stellar beings. They are entirely subordinate to the Dantai family, which has invested considerable effort in nurturing these forces to fortify our lineage." Tong Tian then inquired, "So, Master, what other clandestine forces does your family possess?" Observing Tong Tian's inquisitive demeanor, Ling Tian could not help but smile. "You shall learn of these matters in due course." Displeased with such an enigmatic response, Tong Tian gazed at Ling Tian with dissatisfaction. At that moment, Heizei interjected, "Master, what kind of martial arts do they practice to possess such formidable skills, enabling them to remain hidden so close to us without my detection?" Ling Tian replied, "Of course, you must not underestimate assassins. This is their forte. Besides their formidable strength, their ability to disguise themselves is equally remarkable. Otherwise, how could they execute kills beyond their own level?" Xianlei added, "Indeed, being an assassin is a terrifying profession." Heizei, with gleaming eyes, eagerly implored, "Master, could you teach me this art of concealment and stealth?" Ling Tian chuckled, "Certainly, but I do not possess such skills myself. However, I can arrange for someone to instruct you." Upon receiving Ling Tian's consent, Heizei's face lit up with joy. Just then, the innkeeper knocked and entered. Bowing as he announced, "Young master, the person has been brought here, but her condition is quite grave. I have summoned a physician." Ling Tian nodded. "Very well. Take me to see her." The innkeeper led Ling Tian to a guest room within the courtyard, where he found a woman in her 30s lying on the bed, her complexion alarmingly pale. It was evident that her illness was severe. He instructed the innkeeper, "Fetch me a bowl of water." The innkeeper promptly brought a bowl of warm water, and Ling Tian retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder from his spatial ring, dissolving it in the water before administering it to the woman. He then told the innkeeper, "Her recovery will not be swift, and I must depart tomorrow. Here is a vial of medicine. Administer it to her daily." He handed the vial of elixirs to the innkeeper, humorously noting that what appeared troublesome to others was quite trivial for him. The innkeeper assured, "Young master, you can rest assured. I will take care of everything." Ling Tian instructed, "Once she recovers, send someone to escort her to the sacred capital, to the Dantai family." The innkeeper promptly nodded in agreement. Ling Tian then departed and returned to his room, where he found everyone present. Bai Lian asked, "Master, how is Meng Ro's mother? Is she all right?" Ling Tian remarked, "I have already administered the medicine to her. After a month of treatment, she will recover." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Bai Lian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Ling Tian continued, "All right, everyone should return and rest well. The journey has been arduous, given the exhausting travels." Heizei and the others took their leave. Chapter 76. Assassination. Bing Hun expressed concern. "Senior brother, none of the dispatched individuals have returned. Could something have gone awry?" Bing Pe, though equally talented, bore a unique status as the grandson of the venerable Han Bing. Thus, his standing within the Xianbing sect was somewhat precarious. The situation, stemming from Ling Tian's influence, had caused the once favored Bing Pe to harbor considerable resentment. Noticing her brother's discontent, Bing Hun proposed a course of action to send the sect's elite armed with the latest enhanced crossbows to assassinate Ling Tian and his companions. After a moment's contemplation, Bing Po acknowledged Bai Lian's exceptional beauty but ultimately succumbed to his deeper animosity, agreeing to Bing Hun's plan. However, the prolonged absence of their operatives was troubling. Bing Po hesitantly remarked, "The crossbows developed by our sect possess formidable power, and the individuals dispatched are top-tier experts. While those adversaries are not weak, they should not have failed." Bing Xn retorted indignantly, "Senior brother, those individuals merely declined your goodwill today. There was no necessity to resort to lethal measures." Bing Po replied, "Sister, do not presume that your favored status grants you the right to lecture me." Bing Hun added, "Indeed, sister, this matter is best left to senior brother's discretion." Observing her two brothers, Bing Xin found herself at a loss for words, realizing that her protests would prove futile. Ultimately, she spoke, "I shall inform the sect leader of this incident, and I sincerely hope it does not precipitate further trouble." Bing Po scoffed, "Do you think informing the leader will make a difference? Besides, our Xianbing sect is among the most prestigious. Anyone who seeks trouble will only invite their own demise." "Is that so? The Xianbing sect is so formidable, is it? Then I shall deliberately seek out trouble," a grim voice interjected. The expressions of the three siblings shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated the presence of another in their midst. Bing Po barked, "If you possess courage, reveal yourself. Do you think we are afraid of your theatrics?" From the shadows emerged a masked figure, who chuckled softly, "You truly are not afraid?" If Ling Tian were present, he would recognize this figure as the steward of the Blood Dragon Society. Witnessing this, Bing Hun called out, "Someone, there is an assassin." The masked figure laughed, saying, "Shout all you like. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid." The hearts of Bing Po, Bing Hun, and Bing Xian were gripped by terror. The individual before them was undeniably formidable, having silently dispatched the capable members they had brought along. I Soul stammered, "Who are you? Do you not fear the retribution of the Xianbing sect for your actions?" The figure of the night man chuckled, replying, "The Xianbing sect is exceedingly arrogant, truly believing itself to be invincible. Let me inform you, there are numerous powers capable of annihilating you." Ice Phantom, with a grim expression, inquired, "Who sent you?" The night man retorted, "You can only blame yourself for offending those you ought not to have crossed. Now, prepare to pay with your life." With that, he drew a flexible sword and lunged towards Ice Phantom. The ferocity of his attack revealed that the night man's strength had already reached the mid-tier of the star level, far surpassing theirs. Ice Phantom, Ice Soul, and Ice Heart exchanged glances, fully aware that the night man could effortlessly end their lives. Their only chance for survival lay in uniting their strength. They quickly formed a formation known as the Xiantian Spirit Net Formation, a precious array within the Xianbing sect requiring 3 practitioners to execute. This formation could amplify their defensive capabilities several-fold while also harboring hidden offensive strategies to catch their opponent off guard. The night man's eyes sparkled as he beheld their formation. "So, you dare to invoke the Xiantian Spirit Net Formation? This is indeed intriguing." However, upon realizing that the night man recognized their array, their expressions darkened. They understood that if he could discern their formation, its efficacy against him was far less than they had hoped. "Let me show you what it means to be outmatched." A sea of blood awaits. The night man unleashed a formidable attack, infused with his vast true essence, exuding an overwhelming aura. Ice Phantom and his companions swiftly adjusted their positions, straining to uphold the Xiantian Spirit Net Formation. They barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the Blood Sea. "Impressive," the night man remarked with a grin. "I seem to have underestimated you. Let's see how you fare against this next strike." The blood sword erupted forth, and a fierce sword aura incessantly battered against the Xiantian Spirit Net Formation. The trio was on the brink of exhaustion, unable to withstand such an assault. And after coughing up blood multiple times, the formation finally shattered. Ice Heart, Ice Phantom, and Ice Soul collapsed to the ground. The night man approached Ice Soul, who lacked the strength to raise a hand. Without hesitation, he struck Ice Soul's crown with a palm, causing blood to pour from all 7 orifices, extinguishing his life entirely. With a flick of his finger, Ice Heart also fell, though her faint breaths indicated she was not in immediate danger. Clearly, the night man had followed Ling Tian's orders, sparing Ice Heart's life. As he approached Ice Phantom, the latter realized his demise was imminent. Yet, being young and unwilling to accept his fate, he summoned an unexpected surge of strength, retrieving a delicate box from his bosom and activating a mechanism that released steel needles as fine as hair. This sudden turn of events caused the Nightman to tense up. In that life-and-death moment, he roared, blood condensation shield. Summoning a full 10 layers of true essence, he enveloped himself in an impenetrable shield. At last, the hidden weapons were exhausted, and Bing Po's countenance turned ashen. He never anticipated that this final trump card would have no effect on him whatsoever. The cloaked figure retracted the blood condensation shield, revealing his form, and addressed Bing Po. This time, I nearly met with disaster. Blood Ming directed a powerful crimson force that penetrated Bing Po's body. Staring in disbelief at the wound on his chest, from which blood flowed incessantly, Bing Po ultimately collapsed, lifeless, into a pool of crimson. The dark-clad figure extracted 3 steel needles from his own body, offering a wry smile. Fortunately, I was clad in garments woven from blood silkworm silk. Otherwise, this time I would truly be done for. Having said this, he seized the exquisite box from Bing Po's hand, cast a final glance at Bing Xian, and vanished from the room. The acrid scent of blood lingered, a testament to the numerous lives claimed here. In the early morning, Bing Xian finally awoke, only to behold the lifeless forms of Bing Po and Bing Hun, plunging her into an abyss of unknown terror. All of this was indeed real. Yet, why had she not perished? Confusion swirled within her heart. Morning heralds a new beginning. Ling Tian and his companions rose early, and after partaking in the meticulously prepared breakfast by the innkeeper, Ling Tian expressed his gratitude for the warm hospitality before they departed. Upon leaving the adventurer's city, the group set their course towards the holy capital. The holy capital of the Yuanxin Empire remained as bustling and vibrant as ever. On this day, for swift figures streaked across the sky, everyone knew that those capable of soaring through the air had attained the moon-level realm. However, it is not solely the moon-level individuals who can fly. There are various means to achieve flight, such as taming a flying magical beast or crafting a flying apparatus. The Dantai family in the holy capital remained unchanged as ever. In the courtyard of the elder patriarch, voices could be heard in conversation. A beautiful woman in her 30s spoke. Father, Tian'er has been away from home for 3 years now, honing his skills, and has yet to send word. What if something has gone awry? This woman was none other than Ling Tian's mother, Nangong Yunyun. Chapter 77. Full of confidence yet, Nangong Yunyun's concern persisted as she voiced. But father, Tian'er ventured into the magical beast forest 3 years ago, where countless magical beasts abound. What if he encounters danger? Wan Jun added, Yunyun, do not fret too much. Tian'er knows how to take care of himself. Even if he faces peril, I trust that with his strength, he will be safe from mortal danger. Dan Taiyu remarked, Ling Tian bears the blood of our Dan Tai lineage. I believe he will not disappoint us. Upon hearing her father's words, though Nangong Yunyun still harbored some worry, she chose to remain silent. Dan Tai sighed, saying, not long ago, news from Xianyuan Lao Gui reached us, indicating that the seal on the demon race is nearing its dissolution. It seems that this astonishing war is about to commence. My dear, we have prepared for this day for so long. I believe even the demon race has its limits. Let us not worry too much. The entire continent shall unite against the demon clan, Wan Jun consoled. Yet, Dan Taiyu remained troubled, expressing, I trust you have gleaned from the ancestral records about the cataclysmic battle of Ur. The brutality of that war resulted in the demise of nearly half of humanity. This time, the demon clan's incursion is bound to be even more ferocious. Upon hearing Dan Taiyu's words, the living room fell into a profound silence. At that moment, Tan Hu, the steward of the Dan Tai family, hurriedly entered, his face alight with joy. Surprised by Tan Hu's demeanor, Dan Taiyu inquired, our esteemed steward, what joyous tidings do you bring today? Tan Hu bowed and replied, Master, Madam, and Lady, I have just received news from the Blood Dragon Society. The young master has returned. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yunyun leapt to her feet, her voice brimming with excitement. Tan Lao, is what you say truly so? Tian'er has truly returned. Tan Hu nodded affirmatively and recounted the news he had received. Dan Taiyu remarked, it seems that Ling Tian has indeed emerged from the beast forest. The grandmother added with a smile, indeed, Tian'er has endured great hardships these past 3 years. However, I wonder who else is accompanying him on this occasion? Tan Hu responded, the message did not elaborate on that matter. As long as the young master has returned, we shall soon know everything. However, I must caution that the young master has made an enemy of the Xian Bing sect in Adventure City, which may lead to some complications. Dan Taiyu retorted angrily. What is the Xian Bing sect to me? Even if their leader has reached the Moon Tier realm, he has only attained such a level in recent years and has yet to comprehend the laws. He poses no significant threat to me. Wang Jun added. Those inept disciples of the Xian Bing sect even dared to plot against Tanner. Should they succeed in killing him, so be it. Though the Xian Bing sect possesses considerable strength, whether they are qualified to challenge Tanner remains to be seen. Just then, two children, around 10 years of age, one boy, mischievous and charming, and one girl, demure, entered, greeting everyone with respect and addressing their elders sweetly. Dan Taiyu beamed at his little grandson and granddaughter, saying, "Ah, it is Rui Tian and Yinner who have come." Wang Jun chuckled. "Come here, my little treasures." At that moment, Dan Taihuanyu entered with his wife, Zhao Yuer. After Zhao Yuer paid her respects to her parents, she approached Nangong Yunyun and smiled. "Ah, so sister is here as well." Nangong Yunyun replied. "Come sit with father and mother for a chat. Sister, do visit me when you have the time." Zhao Yuer smiled. "I shall certainly do so. Sister, you look quite radiant today. Is there something joyous afoot?" Nangong Yunyun replied. "Indeed, I have reason to rejoice, for Tianer is returning." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuer also smiled and remarked, "So Tianer is coming back. Alas, he has been away for 3 years. I wonder what that rascal has become." Dan Taihuanyue inquired, "How did you come to know about Ling Tian's return?" Dan Taiyu replied, "Just now, Tan who brought the news, which is undoubtedly true. I believe Ling Tian will return in the coming days." Dan Taihuanyue chuckled. "This lad is finally coming back. I wonder how much he has grown in strength. I truly look forward to it." Dan Tai Ruetian and Dan Tai Yinner were equally elated at the news of Ling Tian's return, recalling the elder brother who used to play with them in their childhood. Although Ling Tian was a devoted practitioner, he always made time to play with his younger siblings. Having no siblings in his previous life, he could not comprehend the bond of brotherhood and sisterhood. In this life, he would not let that slip away, genuinely cherishing his siblings. With the news of Ling Tian's impending arrival, the family joyfully gathered to discuss everyday matters. After about half an hour of conversation, Dan Taiyu's expression suddenly changed as he exchanged a glance with his spouse and remarked, "You felt that too, didn't you?" Wang Jun nodded, "Of course. 5 experts at the moon level are flying towards us." Tan, who had evidently sensed the approach of these 5 formidable masters, and asked, "My lord, what shall we do now?" Dan Taiyu reassured him, "They seem to harbor no ill intent. There is no need for concern." Dan Taihuanyue, perplexed by the conversation, asked, "What is going on? 5 moon-level experts? How can that be? There are only a few moon-level masters on this continent. How could 5 arrive at once?" Dan Taiyu shared her confusion. "We will find out once they arrive." Nangong Yunyun and Zhao Yuer were equally astonished, aware of the significance of 5 peak masters at the moon level. At that moment, everyone's gaze was drawn to a red-haired elder who appeared before them. It was none other than the esteemed Xin Yuan, surprisingly still at the Dantai residence. With a serious demeanor, he questioned, "Dantai, why have 5 moon-level masters come here?" Dantai retorted, "If you ask me, whom should I ask?" Xin Yuan continued, "When did the moon-level masters of this continent become so common? To have 5 gather at once is truly remarkable." He expressed his frustration. As they neared the holy capital, Ling Tian had already removed his mask, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. His heart swelled with emotion. 3 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. He had matured and successfully achieved his goals during his training. Even establishing a powerful beast army, everything felt like a dream. Soon, Ling Tian and his companions hovered above the holy capital. He announced, "All right, we have arrived. This is my home, the holy capital of the Yuanxin Empire. Let us descend." With his formidable spiritual sense, Ling Tian had already detected the presence of his grandparents and began to descend with Tang Tian, followed closely by Hei's and the others. Dan Taiyu gazed skyward and remarked, "They are coming." In the next moment, a whirlwind arose in the courtyard, and as the wind subsided, 4 figures emerged. Upon recognizing the visitors, everyone gasped in astonishment. "Ling Tian, it is truly Ling Tian." As Ling Tian gazed upon the familiar faces before him, his eyes grew misty. Falling to one knee, he spoke with heartfelt emotion, "Grandfather, grandmother, mother, I have returned." Seeing that it was indeed Ling Tian, Nangong Yunyun could no longer contain her tears. Rushing to his side to help him rise, sobbing, "Tunger, it is you. After 3 long years, you have finally come back. Ling Tian embraced his mother, saying, I have been an unfilial son, causing you worry. He exerted great effort to comfort her. At that moment, his grandfather, astonished, inquired, Tenor, is it truly you? Have you truly reached the moon-level realm? Ling Tian looked at his grandfather and nodded, responding, Yes, not only have I attained the moon-level realm, but I have also comprehended the power of the laws. His words struck the crowd like a powerful tempest, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. At just 17, having cultivated since the age of 4, he achieved this coveted realm in a mere 13 years, and moreover, grasped the essence of the laws. Even the moon-level masters present struggled to process such extraordinary news. Chapter 78. Brother, you are so handsome. Dantian Ruetian clung to Ling Tian's leg, exclaiming with excitement, Brother Ling Tian, you have finally returned. You must play with me. Yin'er, blushing, eagerly nodded in agreement. Seeing his younger siblings, Ling Tian could not help but smile, bending down to say, Ah, it is Ruetian and Yin'er. You have both grown so much in these 3 years. Dantian Yin'er joyfully remarked, Brother Ling Tian, you are even more handsome now, surpassing even my beauty. Hearing her compliment, Ling Tian chuckled wryly. Yin'er, you two have become increasingly adorable. Please refrain from calling me handsome, or I shall refuse to play with you. Dantian Yin'er quickly replied, Yin'er will be obedient. She wishes for Brother Ling Tian to play with her. Ling Tian gazed fondly at his adorable sister, smiling. Such a good sister. I shall ensure we have plenty of fun together. Pointing to the monkey perched on Ling Tian's shoulder, Dantian Ruetian asked, Brother Ling Tian, what kind of monkey is this? Its golden fur looks quite delectable. Upon hearing Ruetian's words, the monkey tumbled down from Ling Tian's shoulder, surprised to be referred to in such a manner for the first time. Dantian Yin'er interjected, This monkey seems rather cute. Let us not eat it. At her words, the monkey stood up and nodded vigorously, appearing quite comical. Dantian Ruetian chimed in, But just the other day, you relished the braised monkey meat, didn't you? You even insisted mother prepare it several times. Dantian Yin'er's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian, please give us this monkey. As he gazed at the delightful pair of siblings, Ling Tian felt as though his belly might burst from laughter. Even Haisa, Xianlei, and Bai Lian struggled to contain themselves, ultimately succumbing to laughter. Ling Tian, suppressing his mirth, remarked, Then go ahead and catch it. Once you have, do as you please. With a mischievous grin directed at Tong Tian, who looked back at his master with a resigned expression, he promptly turned and dashed away. Seeing Tong Tian flee, Rui Tian and Yin-Er hurriedly followed suit. After this brief interlude, everyone finally regained their composure. Grandpa chuckled wryly, saying, Ling Tian, your pace of cultivation is truly astonishing. To reach such heights at your tender age, you've certainly shattered the records of the Dantai family. Grandma, equally animated, added with a smile, though it seems quite unbelievable. If it's Tian-Er, I believe this experience will yield significant rewards. The gains Ling Tian acquired were far more than merely considerable, they were monumental. Ling Tian nodded and explained, This time in the monster beast forest was pivotal for me to break through my bottleneck. And I encountered some fortuitous events that have led to my current strength. The elder Xin Yuan, in awe, remarked, You, young man, are nothing short of a prodigy. From a young age, your talent and innate gifts were apparent, yet I never expected you to reach such a level so swiftly. Alas, one cannot resist the passage of time. Hearing Xuanyuan's words, Grandpa beamed with pride, asserting, Of course, the descendants of the Dantai family are undoubtedly exceptional. As he witnessed Grandpa and Elder Xianyuan on the verge of a spirited debate, Ling Tian could not help but smile and interject. Allow me to introduce you all. These are Haisa, Xianlei, and Bai Lian, my magical companions. Oh, and there's also a monkey frolicking with Rui Tian and Yin-Er. Although the seasoned figures of the Dantai family had sensed something, Ling Tian's candid admission still left them astounded. Dantai Huanyu, with a smile, remarked, Ling Tian, you truly are remarkable. I foresee you breaking through to the legendary sun level in the future. Your name will surely be etched in history. Ling Tian replied modestly. Uncle San, you jest. Reaching the sun level is no simple feat. Elder Xianyuan interjected. Perhaps others may find it challenging, but Ling Tian, you are undoubtedly capable. You are the most likely candidate to attain this realm in this world. Ling Tian felt a flicker of surprise at Elder Xuanyuan's high expectations for him. With a smile, he responded, Thank you for your kind words, Elder. I will strive diligently. I, too, wish to understand what the sun level truly entails. Dan Taiyu stated, very well. Such ambition is commendable. Since Ling Tian has returned today, let us host a family banquet this evening. Tan Hu, please send someone to summon Dan Tai Jing. As a father, he must attend, no matter how busy he may be. Tan Hu nodded in affirmation, understood, sir. That evening, the Dan Tai family was adorned with vibrant decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy and celebration. The servants were aware that their eldest master, who had ventured out for 3 years of cultivation, had finally returned home. This handsome and amiable young man was cherished by all the members of the Dan Tai family. In the grand hall, illuminated by bright lights, the main family members gathered around the dining table, accompanied by Elder Xin Yuan and He Zhe. Ling Tian sat between his father and mother, engaging in lively conversation with them. It was the first time Ling Tian had witnessed such a broad smile on his father's face. That day, someone had come to summon Dan Tai Jing back home. And upon learning that his long-absent son had finally returned, Dan Tai Jing promptly set aside his affairs and hurried back. The father and son reunion was filled with countless words. Upon discovering that Ling Tian had already reached the moon stage in his cultivation and had comprehended the power of the laws, a look of astonishment appeared on Dan Tai Jing's face. He then embraced his son, exclaiming, Ling Tian, you have grown. Ling Tian replied resolutely, indeed, I have matured. I now possess the ability to protect my loved ones. Hearing this, Dan Tai Jing felt a deep sense of satisfaction, not pondering the implications of his son's words. His heart brimmed with contentment, for what more could one desire than a son of such caliber? The two engaged in conversation for a long while. During the banquet, Uncle Dan Tai Yin, Aunt He Yen, and younger brother Dan Tai Hong Fei were also present, and family reunions naturally led to endless chatter. Dan Tai Yin remarked, Ling Tian, I have heard you have become an unparalleled master at the moon stage. You truly startled your uncle. He chuckled, fortunately. I have a strong constitution. Ling Tian smiled in response, Uncle, how could that be? You have always held a formidable and unyielding image in my heart. How could you be frightened? Aunt He Yen added with a smile, Ling Tian, you remain the same as before, though you have grown taller and more handsome. I can only imagine how many young maidens you will captivate with your appearance. Ling Tian chuckled wryly, pondering whether being handsome was indeed a curse. Younger brother Dan Tai Hong Fei gazed at Ling Tian with admiration, saying, Brother, you are truly powerful. Will I ever be able to reach your level in the future? Looking at his 13-year-old brother, Ling Tian assured him, yes, you certainly can. With diligent effort, you will undoubtedly become an extraordinary warrior one day. Ling Tian's encouragement filled Dan Tai Hong Fei with excitement. As everyone enjoyed their meal and engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. The gathering continued until late into the night. However, Tong Tian felt the least at ease, as his remarks had piqued the curiosity of 2 10-year-old children, who relentlessly pursued him even during dinner. Despite sitting at a distance, the intensity of their gazes made it difficult for him to enjoy his meal. Ling Tian could not fathom why Tong Tian, who could transform into a human, chose to remain in his current form. After the meal, the family chatted for a while longer before dispersing. His mother said, Ling Tian, your former quarters have been tidied up. You may continue to reside there. As for the others, they will be accommodated in the courtyard adjacent to yours. Dan Tai Jing remarked, indeed, you haven't had a proper rest for the past few years. Now that you're home, make sure to sleep well tonight. Chapter 79. Astonishment. Ling Tian slept soundly that night and rose early the next morning. After tidying himself up, he sought out his father, who, fortuitously, had not yet departed and was engaged in conversation with his mother. After greeting his parents, he smiled and said, Father, Mother, you are both up quite early. His mother looked at Ling Tian with mild annoyance and remarked, Why aren't you sleeping in today? Is there something troubling you? Ling Tian chuckled and replied, Ah, Mother, your perceptiveness remains unparalleled. No one knows their child better than a mother. Indeed, I came to find Father, as I was concerned about his busy schedule with official matters, and thus I decided to arrive early today. Nangong Yin felt a surge of joy upon hearing her son's words. Dan Tai Jing, observing the now-adult Ling Tian, said, Oh, Ling Tian, if there is something on your mind, do share. Ling Tian smiled and began, The matter is quite extensive. During my training in the monster beast forest, I established a formidable army of magical beasts. His parents were momentarily taken aback, speechless. His mother regained her composure and exclaimed, "What? Ling Tian, did I hear you correctly? You formed a legion of magical beasts from those creatures? What were you thinking?" His father, equally astonished, added, "Ling Tian, I never anticipated that you would build your own strength during your trials in the monster beast forest. Now, I understand the nature of the magical companion by your side." Ling Tian smiled and said, "Father, I wish to elaborate on this matter in detail. Let us go to grandfather's place." Dan Taijing sensed that his son had something significant to convey and nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us proceed." Ling Tian turned to his mother and asked, "Mother, will you join us?" She replied, "No need. I shall refrain from attending such a significant affair. Your father will relay the details to me later." Her words amused Ling Tian. The father and son made their way to the courtyard where Dan Taiyu resided, en route summoning their second uncle, third uncle, and elder Tan. Upon seeing Dan Taijing and Ling Tian arrive so early, Dan Taiyu inquired with curiosity, "Jinger, is there a particular matter that brings you and Ling Tian here at such an hour?" Dan Taijing responded, "Father, Ling Tian has something important to share with us all today." Grandmother, gazing at Ling Tian, asked, "Oh, Tanner, what is so significant that it requires everyone's attention?" Ling Tian replied mysteriously, "This matter is rather lengthy to explain. I shall provide details once our uncles arrive." Grandmother smiled and teased, "Tanner, cannot you give your grandmother a hint beforehand?" Ling Tian assured her, "I know you are curious, grandmother, and I promise that what I have to share will be absolutely astonishing. You will not see it coming." Ling Tian's words piqued the interest of the elders. Although curious, they restrained themselves. During this time, Grandpa incessantly attempted to glean information from Ling Tian through indirect questions, yet Ling Tian remained unfazed, offering only ambiguous responses. After a prolonged exchange with no tangible results, their gaze shifted to Father, who likewise shook his head in feigned ignorance. In resignation, Grandpa turned his eyes toward Ling Tian, who pretended not to notice and engaged in conversation with Grandma. Ling Tian's demeanor provoked a fierce glare from Dan Taiyu, but fortunately, the arrival of the second uncle and others was timely. With everyone present, Grandpa, in an exasperated tone, remarked, "Now we can finally speak, can't we?" Ling Tian smiled and nodded. "Of course, allow me to elaborate. My recent experience in the Beast Forest has yielded significant gains. In fact, by the time I departed from home, I had already cultivated the Dan Tai's brilliant divine art to the 8th level. I felt I had reached an impasse, hence my decision to venture out." At Ling Tian's words, the audience was struck with astonishment, though none dared to interrupt, aware that his narrative was far from complete. After careful consideration, he resolved to train in the Beast Forest, a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Over the span of 2 years, he continuously broke through his limits, ultimately mastering the Dan Tai's brilliant divine art to the 9th level, successfully advancing to the lunar realm. Furthermore, from the notes left by my grandparents, I comprehended the laws of space and gravity. At this revelation, the onlookers could no longer remain seated. Although they understood Ling Tian had grasped the energy of the laws, they were astounded to learn he had mastered too. This remarkable talent filled their hearts with disbelief and awe. Grandma exclaimed, "Tian, you've comprehended these 2 laws? How is that possible? Even if you have reached the lunar realm, the law's energies are not so easily understood." Grandpa added, "Even with your astounding talent, this is simply terrifying." Seeing the incredulity etched across the faces surrounding him, Ling Tian chuckled, realizing that his cultivation must indeed be extraordinary to evoke such disbelief. He activated the law of space, enveloping those around him. Grandma's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily summoned the power of the law of space to counteract it. Grandpa, deploying the energy of the law of gravity, managed a brief resistance, but it was unsustainable. What astonished Ling Tian even more was the emergence of dark law energy surrounding Grandpa Tan, revealing the law of darkness. Aside from them, the remaining individuals were held captive by the power of the law of space. Grandma, in shock, urged, "Tian, enough. Withdraw the energies of the laws." "I believe your words now." As Ling Tian retracted the energy of the law of space, the expressions of those around him were truly remarkable. Grandpa Tan exclaimed, "Young master, your talent is unprecedented. It is truly breathtaking." Ling Tian replied modestly, "Grandpa Tan, you flatter me." The second uncle leapt to his feet, saying, "Ling Tian, you truly startled your second uncle just now. With you in the Dan Tai family, our future is bound to flourish even more." Uncle San remarked, Ergo is right. I am increasingly convinced that Ling Tian has the potential to become a master at the sun level. Ling Tian responded with a smile. Thank you for your kind words. Uncle San, I shall endeavor to meet your expectations. Grandfather then inquired, Ling Tian, I am quite curious about what you accomplished during your 3rd year in the Beast Forest. His question resonated with those around them. Ling Tian continued, however, with my significant enhancement in strength, I am also mindful of the impending invasion by the demon race. A bold idea suddenly struck me, to assemble a formidable army of magical beasts. Grandfather, taken aback, asked, establishing an army of magical beasts? I have never heard of such a thing before. Ling Tian chuckled. The beast forest is teeming with countless magical beasts. The higher the level of the beasts, the stronger and more numerous they are. Beasts of level 9 possess intelligence that rivals that of humans. Thus, I have transformed the Unzao mountain into the base for the army of magical beasts, successfully subduing the level 9 beasts there. Over the course of a year, I have continuously captured high-level magical beasts, thereby strengthening the army. Grandmother remarked, with your comprehension of the laws of space and gravity, and having subdued high-level magical beasts for an entire year, I truly find myself at a loss for words. At that moment, Father, with a keen gaze fixed on Ling Tian, asked, Tenor, I would like to know the scale and strength of the magical beast coalition. Ling Tian replied at a measured pace. Currently, the army consists of over 12 million magical beasts of level 5 and above, organized into 12 divisions, each comprising 10 million beasts. Among them, there are over 2,000 level 9 beasts and 25 high-level level 9 beasts. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the listeners were momentarily stunned. The notion of over 12 million magical beasts of level 5 and above was staggering, and 25 high-level level 9 beasts were extraordinary. Approaching the realm of the moon level. How many moon-level masters exist among humans? The world seems utterly insane. Ling Tian's revelations rendered the audience speechless, enveloping the space in a profound silence that lingered for quite some time. Grandfather and grandmother exchanged glances before addressing Ling Tian. Tenor, what you have shared is indeed the most astonishing revelation of my life. Chapter 80. Good news. Ling Tian, with a wry smile, looked at Uncle Er and said, These are merely my experiences over the past 3 years. I intended to surprise you all. Uncle Er rolled his eyes and retorted, Surprise? More like you nearly scared me to death. Uncle San took a sip of tea and added, Indeed. It would be wise to refrain from sharing such matters in the future. My blood pressure has risen today. The revelation left everyone present feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Their gazes towards Ling Tian had transformed into something peculiar. Ling Tian understood that his family found his accomplishments quite incredulous. Grandfather stated, Ling Tian, you have brought us good news. However, Xian Yuan has recently come bearing troubling tidings, indicating that the seal is on the verge of breaking. We all know what that means for the impending onslaught of the demon army. Grandmother remarked, just when your grandfather and I were consumed with worry, you brought us an extraordinary piece of news. I never anticipated that during your trials, you would establish a formidable army of magical beasts. I believe this will allow us some respite. The others nodded in agreement, none having foreseen that Ling Tian would be their savior. Nevertheless, a lingering anxiety persisted within them, as they pondered the potential strength of the demon race. Ling Tian replied, In the future, when soldiers come, we shall meet them with valor. When water flows, we shall build earth to contain it. Since we managed to seal them away last time, we can certainly do so again. Let us not be alarmed by unfounded fears. Grandfather nodded in affirmation, saying, Ling Tian is correct. We should refrain from idle speculation. The future will inevitably reveal its truths. The group, upon reflection, found merit in his words. The entire continent had made ample preparations for this demonic invasion, and with Ling Tian's army of magical beasts at their disposal, they felt a sense of relief. Ling Tian observed the shifting expressions of his family, and, seeing their worries dissipate, said, Grandfather, Grandmother, and Grandpa Tan, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Grandfather, puzzled, asked, With your current prowess, what issue remains unresolved? Ling Tian sighed. The situation is thus. During my time in Adventure City, I encountered an assassination attempt, and a young girl tragically had her heart pierced. I wish to save her, and thus implore your aid. Grandmother, her expression grave, replied, You mentioned that the girl's heart has been pierced. This implies she is beyond saving. How could she possibly recover? Grandfather added, The art of resurrection is linked to necromancy. yet it has been shrouded in obscurity since the last cataclysmic battle. It has not been seen for millennia. Do you possess a method, Ling Tian? Ling Tian smiled and said, rest assured, it is not necromancy. My approach involves concocting a life source primordial pill, with the assistance of a master at the 10th month realm, allowing her to absorb the energy of the pill to mend her damaged heart and restore her to her former state. Grandmother remarked, you require the protection of a master at the 10th month realm? That seems rather excessive. And what exactly is this life source primordial pill that can yield such miraculous effects? It is truly remarkable. Ling Tian explained, the need for a 10th month realm expert is twofold. Firstly, the energy contained within the life source primordial pill is immensely potent. Secondly, the girl is quite ordinary, having no prior training in martial arts or techniques, and with her frail constitution, she could easily perish from the overwhelming force of the pill. Were she a practitioner of star-level expertise, we would need far fewer guardians. Merely a master at the 5th month realm would suffice. The onlookers, hearing of these unprecedented matters, found them astonishing. Yet, witnessing Ling Tian's confident demeanor, they felt reassured. The prospect of achieving resurrection through such extraordinary means was indeed remarkable. Ling Tian's determination to save a deceased little girl left his family in utter shock. Unbeknownst to him, it was his ability to accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals that rendered him an enigmatic figure. Even his grandparents and father shared this sentiment. His grandfather inquired, what exactly is this life source primordial elixir that possesses such extraordinary qualities? I am genuinely curious to see it. Ling Tian replied, as for the nature of the life source primordial elixir, I too am unaware, having never encountered it before. To be honest, my confidence in successfully concocting it is not particularly high. His grandfather, astonished, exclaimed, Ling Tian, did you personally refine this life source primordial elixir? You can actually concoct elixirs. Ling Tian nodded affirmatively, stating, not only can I refine elixirs, but I am also skilled in forging weapons. Whenever I find the time, I shall create exquisite armors and weapons for the family. Should you have any specific requests, simply let me know, and I assure you, you will be pleased. Ling Tian's declaration undoubtedly served as a bombshell, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. The status of alchemists and blacksmiths across the continent is immensely prestigious. Even the most elite among them, revered as celestial-level experts, are treated with utmost respect and care. Precious artifacts are regarded as the pinnacle of treasures on the continent. Possessing even a single piece within a family signifies both strength and status. The Dantai family's collection comprises no more than 10 such artifacts, and the prospect of Ling Tian crafting one for each family member was simply beyond comprehension. His father, taken aback, questioned, Ling Tian, the crafting of precious artifacts is no trivial matter. Are you truly capable of producing them? His second uncle echoed this sentiment. Indeed, the finest blacksmiths on the continent spend their entire lives and still manage to forge only a few. The fact that you wish to create armors and weapons for all of us is utterly astonishing. His third uncle added, Ling Tian, do not tell me that your forging abilities have grown this formidable. In response to their disbelief, Ling Tian retrieved 6 spatial rings from his spatial ring and presented one to each family member, saying, please do not doubt me. These are spatial rings I crafted, and I wish to gift them to you. As the family gazed at the rings in their hands, words escaped them. His third uncle hastily pricked his finger to bond with the ring, eager to explore its contents. He soon exclaimed, my heavens, how can it be so spacious inside? Upon hearing his words, the family quickly examined their own rings, their expressions transforming into sheer amazement. After a brief moment, his grandmother looked at Ling Tian with a wry smile and said, goodness, I believe you now. Tan Lao, who had watched Ling Tian grow since childhood, was astonished at how, in just 17 short years, he had evolved into such an incredible being. He remarked, young master, I never imagined not only would you achieve remarkable cultivation, but your skills in alchemy and forging are equally astounding. One truly cannot defy the passage of time. Ling Tian's grandparents nodded in agreement, resonating with Tan Lao's sentiment. Ling Tian let out a bitter smile and shifted the topic, saying, rescuing people is akin to extinguishing a fire. Grandmother, now that we have reached the level of moon-class experts, including Elder Xianyuan, we number 9, we are still one short. I wonder if there are any other moon-class masters in the holy capital who could be invited to assist us. After pondering for a moment, Grandmother replied, there is indeed an ideal candidate. He is an old friend of both your grandfather and me. Grandfather interjected, "Yes, it is him. It has been over a year since we last met. Let us ask for his assistance this time." Ling Tian inquired, "Who are you referring to, grandfather and grandmother?" Grandfather explained, "He is of royal lineage, the uncle of the current sovereign, renowned for his martial prowess. His cultivation has reached the moon-class realm. I am confident that if I ask for his help, he will certainly oblige." Ling Tian nodded, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, grandfather." Grandfather smiled. "It is no trouble at all. In fact, I am quite curious about how one can bring someone back to life. I believe that old ghost would not want to miss this opportunity." Hearing his grandfather's words, Ling Tian felt a question had been resolved, leaving only the matter of refining the primordial essence pill. Chapter 81. Sudden Seclusion. Tong Tian asked, "Master, when do you plan to refine the pill?" Ling Tian replied, "Tomorrow. I will adjust my state to its peak today, hoping that the pill can be successfully refined tomorrow." Bai Lian commented, "Master will undoubtedly succeed in the refinement." Ling Tian understood that Bai Lian's concern for Meng Rose stemmed from a deep-seated sincerity. He nodded, saying, "All right, tomorrow we shall head to Spirit Mountain." Bai Lian inquired, "Spirit Mountain? What sort of place is that? And why have you chosen it for pill refinement?" Ling Tian explained, "The reason it is called Spirit Mountain is due to its abundant spiritual energy. It is truly a sacred place for cultivation. I am drawn to the rich spiritual essence there, as refining the primordial essence pill requires the absorption of a significant amount of spiritual energy to succeed. Moreover, Spirit Mountain is not far from the holy capital, making it an ideal location." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Bai Lian chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, grandfather's visit to the royal palace caused quite a stir. Dantai Yu was a venerable figure in the Yuanxin Empire, the former head of the Dantai family, and a moon-class expert. Even the sovereign would regard him with deference. Today, Dantai Yu's sudden appearance at the palace surprised Yuan Mie, as he had not visited in many years, leaving many to wonder about the purpose of his visit. Yuan Mie, not daring to be negligent, personally approached him and bowed, saying, "Uncle, your presence is truly a welcome surprise." Dantai Yu smiled. "Ah, it is Yuan Mie. These past years, you have truly worked hard for the sake of the demon clan." Observing the current ruler of the Yuanxin Empire, Dantai Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction, having witnessed Yuan Mie's efforts over the years, prompting him to offer words of encouragement. Yuan Mie, upon hearing Dantai Yu's words, was taken aback and respectfully replied, "Uncle, you flatter me. Everything I have done is for the Yuanxin Empire. Besides, Jing has truly borne the greater burden. In recent years, without the unwavering support of your esteemed family, such accomplishments would not have been possible." Dantai Yu remarked with a smile, "All right, my dear nephew. Let us not dwell on these matters any longer. I have not come here for that purpose today." Yuan Mie responded, "If there is anything, please feel free to say." Dantai Yu continued, "I have come seeking Yuan Lin. Where might he be?" Yuan Mie replied, "Ah, esteemed uncle. It is unfortunate that Yuan Lin has recently entered seclusion and will not emerge for another half-month." Dantai Yu exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you mean he is in seclusion? Surely this fellow has not had some profound realization, has he?" Yuan Mie responded, "I am afraid I cannot say. This seclusion was quite sudden for him." Dantai Yu stated, "In that case, when he finally emerges, please have him come to the Dantai family to see me." Yuan Mie assured, "I will certainly convey your message. Uncle, since you have come such a long way, do stay a while longer." Dantai Yu nodded in agreement. Under Yuan Mie's warm hospitality, they remained until the afternoon before returning to the Dantai family estate. Dantai Yu found Ling Tian and said, "That old fellow happens to be in seclusion, and it will be half a month before he comes out." Ling Tian replied, "I see, just in time. For I shall be heading to Ling Mountain tomorrow to concoct my life's essence primordial pill." Dantai Yu responded, "Ling Mountain, very well. We shall accompany you tomorrow. I wish to witness what this primordial pill entails." Ling Tian smiled. "You shall not be disappointed, I assure you." The grandfather patted Ling Tian on the shoulder, and after a brief conversation, he took his leave, reminding Ling Tian to prepare well. The following day, after a day of meticulous preparation, Ling Tian's condition reached its zenith. Once everyone was ready, they set off, accompanied by his grandparents, Grandfather Tan, He-Eyes, and Elder Xinyuan. Upon learning of the journey, Elder Xinyuan wasted no time and decided he too would witness Ling Tian's alchemy. Thus, a party of 9, all formidable experts of the moon level, embarked on their journey. The prospect of such a formidable assembly venturing to Ling Mountain would undoubtedly astonish anyone who knew of their prowess. Ling Mountain is renowned even within the Yuanqing Empire. Standing at over 7,400 meters high, not only is it lofty, but it is also abundant in spiritual energy, nurturing countless treasures and rare beasts. This mystical place continually draws innumerable treasure seekers, along with formidable practitioners who come to cultivate. This day at Ling Mountain was destined for the extraordinary. In the distance, 8 figures soared through the sky, swiftly landing atop the mountain peak. At the same time, over 30 experts, each possessing star-level strength, opened their eyes in shock. They sensed the arrival of 9 exceptionally powerful masters at Ling Mountain, and the aura emanating from them indicated they had all reached the moon level. Such an occurrence was nothing short of astonishing. The moon level is a realm coveted by every martial artist, who tirelessly trains in hopes of breaking through to this legendary state. Masters at the moon level are revered as divine beings in the hearts of all practitioners across the continent, existing as figures of myth and legend. Today, those who are cultivating on Ling Mountain will undoubtedly experience an unforgettable day. The arrival of 9 masters at the moon level has left everyone in a state of astonished delight. Masters of this caliber are not frequently encountered, making this a rare opportunity. Figures began to materialize from various locations on the mountain, swiftly making their way to the summit. Ling Tian surveyed the area surrounding the peak, which formed a small basin approximately 200 meters in diameter. Nodding, he remarked, "So this is Ling Mountain. It truly is remarkable. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and refining elixirs will surely yield exceptional results." His grandfather reminisced, "I once cultivated here for a time. It brings back fond memories. I never expected to return after all these years." His grandmother interjected, "Enough with the nostalgia. Tianer, you are here to refine elixirs today. Are you ready to begin?" Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, Ling Tian replied, "Of course, let us commence right away." Tong Tian leaped down from his shoulder, encouraging, "Master, give it your all." Ling Tian nodded and walked towards the center, where a massive stone awaited. He leaped onto it, sitting cross-legged to begin his meditation, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his earlier expended energy. Watching Ling Tian, his grandmother suddenly exclaimed, "I didn't realize there were so many others here cultivating on Ling Mountain." Bai Lian suggested, "Should we ask them to step back to avoid disturbing the master?" His grandfather replied, "That won't be necessary. Just give them a warning in a moment. They are all experts from the Yuanqing Empire, and if they wish to watch, let them." Soon enough, figures began to appear on the mountain peak, and upon witnessing the scene at the summit, they were left speechless. 8 figures could be seen, along with a monkey whose aura clearly indicated it had reached the moon level. Among them, a young boy was cultivating in the center, astonishingly also at the moon level, and he appeared to be no older than 20. The crowd was left utterly astonished. At that moment, Ling Tian's grandmother addressed the spectators, "Everyone, we do not mind your presence, but please do not disturb the young boy in the center. Otherwise, I shall refrain from discussing the consequences." Her warning sent a shiver through the onlookers, who fell silent, realizing that causing a commotion at this moment would be akin to tempting fate. Chapter 82. Verdant True Fire. The spectators quickly recognized that the cauldron Ling Tian was using was a treasure-grade artifact. He began to refine the cauldron, which began to hover and spin in midair, summoning the spiritual fire from his Yin-Yang Chaos Technique. A vibrant green flame materialized beneath the cauldron. As the verdant fire emerged, the temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically, and it continued to rise. Although everyone was taken aback, they remained silent, captivated by the unfolding events. Grandmother created a soundproof space around her, where everyone was engaged in discussion. She remarked, "The temperature of the true fire in the sky is astonishingly high, and it continues to rise. It is truly unbelievable." Grandfather, perplexed, inquired, "Why is the true fire within the sky not white, but rather a bluish-green? What could be the reason for this? Moreover, how can such a temperature be reached with a bluish-green flame? It is beyond comprehension." Tong Tian had been closely following Ling Tian and commented, "Master, the true fire during your alchemy and artifact forging has always been this color. The only difference is that 3 years ago, it was green, and now it has transformed to bluish-green, with the temperature significantly increased." After much deliberation, the crowd found no resolution, yet Ling Tian was undeterred, beginning to toss various herbs into the cauldron. With the spirit fire ablaze, the cauldron's temperature had escalated significantly, prompting Ling Tian to introduce some exceedingly rare herbs. The creation of the primordial Hunyuan pill differed greatly from other elixirs, its complexity multiplied tenfold, requiring an astounding array of materials. With the aid of the spirit fire, Ling Tian ceaselessly added a diversity of precious herbs to the cauldron as if they were as commonplace as water. The onlookers were captivated. Each herb Ling Tian utilized was exorbitantly priced in the market. For 2 hours, he continued the refining process. The quantity of herbs consumed was incalculable. Senior Xinyuan, with an expression of unease, remarked, "Who would have thought this young man is truly affluent? These rare herbs are treated as mere cabbages, taken in handfuls." Haikes chuckled. "Are these herbs truly valuable? There is an abundance of them in the monster beast forest." Xianlei added, "Even now, my brother is tirelessly collecting various materials for the Master's alchemy and artifact forging. The quantity is indeed plentiful, due to Senior Xuanyuan's connection with the Dantai family." News of Ling Tian's exploits in the monster beast forest had reached them, revealing the terrifying potential of the youth engaged in alchemy before them. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding alchemy, but to see Ling Tian refine over 1,000 rare herbs in such a short time is astonishing." Grandfather Tan concurred. Indeed, merely refining over 1,000 precious herbs could yield a powerful high-level elixir. Clearly, what we are witnessing is just the beginning. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this could only be described as the commencement. After refining for more than 4 hours, Ling Tian finally paused. Having processed over 3,000 varieties of precious herbs, his expression remained focused rather than relaxed. With unwavering determination, he summoned the Yin-Yang Chaos Spirit Fire, causing the temperature to surge 3 to 4 times higher. This terrifying heat immediately generated a black hole in the surrounding space. Upon witnessing its emergence, he quickly invoked the energy of spatial laws to envelop the area around the cauldron, concerned that under such intense heat, the black hole would expand uncontrollably, leading to dire consequences. As Ling Tian unleashed flames that transformed the surrounding space into a black hole, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically, overwhelmed by the terrifying temperature. Although Hei's and his companions were equally astonished, they quickly regained their composure, having witnessed their master summon over 2,000 treasured armors and weapons, which fortified their mental fortitude. However, witnessing their master's alchemical prowess stirred profound emotions within them. Grandfather and grandmother, observing the figure in the distance, were momentarily speechless. Eventually, grandmother remarked, "Tian has invoked the power of spatial laws. Though the black hole surrounding the cauldron has not expanded, the temperature within is undoubtedly fearsome." Grandfather concurred. "Indeed, Tian has sealed that portion of space. It becomes clear to us why the previous temperature was so formidable, yet the black hole remained static." Grandpa Tan sighed, acknowledging, "The young master's true fire surpasses our understanding by countless measures." Elder Xianyuan added, "This innate Hunyuan Dan is indeed extraordinary. Let us observe closely." Nodding in agreement, they patiently awaited developments. After 3 hours, Ling Tian finally stirred once more. He retrieved a precious life crystal from the Holy Dragon Ring, a rare gem whose stock was limited. Each utilization diminished its quantity. Gazing at the iridescent life crystal, the last and most crucial material, he knew a single misstep could lead to failure in his alchemical endeavor. The materials consumed in crafting this innate Hunyuan Dan were immense, and even with Ling Tian's substantial wealth, he could not afford to squander excessively. From the ring, he withdrew both spirit recovery pills and chi recovery pills. Soon, he regained peak condition, and with resolute determination, he placed the life crystal into the cauldron to commence the melting process. The melting took over an hour before the life crystal began to liquefy. After 2 more hours of refinement, he finally succeeded in refining the life crystal. As night fell, Ling Tian was wholly absorbed in his alchemical work, oblivious to the changes in the external world. Ling Tian encountered a significant challenge. The liquid from the life crystal was incompatible with the other medicinal liquids. Resorting to an old method, he utilized his mental energy to meticulously merge the two, painstakingly integrating them bit by bit. The strain was immense. Even with Ling Tian's formidable mental prowess, he felt the limits of his endurance. In haste, he retrieved over 10 spirit recovery pills from his spatial ring, consuming one whenever his mental energy waned. Thus, 6 hours passed. At the cost of nearly 20 spirit recovery pills, he finally achieved the fusion of the life crystal liquid with the other substances. Ling Tian's expression was one of exhilaration. The process had been utterly exhausting. He had not anticipated the difficulty of crafting the innate Hunyuan Dan. Without the spirit recovery pills, merging the troublesome life crystal liquid would have been an insurmountable task. Now that the fusion was complete, it was time to form seals and condense the elixir. At this juncture, which marked the final step, Ling Tian declared, "In the realms of heaven and earth, with yin and yang in balance, I shall gather the essence, focus my spirit, and merge the primordial energies, form." His hands moved in a mesmerizing dance, shifting through dozens of intricate seals. The liquid within the alchemical cauldron began to swirl, and from its center, a minuscule particle gradually emerged, absorbing the surrounding liquid and steadily increasing in size. As the crowd witnessed the successful formation of the pill, a wave of astonishment swept over them. They intently focused on Ling Tian's every action. Elder Xinyuan remarked, "Is success finally at hand? I had thought that crafting high-grade elixirs required days and nights of toil. This is unexpected." Tong Tian responded, "This is the longest and most exhausting endeavor our master has undertaken thus far." A sense of realization dawned upon the onlookers. They sensed that Ling Tian's alchemical prowess, while not claiming to be unparalleled, indeed reached a realm unseen in history. Chapter 83. The Summoning of Heavenly Thunder. Just as Ling Tian felt a sense of relief, a transformation occurred with the primordial essence pill, emitting a dazzling golden light. A powerful aura surged toward the heavens, and the once twinkling night sky began to darken as an immense mass of black clouds rapidly gathered. The sudden shift startled those present, and Ling Tian gazed at the ominous clouds, where the rumble of thunder could be heard, accompanied by sporadic flashes of lightning. With a tremor in his voice, he exclaimed, "It is the thunder of pills. I never anticipated that the primordial essence pill would invoke such a phenomenon." Elder Xinyuan, filled with excitement, proclaimed, "This young lad's elixir has actually summoned the thunder of pills. Such a sight is only found in books. I never imagined I would witness it in my lifetime. Remarkable indeed." The grandfather, observing the clouds, remarked, "Indeed, the thunder of pills is a rare occurrence in history. The primordial essence pill is truly formidable, capable of eliciting such celestial responses." Tong Tian added, "Our master has never experienced such an occurrence in his alchemical practices. I hope he remains safe." Xinyuan reassured him, "Fear not. The thunder is directed solely at the primordial essence pill. If he can withstand this trial, the quality of the pill will significantly enhance. The thunder clouds are currently gathering energy. It appears the force of this thunder will be considerable." Grandmother concurred, "Indeed, the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment is being fervently absorbed by the thunderclouds." The grandfather contemplated the stormy skies and, after a moment of thought, addressed the 30 or so star-level masters. "You should retreat. The impending thunder of pills will be powerful, and its residual force offers no benefit to you." Upon hearing his words, the star-level masters looked astonished. It was their first encounter with the thunder of pills, and they were eager to observe its spectacle. Yet, the warning from a moon-level master was not to be taken lightly, and they could only offer a wry smile, acutely aware of the vast chasm between their ranks. Subsequently, they withdrew from the mountaintop, choosing instead to observe from a safe distance. Ling Tian noticed the clouds above growing darker, while the primordial essence pill hovered in midair, seemingly aware of the impending threat, shimmering with golden light. Understanding that the thunder was aimed at the pill and that he would be adversely affected, he decided to vacate the vicinity of the massive stone. "Approaching my grandparents," I remarked, "it appears that this Danlei is far more formidable than we had anticipated. Let us be prepared for any changes in the situation." My grandmother responded, "I too sense that the gathering of these thunderclouds has lingered longer than expected. The energy they now accumulate is astonishing." The venerable Xinyuan assured me, "Do not worry, Ling Tian. Although the Danlei appears quite extraordinary, we have masters of the 9th month level present. There will be no mishaps." I nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is my thought as well. Let us observe closely." After a quarter of an hour, the energy of the thunderclouds finally coalesced. The sky was enveloped in dark, roiling clouds, with incessant flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of purple lightning descended from the clouds, striking the primordial essence Dan. The golden light emitted by the Dan surged several-fold, forming a powerful protective membrane that enveloped the primordial essence Dan securely. The force of the lightning collided with the golden shield, producing a resounding explosion accompanied by continuous, thunderous booms. Although the lightning was formidable, it could not shatter the golden membrane. The energy from the Dan consistently countered the lightning, gradually diminishing its strength. This Dan lay persisted for a full 30 seconds before dissipating. With its departure, the golden protective membrane of the primordial essence Dan finally vanished. In the aftermath of the Thunder S impact, the primordial essence Dan became notably smoother, its quality significantly enhanced. The golden shield had not entirely neutralized all the Dan lay, as I sensed a pure essence of lightning energy had been absorbed by the primordial essence Dan. Thus, its elevation in quality was indeed attributable to that surge of lightning power. Yin-Yang, with a sense of wonder, remarked, "I never imagined that the elixir could withstand the Dan lay in such a manner." The immense energy contained within the primordial essence Dan allowed it to form a protective membrane and endure the Dan lay. I shook my head and replied, "No, it did not merely endure the Dan lay." Yin-Yang, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" I remained silent, gazing upward, lost in thought. Xuanyuan's expression shifted as he realized. "I see now. The thunderclouds in the sky had not dispersed. Instead, they continued to churn ominously, and the overwhelming power of the lightning was palpable to those on the ground." My grandmother commented, "Today has certainly broadened my horizons. I had not anticipated that the Dan lay for the primordial essence Dan would be more than a single strike. It seems the next Dan lay will be even more potent." The onlookers nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the flickering lightning within the black thunderclouds above. In stark contrast, the golden radiance of the primordial essence Dan shone even more brilliantly than before, as a vast quantity of Dan Qi coalesced into another formidable protective membrane. After a brief wait, the second Dan lay finally descended from the thunderclouds. Upon witnessing the second strike, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, for the power of this Dan lay had increased more than fivefold, colliding fiercely against the shield surrounding the primordial essence Dan. This clash of energies was even more intense than the last. 30 seconds elapsed, yet Dan lay showed no signs of abating. The protective membrane of the life source primordial pill grew increasingly tenuous. At this juncture, the pill surged with an additional surge of medicinal energy, fortifying the membrane once more. The second strike of Dan lay endured nearly a full minute before it came to a close, the protective membrane of the life source primordial pill flickering momentarily before vanishing entirely. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the second Dan lay, Ling Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had feared that the might of the second strike would be too formidable for the life source primordial pill to withstand. Gazing upwards at the still present thunderclouds, he found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that a third strike of Dan lay loomed on the horizon, igniting within him an urge to curse. Ling Tian remarked, "It seems there will be a third Dan lay. Who knows the magnitude of its power? I dare say it is impossible for the life source primordial pill to endure a third strike. We should prepare to confront this third Dan lay." His grandfather, astonished, replied, "Such Dan lay occurrences in the history of elixirs are rare. Throughout time, only one elixir has withstood 2 strikes and 3 strikes. This is truly unprecedented." Elder Xinyuan also chimed in, "Ling Tian, I never anticipated your concocted life source primordial pill would face 3 strikes of Dan lay. I am gratified to witness this today. Let me behold the true strength of this third strike." The crowd swiftly gathered around the life source primordial pill, noting the impending formation of the Dan lay above. They began to channel their formidable true essence, unleashing an overwhelming aura into the sky. The pressure emitted by the moon-level experts was nothing short of terrifying. When combined with the presence of 9 moon-level practitioners, it rendered all beings on Ling Mountain, both human and beast, motionless under this astonishing force. The star-level masters observing from a distance were left utterly astonished. Today marked the moment when a pill was to endure 3 strikes of Dan lay, and they witnessed the moon-level experts preparing to join forces. The prowess of these moon-level experts was, indeed, godlike. Their very presence immobilized those around them. Not to mention the energy of the laws they commanded. Among the star-level masters, all mingled with fervor. At last, the third Dan lay descended, and true to its nature. Its power was a summation of the first 2 strikes. Ling Tian declared, "Now is the time to deflect this Dan lay back." The crowd nodded in agreement, channeling the potent energy they had already gathered towards the formidable Dan lay. 9 powerful energy columns streaked through the air, converging into a singular force, amplifying in strength. Finally, they collided with the Dan Lei. Chapter 84. A complete sense of comfort observing the retreat of the Dan Lei in the sky, Ling Tian urged, "Let us muster more strength to shatter it." The crowd, eager to witness the outcome, nodded in consent and intensified their energy. The potency of the energy columns surged several-fold, overwhelming the Dan Lei, which could no longer withstand the assault. Ultimately, the Dan Lei was obliterated by the energy columns, which soared into the heavens, piercing the thunderclouds above. A resounding boom echoed across the land, loud enough for even those in the holy capital to hear. Every master above the star level can sense the explosion of energy that stirs panic deep within their hearts. As they watched the thunderclouds in the sky dissipate completely, smiles inevitably appeared on their faces. Grandfather chuckled and remarked, "I never expected our collaboration to be so seamless. It leaves me feeling quite invigorated." The esteemed Xinyuan also commented, "Indeed, to witness such an effect from the collaboration of ninth-tier masters is truly awe-inspiring." Ling Tian carefully stored away his life-bound primordial Dan and declared, regardless of the circumstances, "We have finally succeeded in refining it. Let us be on our way." The group nodded in agreement. Having resolved the matter, there was no lingering attachment, and they all took to the skies. Long after Ling Tian and his companions had departed, Ling Mountain began to return to normalcy. The foreheads of the starry masters were slick with sweat, and they exchanged glances without uttering a word, each turning to leave in succession. The day's events would be etched deeply in their memories, and they had only just begun to comprehend the terrifying nature of moon-level masters, whose energy could alter the very forces of nature. With the successful refinement of even the most challenging life-bound primordial Dan, a sense of relief washed over them, now awaiting Yuan Lin's emergence. In the following days, Ling Tian remained busy, presenting each family member with a set of exquisite protective armor and a fitting weapon, all crafted from the highest echelon of precious materials. Even Grandfather Tan and Master Xinyuan received equal treatment, much to the delight of his family upon seeing these treasures. Dantai Yinner tugged at Ling Tian's hand, saying, "Brother, you haven't played with me these past few days. Please take us out for some fun." Dantai Ruetian chimed in, "Yes. Big brother, our spatial rings are empty. Let's go explore and perhaps buy some things." Hong Fei nodded enthusiastically, "Exactly, big brother. We hardly ever get to enjoy the holy capital. Now that you are back, let's make the most of it." Seeing the eager expressions on his younger siblings' faces, Ling Tian couldn't help but smile, replying, "All right, I will take you all out for some enjoyment. The holy capital has many delightful places to explore." He instructed Tong Tian to gather Haizai and the others, and thus, the 7 of them, accompanied by a monkey, departed from the Dantai residence. The holy capital of the Yuanxin Empire was bustling with activity, where merchants from various nations converged, drawn by the promise of prosperity. It had become one of the most vibrant locales on the continent. As Ling Tian and his companions walked through the lively streets, they undeniably drew the most attention, with Ling Tian himself standing out as the most radiant. Now standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, his elongated frame and striking features made a significant impact, causing the young women on the street to gaze in awe, momentarily frozen in place. Yet, no one dared to approach, as it was clear that this group was of extraordinary status. Ling Tian maintained a gentle smile, aware of the reactions around him, but choosing not to engage. Hong Fei and the others appeared exceedingly excited, eagerly pulling Ling Tian towards enticing wares they wished to purchase. Gazing at the joyous faces of my younger siblings fills my heart with delight. Such rare moments shared with family are indeed precious, and naturally, I am inclined to grant their every wish. Jokingly, the Dantai family has never been short of wealth, and Ling Tian, in particular, is quite affluent. Even the sale of a single treasure would yield an astonishing sum. He, along with Hei's, Xianlei, and Tong Tian, relishes delectable treats, and Xingdu boasts a plethora of culinary delights from across the realm. Thus, Ling Tian takes them on a gastronomic adventure, which undoubtedly brings them immense joy. Of course, Bai Yin is also well cared for. An abundance of fruits was procured, enough to bring a radiant smile to the fruit vendor's face. For today's patrons are indeed affluent and spare no expense. In the distance, Ling Tian spotted a jewelry store, and a thought crossed his mind. His birthday is approaching, and it would be the perfect opportunity to prepare a gift for his mother. He remarked, "Let us visit the jewelry store ahead." Dantai Yinner, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Ling Tian, are you purchasing jewelry? Who is it for?" It wouldn't be for your. Ling Tian chuckled, ruffling Yenner's hair, and replied, "What are you imagining? I wish to buy a gift for mother. Since we have come across this jewelry store, it is only fitting to take a look." With that, he strode forward. The Rongfuxiang jewelry store has gained considerable renown within the Yuanxin Empire, boasting an admirable reputation. I led the group inside. The expansive interior displayed a variety of exquisite jewelry pieces, bustling with patrons, predominantly young maidens. The arrival of Ling Tian and his companions immediately captured the attention of many, especially the young ladies, who gazed at Ling Tian with fervent interest. Dantai Hongfei, with a grin, remarked, "Brother, today my younger brother has finally realized that not only is your cultivation remarkable, but you are also a veritable heartthrob among the maidens. Just look at how they are all gazing at you. Do you not feel a tad uncomfortable?" Dantai Ruetian added, "Indeed, brother, being with you can be rather discouraging." Ling Tian, with a smile, replied, "You will experience similar situations as you grow older. There is no need for envy. The allure of beauty captivates both men and women alike. It is merely a fascination, an appreciation for aesthetics. You will grow accustomed to it." Yenner, with wide eyes, looked at Ling Tian and asked, "Brother, what do you mean? I do not understand." Ling Tian reassured her, "Not understanding now does not mean you will not understand in the future. There is no need for you to comprehend it just yet." At that moment, a middle-aged man approached respectfully, asking, "May I assist you with anything? Our store guarantees your satisfaction." Ling Tian replied, "I wish to purchase some jewelry." The man responded, "Ah, I see. Please proceed to the second floor. That is where our finest treasures are located." Ling Tian nodded, following the man upstairs. Having perused the first floor, he found the jewelry exquisite but lacking in uniqueness. As they ascended, the crowd thinned considerably. Those who could access the second floor were either wealthy or noble, and the arrival of Ling Tian's group naturally drew attention. The middle-aged man did not take his leave. Instead, he continued to introduce the various exquisite jewelry pieces displayed in the exhibition. There was no other reason for this. Through his experience in discerning people, he recognized that this particular guest possessed a remarkable status, and the subtle aura emanating from them caused a sense of unease in his heart. This phenomenon made the already accomplished middle-aged man, at the level of the Chun realm, cautious and attentive. Indeed, the jewelry on the second floor surpassed that of the first by far, each piece a treasure in its own right. However, after perusing the collection, Ling Tian found himself without a purchase, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. The middle-aged man, perceptive to Ling Tian's discontent, spoke up. "Since the guest has not found any jewelry to his liking, let us proceed to the third floor. There, you will find our store's true treasures. This way, please." Surprised to learn of a third floor, Ling Tian felt a measure of respect for the proprietor of this establishment. Recognizing that managing Rongfuxiang to such a scale required no ordinary skill. Upon reaching the third floor, the middle-aged man retrieved a set of keys and inserted one into the mechanism of a heavy iron door. As the door creaked open, the interior revealed a minimalist arrangement, with a large table showcasing several exquisitely crafted boxes. Chapter 85. The Sacred Spirit Jade Pendant. Pointing to the boxes, the middle-aged man declared, "These are the finest items in our store. I hope they do not disappoint you." Nodding in acknowledgement, Ling Tian approached and opened one of the boxes. His eyes sparkled with delight upon discovering a rare Sacred Spirit Jade Pendant, a treasure of significant worth, known to soothe the soul, enhance vitality, and possess various other benefits. An ideal gift for his mother. Suppressing his elation, Ling Tian examined the other boxes, each containing jewelry of equal prestige. Hairpins, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings, all splendid in their craftsmanship. Raising his gaze, Ling Tian smiled contentedly and proclaimed, "I shall take all of these. Please state your price." The middle-aged man, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "What? All of them? These are the creme de la creme, and their price is certainly steep." Ling Tian responded, "What? Are you concerned about my financial capability?" The middle-aged man hastily clarified, No. These pieces total 6,120,000. Since it is your first visit to Rongfuxiang, I can let them go for 6 million. Nodding, Ling Tian produced a golden card from his spatial ring and stated, "This is a VIP card issued by Ruijin Gold and Silver Manor, containing 6 million gold coins. You may verify it if you wish." Seeing that Ling Tian possessed a spatial ring, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, though he quickly regained his composure. He accepted the card and tapped it against an instrument that emerged from the wall. After a series of meticulous verifications, the middle-aged man finally declared, "Indeed. There are 6 million gold coins here. Very well, these pieces are now yours." With a smile, Ling Tian stored the boxes within his spatial ring and bid farewell to the middle-aged man as he departed. After Ling Tian and his companions departed, a hidden door opened, revealing 2 elderly men with white hair. A middle-aged man promptly bowed and inquired, "Uncle, have you discerned the origins of these travelers?" The 2 elders shook their heads with a wry smile, one of them responding, "These travelers are not ordinary, aside from the 3 children. We cannot fathom the cultivation levels of the others." The middle-aged man was left in a state of astonishment, pondering the true identities of these individuals. In the remaining days, Ling Tian spent his time joyfully frolicking with his younger siblings and cherishing moments with his family, making this period the most carefree and delightful of his life. Currently, he was seated in the courtyard, engaged in a game of chess with his grandfather. Despite losing every match, his grandfather also found victory to be a challenging endeavor. Ling Tian chuckled, saying, "Grandfather, your chess skills are truly beyond my grasp. After more than 10 matches, I've yet to win a single one." His grandfather replied, "My dear Tian, I have 2 passions in life. One is cultivation and the other is chess. I have been playing for 40 years. It would be quite embarrassing for me to lose to you. Besides, your own skills are commendable. I had to exert nearly all my strength to triumph over you." Ling Tian declared, "Then I shall dedicate myself to mastering chess, and one day, I will relish the experience of you losing frequently." His grandfather laughed, "Very well. I admire your ambition. I await that day. However, Tian, tomorrow is your birthday. What is it that you desire?" "Anything within my means, I shall grant you." Ling Tian responded, "Grandfather, I lack for nothing. Yet I know you possess many fine treasures. Allow me to select a few exquisite items from your collection." His grandfather looked at his clever grandson with mock annoyance, saying, "I suspect you have been eyeing my treasures all along." Ling Tian grinned, "What a coincidence. I need to craft a suit of soft armor for grandmother, and I happen to be short on several key materials. If you are unwilling, I shan't press the matter." The grandfather, momentarily speechless, retorted, "You rascal, you even involve your grandmother in this. Do you think I am afraid?" Ling Tian teased, "Are you truly unafraid? Grandmother has just returned." His grandfather scoffed, "Who are you trying to fool? Your grandmother went to your mother's place. How could she possibly return so soon?" At that moment, grandmother appeared behind him, saying, "What are you 2 discussing? What is impossible?" The grandfather swiftly changed the subject. "Oh, it's just Tian. After finishing our chess game, mentioned wanting to craft some soft armor for you. I was about to take him to the back room to select materials for refining." Seeing his grandfather's clever diversion, Ling Tian's heart brimmed with joy. Grandmother, delighted, exclaimed, "Tian, is that true?" Ling Tian affirmed, "Of course, grandmother has always cherished me. This crafting of armor is a gift for you. I just need a few materials, so grandfather generously allowed me to choose from his collection." The grandfather, left speechless, bore his silent frustration, while grandmother, thrilled, urged him to take Ling Tian to select the materials. Grandfather led Ling Tian to the rear pavilion, opened the door, and with a frown remarked, "Well, this is the place. You may choose." Ling Tian smiled and replied, "Grandfather, please do not be upset. When I have some leisure, I will concoct some essence enhancement pills for you, which will significantly elevate your cultivation." Upon hearing that his cultivation could be enhanced, a smile finally graced grandfather's face as he said, "Well, it seems my efforts in raising you were not in vain." Stepping into grandfather's collection, Ling Tian was awed by the treasures within: Xinjin or blood essence stones, soul departure orbs, dream cloud stones, purple crystal stones, fire refining herbs, cloud spirit herbs, and a myriad of other precious materials for crafting and alchemy filled the room to capacity. Ling Tian exclaimed, "Grandfather, I had no idea your collection was so extensive. What? Golden silkworm silk, and so much of it. This is indeed a crucial material for crafting soft armor. With this quantity, I can forge several pieces. I shall take it." Grandfather nodded and said, "This was obtained through great toil alongside a friend in the Dust Canyon. I had kept it in use all this time." After selecting several materials, Ling Tian declared, "All right, I have finished choosing, let us return." Grandfather, astonished, asked, "Is that all you are taking?" Ling Tian chuckled, "I have found all the materials I need. With an ample supply, I can craft several pieces of soft armor. I will seek a suitable place for forging. Grandfather, I shall take my leave. Watching Ling Tian's disappearing figure, Dan Taiyu shook his head with a wry smile. Given Ling Tian's current crafting skill, forging several pieces of soft armor was indeed a trivial task. Finding a secluded spot, he spent 2 hours crafting 4 pieces of armor. Satisfied as he beheld the results, one for grandmother, mother, second aunt, and third aunt each. Naturally, grandmother and mother were overjoyed upon receiving the armor, and seeing his family happy filled Ling Tian with contentment. For his mother, second aunt, and third aunt, who lacked martial prowess, this armor provided an additional layer of protection. Time flew swiftly, and the birthday finally arrived, with family preparing a plethora of gifts for Ling Tian. His mother personally stitched him a complete outfit, and as he felt the fabric, Ling Tian could sense the deep maternal love woven into every stitch. After expressing his gratitude to his mother, he retrieved the jewelry he had purchased a few days prior from his spatial ring. His mother looked at the boxes of jewelry on the table, puzzled by her son's choices. Dan Tai Yin'er playfully remarked, "Aunt, these are gifts carefully selected by brother Ling Tian for you." Dan Tai Ruetian and Dan Tai Hongfei enthusiastically recounted the events of that day, embellishing the tale. Ling Tian gazed at his younger siblings with a wry smile. Second aunt said, "Eldest sister, Ling Tian is truly a wonderful child. This sacred spirit jade pendant alone will greatly benefit your health." Third aunt added, "Indeed. It seems Ling Tian put considerable thought into these gifts. Even I find myself a bit envious."